Ihu Kushina, you two are the most talented children of the Uzumaki clan. Now that Uzumaki is surrounded by enemies, go to Konoha. Children, live well. You are the hope of the Uzumaki clan. It has been nearly a year since they arrived in Konoha, but Ihu still often recalls the words of clan leader Uzumaki Takamaru. During the Second Great Ninja War, not only Uzumaki was surrounded by enemies, but Konoha was also deeply embroiled and had no strength to lend a hand to Uzushio. Uzumaki Ihu and Uzumaki Kushina were sent to Konoha as Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and also to leave a seed of hope for the Uzumaki clan. Ihu, did you have another nightmare? Jixinai heard the noise from next door and came to ask. It's nothing, sis. I just lost track of time training and fell when I got up. Now Ihu and Kushina lived in the Senju mansion with Tsunade as their guardian, and they lived happily that year. Senju Nawaki, Tsunade's younger brother, perfectly inherited Hashirama's personality and seemed not very bright. Within a few days, he formed a deep friendship with Kushina and Ihu. Notably, when Ihu and Kushina arrived in Konoha, it was the 33rd year of Konoha, the year Senju Nawaki died. Ihu couldn't bear to let this warm and simple boy die in the war, so he reported Nawaki's reckless plan to go to the front to Tsunade. Nawaki got a severe beating, but survived. So Nawaki was still living with them. Ihu recently noticed that Senju Nawaki's silliness seemed contagious, as now Uzumaki Kushina would also occasionally say things like, "I'll become Hokage." Uzumaki Ihu, as a transmigrator who had been in the Naruto world for over 7 years, thought, "I don't understand, but I respect it. Go back to sleep, sis. I'm fine. I've made a new breakthrough in my training recently. I should be able to fuse new chakras soon." After Jixinai left the room, a chill began to emanate from Ihu's body. The next morning, Uzumaki Mido sat by the bedside looking at the two Uzumaki children. Children, go to school tomorrow. Go to school, make new friends, forget about Uzumaki. Grow up healthy in a new environment. Looking at the woman before him, Ihu was silent. Having awakened the Kagura mind's eye, he sensed that the old woman's chakra was already very faint. This figure from the first Hokage era was too old. Time had finally defeated this legend. Looking at the boy's gaze, you perceive it. Awakening the Kagura mind's eye at this age. Truly a genius. This scroll contains the secret techniques and sealing arts of the Uzumaki clan. Take it and study hard. Come to me if you have any questions. Alright, go back. Prepare well. You have school tomorrow. Back in her room, Jixinai was very low. Every time she thought of the tragedy of the Uzumaki clan, she felt very sad. In the entire Konoha village, besides the two siblings, only the elderly Uzumaki Mido was their clansman. The next day at the Ninja Academy. My dream is to become the first female Hokage in Konoha's history. Jixinai declared her dream in front of the class. Unsurprisingly, Jixinai was laughed at by the whole class, except for a certain blonde. Jixinai was oblivious, but Ihu knew that blonde was up to no good with his sister. The teacher's lecture was very boring, especially for children from ninja clans who had already learned these things at home. Ihu therefore began his daily training, chakra fusion. Although he was a transmigrator, Ihu did not have his own system. Of course, having no system was fine. Why would a system help you? What they seek is certainly more than what they give. What others give is ultimately not your own power. They can make you, but when it's time to harvest, they will destroy you. When they trained chakra, the generous Uzumaki elder tested the chakra natures of the two young geniuses. Ihu had wind, water, and lightning. Jixinai had pure wind. At just 7 years old, Ihu awakened the Uzumaki clan's bloodline ability, Kagura Mind's Eye. As a defenseless sensing-type ninja, Ihu had strong chakra control. Since arriving in Konoha, he had been trying to fuse wind and water chakra. Almost there to fuse ice release. A chill began to emanate from Ihu's body again. Jixinai was used to it by now. Her brother had been training for over a year. A few months ago, her brother started emitting cold air, and it was getting colder. In the hot summer, Jixinai stayed close to him, and the cold air helped her get through the hottest days. At this rate, Ihu would probably succeed in awakening ice release in a few days. As soon as class ended, someone started annoying Jixinai. A clueless classmate grabbed her hair and mocked her for looking like a tomato. Already in a bad mood, Jixinai finally found an outlet. Without a word, she jumped on the boy and started hitting him. Ihu initially wanted to help, but after one look he retreated. Too brutal. Too savage. He felt embarrassed to even help. After venting, Jixinai felt refreshed. Punishment? No way. Who would dare to offend a Jinchuriki candidate? Moreover, she was in the right, so she didn't even get a verbal reprimand. This case of campus violence turning into being bullied gave no one any grounds to criticize Jixinai. At the same time, the name Red Hot Pepper, Uzumaki Kushina, resounded throughout the Ninja Academy. That night in the Senju mansion, the cold aura around Ihu grew heavier until it reached a critical point. A burst of icy chakra exploded. It's done. The entire room was covered in frost, instantly becoming an ice house. Jixinai was woken up by the cold. Uzumaki, why ate you? Are you a husky? Look what you've done to the room. I can't even sleep in mine. Jixinai's hair floated like an octopus, making her look terrifying. Then came the even more terrifying part. 4 chains slowly extended from behind Jixinai. Under the pressure of recent events and anger, she awakened the Uzumaki clan's strongest power, adamantine sealing chains. Far away Uzumaki Mito, lying in bed, opened her eyes. Interesting little ones. Adamant ceiling chains. And ice release. Then she closed her eyes and fell back asleep. In fact, the entire Konoha was within Uzumaki Mito's perception. From the moment Ihu first emitted cold air, she had sensed the faint ice chakra, and over the months she had witnessed the entire process of his ice release development. At that moment, Ihu looked at his sister who resembled a demon and felt empathy for the victim from earlier. Even more so now Jixinai had chains behind her. I'll sleep in another room. Restore this place to normal overnight, or I'll show you why the flowers are so red. With that Jixinai let go of Ihu who was bundled into a ball and half asleep, went to a farther room. Watching his sister walk away, Ihu breathed a sigh of relief. Jixinai's state just now was unusual, almost like sleepwalking. If she had actually beaten him, it would have been deadly. At that moment Ihu felt a wonderful sensation. After fusing ice release, his chakra had surged. At only 9 years old, his chakra level had reached that of a special jonin. Even if Hashirama Senju were here at this age, he wouldn't have as much chakra as Ihu. And the ice chakra in his body was continuously fusing with the Uzumaki clan's sage body. From now on I am the ice release limited edition of Hashirama Senju. It took Ihu an entire night to clear all the ice from the room. He had barely managed to sleep when he was shaken awake by Jushinai. Ihu, look, I had a dream, and when I woke up I awakened adamantine ceiling chains. See, 4 terrifying chains emerged from behind Jushinai. The appearance of the 4 chains reminded Ihu of his sister's terrifying combat power. Sis, that wasn't a dream. You forgot yesterday you really tied me into a ball. Looking at the excited Jushinai, Ihu felt speechless. It took him 2 years to synthesize ice release, yet her adamantine ceiling chains came so easily. At this moment, Ihu completely forgot how his own awakening of Kagura minds had crushed other Uzumaki clan members. After explaining the situation to Chinsho Shinshu, Ihu and Jushinai switched rooms. The room was filled with the cold aura of ice release lingering for a long time. It would probably take a month to restore the room. When Shinshu heard that Ihu had awakened ice release, his expression was priceless. His mouth opened so wide it almost couldn't close. After the shock came intense envy. One day, I will awaken the Senju clans would release. Ihu Jushinai, wait for me. It will be me who becomes Hokage. Shinshu ran off to the training ground. When Ihu entered the Ninja Academy class, everyone fell silent. The psychological shadow Jushinai had cast yesterday was still heavy. Ihu sat at his seat and began considering developmental directions for ice release techniques. As for the ice release of the Kirigakure, ridiculous. My surname is Uzumaki. Ice needles. Or that small ice mirror. Ridiculous. Let the Yuki clan think I lack chakra for jutsu. I'll go for large-scale jutsu, the bigger the better. While Ihu was busy developing his own ice release, someone else was already starting to cause trouble again. After school, the same side character who had been taught a lesson just yesterday started trouble again. He found his older brother a Jinin and blocked Jushinai with 6 or 7 people after class. If yesterday's Jushinai was only slightly stronger than these people, today's Jushinai could crush them with one hand. No one chain. So the situation was like this: Jushinai was beating people on the ground, Ihu was watching from a tree on the left, and bluffing Shuemin was watching from a tree on the right. Naruto's taste in girls is definitely inherited from bluffing Shuemin. If only Naruto could appear again, I would straighten out his taste in girls. Sakura, Hinata is clearly better. By now Jushinai had almost finished the fight. Tisk, she didn't even use her chains. Those guys won't be out of the hospital for at least 10 days. But school bullies deserve to die. These punishments in Ihu's view were not severe. A small lesson might save an innocent person. What are you looking at? Believe it or not, I'll beat you up too. In Jushinai's eyes, the little son was still a sissy. Ihu decided to let the love-hate entanglement between these two take its natural course. Even as a younger brother, he had no reason to stop his sister from pursuing her own happiness. If the end was still the same as the original story, he would risk his life to save his sister. Watching Jushinai, who had finished beating people and was still threatening him bluffing, Shuemin admitted that he was truly moved. This elf-like girl had entered his heart the first time they met. At that moment, bluffing Shuemin didn't know how to express his feelings for Jushinai, so he ran away. Yes, he just ran away. Meanwhile, Jushinai thought her threats had worked and looked at Ihu proudly. Peaceful days passed one by one. Jushinai ruled as the big sister at the Ninja Academy, bluffing. Shuemin secretly watched her from behind, and Ihu developed ice release techniques. Until one day, Ihu sensed Jushinai's chakra suddenly weaken, then she quickly ran out of the village. Damn, something happened to my sister. Ihu grabbed his ninja tools and ran after her. On the way, he ran into bluffing Shuemin, who was also heading in the same direction. The two usually didn't interact much, but now they showed surprising coordination. They avoided the traps left by the Cloud Ninja and chased after them. With Ihu a sensor-type ninja, it was much faster than bluffing Shuemin's method of finding hair. They quickly caught up with the Chunin cannon fodder that the Cloud Ninja had left to set traps. Both were geniuses. Even though they still had a year before graduating from the Ninja Academy, they both displayed combat power above Chunin level. Bluffing Shuemin as a civilian ninja didn't know many jutsu, But his use of small jutsu was smooth, and combined with his taijutsu, he could kill Chunin. After a period of pursuit, they finally saw 4 people ahead. 2 Chunin and 2 Jonin. Ihu looked at the burly man leading them. That guy's chakra reaction is much stronger than the average Jonin. Ihu glanced at Bluffing Shuemin. Including the cannon fodder, there were over 10 people in total. How did Bluffing Shuemin manage to rescue his sister as a Chunin in the original story? The leader Ayatuyi looked at the 2 kids before him. So you took out our men. Konoha geniuses, huh? He pointed at 2 Chunin. You 2 go back. Make sure you get that Uzumaki brat back to the village. Shuemin, I'll stay here. Go save my sister. Ihu stepped in front of Shuemin. Bluffing Shuemin looked at the Jonin ahead, then at Uzumaki Ihu. Alright, I'll bring her back as fast as I can. Hold on, I'll be back soon. Bluffing Shuemin chased after Jushinai, while Ayatuyi lightning flickering on his body attacked Shuemin. Ihu flickered and forced himself to block the attack. Damn, my arm is about to break. Feeling the pain, he forced himself to focus. This road is blocked. Your opponent is me. Both noticed that Ihu's hand hidden behind his back was still trembling and dripping blood. Am I too nervous? Fubuyi, go ahead and join the others to deal with the blonde kid. Leave him to me. Remember that Uzumaki brat must be brought back. Watching the other Jonin leave, Ihu felt helpless. Hold on, Shuemin. The 2 Uzumaki clan members will definitely send backup. I can't stop 2 Jonins alone. Alright, kid, want to join the Cloud Ninja? Join the Hidden Cloud, and I'll spare your life. You can choose any jutsu, money, or women. Looking at the red-haired boy in front of him, Ayatuyi couldn't help but recruit him. The Uzumaki clan was rare, let alone a genius of the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Ihu looked at the dark-skinned man and thought of the people in Cloud Village. Damn, going to Cloud Village would be the same as killing me. The physiques of Cloud Village produce a lot of homosexuals. Ihu's reaction also gave his answer. Then it can't be helped, kid. If a genius talent isn't realized, it's worthless. Today you will die here. Otoi's body erupted with even more powerful lightning release chakra, his entire form blazing with a blue radiance. His hair stood on end, streaming toward the heavens like a super scion. In a flash, he appeared before Ichigo, who had been gathering ice release chakra in his hand. Ice release flash freeze fist. Ichigo was sent flying by the single blow. Otoi, however, was not unscathed. The flash freeze fist had breached his lightning release armor, and the cold invaded his body, slowing the flow of his chakra. Ichigo slowly rose from the rubble, and no one noticed that his hair had shifted from deep crimson to magenta. His wounds were gradually healing, and the quality of his chakra was steadily increasing. I don't know what's happening, but right now, I feel great. Ichigo flexed the joints of his body. Ice release, ice crystal armor. A suit of armor forged from highly concentrated ice release chakra enveloped his form. The 2 of them began another round of dueling. But an elite Jonin was still an elite Jonin. Ichigo's recovery couldn't keep pace with the speed at which he was being wounded. On the other side, Otoi, feeling his chakra flow grow ever slower, sought a swift conclusion, adding more force to his strikes. Feeling his injuries, Ichigo knew he couldn't drag this out any longer. The gap in strength was too vast. If this continued, he would be the first to die. Ice release, ice dragon guard. In an instant, ice wings spread from Ichigo's back, and an ice dragon head enveloped his fist, extending up his arm. A violent surge of chakra engulfed him, threatening to explode at any moment. Leaping into the air, he glided on the ice wings, hurtling toward Otoi. Dragon Hail Cage. The ice dragon on his body exploded, and a massive crystal of ice jutted up from the ground. Cough. Cough. Ha ha ha, you little brat. You nearly got me. Ice release. Truly remarkable stuff. Among all the geniuses I've ever encountered, I'd call you the strongest. Remember, the one who kills you is Otoi, elite Jonin of Kumogakure. Ha ha ha. Ichigo lay on the ground, gasping for breath. That last move had been a suicidal gamble. Otoi was too fast, only half the force of the attack had landed on him. If he weren't so badly injured, Ichigo would have quipped, "What's your relationship with Madara?" Otoi walked over to Ichigo, ready to finish him off with a single stroke, when he heard Ichigo say, "You've been watching for quite a while now, haven't you? Senior, if you don't step in soon, I'm really going to die." Ha ha, you little brat. Don't fool yourself at a time like this. If someone were really watching from the shadows, they'd have intervened long ago. Why wait until now? Are you scared of death? It's too late to surrender now. Kumogakure has no use for cowards. My, the youth of today are truly impressive. I thought I had hidden myself rather well. The moment the voice faded, Otoi was sent flying by a staff before Ichigo's eyes. Cough. Cough. So Lord Third, why were you just watching? Oimo, cough cough, don't blame me. This beating was specifically requested by Lady Mido. You've gained quite a bit from this battle, haven't you? Only true combat can maximize one's potential. We also wanted to see how much you youngsters have grown. The third Hokage smiled at Ichigo, his face full of satisfaction. So was someone watching over my sister too? Of course. Jiraiya is there. Don't worry. Your sister will be fine. By now Ichigo had mostly regained his ability to move. Lord Third, I'll go check on my sister. Go on. Your sister probably needs your comfort right now. As Ichigo left, the third Hokage walked toward the massive ice crystal left by the Dragon Hail Cage. He wanted to test something magnificent. A jutsu of this scale. So it wasn't my imagination. His ice release can freeze chakra itself. Sensing the slowed chakra flow within his own body, Hiruzen Sarutobi grew more and more pleased with Ichigo. This feeling, it's a bit like Hashirama-sensei. Ha ha ha. In a few years the title of Orthodox Ice Release will belong to Konoha. Uzumaki Ichigo was still limping his way toward his sister when he met Jiraiya coming the other way carrying the jonin who had chased after them earlier. So you're Uzumaki, Ichigo, huh? Isn't Hiruzen-sensei over there? How'd you end up beaten like this? He leaned in close to Ichigo. How about becoming my disciple? Your good buddy Minato's already under my wing. So what do you say? I know a ton of jutsu you know. Senior Jiraiya, I'm not planning on taking a master yet. Ichigo politely declined. Are you kidding? Looking across all of Naruto, which of Jiraiya's disciples survived to the end besides Naruto? He didn't even survive to the end himself. That kind of debuff was way too terrifying, he absolutely couldn't let himself get caught up in it. Alright, your sister and your friend are over there. A somewhat disappointed Jiraiya pointed Ichigo in the right direction and dragged the Kumogakure Jonin away. Ichigo limped forward finding Kushina in Minato Namake's arms. Minato, who had harbored a secret crush for so long, had finally won the lady's heart. Cough. Cough. Have you two forgotten something? Like a brother who's been through thick and thin with you. Or a little brother whose life was hanging in the balance. Ichigo stressed the words brother and little brother with particular emphasis. Ichigo, are you okay? It's all my fault, Woo-woo. Strong-willed Kushina hadn't shed a single tear, even in her most desperate moment, but seeing the wounds all over Ichigo's body, her tears wouldn't stop. They're there, sis, don't worry. With the Uzumaki clan's life force, my wounds will be healed by tomorrow morning. Stop crying, sis. It's not that I'd feel sorry for you, but Minato would. Seeing Kushina cry like this brought Ichigo some inner satisfaction. Looking at the two of them, it was clear his sister's heart had been completely stolen by that blonde-haired guy. Minato couldn't help but grin at Ichigo's words while Kushina blushed. What are you talking about? I haven't even said yes yet. She punctuated this with a playful punch to Ichigo, which surprisingly made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Exhausted from the night's events, Ichigo finally collapsed. A panicked Kushina and Minato rushed him to Konoha Hospital. On the way, they ran into Tsunade, who was also returning from the battlefield. Tsunade says, quick save Ichigo. He's badly hurt and passed out. Tsunade looked at the Ichigo before her and felt a surging majestic life force. This feeling. She immediately used medical ninjutsu to examine him. It's like Grandpa. No, not as strong as Grandpa, and not as full of vitality. This one is cold and sinister. He's fine. His fainting must be due to something else. If I'm not mistaken, his body is undergoing a transformation. As for his wounds, if you'd been any later, they'd have healed on their own. The next day, where is this? My room. How did I get back? My chakra feels even stronger. Am I close to elite Jonin level now? Tsunade says, come quick. My brother. He's mutated. What's wrong, Kushina? I told you his body is perfectly healthy. His vitality far surpasses that of the average Uzumaki or Senju. Tsunade remarked that the boy was healthier than she herself was, and she couldn't fathom what the problem could possibly be. Meanwhile, Kushina was still exclaiming, Tsunade says Ichigo's hair color is getting lighter. Is he dying? His hair had already shifted from magenta to a distinctly pinker hue, the transformation unmistakably visible. Calm down, Kushina. Let me take a look. With such abundant life force, how could he possibly be on the verge of death? Typically, the red hair of the Uzumaki clan signifies their vigorous life force, but his case is quite unique. Although the color of his hair has lightened, his vitality has only grown stronger. This appears to be a mutation of his bloodline. As of now, it's a benign mutation. Ichigo's chakra reserves and quality already far exceed yours. The sheer vigor of his life force is something I've only ever witnessed in my grandfather. Don't worry, Kushina. Ichigo is perfectly healthy. There's no need for such concern. I'll make sure to give him regular checkups. Ichigo, however, was currently staring blankly into a mirror, muttering Pink. How am I supposed to show my face in public like this? Hey. Imagining the future, he envisioned the townsfolk screaming, run. It's Konoha's yellow flash, or quick getaway. It's the cold-hearted snake, Orochimaru. But when it came to him, it would be, hurry, it's Konoha's pink ice crusher. The mental image was too much to bear, he dared not even think about it. Kushina, relieved that her brother was safe, let out a sigh. It's okay, Ichigo. Pink is cute, you know. I've always wanted a little sister, but my parents gave me a brother instead. At least this way half my wish has come true. Indeed, Ichigo, who had previously just looked somewhat androgynous, had now, after awakening his ice release, gained fairer skin. Combined with his new pink hair, his appearance had begun to lean distinctly more feminine. Perhaps it was an inescapable fate for those who awakened the ice release. Sis, that was a great comfort. Please never comfort me again. Yo kid, you've gotten quite pretty overnight. Jiraiya and Minato walked in together. Yesterday, Jiraiya had witnessed Minato's skills and was astounded by his talent, promptly taking him as a disciple. He had also tried to recruit Ichigo, but Ichigo had refused. Minato stepped forward. Ichigo, you passed out yesterday. Jiraiya-sensei, and I came to check on you. He placed the fruit he had brought on the bed. Satisfied that her brother was unharmed, Kushina set aside her sibling concern and dragged Minato out of the room. After the events of last night, their relationship had advanced significantly, and they were eager to spend every moment together. Hey kid, don't be too upset. With your looks now, you could probably sneak into the women's BA. Boom. Tsunade punched Jiraiya straight into the wall, embedding him so deep he couldn't be pulled out. Cough. Cough. Ichigo, you and Minato should head to the Hokage's office later. The professor has something to discuss with you both. Ugh. With that, Jiraiya passed out. Tsunade looked somewhat exasperated, but walked over to Jiraiya nonetheless. She pried him out of the Senju Mansion's wall and used her medical ninjutsu to give him some basic treatment. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Ichigo grabbed Minato and headed straight for the Hokage's office. Kushina, Tsunade, and Jiraiya followed along. Kushina out of concern for Ichigo and Minato, while Jiraiya and Tsunade were simply eager to see the spectacle. Upon entering the Hokage's office, the third Hokage greeted them with his usual genial smile. Ichigo, however, was not fooled by this facade. The third was in his prime, living up to his title as the god of shinobi. His combat prowess was among the top in the entire shinobi world, especially considering that in this era most of the world's powerhouses were either dead, not yet born, or were the protagonist. Minato, Ichigo, you both did exceptionally well. As a reward, you may each choose one jutsu from this scroll to learn. Cherish this opportunity, for the sealed scroll is not something one gets to see every day. Ichigo was quite excited at this moment. As the saying goes, if a jutsu isn't attributed to someone, it was definitely invented by Tobirama Senju, and if something bad happens, it's definitely Danzo's fault. The 8 Gates, Impure World Reincarnation. All the techniques that would one day shake the very foundations of the shinobi world were recorded within this scroll. A classic scene flashed through his mind. Big brother, I've invented another jutsu. Is it a water release? No. I'll go get the sealed scroll. Of course, the scroll in front of them was merely a catalog. The actual techniques were far too dangerous and were likely sealed away in some hidden chamber. Kushina also curiously perused the jutsu descriptions. Minato, learn this one. Learn this one, she exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the Flying Thunder God technique. With this I can see you instantly, no matter how far apart we are. Minato, utterly powerless against Kushina's pleas, immediately made his choice. Third Hokage-sama, I wish to learn this jutsu. The third remained smiling. Are you certain, Minato? As my grand disciple, I must warn you that this technique is incredibly difficult. No one has ever mastered it since its creator, the second Hokage Tobirama-sensei. Minato, however, was resolute. Third Hokage-sama, I am confident I can learn it. I beg of you. Third Hokage-sama, I wish to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. The third nodded. If Konoha could truly produce a shinobi who could wield the Flying Thunder God, their strategic value would be immeasurable. Very well, Minato. But remember, regardless of whether you succeed, the Flying Thunder God technique must never be taught to outsiders. Now then, little Ichigo, what is your choice? Ichigo stared at the catalog before him. The 8 Gates could be gotten for free from Might Due. The Dead Demon Consuming Seal. The Four Symbols Seal. The Inyang Release. The Reaper Death Seal. This was utterly absurd. Weren't all these techniques originally contributions from his own Uzumaki clan? In the end, everything he looked at was either too inefficient or something he could get for free elsewhere. Third Hokage-sama, is there an ice release technique? The third shook his head. 70% of the jutsu in this sealed scroll were invented by Tobirama-sensei. He didn't possess the ice release Kekkei Genkai, so naturally no ice release techniques would be found here. Ichigo finally revealed his true intention. Then I choose this one. He pointed to a technique named Impure World Reincarnation. I'll use this jutsu to resurrect the second Hokage and have him develop ice release techniques for me. Problem solved. Before the third could respond, Tsunade, who was standing nearby, couldn't contain herself. She had just heard someone talking about digging up her granduncle's grave. She placed a hand on Ichigo's shoulder, the threat unmistakable. The third also finally grasped Ichigo's twisted logic. No, that won't do. This jutsu is forbidden. Not only is it incomplete, but defiling the dead is inherently wrong. Ichigo, who had only been testing the waters, deflated instantly. Is that so? Fine, then I'll pick the Flying Thunder God as well. Since Minato and I will be exchanging insights, that shouldn't count as teaching it to an outsider, right? Alright, the third said, stroking his beard as he saw Ichigo's disappointed expression. As compensation, I'll throw in a water release jutsu from the sealed scroll. Minato, you can learn it too. No sense in missing out. It ended with Ichigo choosing the S-rank water release technique, the hard whirlpool water blade, invented by Tobirama Senju. After the group departed, Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped into the adjoining room. Lady Mito, I must thank you for your trouble this time. Not only for sensing the enemies who infiltrated Konoha, but also for temporarily sealing Kushina's chakra. Mito Uzumaki shook her head gently. I also wish to see how much young Ichi has grown. Monkey, you have noticed it too, haven't you? The feeling Ichi gives off. Hiruzen nodded. He reminds me of Lord Hashirama. Though he is far from reaching Lord Hashirama's level, Ichi is still young. I believe he will one day become a great shinobi. Thus the Kushina kidnapping incident came to a close. Ichi obtained 2S rank Jutsu. Hiruzen secured compensation from Kumobikure. Minato Namikaze and Kushina found love, and Mito Uzumaki witnessed Ichi's immense potential. Everyone emerged victorious, except for Kumobikure. Without Mito's sealing jutsu to mask their presence, there was no way they could have silently abducted Kushina from the village, nor could they have been caught red-handed to give Konoha the leverage it needed. It was nothing short of entrapment. Kumobikure, are you not simply bullying the honest? It had only been 2 years since the end of the Second Great Ninja War. Every village was focused on recovery, and Konoha was no exception. This hefty compensation would greatly alleviate the war's toll on the village. As for how Kumobikure was faring, who truly cared? After all, the second Hokage had perished during Kumobikure's rebellion. Such an opportunity was not to be squandered. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, having just finished teaching the 3 orphans in the Rain Village, had returned to resume Minato's training. Unlike those 3 youngsters, Minato possessed an excellent foundation. Had it not been for a lack of resources, his combat prowess would have already reached the level of a Tokubetsu Jonin. In merely a month, Minato's strength advanced by leaps and bounds. When Jiraiya was serious, he proved remarkably reliable. As a prime example of a late bloomer, Jiraiya understood the shortcomings of civilian-born shinobi all too well. Under his tutelage, Minato diligently fortified his weaknesses. Meanwhile, Kushina, trained in the art of monstrous strength under Tsunade, given her natural affinity for violence once she mastered it. While one could only pity Minato, Ichi, on the other hand, focused on perfecting his ice release techniques. Through connections with Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Nawaki, he also managed to contact Orochimaru. With the Snake Sanin's assistance, Ichi successfully developed several high-difficulty ice release jutsu. Ichi, we're about to be assigned to teams soon. Do you think I'll be in the same squad as Minato? Bored in class, Kushina asked this question for what must have been the 10th time. Sis, you've asked me this more times than I can count. Relax, you and Minato will definitely be on the same team. With the Sannin and the 3rd Hokage all being allies, the team assignments were practically theirs to decide. Given the current circumstances, Kushina's chances of becoming the next Jinchuriki were exceptionally high. Her adamantine sealing chains possessed overwhelming suppression power against tailed beasts, and the strategic value of her Kagura mind I could only truly shine beyond the village's confines. The 3rd Hokage was more than eager to have Kushina forge bonds within the village. Minato, a civilian-born shinobi with a clean background and a disciple of Jiraiya, was considered one of their own. Even if Minato hadn't already harbored feelings for Kushina, the 3rd would have orchestrated their union regardless. Ichi harbored no objections to becoming a Jinchuriki himself. The Uzumaki clan had always excelled in sealing arts. Reflecting on it, he imagined that in the original timeline the Nine Tails must have been thoroughly tormented by Mito Uzumaki, and Kushina likely deprived of even a glimpse of the outside world. Just as Kushina was fiddling with her forehead protector, a voice as melodious as heavenly music rang out. Uzumaki, Kushina Namikaze, Minato, follow me. Jiraiya stepped into the classroom and addressed the 2. The class erupted in excitement. It's the legendary Toad Sage Jiraiya of the Sannin. Those 2 are incredibly lucky. A stir rippled through the classroom. Merely 2 years after the war's end, the Sannin's renown within Konoha had reached its zenith. Though Jiraiya relished the adulation, he promptly whisked the 2 away. No one questioned why he took only these 2 students. After all, the recent war had left many teams incomplete, and it was common practice to fill those vacancies with new graduates. Minato, however, was curious. Jiraiya-sensei, isn't Ichi coming with us? Jiraiya shook his head. Ichi has other arrangements. The old man has his own plans for him. A hint of resentment crept into Jiraiya's voice. Why? Why must such a talented student be given to Orochimaru? At that moment, a somewhat hoarse voice echoed through the classroom. Uzumaki, Ichi, come with me. The entire class of background characters was utterly dumbfounded. Truly, we don't envy them at all. We're just experiencing cellular separation. Meanwhile, Orochimaru recalled the scene in the Hokage's office. Danzo, Hiruzen in hand, that Uzumaki brought over to me. I'll mold him into a weapon loyal only to Konoha. In the future, he can even become a Jinchuriki. The 3rd, enough. Danzo, you are too extreme. Shinobi are people, not tools. I have my own arrangements for Ichi and Kushina. You are overstepping your bounds, Danzo. Danzo, Hiruzen, you will regret this. The 3rd, enough. I am the Hokage. Ahem. That veered off course, not that. Orochimaru, among my 3 students, you have always been my favorite. But your personality is not suited to be Hokage. You are too rational. The Hokage is not merely the village's leader, but also its spiritual symbol. If you were to become Hokage, the will of fire passed down from the first Hokage would have no successor. Orochimaru, withdraw from the race for Hokage. As compensation, I will allocate funds to support your research. I entrust Uzumaki Ichi to you. Jiraiya is not suited to teach him, and Tsunade, with her lover's recent sacrifice, is in no state to take on students. You are the only one fit to be his teacher. His physique bears a striking resemblance to Lord Hashirama's. You've always wanted to help Nawaki awaken his wood release, haven't you? Perhaps he can offer you some insight. Just as he reached the door, the 3rd's voice came once more. Orochimaru, no matter what your research, must never harm our own people. That is my bottom line. I understand, Hiruzen-sensei. Orochimaru stepped out of the Hokage's office. Gazing upon the Ichi before him, a sudden desire to take on a disciple arose. Ichi, would you be willing to become my student? Take me as your disciple. Jiraiya had previously asked Ichigo, but he had declined. Jiraiya was a good man, but as the third Hokage said, he wasn't suited to teach Ichigo. Ichigo's strengths lay in his ice release and his whirlpool bloodline. Orochimaru, as a master researcher, was unrivaled in both jutsu development and the study of the sage body. Moreover, Orochimaru was genuinely good to his students. Ichigo had been to Nawaki's room before. It was filled with scrolls of jutsu, only a small portion of which were from the Senju clan. The rest were all gifts from Orochimaru. Throughout Naruto, Orochimaru had 3 disciples. He raised Nawaki like a brother, Anko like a daughter, and Sasuke like a father. Ahem. Orochimaru-sensei, I am willing to become your disciple. With that, Ichigo performed a formal apprentice's bow to Orochimaru. Good. Ichigo, this is for you as a greeting gift. Orochimaru produced a sealing scroll. Unrolling the scroll, a sword was revealed within the seal. This is one of the Kusanagi blades. It can channel chakra and boasts excellent durability. This was of course the very sword Sasuke would later use. Now it belonged to the Whirlpool name. Thank you, Orochimaru-sensei. With that, Ichigo drew the Kusanagi blade and channeled his ice-release chakra into it. The entire sword emanated a faint chilling mist. He swung it towards the distance, unleashing a crescent wave of energy that struck a massive boulder. In an instant, a shard of crystalline ice erupted from the point of impact, spreading across the rock. So powerful. Thank you for the gift, sensei. Orochimaru simply smiled. I'm glad you like it. Would you like to form a contract with the Ryuchi cave? With your talent, you should attempt sage mode. Can I, Orochimaru-sensei? Ichigo's face was full of anticipation as opportunities to learn sage arts were rare. Orochimaru then performed a summoning jutsu, bringing forth a small snake, which in turn spat out a scroll many times its own size. Orochimaru unrolled it, and Ichigo signed his name and pressed his handprint onto it. The first time you use the summoning jutsu, you will be reverse summoned to the Ryuchi cave. Only after you have gained its recognition will you be able to freely summon its snakes. Now, let's head to the training ground. Nawaki must be getting impatient. Arriving at the training ground, Senju Nawaki had already begun his practice. Nawaki, from today onwards, Ichigo is your junior brother. Nawaki was ecstatic upon hearing this. Really? Ichigo, you're my junior brother now. I can finally have chilled drinks and fruits every day like Kushina. Ichigo's face was covered in black lines. You've never missed out on any of the drinks or fruits. Don't make yourself sound so pitiful. I look forward to working with you. Orochimaru drew a vial of blood from each of them, left some jutsu scrolls, and departed. He needed to perform a preliminary analysis of their bodies to tailor their training plans. Having a scientifically minded teacher made training feel this enjoyable. In the afternoon, Orochimaru returned to the training ground with 2 syringes. The pair had been training all day and were currently resting. Without a word, Orochimaru administered an injection to both of them. I extracted an active substance from your blood. It should be beneficial for your sage bodies. Now go back and rest. Let the agent take effect. I'll see you here tomorrow morning for an assessment. After resting a while longer, the two returned to the Senju compound where Kushina had also arrived home. She had spent a wonderful day with Minato training together and shopping. The two had officially confirmed their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend. As soon as he was back in his room, Ichigo couldn't resist using the summoning jutsu. With a dizzying swirl, he found himself in a chamber. The white snake sage pipe in mouth observed the youth who wished to contract with the Ryuchi cave. This chakra, this physique. Young man, do you wish to learn sage arts? The white snake sage seemed quite excited at that moment. Ichigo was still bewildered. Wasn't I supposed to be undergoing a trial? Why are we jumping straight to the final step? Our Ryuchi cave's sage arts are the most practical. They don't have the immobility of Mount Myaboku's, nor the harsh requirements of the Shikatsu forests. Learning sage arts here is the most suitable choice for you. White snake sage, why are you so eager for me to learn the Ryuchi cave's sage arts? Although Ichigo yearned for sage arts, the sage's attitude was highly suspicious. Well, since you've signed the contract, you're one of us now. As you've contracted with the Ryuchi cave, you should know that the ninja world has 3 great sage locations: Mount Myaboku, the Ryuchi cave, and the Shikatsu forest. These 3 sacred grounds have always been rivals. Long ago, Mount Myaboku formed a contract with the Sage of 6 Paths, and the Shikatsu forest contracted with the first Hokage. The Ryuchi cave has always lagged behind in this competition. In our frequent skirmishes, the slugs and toads often team up against us snakes. We are in dire need of someone who, like the Sage of 6 Paths or Hashirama Senju, can dominate an era and help us escape our current predicament. But Mount Myaboku and the Shikatsu forest are more famous than us. Finding a suitable genius is incredibly difficult. I never expected that today a genius would walk right into our cave. Learn sage arts. You are the next Hashirama Senju. Looking at the white snake sage, who seemed like the head of a cult, Ichigo hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Then let's begin. The white snake sage slithered nimbly to Ichigo's side, bit his neck with her fangs, and injected a trace of sage chakra into him. Remember this feeling. Focus on the sage chakra. But just as quickly the sensation vanished. Why did you stop? It was too brief. You were still too young. A tiny bit of sage chakra is enough to aid your sage body's development. Too much could overstrain your body and shorten your lifespan. Alright, you may leave now. You must come here once a week from now on. The white snake sage returned to her seat. And my contract with the Ryuchi cave? Ichigo asked cautiously. From this day forth, every snake in the Ryuchi cave will obey your command. Thank you, white snake sage. Ichigo vanished in a puff of smoke. After Ichigo left, the white snake sage could barely contain her excitement. Huh. After thousands of years, the Ryuchi cave finally has a promising prospect. A sage body. That blasted toad of Mount Mayaboku. This time victory shall be ours. Ha ha ha. Back in his room, Ichigo pinched himself. The experience had been so surreal. Was the Ryuchi cave really this generous to him? Just then he felt a warm current surge through his body, and he drifted into a deep, comfortable sleep. The trace of sage chakra from the white snake sage and the active cells from Orochimaru's injection worked together, initiating the development and fusion of his sage body. Snake Uncle's serum is truly effective. Both the quality and quantity of my chakra have increased. If a single vial of Nawaki's blood has this effect, then imagine what Hashirama's cells could do. No. If I keep thinking about it, I won't be able to resist. After tidying up and having a quick meal, Ichi and Nawaki headed to the training ground. Kushina had already gone to have breakfast with Minato much earlier. Ichi, it seems you visited the Ryuchi cave yesterday. How did it feel? Orochimaru had received a message from the Ryuchi cave the previous day, thanking him for bringing them such an exceptional inheritor. If Manda ever disobeys again or demands sacrifices, we can report it to the Ryuchi cave, and the sages will discipline it. Manda, so I've been sold out just like that. This is way too hasty. Orochimaru was quite curious about what use Ichi was to the Ryuchi cave. Their response was that in 10 years there would be a competition among the 3 great sage regions over the distribution of sage chakra, and they needed Ichi's power to defeat the toads and the slugs. It seems yesterday's medicine was quite effective. Both of you have increased your chakra reserves. Let's spar. I need to see how far you've grown. As he finished speaking, a snake slithered out of Orochimaru's mouth, and from the snake's mouth emerged a sword. Seeing this, Ichi drew his own straight sword and infused it with ice-release chakra. Nawaki, on the other hand, pulled out a kunai. His earth and water-release chakra nature wasn't suited for infusing weapons, and he was never skilled in swordsmanship. That was why that sword remained unused until he took Ichi as his student. As usual, Ichi first activated his ice crystal armor to maximize his defenses. There was no way he could win in a direct clash, so stacking up his defenses would at least mean fewer hits later. As Ichi charged forward, the 2 Kusanagi swords clashed. A wave of biting cold traveled from the blade into Orochimaru's hand. Feeling the chill in his hand, Orochimaru's right arm, which held the sword, was already affected by the ice-release chakra, slowing the flow of his chakra. Orochimaru thought to himself, this won't do. Close combat puts me at a disadvantage. My chakra flow will only get slower. If this continues, even I might be dragged down and worn out by him. He retreated a few steps and sheathed his sword. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Countless snakes burst from his sleeves, lunging at Ichi, who slashed them apart with his blade. From behind, Orochimaru Nawaki's voice rang out, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. A massive earthen dragon had lunged at Orochimaru, but the figure inside its jaws crumbled into a lump of earth. Did you really think it would be that easy to take down my earth clone? However, it's not enough. Ichi's tactic of boosting his defense to continuously weaken his opponent is indeed effective, but his flexibility is too poor. The ice armor hampers his movement speed. With that, the Kusanagi sword in Orochimaru's hand suddenly extended, sending Ichi flying. He then used earth release to bury Ichi beneath the ground. Nawaki, your chakra reserves are vast, but your control over it is too poor. In your last Earth Dragon Bullet, a full 40% of the chakra was wasted unnecessarily. Ichi, you need to continue developing your ice release. The techniques we've created so far are all supportive or defensive, lacking destructive power. Your ice release has great potential, you must develop it well. Nawaki, you need to focus on physical training. If you can awaken your bloodline limit, your chakra reserves will surge once more. According to my research, after 2 years of daily physical training combined with the Senju clan sage body, your body will be strong enough to accept the first Hokage's cells and awaken would release. Nawaki felt disheartened upon hearing Orochimaru's words. Does it really have to take that long? Do I even have the talent to awaken would release? Nawaki, don't be discouraged. Trust your teacher. In 2 years you will absolutely reach the level needed to adapt to Hashirama's cells and awaken would release. When that time comes, I will guide you in learning the sage arts of the Ryuchi cave. Nawaki, didn't you say you wanted to become Hokage? Even an idiot like Jiraiya could achieve greatness later in life. Why can't you? Nawaki, Naruto, Hashirama, Kushina. The 4 of them were practically cut from the same mold, their personalities remarkably alike. A simple word of encouragement was enough to reignite Nawaki's fighting spirit. Following Orochimaru's advice, the 2 resumed their individual training. Ichi would often inject a bit of his chakra into Nawaki's body, stimulating the fusion of his earth, water, and yang release chakras. Meanwhile, Ichi's ice release development also shifted towards destructive power. The Ice Dragon protective technique he had was merely a prototype, and other constructed techniques were also being put into action with Orochimaru's help. Minato also signed a contract with Mount Myaboku. At just 13 years old, he was already on the cusp of becoming a jonin. Kushina, however, refused to sign a contract with the toads because she found them slimy. She preferred fluffy creatures. One day, Orochimaru approached Ichi with a form. Ichi, do you want to participate in the Chunin exams? Even though your strength surpasses that of an average jonin, it's still a necessary formality. Can I? But how can I participate alone? Ichi was somewhat surprised. Shouldn't one accumulate experience for a few years before taking the Chunin exams? Participating in the Chunin exams with only jonin-level strength is practically suicide. Minato and Kushina will temporarily form a team with you. It's fine if your ice release gets exposed. The Chunin exams are meant to showcase the power of each hidden village to deter others. No matter what happens, your teacher will protect you. On the other side, Kushina walked over, linking her arm with Minato's. Ichi, sign up. Please. Once we become Chunin, we can leave the village freely. Kushina was incredibly excited, her eyes seemingly burning with flames. Alright. Seeing the fiery look in his sister's eyes, Ichi couldn't bear to refuse and agreed. Both Minato and Ichi had reached jonin-level strength, finally meeting the threshold to learn the flying Raijin technique. The two studied it together before the Chunin exams. Tobirama Senju was truly a genius. The flying Raijin technique demanded exceptionally high spatial aptitude and also required a high level of proficiency in sealing techniques. One must use sealing arts to create their own flying Raijin mark, seal it onto an object, and then by sensing the chakra within it achieve displacement in a manner similar to a reverse summoning. The first step in their training was to learn sealing techniques. Although Ichi was of the Uzumaki clan, he had spent most of his time developing ice release, so the two had no choice but to seek Kushina's help. Since one was her beloved brother, and the other her boyfriend, Kushina naturally gave her all to help. Their studies were however forced to be interrupted by the Chunin exams. The village was filled with many unfamiliar faces. All the major hidden villages had arrived with the exception of their old rivals Awakens. Ichi spotted many familiar faces: Mei Terumī and Ao from the future Kirigakure Pakura of the Scorch release from Suna, and the third Raikage from Kimogakure. It was absurd. The fourth Raikage was 18 and still participating in the Chunin exams. Orochimaru, standing nearby, pointed at the fourth Raikage in the distance. Be careful of him. The elite Jonin-yu and the third Hokage took down was once his teacher. Word has it he's come to Konoha for the Chunin exams specifically to avenge him. Ichi was a bit speechless. I didn't even kill that guy. The third Hokage knocked him out. He died from your experiments, Orochimaru-sensei, so it's hardly my fault. After feeling down for a while, Ichigo finally accepted reality. Whatever my teacher, my brother, my brother's teacher, and my teacher's teacher are all here. With my 17 cards, you can't possibly beat me. If you dare try, I'll have my sister release her fox at your doorstep. Ichigo had no mood to greet these unfamiliar faces. Judging by the look in the third Raikage's eyes standing before the fourth Raikage, it was clear that this man also wanted him dead. I'd better not go out alone for the next few days. Orochimaru smiled and said, don't worry. I've developed a special substitution technique using Ryuchi Cave's Sage Art Chakra. By contracting a serpent to pay a strand of Sage Chakra, I can use my own chakra for the rest. It's safe and convenient. I'll teach it to you in Nawaki when we get back today. Orochimaru-style substitution jutsu. I'd call it the ultimate life-saving technique in the ninja world. Snake Sage finally perfected it. Combined with my Sage body's immense chakra, this is simply unbeatable. Ichigo was thrilled. The sense of security this technique provided was immense. If Kushina weren't so adamant about not signing a contract with Ryuchi Cave, he would have insisted she learn it too. Back home, Ichigo immediately began learning the Orochimaru-style substitution jutsu. Refuse to grind. No. If it doesn't kill you, grind until you drop. The ninja world is so dangerous. Only learning can bring me a sense of security. Uzumaki Ichigo. Time quickly arrived at the Chunin exams. The first stage was crossing the forest of death, teeming with dangerous beasts, some even possessing jonin-level strength. After signing a death waiver, the trio of three entered the forest. With his mind's eye of Kagura, the entire forest was like a sandbox to Ichigo. He could see exactly where everyone was and where the powerful beasts lurked. Wait. This feeling. Ichigo led the other two in a seemingly wrong direction, but they followed without question, trusting him completely. After walking for over 10 minutes, a giant serpent appeared before Ichigo. You're a snake from Ryuchi Cave, aren't you? Let us through this forest. Ichigo didn't stand on ceremony with the serpent. Yes, Lord Ichigo. The serpent showed no resistance. Ichigo had visited Ryuchi Cave many times, and every snake of any strength knew him. As their ancestors would say, our Ryuchi Cave sage arts haven't had a successor for a long time. This kid is the hope of our revival. Be obedient out there, or the elder will have your heads. Kushina was excited on the serpent's back despite having been so reluctant to sign the contract. Wow, this is so fast, so thrilling. The giant serpent weaved swiftly through the forest, and the three of them rode it like a roller coaster. Ichigo silently memorized the serpent's chakra signature. A serpent this fast and stable was rare, even in Ryuchi Cave. The first stage with a 2-day time limit was completed by Ichigo's team in just 2.5 hours. They could have been even faster if they hadn't taken detours to avoid unnecessary battles. After reaching the finish line, Ichigo couldn't help but ask the serpent, "Do you have a name?" "Lord Ichigo, only the most powerful serpents in Ryuchi Cave have names. I'm not strong enough yet." The serpent looked a bit dejected. "If you don't mind, how about I give you a name? I haven't yet been acknowledged by a great serpent in Ryuchi Cave. How about you be my contracted serpant? Room and board included." Ichigo enticed the serpent. "Oh really? I'd be honored, Lord Ichigo." The serpent nodded eagerly. "Then how about Shuriken?" "Thank you, Lord Ichigo, for the name." Shuriken didn't care what the name was at this point. Ichigo was a celebrity in Ryuchi Cave, and signing a contract with him would instantly boost his own status. Shuriken felt like he was floating on air. What incredible luck. Just going out for a small errand had led him to the pinnacle of serpent life. "Shuriken, go back for now. I'll call you when I need you." "Yes, Lord Ichigo." With that, he vanished in a puff of smoke, returning to Ryuchi Cave. Ichigo watched the smoke dissipate. "Actually, I meant for you to go back into the forest." "Whatever. Minato sis, let's head in. We're definitely the #1 team." The third Hokage and the third Raikage, who were still conversing, were both astonished that a team had reached the finish line so quickly. After registering, the trio left the exam site to prepare for the team battles next week. A day later, the first exam officially concluded. Of the 8 surviving teams, 2 were from Konoha, 1 from Kumogakure, 1 from Kirigakure, and the rest were from smaller villages. After a week of rest, the second exam, the team battles, began at the Konoha arena. Kumogakure versus Konoha Team 2. Konoha versus Kirigakure. Sunagakure versus Hyuga. Amigakure versus Takigakure. Konoha Team 2's trio of extras was no match for the 4th Raikage. After a quick repair of the arena, Ichigo's team faced the Kirigakure team. Ichigo initiated the attack, drawing his blade and charging forward. The Fang Man also raised his weapon and clashed with him. Kushina intercepted Mei Terumī, and Minato engaged Ao. After a few exchanges, Ichigo quickly found an opening in the Fang Man's defense and slashed, but no blood was spilled. The Hozuki clan's elementalization. "What an enviable ability," Ichigo remarked, looking at the Fang Man. "Nice to meet you. I'm Hozuki Gecko." The man introduced himself politely. "You don't have to be so polite. It makes it hard for me to go all out against you." Ichigo held his forehead with one hand, while arcs of electricity began to crackle along the blade in his other hand. Though he wasn't skilled in lightning release, channeling some lightning chakra into his weapon was easy enough. Seeing the lightning arcs, Hozuki Gecko immediately switched opponents, dashing towards Kushina, while Mei Terumī stepped forward to face Ichigo. However, Ao was already on the verge of defeat in the other fight. Seeing this, Mei Terumī grew anxious and unleashed her own Kekkei Gunkai lava release lava melting jutsu. In her desperation, Mei Terumī used her bloodline limit to take down Ichigo quickly and turn the tide. With corrosive liquids surging from all directions, Ichigo had no room to dodge. No choice. Ice release, ice wall. As the words left his mouth, a wall of ice rose from the ground, shielding him. Mei Terumī stared in shock at the wall. Ice. Ice release. Impossible. Pink hair. Could he be a half-breed abandoned by the Yuki clan? While Mei was stunned, Minato had already taken down Ao. As a sensory ninja, lasting that long against Minato was already a feat. For Mei Terumī and Hozuki Gecko, the disadvantage on the field was all because of Ichigo alone. If they could take him down, the other two wouldn't be able to handle Hozuki Gecko. The two exchanged a glance and simultaneously attacked Uzumaki Ichigo, hoping to break through. As they rushed towards him, Ichigo swung his blade, unleashing a wave of freezing energy that froze Hozuki Gecko solid. His water-based elementalization only accelerated the freezing process, and he was quickly eliminated by Minato from behind. It's just you now? Surrender. There's no need to push yourself. It's not good for either of us. Unwilling to reveal more of his trump cards, Ichigo opted for a little talk no jutsu. Are you looking down on me? Mei Terumī gritted her silver teeth. Ninja art hidden mist technique. Ichigo's attempt at talk no jutsu failed, and it seemed he had only managed to provoke her further. Within the thick mist, only Ichigo knew the location of everyone. Minato and Kushina stood back-to-back, alert and wary, knowing that recklessly unleashing jutsu in the fog could potentially harm Ichigo. The dense mist was a sensor ninja's domain. This tactic normally required Ao's assistance, but no one anticipated their two allies falling so quickly. Using his sage art Kagura's heart insight, Ichigo gradually closed in on Mei Terumī, gathering ice release chakra in his hand. The moment he spotted her, he lunged forward, intending to freeze her instantly. Mei, hearing his approach, whipped around and launched a counterattack. A clash between lava release and ice release erupted. Ichigo, wielding his weapon, relentlessly pressed Mei backward. The stubborn young woman refused to surrender, even when the odds were overwhelmingly against her. Ichigo pulled back, formed hand signs, and attempted to end the battle with a jutsu. Ice release freezing beam. Lava release melting monster. Mei was 2 years younger than Ichigo, and the disparity in their chakra reserves was vast. After the clash of the two jutsu, the remnants of her chakra were frozen solid, leaving her with no choice but to concede defeat. Excuse me, are you a member of the Yuki clan? I heard from this lady that your name is Uzumaki Ichigo, but your hair isn't red like the others. It's a diluted pink. Could you be of the Yuki clan's bloodline from our hidden mist village? After the battle, Mei Terumī found Ichigo and asked the question that had been troubling her for a long time. Huh. No. I'm a pure-blooded Uzumaki. He gestured towards Kushina. She's my biological sister. As for my hair, it's just an accident. Oh, Mei felt a pang of disappointment. If Ichigo were a descendant of the Yuki clan, luring him back to the mist would surely secure the clan's support, potentially even allowing her to contend for the position of the fourth Mizukage within her own family. Don't be upset. Come on, I'll show you around Konoha. Kushina grabbed Mei's shoulders, glancing back at Ichigo with a look that clearly said, Brother Mei is too much for you to handle. Let your big sister scout ahead first. The friendship between women was a strange thing. In just one day, Kushina had gained another bosom friend. Throughout their time together, Kushina constantly sang her brother's praises to Mei. She had initially planned to set him up with her only close friend, Uchiha Mikoto. But before she could make a move, that dog named Uchiha Fugaku had snapped her up. Kushina, who experienced the sweetness of love daily, didn't want her brother to remain forever single. Well, honestly, she just wanted to find him a girlfriend, so he would stop competing with her over Minato's time. As for the outcome, Kushina wasn't going to force it. Love couldn't be coerced, as she was merely planting a seed. Having been in a relationship for over a year, Kushina could easily see the flicker of interest in her brother's eyes. Brother, your big sister has done all she can. As the individual tournament drew closer, Kushina continued to drag Mei around Konoha for days of fun and sightseeing. The final round of the Chunin exams began the day after Ichigo was discharged from the hospital. Ichigo was unconcerned. The odds of him being matched against the fourth Raikage among the 12 participants were less than 1 in 10. But as the names were called one by one and the final matchup was displayed, the hope in Ichigo's heart died. Uzumaki Ichigo versus I. The preceding 5 matches concluded swiftly, with both Kushina and Minato winning with ease. The main event was the showdown between Ichigo and I. Ichigo looked up at the third Hokage and Jiraiya, who were smiling down from the viewing platform. I think they did this on purpose. This is rigged. Across from him, Ice body began to emanate a blue chakra glow. I will avenge Fubuki myself. Prepare to die, kid. Facing Ice overwhelming fighting spirit, Ichigo's mind wandered. If I take him down, will he start clinging to me for rematches like he does with Minato? It was well known that the fourth Raikage had been obsessed with Minato Namikaze ever since he lost to him once. Forget it, since it's come to this, if I don't strike first, I'll just be asking to get hit. Ichigo also focused his mind preparing for battle. Lightning release armor. Ice release armor. I and Ichigo activated their augmentation techniques simultaneously. I, a speed-type shinobi, made the first move with astonishing speed. His raw physical speed rivaled the body flicker technique. In an instant, he appeared behind Ichigo, chopping a hand blade wreathed in savage lightning release chakra towards Ichigo's neck. The speed was too fast. Ichigo was sent flying before he could even react, but thankfully the ice release armor on his body absorbed most of the damage. Spitting out a mouthful of blood as he flew, Ichigo thought he's fast. His chakra level is only that of a special jonin, yet his combat ability is more absurd than that last elite jonin. As I suspected, I underestimated him before. The Cloud's Taijutsu ninjutsu system can't be judged by chakra reserves alone. Ice release, ice crystal barrier. As Ichigo's chakra surged outward, the temperature within the arena plummeted. Seeing that Ichigo could still stand after taking his full-powered strike, I immediately moved to finish him off. But Ichigo had been sent flying too far, and before I could reach him, the ice barrier was already complete. Frost spread across the entire arena in an instant. I felt his own chakra flow slow down. And it wasn't just I. Every shinobi in the arena, including the Kage watching from the stands, felt their chakra being affected by the barrier. All chakra was suppressed by the barrier's influence. The weaker Genin could no longer mold chakra at all, and even some Chunin found themselves unable to use jutsu properly. Ice Fist was about to land on Ichigo, but he dodged it. Within the barrier, Ichigo's speed was greatly enhanced. With this shift in advantage, Ichigo, a ninjutsu-type shinobi, could actually match a taijutsu powerhouse in speed. This was the power of field control. Ichigo's infuriating fighting style was the bane of all taijutsu users, and this barrier maximized its efficiency. I felt his chakra continuously freezing and was utterly frustrated. His opponent's ice release targeted chakra itself, rendering his proud physical defenses completely useless. If I were an Uchiha, he might have awakened his Sharingan out of sheer rage. Are you even a man? If you've got the guts, fight me face to face like a real shinobi. Ichigo couldn't help but roll his eyes. Yeah, sure. How do you know I'm still just a kid? You've got at least 5 or 6 more years of training than me. How do you have the nerve to say that? Ice face flushed red with embarrassment, though it was nearly invisible against his dark skin. Knowing he was in the wrong, he said nothing more. Instead, he furiously mobilized his chakra, preparing for a quick resolution. His body tensed, visible arcs of electricity crackled across his skin, and his hair stood on end. Ichigo couldn't help but quip, "Your hair's yellow too, you know. You look even more like a Super Saiyan than the last guy." Hearing this only enraged I further. "Don't worry, I'll send you to meet him soon enough. Then you can compare all you want." Lightning Plow Double Lariat. Blue chakra converged in ice hands, and he struck Ichigo in an instant. Fueled by rage, the chakra-infused hand blade shattered the armor on Ichigo's body. This is insane. This armor could even block an S-rank jutsu, and he broke it in one hit. In the future, the fourth Raikage would use this move to shatter even Susanoo. Ichigo looked at the enraged eye and thought, I've really messed up this time. From the viewing stand, a voice called out, Ichigo, go for it. Ichigo looked toward the sound, and saw Kushina and Mei Terumī watching him from the audience. This wasn't some anime where the power of friendship or a rousing speech could unlock hidden potential and let you overpower your opponent. Ichigo hadn't felt much fighting spirit for this match. His natural advantage over taijutsu users made him treat the fight half-heartedly. With so many powerful figures watching from above, neither he nor I could truly kill the other, so his motivation was low. But as he saw Mei Terumī watching him from beside Kushina, a fierce desire to win surged within him. This battle, I don't want to lose. Ice Release, Ice Dragon Guard. Unlike when he'd fought the Cloud's elite Jonin before, this jutsu was now fully developed. The massive dragon wings could even wrap around his entire body, his upper half encased in highly concentrated dragon-shaped ice crystals. This time I won't hurt myself. Ice Crystal Prison. Ichigo charged straight at Ai. The point of impact erupted in a massive burst of ice crystals. Despite blocking most of the damage with his lightning release armor and raw physical toughness, I couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood. No matter how strong his body, his internal organs couldn't escape the impact. He was hurt. Ichigo wasn't in great shape either. Ice Hand Blade had connected with him during the landing. The Ice Dragon Guard excelled in boosting speed and power, but its defensive capabilities were lacking. It was essentially like taking Ice Lightning Plow Double Lariat directly to the body. That single blow had taken half of Ichigo's life. Here it comes. Ice Release, Ice Oath. Ichigo's Ice Release chakra was depleted in an instant, but in exchange his strength and speed surged once more. He flapped the ice wings behind him. I refused to be outdone, drawing on his remaining chakra. Lightning Release Lariat. But hampered by the ice's influence, his jutsu was a beat too slow. He was ultimately sent flying by a punch from the gliding Ichigo. The third Hokage stood up and announced, I declare, the winner of this battle is Uzumaki Ichigo. The victor of this match will be promoted to Chunin. Congratulations to you both. The audience erupted in cheers. The tickets had been worth every penny. The Jonin battle had been as spectacular as a Jonin-level fight. Ichigo, having deactivated his jutsu, slumped to the ground in exhaustion. I looked over at him. Uzumaki Ichigo. I acknowledge you. No sooner had I spoken than he collapsed. Ichigo held on for a moment longer before passing out as well. A day later, Ichigo woke up in Konoha Hospital with Kushina and Minato cuddling beside him. Minato was the first to notice he was awake. Ichigo, you're up. How are you feeling? Recalling the battle from the day before, the weakness from using the Ice Oath had already faded. This was a life-saving jutsu Ichigo had developed himself. By expending all his Ice Release chakra, it drastically enhanced his physical attributes and even accelerated healing. But it placed a heavy burden on the body, leaving him weakened for a time afterward. What are you staring at? She's already gone back to Kirigakure. Kushina looked at him with a mix of disappointment and frustration. I gave you the perfect opportunity, and you blew it. My little brother isn't going to be a lonely bachelor forever, is he? Kushina lamented that she had already become sworn sisters with Mei Terumī, yet her own brother hadn't made a single move. Some people were just impossible to help. Sis, I'm certain we will meet again. Kushina said, nothing more, for matters of the heart were beyond explanation. Love at first sight and mere infatuation were hardly different. In the Hokage's office, Danzo had once again begun his confrontation with the third Hokage. Hiruzen, you must hand over that Ice Release Uzumaki brat to me. Root needs an infusion of fresh blood. At this moment, Danzo was filled with deep regret. That sly old fox Hiruzen Sarutobi had hidden Uzumaki Ichigo too well. He had known a child with the Ice Release bloodline existed in the village, but hadn't taken it seriously, having only requested him from the third once before letting the matter drop. After all, Danzo had witnessed the ice release of the Hidden Mist village. It was neither tempting nor worth discarding. Its power wasn't top tier compared to other bloodlines. Who could have known this Uzumaki Ichigo's ice release would be so absurdly formidable, practically the bane of all taijutsu users? I will take him as my disciple and pass down my legacy. I will forge him into Konoha's sharpest spear. Danzo grew more impassioned with each word, but the third Hokage across from him didn't believe a single syllable of his speech. He knew his old friend all too well. No one understood Danzo's obsession with the title of Hokage better than Hiruzen Sarutobi himself. For Danzo, it wasn't merely about power. It was about earning the recognition of the second Hokage. He yearned to personally lead Konoha to the pinnacle of the shinobi world. Danzo Ichigo is already Orochimaru's disciple. Your world is too dark for him. Hiruzen, enough. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Danzo had no choice but to leave the office. Hiruzen, you will regret this. The third Hokage tapped his desk, and an ANBU operative wearing a mask appeared before him. Bring Uzumaki Ichigo to see me. At Konoha Hospital, Ichigo had just packed his belongings to head home when he turned to find a masked ANBU appearing before him. This can't be a route Operative Danzo sent to drag me off, right? The ANBU merely stated, the Hokage requests your presence at his office. With that, the ANBU departed without a moment's pause. Aloof. Probably not from route. Arriving at the Hokage's office, the third wore his usual genial smile. Little Ichiho, you're a chunin now. How would you like to train in the ANBU? Noticing Ichiho's hesitation, the third attempted to sway him with material incentives. In the ANBU, you can access various jutsu and equipment unavailable elsewhere. Moreover, ANBU members receive generous compensation for completed missions. It does require frequent travel outside the village, but don't worry. After a few years, I can transfer you to the Hokage's direct ANBU division, so you won't have to leave the village anymore. From the long-winded speech, Ichiho distilled only a few key points: good pay and frequent travel outside the village. Lord Third, I'm willing to join the ANBU. The third Hokage had been prepared to list more advantages to entice him, but was surprised by his swift agreement. Very well, head home for now. Someone will come find you tonight. Back home, Ichiho once again sought out Minato to study the Flying Thunder God technique, much to Kushina's chagrin. I missed the days when you were stuck in the hospital. That evening, a silver-haired man in a Konoha flak jacket appeared at Ichiho's door. Is Uzumaki Ichiho home? I'm Tsukumo Hatake, here to see him. Ichiho stepped outside, finding it hard to reconcile the gentle, handsome man before him with the battlefield reaper known as Konoha's White Fang. White Fang-sama, I am Uzumaki Ichiho. Tsukumo was taken aback. Weren't the Uzumaki clan known for red hair? This pink. Was it a genetic mutation? As the head of the ANBU, Tsukumo was perpetually busy, and with a 5-year-old son like Kakashi Hatake to care for at home, he had only heard of Ichiho's exploits without ever meeting him in person. Hello. Ichiho, I'm Tsukumo Hatake. No need for formalities, just call me uncle. You remind me a bit of my Kakashi. I'll bring you over to meet my son sometime. I'm sure he'll take a liking to you. Tsukumo cleared his throat. Anyway, on a serious note, starting today, I'm your ANBU squad captain. During missions, we use code names. I'll take you to get your gear and mask shortly. You'll need to come up with your own code name. Looking at the gentle man before him, Ichiho felt a bit bewildered. Konoha's White Fang. This contrast is way too extreme. Uncle Tsukumo, aren't you supposed to be the ruthless type who carves through the sand village without blinking? Where's your intimidating aura? Aren't you supposed to be cold and aloof? My image of you as a heroic figure has completely shattered. Ichiho took a moment to compose himself. Alright, Uncle Tsukumo. My code name will be Akiji. Tsukumo pondered for a moment. Akiji, does it have any special meaning? Don't mind me, just curious. Nothing special, uncle. I just think a ninja who doesn't aspire to be an admiral isn't a good Grim Reaper, just like spaghetti absolutely needs no. 36 concrete. Ichiho had clearly descended into nonsense. In truth, he just couldn't think of a name and casually borrowed one. Tsukumo stared at the young man, falling silent. It seems I'm getting old. I can no longer keep up with the younger generation's thinking. Ichiho, let's go get your equipment. When there's a mission, I'll come find you a day in advance. If you have questions about training, feel free to ask. I'm quite accomplished in swordsmanship. Under Tsukumo's guidance, Ichiho received a set of ANBU armor, a short blade, and a mask cat-shaped. As your captain, I should have taken you out for a meal on the first day, but I can't leave Kakashi home alone. I'm worried. Tsukumo looked at Ichiho thoughtfully. Ichiho, how about coming over for dinner? I think Kakashi will like you. Is that alright? I'd be honored to visit Uncle Tsukumo. Ichiho wasn't particularly interested in the meal itself. Beyond seeing a young Kakashi, he was far more curious to witness Konoha's White Fang cooking. Following Tsukumo to the Hatake residence, Kakashi was sitting at home, already wearing his mask at just 5 years old. After exchanging greetings, Ichiho and Kakashi became acquainted. Tsukumo donned an apron and headed into the kitchen. Ichiho couldn't quite articulate the feeling stirring within him. It was roughly akin to the last shred of hope in my heart has finally died. Konoha's White Fang's image was utterly ruined in Ichiho's eyes, a sensation akin to witnessing his idols fall from grace. With Tsukumo cooking, the living room was left to just Ichiho and Kakashi. Suddenly, a question that had plagued Ichiho for over 700 episodes resurfaced: what exactly did Kakashi Hatake look like beneath that mask? But after some deliberation, he set the thought aside for now. After all, bullying someone's son on the very first visit wouldn't be proper. He'd wait until they were better acquainted before making his move. Kakashi suddenly felt a chill, which quickly vanished. Hey, are you my father's new teammate? Ichigo patted Kakashi's head. Yes, I'm the new member of Shirsue's squad. Kakashi tried to dodge, but a 5-year-old was no match for Ichigo's grasp. After chatting with Kakashi for a while, Tsukumo Hatake emerged with a plate of grilled sori. Ichigo, try my cooking. I'm quite confident in my sori. Ichigo had grown accustomed to the stark contrast of the White Fang of Konoha. Tsukumo's culinary skills were surprisingly excellent, and after the meal, Ichigo took his leave from the Hatake residence. The shock from tonight was significant, and it would take some time to fully process. The next day, the White Fang introduced Ichigo to his new squad members. Although he was the ANBU commander, he still fought on the front lines, and thus led his own ANBU team. Akiji, this is Owl. The White Fang gestured to a woman wearing a bird-shaped mask. And he is Wind. A man with a fox mask nodded at Ichigo. From today on you are Team 7 of the 1st AMBU Division. You can take on regular missions individually or as a group. If there's an AMBU mission, I'll inform you a few days in advance. And so Ichigo fell back into a monotonous daily routine. Each day was spent on AMBU missions, occasionally venturing out of the village with the White Fang. In his spare time, he would pester Kushina about Minato. Don't get the wrong idea. It was just about researching the Flying Thunder God technique together. Then he'd head over to the Hitaki residence for a meal. It wasn't that he couldn't afford his own food, but watching Tsukumo cook in an apron was simply more cost-effective. After a year, Minato and Ichigo had managed to create their own personal Flying Thunder God marks. As expected, Minato's was the Kanai of the Flying Thunder God, while Ichigo's was a mark of Eternal Frost. From that point on, further mastery of the technique had to be achieved independently. The understanding of space was a personal insight that couldn't be shared. Their method of comprehension was to repeatedly use the reverse summoning technique. One would torment Mount Mayaboku, the other the Ryuchi cave, draining the sage's chakra from both places. One day, upon finally grasping the threshold of the Flying Thunder God technique, Ichigo returned home only to receive grim news from ANBU. Captain White Fang's mission failure has caused tremendous losses to the village. Upon hearing the news, Ichigo rushed to the Hitaki residence. The White Fang was sitting at home utterly dejected. The mission had been perilous and he had chosen his most experienced squad for it. The mission had been completed, but due to a mistake by a squad member they were exposed. To save his comrades, Tsukumo abandoned the acquired intelligence and turned back to rescue them. After the failure, the White Fang was instead blamed by his own teammates. Approaching him, Ichigo saw his eyes were hollow and lifeless, as if his very core had shattered, leaving him devoid of any spirit. "Ah, Ichigo, it's you." Seeing the once gentle man reduced to this state, Ichigo knew he had to do something. Otherwise, the White Fang would inevitably meet the same end as in the original story, taking his own life. "Uncle Tsukumo, this isn't your fault. Didn't you teach us when we first joined ANBU that a comrade's life is more important than anything else?" Ichigo grabbed Tsukumo's shoulders, shaking him as he pleaded. But upon making contact, he sensed a strange chakra within Tsukumo's body. Without physical contact, no ordinary sensory ninja would have detected the abnormality in his chakra. "What is this?" "Uncle, please calm down. This isn't the real you. Your chakra is abnormal. You're being influenced." "Uncle, think back. Who have you seen since returning to the village?" Tsukumo's eyes were dull, as if thinking for a long time. "The third. Hokage Hamura Midokado, and sure." "Ah." Tsukumo clutched his head, muttering in pain, "Sure. Shimura. Danzo." After saying this, he seemed to lose all his strength and collapsed to the ground. Kakashi approached as well. Although his father had been despondent these past few days, his behavior had otherwise been normal. If it weren't for Ichigo, a sensory ninja, noticing the anomaly, he would never have discovered the problem with his father's body. Ichigo, already suspicious upon sensing the chakra, had his suspicions confirmed upon hearing Shimura Danzo's name. "Kakashi, watch over your father. I'm going to find a way to cure him. Don't let him do anything foolish." Kakashi nodded. "I'll watch over him until you return." Leaving the Hitaki residence, Ichigo headed straight for the Uchiha compound. His sister was close to Uchiha Mikoto, and he was familiar with both her and Uchiha Fugaku. "Is Fugaku-san home?" Uchiha Fugaku stepped out. "Ah, Ichigo. What's the matter?" "No time to explain, Fugaku-san, come with me." After pulling Fugaku to the Hitaki residence, Ichigo explained the situation, hoping Fugaku could use his Sharingan to restore the White Fang to normal. Upon entering, Tsukumo was still sitting on the floor, just as before. Fugaku activated his Sharingan and used Genjutsu on the White Fang, attempting to override and cancel the foreign chakra. At 20 he had 3 Tomo, but he was powerless against this technique. The Uchiha clan surely had hidden Mangekyo users, but Ichigo didn't trust them. Fugaku only awakened his Mangekyo after the Third Great Ninja War. Shursui Uchiha was only 2 years old now. A well-placed Izunami could have saved Tsukumo, but the circumstances didn't allow it. Later that night, Ichigo sneaked back to the Hitaki residence. "Who's there?" Kakashi tensed up, grabbing his father's short blade. Ichigo stepped forward. "It's me, Kakashi. I'm here to talk about Uncle Tsukumo." Ichigo set up a ceiling barrier inside the room. "Kakashi, if I'm not mistaken, Uncle Tsukumo was ambushed by Danzo. You might not know him, but if you ever meet him, don't trust his words and never go with him." Ichigo paused. Danzo's hidden right eye is a Sharingan, likely from his deceased comrade Uchiha Kagami. Its level is too high for Fugaku to break. I don't trust other Uchiha to do it. I need your consent for this, Kakashi. I will seal Uncle Tsukumo in ice, putting his body into a state of suspended animation. I promise to restore him within 10 years. Kakashi hesitated. Ichigo pressed on. "The effects of that jutsu are spreading. Trust me, this is the best solution." In the end, Kakashi agreed. Ichigo was right. What was the point of holding on? His father's condition was worsening. He might lose himself completely if they waited any longer. Ichigo took the White Fang's short blade and cut his own hand. Unfortunately, the wound healed quickly. He had to make several cuts to stage the scene of Tsukumo's suicide. Using a vast amount of chakra, Ichigo forged an unbreakable ice coffin and reinforced it with sealing techniques. After finishing the arrangements at the scene and giving Kakashi his instructions, Ichi left. Early the next morning Ichi came by under the guise of checking on Tsukumo, seamlessly explaining why Tsukumo's body had been placed in the ice coffin. That very day news of the White Fang's suicide spread throughout Konoha. Every notable figure in the village attended his funeral. The third Hokage's face was etched with regret. He had allowed the public outcry to fester, intending to suppress the White Fang's influence and clear the path for his own disciple to succeed him as the fourth Hokage. He never imagined it would snuff out the man entirely. Danzo Shimura 2 years later also felt a pang of regret. His initial plan was to use the public sentiment to weaken the White Fang, then use Kagami's Mangekyo Sharingan to control him during his moment of confusion. He hadn't expected to control him straight into the grave. 3 days later Kakashi and Ichi laid the White Fang to rest in the Hitaki clan's ancestral grounds. The seal on the ice coffin would alert Ichi the moment it was tampered with, so there was no fear of grave robbers. After settling everything, Ichi submitted 2 applications to the third Hokage, one for his promotion to Jonin and another to formally adopt Kakashi. In the Hokage's office, the third looked over Ichi's applications, growing even more pleased with him. The more sentimental a person was, the more controllable they became. As Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi never shied away from viewing people through the lens of their darkest potential. Human nature is complex. External chains can never truly bind a free heart. Only emotion and bonds can make someone willingly accept their shackles. Madara Uchiha had left too deep an impression on the third. Every strong shinobi of Konoha must belong to the village heart and soul. In the third's eyes, Ichi's ties to Konoha were now profound enough. No matter how powerful he became, he would forever be Konoha's Uzumaki Ichi. After a moment's thought, the third addressed an Anbu hidden in the shadows. Summon Jiraiya and Uzumaki Ichi to see me. With that, he stamped his approval on both of Ichi's applications. The two arrived at the Hokage's office promptly. The third, still working, nodded in satisfaction at their presence. Let's go. We're heading to Training Ground 54. Once they arrived, the third spoke to Ichi. Little Ichi, all you need to do is hold out against Jiraiya for 20 minutes, and you pass the assessment. He recalled Ichi's stalling tactics and formidable defenses. Though if Jiraiya couldn't take him down in 20 minutes, he probably wouldn't win at all. The timer started and Ichi began with his classic opening move, the Ice Crystal Armor. Fight first, stack defenses. Jiraiya, looking at Ichi completely encased in the ice blue armor, could only sigh in exasperation. This turtle shell style of fighting was unique to him in the entire ninja world. Ichi, how about you take off the armor? We're on the same side. This isn't any fun. Jiraiya tried to coax him with words, making no move to attack. We're too familiar for this. No need to be so serious. Even if you fail with your strength, the old man will promote you anyway. After stalling for 10 minutes with idle chatter, Jiraiya finally unclasped his hands from behind his back. Summoning Jutsu. A puff of smoke erupted, revealing 2 small toads before Ichi. It was none other than the 2 sages Fukasaku and Shima. Ichi was speechless. Hey, this is going too far. You chat to stall for time and gather chakra to summon the sages of Mount Mayaboku. How underhanded. Jiraiya, empowered by the 2 sages, entered sage mode. Ha, this isn't underhanded. It's called strategy. Ichi, welcome to the world of adults. Wait, Senior Jiraiya, you better think this through. You hit me today, and my sister will definitely get back at you. Jiraiya paused, then burst into laughter, unable to stop. You? Haha. Did you know? It's your sister. Huh. Who told me to beat you up? Because you keep hogging all of Minato's alone time with her. So your sister promised me that if I put you in the hospital for a few days today, she'd help me win over Tsunade. Prepare yourself, kid. Your hospital stay is booked for today. Of course, Jiraiya couldn't go all out. If he seriously hurt Ichi, the female Tyrannosaurus on one side, Kushina, would instantly turn into a green tea bitch and activate the female Tyrannosaurus Pro Max Plus on the other side, Tsunade, guaranteeing a single punch that would embed him into Konoha's very foundations. Once in sage mode, Jiraiya only had 10 minutes left, so he couldn't really do much to Ichi, especially since his ultimate moves were off the table. Ichi sustained some injuries, but nothing serious. To give Jiraiya face, even though they were just scratches, Ichi checked himself into Konoha Hospital. Jiraiya declared that from now on Ichi was his sworn brother, and he would never refuse any request. Of course, Jiraiya didn't anticipate that the payback, or the favor, would come so quickly. Ichi found Jiraiya that very day with a simple goal, to borrow money. He had adopted Kakashi and couldn't very well keep crashing at the Senju compound, and staying at the Hitaki estate felt wrong too. A new life needed a new beginning. Ichi borrowed half of Jiraiya's savings. Half of a Kaga-level shinobi's fortune plus what Ichi had saved over the years and the allowance from Mito Uzumaki. Ahem. Actually, the vast majority of it was the allowance from Mito Uzumaki. He bought a huge piece of land nestled between mountains and a river. That's right. Ichi bought the mountain and the water along with it. Jiraiya, as promised, received Kushina's help and managed to have a meal with Tsunade. That's right. It was just the 2 of them sharing a meal. Suffice to say, Jiraiya still has a long road ahead in his pursuit of Tsunade. The next day, Jiraiya's tragedy continued. Kushina came to him for a loan, as well, seeing that her little brother had moved out. At 14, she figured it was time she had her own home. So just like Ichi, she first bled Jiraiya dry. Combining her own savings with Minato's and the allowance from Mito Uzumaki, she built a house right next door to Ichi's. Not buying the mountain and river made it considerably cheaper than Ichi's place. On the third day, Nawaki Senju had had enough. Alright. Everyone's moving out, leaving me isolated, huh? If it's just me and my sister in that house, I'll get beaten up every single day. So Nawaki bought land there too and built a house right next to Kushina's. Nawaki had intended to mooch off Jiraiya as well, but the man was truly tapped out. Feeling sorry for his teacher Orochimaru and his lack of research funds, Nawaki borrowed money from Kushina to build his house. And so the world where only Jiraiya gets hurt was achieved. It's said that from that day on, the legendary Sannin Jiraiya was frequently seen coming and going from the mission assignment desk. Of course, Ichi, Kushina, and Nawaki would often return to the Senju compound to visit Mito Uzumaki. As for Kakashi, Ichi shoved him right back into the ninja academy. At this point, Kakashi was already a chunin. Ichi completely ignored Kakashi's protests. Do you even know how much of your chunin rank is a sham? When I got promoted to chunin, I could already take on jonin. And you graduated early. Get back to the academy and settle down. Forced by Ichi's verbal education and the threat of his fists, Kakashi returned to the academy to dominate the competition. It was a true return of the Dragon King. At the Ninja Academy, Ichigo also caught a glimpse of the future villain Obito Uchiha. How to describe him? Setting aside his voice and appearance, this kid was practically the spitting image of Nawaki Senju. So could Nawaki's illness now be transmitted through the air? Life seemed to return to its routine. After moving to a new house, Ichigo lived with Kakashi, though Ichigo couldn't cook. Every day, the 7-year-old Kakashi had to get up to cook for the 14-year-old Ichigo. Ichigo's only role in the kitchen was to provide ice cubes. Sometimes it was hard to tell who had adopted whom. Ichigo continued to slack off at the ANBU. With White Fang gone, he had even less reason to leave the village. He would spend his days visiting Minato next door to research jutsu and developing the sage body with Nawaki. A few months later, Orochimaru, who had been missing for a long time, suddenly appeared before Ichigo and Nawaki. Orochimaru looked so frail now, as if a gust of wind could topple him. He was haggard, but contradictory to that, his face was filled with unrestrained excitement. Without a word, Orochimaru plunged a syringe he was holding into Nawaki's body. After being injected with the cells, Nawaki immediately lost all strength and collapsed to the ground. Moments later, he began convulsing violently and foaming at the mouth. Seeing Orochimaru preparing to inject him next, Ichigo pointed at Nawaki and said, "Orochimaru-sensei, I think we should hold off on the Hashirama cells. The most important thing right now is to save Nawaki." Orochimaru, acting like a man possessed, flashed behind Ichigo in an instant and injected the serum into him. After enduring for a while, Ichigo also collapsed like Nawaki. When Ichigo regained consciousness, he found himself inside a cultivation tank with Nawaki in the tank next to him. Seeing this, Orochimaru, who was recording data, broke Ichigo's tank. "Ichigo, how do you feel?" Orochimaru's hoarse voice came through. He still looked so haggard. It was clear that he had not rested well for a long time for their sake. Perhaps not rested at all. "I feel great right now," Ichigo said, stretching his stiff body. This dose of Hashirama cells had activated his sage body, boosting his chakra reserves to the Kage level. To prevent the Hashirama cells from draining your potential, I heavily diluted the concentration, trying to preserve its effects while minimizing the risk. Orochimaru was quite satisfied with Ichigo's state. This level was just right. It accelerated growth without sacrificing potential. Nawaki, on the other hand, slowly woke up as well. Stimulated by the Hashirama cells, he had finally succeeded in synthesizing would-release chakra. Even though it was still very weak, at the very least he was destined to become a Kage-level shinobi in the future. Seeing that both of them had successfully integrated the cells, Orochimaru finally closed his eyes in relief and fell asleep. He could finally rest easy. As the two were still getting used to their new bodies, a puff of smoke enveloped them, and they were reverse summoned to the Ryuchi cave. The White Snake Sage looked at them, unable to suppress the grin on her face. Ichigo's talent needed no introduction. His sage body and ice release had integrated on their own, making him practically a born sage. And now another one with wood release had arrived. Although his integration speed and progress were far behind Ichigo's, he was still a once-in-a-generation genius. The White Snake Sage wished she could go to Mount Myaboku right now and say, "Hey Gemaru, just woke up." "Huh? How did you know that my Ryuchi cave has acquired two unparalleled geniuses?" "Huh? I was trying to keep a low profile." Looking at Ichigo, the White Snake Sage greeted him. "Little Ichigo, your body is now fully capable of handling Sage Chakra. Would you like to learn Sage Mode now?" The White Snake Sage looked like an old man coaxing a child. Ichigo nodded. As a transmigrant, he knew that the Third Great Ninja War would break out in just a few years. He couldn't afford to miss any opportunity to grow stronger. Seeing Ichigo nod, the White Snake Sage immediately bit his neck. Sage Chakra flowed continuously into his body through her fangs. "Little Ichigo, feel the Sage Chakra within you. Adapt to it, tame it, and you will achieve Sage Mode." 3 years of gradual adaptation to the Sage Chakra. Even if he were a pig, he would be a Sage Pig by now. After a while, Ichigo, having adapted to the Sage Chakra, had his hair and eyes turn blue. An icy aura involuntarily radiated from his body, and blue markings appeared on his forehead. The White Snake Sage's eyes widened in astonishment. Just as I thought, ha! Finally Ryuchi Cave has found one. A true sage. In the history of the ninja world, there have only been 3 true sages: Hagoromo Otsutsuki, Ajura Otsutsuki, and Hashirama Senju. Their sage mode had no animal features, not even their pupils changing to resemble animals. That was what constituted a true sage. Sage modes, where one's pupils turned animalistic or partially animalistic, were merely imitations of animal forms to drive sage chakra. Those could only be considered false sages. Ichigo assessed his own state. His chakra recovery had greatly increased, and his sensory abilities were vastly improved from before. The range and effectiveness of his sensory perception, when combined with sage art, had doubled. The White Snake Sage sat back on her stone chair. Little Ichigo, now that you have mastered sage mode, there are some things I can finally tell you. Long ago, the 3 great sacred grounds helped the legendary Sage of 6 Paths seal away his mother. To thank the 3 great sacred grounds, the Sage of 6 Paths left behind a sealing inheritance for each. We have only been able to comprehend a part of it, but the rest of the sage's legacy can only be obtained by a true sage. In the thousands of years since you are the first true sage to appear in my Ryuchi Cave, Ichigo, you are the hope for the rise of Ryuchi Cave. The White Snake Sage said this while leading Ichigo deeper into the cave. Nawaki, meanwhile, was taken away by the 3 goddesses to be taught. They were all family here. Why bother with tests? They knew each other so well, pulling a few strings was no big deal. However, Nawaki still needed time to prepare before he could receive the sage chakra. As they walked deeper, a simple door appeared before them. Go on in. This is as far as I can take you. As the door opened, Ichigo stepped into a white world. The Sage of 6 Paths, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, was floating ostentatiously in the air. Heir of Ryuchi Cave, you have finally come. I am Hagoromo Otsutsuki, also known as the Sage of 6 Paths. Ichigo remained expressionless. Seeing Ichigo's expression, the Sage of 6 Paths was a bit taken aback. So calm. Seeing the shock on others' faces when they met the Sage of 6 Paths was one of his few pleasures. But after waiting a while, and seeing no reaction from Ichigo, the sage continued, My mother once sought to obtain all chakra. My brother and I organized a resistance, and sealed her away. Since everyone knows the backstory, I won't bore you with the details. Both my mother and the things she once feared threaten the peace of the ninja world. I will teach you the 6 Paths sage art. I hope you will use this power to protect the ninja world in the future. Is this an illusion? The Sage of 6 Paths imparted to Ichigo not only his profound understanding of Senjutsu chakra, but also the development of various techniques. Having expended his chakra, the Sage of 6 Paths' body had become translucent. Young one, I entrust the future to you. With these words, his chakra gradually dissipated into the air. Of course, Sage of 6 Paths, I will decide the ending of this story. Upon waking from the inheritance, the first thing Ichigo saw was the White Snake Sage's expectant gaze. Without hesitation, Ichigo shared every technique he had acquired that a snake could possibly learn with the White Snake Sage. The Ryuchi Cave had treated him well, and this was a chance to repay that kindness. After all, without the Ryuchi Cave, he would never have obtained the sage's inheritance. Upon returning to the shallows of Ryuchi Cave, he immediately saw the 3 dragon princesses berating Kazuki. Tisk tisk, their insults were truly harsh. To be fair to Kazuki, his recently awakened would-release chakra was still as fragile as an infant's, forcibly catalyzed by external forces. It was indeed too early for him to learn Senjutsu. Back in Konoha, after a meal prepared by Kakashi, Ichigo sat on his bed digesting the day's gains. This included the Universal 6 Paths Jutsu, the Divine Gate Sensory Senjutsu, and the Developmental Path for Senjutsu Chakra. Every gain comes with a loss. Because his sage transformation was too complete, Ichigo found it impossible to learn the unique Senjutsu of Ryuchi Cave. He spent the entire night sleepless, toggling his sage mode on and off. Then the most absurd thing happened. By the end of the night, Ichigo had mastered the Flying Raijin technique. Yes, you read that correctly. Through the night of relentless toggling, he had inadvertently sensed the chakra signature of his Flying Raijin Kanai. Even though I need to activate sage mode and prepare for a long time to succeed, the point is I actually did it. I really am that 1 in a million genius. Although the Flying Raijin had many limitations, for now the fact that he could use it at all was a promising start. He had made the historic leap from 0 to 1. The next morning, without even eating, Ichigo ran to Minato's place next door, dark circles under his eyes, eager to show off. Unfortunately, Kushina's room was closer to the entrance, so it was she who answered the door, not Minato. That morning, Ichigo was once again reacquainted with the unique love of a sister. That profound love fist was both heavy and painful. Good thing he hadn't come earlier, otherwise he might have faced not a fist, but a barrage of chakra chains. After receiving the beating, after reconnecting with his sibling, Ichigo shared the method for rapid sage mode mastery with Minato. However, unlike the quick method of Ryuchi Cave, Mount Myaboka's method was extremely time-consuming. Minato's path of training seemed to stretch on endlessly. With his ability to use the Flying Raijin, Ichigo began taking on missions frequently. With the technique at his disposal, he could easily escape even from fights he couldn't win. Taking on missions served two purposes: repaying the large debt he owed Jiraiya and accumulating merit. If all went according to plan, Minato would become the 4th Hokage of Konoha. Before that, Ichigo aimed to climb as high as possible within the ANBU. Once Minato took office, Ichigo would become the captain of the ANBU. From then on, his position in Konoha would be second only to the Hokage himself. No one except Kushina would be able to control him. As for Kakashi, who lived with him, Ichigo had taken him in mainly because he was worried the naive kid would be easily deceived and end up helping the bad guys count their money. In terms of daily life, it was hard to say who was really taking care of whom. Over the course of 2 years, the ANBU had one less slacker and one more lone wolf, mockingly nicknamed the Mission Machine. Ichigo wasn't sure if Danzo's spies were within the ANBU, so working alone was safer for everyone. In the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage puffed on his pipe, the crystal ball before him reflecting the village's bathhouse. Ichigo opened the door to the Hokage's office. "Lord 3rd, you summoned me." Hearing the voice, the 3rd Hokage quickly deactivated the telescope jutsu and pretended to be nonchalant. Ichigo, there's an important mission here. All of Konoha's top-tier combatants are currently unavailable, so we have to rely on you." Ichigo unrolled the scroll. A Konoha merchant convoy was attacked by unknown shinobi on the way to the land of hot water, and a large amount of goods has gone missing. The 3rd Hokage took a drag from his pipe. "Ichigo, find out who hijacked the convoy's cargo. If possible, retrieve the goods. Remember, your life is the most important. Abandon the mission if necessary. As for the rank, we'll call it A rank for now and evaluate it once the mission is complete." Ichigo nodded. "Understood, Lord 3rd. I'm on it." Back at home, Ichigo began to pack his gear. He left the Kusanagi sword at home, preferring the standard short blade of the ANBU for missions. Although it lacked chakra metal and had poor chakra conductivity, it was sturdy, sharp, and more compact. Kakashi, watching from the side, asked, "Ichigo and are you going on another mission?" "Yeah, Kakashi. This mission might take a while. I'm leaving the Kusanagi sword with you. It has my chakra sealed inside. To activate the seal, just channel your chakra into the hilt. If any ANBU members come looking for you, don't follow them unless they're taking you to the Hokage's office. If they try to force you, fight back. Hit them hard. I've left you plenty of chakra. If anything else comes up, go next door and find Kushina, Minato and II, or Kazuki and II." After packing, Ichigo headed out of the village, marking his flying Raijin seal in hidden spots along the way. After several days of travel, Ichigo arrived at his homeland, the land of whirlpools. Entering Uzumaki, the former prosperity was gone, leaving the village in ruins. As he walked deeper, he saw that everything movable had been taken by the invaders. He made his way to the village center, where a building called the Naminta stood before him. Those invaders took all the scrolls and secret techniques, yet they missed this most precious treasure. Ichigo packed up all the masks he found, intending to bring them back to Konoha as a gift for Orochimaru. After a final sweep, he found nothing left behind. The ninjas from Kirigakure and Kumogakure had been thorough. They had stripped the village bare, almost taking the very ground itself. Leaving Uzumaki and concluding his nostalgic visit, Ichigo set off towards the land of hot water. After drifting on a ship for what felt like an eternity, he finally returned to familiar land. The moment he landed, he sensed a familiar chakra signature moving rapidly, pursued by several others. Ichigo immediately rushed towards the source of the chakra, dashing through the forest until he reached a cliff, where he finally saw the owner of the chakra. Mei Terumī was in a bad state. She hadn't expected to run into the Big O fourth Raikage while on a mission in Tani no Kuni. He had already taken out her entire team. Her only chance for survival now was to leap from the cliff behind her. Just as Terumi, Mei was about to leap off the cliff behind her, a chilling sensation swept over everyone. An ANBU operative wearing a cat-shaped mask appeared before her eyes. This attire. Konoha's ANBU. Ice release. Could it be him? But the hair color is wrong. Feeling the familiar chill, Terumi, Mei recalled the pink-haired youth from Konoha. Powerful, handsome, but far too shy. Both siblings were intriguing people. She wasn't unattractive herself, yet no one in Kirigakure ever pursued her. The village was filled with a motley crew. Effeminate men like the Hozuki, bloodthirsty lunatics like the Kagaya, and others with sharp teeth and shark-like faces. The list of oddities was endless. At 16, she still had no boyfriend. Would she end up unmarried, even in her 30s? Wait, we're in a fight. This is life or death. What am I thinking? Ichigo stood before Terumi, Mei unaware of the whirlwind of thoughts in the woman behind him. Facing the Kumogakure group, Ichigo drew the ANBU short blade from his back and silently channeled a massive amount of ice release chakra into it. So many of you ganging up on one defenseless woman. Are all Kumogakure shinobi this shameless? Ichigo taunted verbally while quietly preparing for battle. The opposing it didn't back down, retorting, "Enough talk. They stole my village's merchant caravan supplies. Shinobi battles don't care about numbers. Today I'll take you both out, then go find our lost goods." With that, he charged forward, his lightning release hand blade aimed straight at Ichigo's head. But he was halted mid-charge by a wall of ice. "Kirigakure, Yanbiyu. Or Konoha. Who exactly are you?" Ichigo paused, realizing that with his sage mode active his hair color had changed, and he had grown considerably over the past 2 years. It was only natural he wasn't recognized. I'm just a passing Kamen Rider. Cough. Cough. Slipped up. What's the matter, eh? Don't recognize me after 2 years. Loser. The fourth Raikage narrowed his eyes. Uzumaki Ichigo. I've finally found you again. Today I will wash away the shame of my defeat at your hands. A transformed once again like a super scion, becoming a veritable thunder god. His eyes bulged wide, his face a mixture of rage and excitement. After all that delay, the short blade in his hand finally reached its saturation point. Ichigo looked at the enraged A and couldn't help but sigh. It was just one defeat. Are you really that petty? Ichigo's provocative words only fueled the fourth Raikage's fury. With a flicker of an afterimage, A appeared right in front of Ichigo, thrusting his fingers forward. Hellstab forefinger thrust. Ichigo blocked the attack with his short blade, but the weapon shattered under the impact. A sneered, what happened to your old sword? Did it break? Is Konoha that poor? Can't even afford a decent weapon. Having been mocked by Ichigo repeatedly, the fourth Raikage sought to gain the upper hand in their verbal sparring. Ignoring the taunt, Ichigo gathered his chakra, hurled the short blade into the air, and clasped his hands together, detonating the overloaded chakra within it. Ice Blade Storm. The blade exploded into countless shards mid-air, piercing through the unprepared Cloud Shinobi. Even the fragments that missed their targets formed an advantageous ice-release terrain upon hitting the ground. In several unseen spots, his flying thunder god markers had been strategically placed. Hey, do you still want to fight? Keep this up, and not many of your comrades will walk away alive. Ichigo used the flying thunder god technique to instantly appear behind a cloud shinobi, pressing a kunai to his neck. Damn it. Uzumaki Ichigo, one day, I will defeat you with my own hands. We're leaving. Find a medical ninja. A waved his hand, preparing to lead his men away. Ichigo thought for a moment. Wait. A whipped his head around. Uzumaki Ichigo. Are you looking for a fight to the death? No, I happen to know a bit about medical ninjutsu. Special price, just 100,000 ryo per person. Ichigo announced to the assembled cloud shinobi. In the world of Naruto, a bowl of Ichiraku ramen costs about 70 ryo, and a single paper bomb goes for 2,000 ryo. 100,000 ryo was the price of the most expensive C rank or a standard B rank mission. Ichigo waited for them to haggle, but A agreed without a second thought. I meant 100,000 per person. Ichigo said a little uncertainly. O was nonchalant. I know. Get over here and start treating them. Ichigo was filled with regret at the man's easy agreement. I knew Kumogakure was rich, but I didn't think they were this loaded. I undersold it. My imagination is truly limited by my own poverty. Despite his regret, bound by a sense of professional integrity, Ichigo treated their injuries at the agreed price of 100,000 per person. Before treating them, however, Ichigo first checked on Terumi Mei's wounds. The primary purpose of the Ice Blade Storm had been to set the battlefield and place his flying thunder god markers. Though its destructive power was high, it would freeze the enemy upon impact, effectively stabilizing their injuries. As long as the ice was broken quickly and treatment was given, they wouldn't die. After healing all the cloud shinobi one by one, Ichigo pocketed a cool 5 million ryo, the equivalent of an S-rank mission fee. This money was way too easy. Terumi Mei, who was watching, was filled with gratitude towards Ichigo. Had he not been there a few days ago, she might have died. If Ichigo had a system, he would have seen floating above Terumi Mei's head Affection 1. Affection 1. Her already high opinion of him had soared to new heights. Ichigo fell silent as well. He was quite fond of her too, she fit his aesthetic perfectly. But this felt a little too familiar. Meeting and feeling an instant connection, harboring a silent crush, seizing the chance to be the hero in shining armor, and winning the lady's heart with maxed out affection. Whoa, isn't this Minato Namikaze's playbook? Ichigo had initially mocked Minato for being a coward when it came to romance. And now here he was laugh at Minato, understand Minato, become Minato, surpass Minato. Of course, while pursuing romance, Ichigo didn't forget his mission. He immediately asked A about the lost Kumogakure supplies. After comparing notes, the three of them realized that the supplies from Konoha, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure had all been plundered at this very location. In the current shinobi world, even the demigod of Amigakure wouldn't dare openly challenge all 5 great shinobi villages at their peak. So the moment the Cloud and Mist ninjas met, they simply assumed the other was responsible and attacked without asking questions. Terumi Mei was thoroughly fed up with her brainless comrades. Arrogant, incompetent, foolish, and ugly to boot. Having allies like that would eventually get her killed. The next day, Terumi Mei and Ichigo exchanged information with the Kumogakure group and parted ways. Entering the land of hot water, the two of them journeyed in high spirits, indulging in food and merriment, like a pair of love-struck sweethearts. The land's most celebrated attraction was its hot springs, and they made it a point to savor the experience. This is far more soothing than the bathhouse back in Konoha. Of course, amidst their leisure, they also discreetly investigated the whereabouts of the missing supplies. The traces left at the sites where the two villages' supply convoys were ambushed were eerily identical. At both locations, Ichigo spotted a familiar symbol, a triangle enclosed within a circle. This mark. I'm certain I've seen it somewhere before. It seems to originate from a religious sect in the land of hot water, he mused. Ichiho voiced his observation to Terumi Mei. They immediately began their investigation of the Jashin cult, a sect that had only risen to prominence in the land of hot water in recent years. Its followers were notoriously fearless, seemingly devoid of any sense of pain, and some were even rumored to have attained immortality. Terumi Mei scoffed at the notion of immortality, but Ichiho knew that in the future a devout follower named Haiden would indeed achieve an undying body. After gathering intelligence, they infiltrated the cult's hideout and discovered the stolen supplies from the 3 villages in a warehouse. Following a brief discussion, they reclaimed their own village's share and split the Cloud Village's portion between them. Using the snakes of the Ryuchi cave and sealing scrolls, they managed to empty the entire warehouse. But it was then that an unexpected turn of events occurred. The brutish ninja from Cloud had also tracked down the location. They immediately clashed with the cultists. The cult members' first instinct was to check the supply warehouse, and that's when they spotted Ichiho and Terumi Mei. In an instant, the pair was surrounded by a swarm of fanatics. Ichiho stepped forward, placing his hand on Terumi Mei's shoulder. Ice release, ice crystal armor. Both were encased in a suit of azure ice armor, with Terumi Mei's being notably lighter and more delicate. Ever since acquiring the inheritance, Ichiho's control over his jutsu and chakra had become increasingly refined. He felt that soon he would be able to manifest anything he desired with a mere clap of his hands. Ichiho cautioned Terumi Mei, "This armor can withstand up to 3 A-rank jutsu. Whatever you do, don't let them get your blood." If he were alone, Ichiho could easily escape using the flying Raijin technique, but teleporting another person with him was still far beyond his current capabilities. The two found themselves gradually overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the cultists. The space was too confined for them to maneuver effectively. The attacker's sole objective was to draw their blood. Realizing they were doomed if they prolonged the fight, Ichiho activated Sage Mode. He conjured a blade of ice in his hand, and after a moment's concentration, plunged it into the ground. His ice-natured chakra radiated outward from the sword, flash freezing everyone within the room. After shattering the ice encasing Terumi Mei, Ichiho grabbed her and made a dash for the exit. Outside the 4th Raikage, he was also having a rough time of it. His opponent's bizarre abilities were proving to be a formidable challenge. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't seem to kill the man. Worse, 2 of his comrades had fallen victim to the cultists' gruesome technique after their blood was taken. A's fighting style relied on the lightning release body flicker technique, leaving him with no long-range options. The battle had reached a tense stalemate. Glaring at his opponent's infuriating arrogance, A couldn't help but think of Ichiho's ice release. Damn it, if only he were here right now. His ice techniques should be able to handle this monster. Just then Ichiho, who had just escaped with Terumi Mei, witnessed the scene. "Yo, Yua. Looking a bit rough, aren't we?" A flicker of surprise and delight crossed A's face at the sight of him. "Uzumaki Ichiho. Get over here and help." Ichiho pondered for a second. The hidden Cloud Village wasn't exactly his favorite place. They'd even tried to kidnap his sister once. But A himself wasn't a bad sort. Despite his hot temper, he was straightforward and honest. After their 2 battles, they had developed a grudging respect for each other. 500,000 Ryo. A was in no position to bargain the loss of his comrades, fueling his fury. 1 million. Just help me take this bastard down. Without further hesitation, Ichiho stepped in. The cultist's only real advantage was his immortality. The Cloud's lightning release and taijutsu had little effect, but ice release was a different story. Ichiho slammed his hands on the ground, and a wave of frigid air surged forward, freezing the cultist's feet to the floor before he could react. As the fanatic hacked at the ice with his scythe, Ichiho was already preparing his finishing move. Ice release, ice prison. 6 massive pillars of ice erupted from the earth, spiraling and contracting around the cultist, converging into a single colossal pillar that sealed him within. Ichiho further reinforced the prison with a sealing jutsu. It was only because this cultist was useless beyond his immortality that he was so easily trapped. Any competent shinobi would have used the body flicker technique to escape. He silently gathered his fallen comrades' bodies and turned to Ichiho. "Uzumaki Ichiho, I owe you one. I've also looked into the Otoi affair. He's the one who kidnapped your sister. What the Cloud did was wrong. I apologize." He handed Ichiho a scroll containing the payment, a hint of defiance in his voice. "You got me again this time. But next time I'll be the one standing victorious." Feeling a bit guilty about taking the Cloud supplies, Ichiho exchanged pleasantries and departed with Terumi Mei. "Mei, I'm heading back to Konoha. Would you like to visit again? My sister misses you." Terumi Mei covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. "I need to get back to my village too. Don't worry, I'll definitely come to find you." She saw right through his intentions. Seeing her like this, Ichiho couldn't resist. He leaned in and kissed her. "Wait for me. Within 5 years I'll become strong enough that even if the whole world is against us, I'll come riding on a cloud of auspicious omen to marry you." Terumi Mei's face flushed crimson. "I believe you." She hadn't expected the shy boy who hesitated to even hold her hand just days ago to be so bold as to steal her first kiss. What a strange feeling. Is this what a racing heart feels like? As they parted ways reluctantly, the 4th Raikage, still at the cult's hideout, stormed into the now empty warehouse. "Uzumaki Ichiho. You thieving dog. You took all of our supplies. You didn't even leave a single explosive tag behind. Uzumaki Ichiho. You're the worst. Meanwhile, Ichiho and Terumi Mei were already aboard a ship heading back to their respective villages. The sea breeze helped ease the sorrow of parting. It wasn't until he was in his cabin that Ichiho remembered the Cloud's goods. He opened one of the crates to reveal rows of gleaming standard-issue shinobi swords. Based on the markings, they had been custom-made for the Cloud by the Land of Iron. Their quality far surpassed even the short blades used by ANBU. Combined with the crate of explosive tags they'd found earlier, the value of these 2 crates alone was more than 10 times his mission reward. Staring at the 7 or 8 remaining crates of Cloud goods, Ichiho realized he had just achieved financial freedom from a single mission. This trip had been a resounding success. He'd gained both wealth and love. Absolutely perfect. In high spirits, Ihu returned to Konoha and reported the mission to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Due to the involvement of multiple ninja from Kumogakure and Kirigakure and the recovery of Konoha's supplies, the mission was barely elevated to S rank. Ihu kept the Kumogakure military supplies for himself. The third Hokage looked at him and said, "Don't go out for the next few days. Spend more time with Lady Mito." Feeling a pang of sadness, Ihu replied, "Understood, Lord Third. I will." During these days, Mito Uzumaki decided to seal the Nine Tails into Kushina. Everyone was sorrowful as the elderly woman was far from her natural end. Yet she chose to expend her remaining strength to ensure the power needed to suppress the Nine Tails for the seal. This venerable matriarch chose to burn the last of her life force for the sake of Konoha. Ihu Nawaki and the others spent her final days by her side, and she left words for each of them. She told Hiruzen he was a worthy Hokage and that Hashirama and Tobarama would surely agree. She told Tsunade to simply enjoy life, leaving her enough money to spend at the gambling dens. She mentioned that Jiraiya was quite a good man, and she should consider dating him if she liked. She told Nawaki not to just emulate his granduncle, but to be himself, for he would always be a pride to his elders. Finally, Mito Uzumaki brought Ihu and Kushina into a room for a private talk. The Uzumaki clan has already fallen. You don't need to bear any burdens. As elders, we only wish for the children to be happy. With that, Mito produced 2 scrolls and handed one to each of them. This is the scroll for the Een seal. Ihu, you like that girl from Kirigakure, don't you? I believe our little Ihu can win her over. Consider this an early wedding gift for you both, as well as for Kushina and Minato's future wedding. I won't be able to see you get married, so I'm giving you your gifts now. Even though they were prepared, tears streamed down their faces upon hearing Mito Uzumaki's words. After some preparations, they gathered at the rear mountain of Konoha. Mito Uzumaki unsealed the seal within her, and a colossal 9-tailed fox appeared before them. The moment it emerged, the 9 tails immediately gathered a massive tailed beast ball. Seeing this, Mito Uzumaki used her adamantine sealing chains to bind it. But Mito Uzumaki was after all old, and for a moment, she could not suppress the 9 tails. Seeing this, Ihu immediately entered Sage mode. Sage art gates of the great god. The gates descended from the heavens, pinning the 9 tails' tail and neck. The tailed beast ball, now lacking chakra, shattered. The 9 tails' eyes widened. This is the Sage of 6 paths. Mito Uzumaki also looked at Ihu in astonishment. Has this little one grown this strong already? Alright, Kushina, come here. We will now begin the sealing of the 9 tails. Kushina slowly walked to Mito Uzumaki's side. 4 symbols seal. Mito Uzumaki sealed the 9 tails into Kushina's body. After the sealing was complete, her weakened body finally gave out, as if the last straw had been placed. Her frail body crumbled, and she passed away with a smile on her face. They held a funeral for Mito Uzumaki. Ihu used a large amount of ice-release chakra to encase her body in ice, and then used a sealing technique to preserve it, ensuring no one would disturb the elder who had devoted her life to Konoha. After the funeral, Ihu was promoted to squad leader of the Umbu. Minato was also promoted to Jonin. Inspired by the tailed beast ball he witnessed, he began developing a new jutsu to complement the flying Raijin technique. Ihu promptly liquidated some of the Kumogakure supplies to repay the money he owed Jiraiya and also settle the debt he had with Kushina. In return, Ihu would frequently visit his sister to extract some of the 9 tails chakra. During the 9 tails sealing, his sage body absorbed some of the stray chakra and began a transformation. But Nawaki, who had also come into contact with the 9 tails chakra, showed no such reaction. Orochimaru had resumed his research, and it was estimated he hadn't slept for 5 or 6 days. Ihu feared the man might one day drop dead in his lap. Today, Ihu visited his sister again to extract some chakra, but the 9 tails within Kushina was uncooperative. To further develop his sage body, Ihu decided to negotiate with the 9 tails. Entering Kushina's sealing space, he found the 9 tails utterly bound by the adamantine sealing chains, unable to move. The seal was practically redundant as the fox was completely trapped in the chains. How miserable. No wonder the 9 tails refused to cooperate. Anyone would be upset if they were treated like that. It's no way to treat a fox. Ihu walked into the seal, and the 9 tails looked at the familiar brat before him. You're that kid who used the 6 paths sage art the other day. Kurama, I think we can talk. At Ihu's words, the 9 tails lunged, but the chains were too tight, the suppression too strong. Well, The lunge failed. Although it couldn't move, the Ninetales still roared at Ihu. Where did you hear that name? Who are you? Answer me. At this moment, the Ninetales really wanted to slam its paw against the cage for dramatic effect, but after struggling for a while, it couldn't move. This Jinchuriki is truly inhuman. Compared to her Mito, Uzumaki was a saint. Ihu didn't directly answer the Ninetales' question, but instead told a story. Once upon a time, a woman consumed the chakra fruit. Story abridged. Kurama. To be honest, you could say I'm a successor of Hagoromo Otsutsuki's sage arts. How about lending me some chakra? Think of it as an initial investment. If what the Sage of Six Paths said is true, I will protect you all as well. The Ninetales looked at the human before him, pondering whether to trust him. Over the millennia, the tailed beasts had experienced much, and they knew all too well the ugliness of humanity. Seeing the Ninetales waver, Ihu pressed on. I'll ask my sister to remove these chains. Tailed beasts have their own will. This is too cruel. A critical hit. At that moment, the Ninetales looked at Ihu, as if he were radiating light. The old man's chosen one is trustworthy. Even if it was for chakra, this brat was the first in thousands of years to treat a tailed beast as an equal. Kushina, who had been listening in shock to Ihu's earth-shattering revelations, also released the adamantine sealing chains binding the Ninetales, filled with remorse. Seeing the look in Kushina's eyes, the Ninetales felt its pride wounded. Hey, what's with that look? Don't stare at me like that. The Ninetales then turned to Ihu, recalling his sage mode from the other day. Could you be the green-eyed boy who calls the names of all 9-tailed beasts? Kid, come here. I'll give you the chakra. The Ninetales extended its claw. Thanks, Kurama. Ihu reached out and touched his hand to the Ninetales' claw. Remember, don't tell anyone my name. And what are you looking at? You too. The Ninetales glared at Kushina, annoyed by both her past cruelty and her current pitying gaze. Exiting Kushina's spiritual space, Ichigo felt the Ninetales' chakra surging within him, driving his sage body and filling him with exhilaration. A moment ago, Ichigo had felt his hand turn to ice. Back home, after eating the meal Kakashi had prepared, Ichigo offered guidance on Kakashi's training. He realized he had barely looked after the boy since enrolling him in the ninja academy, so he decided it was time to teach him properly. That night, as Ichigo lay in bed pondering how to collect the tailed beast's chakra, something unexpected happened. Ichigo, who should have been in bed, found himself on a vast glacier facing a 9-tailed fox. Yo, good evening, Ichigo. Ichigo was utterly bewildered. What the heck? Did I sleep too hard? Why is the Ninetales here? He slapped himself, thinking, I must be dreaming. I'll wake up soon. The Ninetales looked at the dumbfounded human before him, thinking modern humans weren't very bright. Hey, you're not dreaming. I'm currently inside your body. The chakra I gave you is substantial. A tailed beast is an aggregate of chakra, and this vast amount carries my consciousness as well. Strictly speaking, you could consider me a clone. After a long moment, Ichigo finally came to terms with the fox having made a home inside him. You sly fox. You already have my sister, and now you want to nest inside me too. Ignoring Ichigo's expression, the Ninetales rambled on. Although I've given you the chakra, I must still observe whether you're worthy of being the Six Paths successor. This place of yours is a bit cold, but it's far better than your sister's. Ichigo cut off the fox's chatter, suspecting this creature hadn't spoken to anyone in decades, or even centuries. So Kurama, how much chakra does this clone of yours possess? The Ninetales pondered briefly. A third. I'm not merely a chakra clone, as I've said. I can recover the chakra I expend. Don't view me through your narrow human perspective. The Ninetales flicked Ichigo's forehead, jolting him awake. Back in the real world, Ichigo shot up in bed. Damn, my head hurts. Kurama, you nearly flicked me to death. A voice echoed beside him. Don't worry, I know my strength. With me around, dying is the last thing you'll do. Now the bond between them mirrored that of Naruto and the tailed beasts during the Fourth War. Since the Ninetales chakra was helpful, the others should be too. Lying in bed, Ichigo began scheming to collect the chakra of the other tailed beasts. The Third War was also approaching. A perfect time to fish in troubled waters. Ichigo planned to stay in the village for the next year, dedicating it to rigorously training Kakashi. The supplies from the Hidden Cloud village, along with the 2 hefty sums he'd swindled from A, would sustain him for a long time. Even a lifetime if he lived frugally. But thinking about those supplies made Ichigo's conscience twinge. I was too honest. Ichigo had initially felt no guilt for retaliating against the Cloud village, but A's sincere apology had awakened the little conscience he had. Among the Cloud ninja, he felt a pang of guilt only towards A. So to ease his conscience, Ichigo decided to spend all that money tomorrow. Out of sight, out of mind. If he couldn't see it, he wouldn't feel guilty. With that thought, Ichigo drifted off to sleep, where Mei Terumī awaited him in his dreams. The next morning, Ichigo sold off most of the supplies, keeping only a box of ninja swords and a box of explosive tags, and used the money to vastly expand his property, encompassing the entire lake around his home. He used the remaining funds to get a membership card at the Akimichi family's barbecue restaurant, loading it with credit. Since he couldn't cook, this would ease Kakashi's burden. Returning home, Kakashi had already left for school. Ichigo went straight to the ninja academy to find him. Alright, you've had enough time to settle in. Starting today, Kakashi, you'll attend school using a shadow clone. Your main body will train with me every day. If I don't push you harder, I'm afraid you'll blend right into the academy's level. The war is coming soon. I don't want Tsukumo-sama to wake up and find his son gone again. By now Kakashi's chakra was substantial enough for the shadow clone to handle school easily. Arriving at training ground 56, Ichigo beckoned Kakashi over. Attack me. Come at me with the intent to kill. Kakashi didn't hesitate, drawing the white light chakra saber from his back and charging. Ichigo used a kunai to guide him through the motions. After a brief exchange, Ichigo subdued Kakashi. First, you didn't hesitate to attack me with killing intent. You're a qualified ninja. But honestly, I'm hurt that you didn't even pause for a second. Second, the white light chakra saber is a fine blade, but even the best sword will break if used carelessly. You need to channel your chakra into it. Using it like that will eventually shatter it. Lastly, your form is too rigid. That's not how the white light chakra saber techniques are meant to be used. Kakashi listened to the critique, reflecting on his shortcomings. Ichigo then brought out the box of Cloud Ninja, swords he had kept. Until you've mastered the techniques, you're forbidden from using the white light chakra saber. This set of swords contains trace amounts of chakra metal perfect for your current level. Throughout the year, Ichigo took on minor missions while rigorously training Kakashi. Kakashi's performance in the Third War had been lackluster. He needed thorough honing. Kakashi grew continuously under Ichigo's constant sparring guidance and mission partnership. At just 10 years old, his combat prowess now surpassed that of his 12-year-old Kenin counterpart, who had become a Jonin. One day after finishing training with Kakashi, Ichigo and a group of Jonin were summoned to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage sat there as usual, smoking, with several files spread on his desk. These are this year's newly graduated genin. I'd like you all to serve as their Jonin sensei. The third Hokage pushed the files towards them. As in the original story, Minato became the teacher for Obito, Rin, and Kakashi. However, unlike the original, Kakashi wasn't a replacement for a dead teammate, and the White Fang incident hadn't hardened him. The final file was handed to Ichigo, containing the names Anko Mitarashi, Kurenai Yuhi, and Asuma Saratobi. Ichigo couldn't help but complain to the third Hokage, it's fine for them to lead teams, but why does a distinguished ANBU squad captain like me have to babysit kids? The third Hokage retorted, our ANBU captain hasn't left the village for a year. Your squad doesn't even have a single member. Giving you this team is just to keep you busy. Besides, this team was specifically requested by your teacher Orochimaru. He pointed at Anko's name. She's your teacher's new disciple. He specifically asked for you to be her sensei. Hearing it was his teacher's request, Ichigo stopped refusing. After all, both he and Nawaki had chosen their own paths, leaving Snake Sensei's snake techniques without a true successor. Orochimaru had finally found someone to inherit his legacy, but his research left him with no time to teach. As a disciple, it was only right to help ease his teacher's burden. After everyone had left, one person remained in the Hokage's office. Lord Third, how could I possibly teach anyone? He said, pointing at Kurenai Yui's file. Lord Third, I don't know any Jinjutsu. How about you introduce me to Jonin Shinkai? He can teach me Jinjutsu, and then I can pass it on to Kurenai. What do you think, Lord Third? The third Hokage laughed heartily. You're certainly not one to miss out. The students in your squad don't need you to teach them anything. They have their own mentors. Just take them on missions and keep them safe. No need for you to be a middleman here. The next day, Ichi was the first to enter the classroom. Anko Mitarashi, Kurenai Yuhi, Asuma Saratobi, follow me. Ichi led the three waiting genin to the rooftop. Looking at them, he noticed Asuma Saratobi, true to his name, already had a remarkably thick beard for his age. This guy is worth 35 million Ryo in the future. Inflation will do that over a decade. Chikara was 30 million, and Asuma, being the third Hokage's son, was worth more. Thinking this, Ichi felt even more assured that converting all his money into land was a wise choice. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Ichigo Uzumaki, a sensory-type ninja. I specialize in sensory techniques, ice release, and sealing jutsu, with some knowledge of medical ninjutsu. My hobbies include fishing. As for my dream, I guess it's to marry the person I love. Asuma looked at Ichi with some doubt. This was the ninja his old man claimed was on par with the Sannin. A sensory ninja. All support jutsu. That's it. My name is Asuma Saratobi. I like sausages and cold yam noodles. I'm skilled in wind and fire release. My favorite person is... He trailed off, blushing as he glanced at Kurenai beside him. Seeing this, Anko immediately stepped in front of her best friend. My name is Anko Mitarashi. I love Mitarashi dango and red bean soup. Asuma Saratobi, I'm warning you, stay away from my Kurenai. Finally, Kurenai stepped forward. My name is Kurenai Yui. I specialize in Jinjutsu. I like wasabi octopus and hate sweets. Let's go to the training ground for the final assessment, Ichi announced. Asuma was particularly excited, seeing a chance to show off his strength in front of his crush and win her heart. He completely forgot Hiruzen Saratobi's warning. At the training ground, Asuma eagerly drew a pair of chakra blades. Bring it on, Ichi-sensei. Ichi looked at Asuma's chakra blades with a hint of envy. These must have cost millions. The third really spared no expense for his youngest son. Facing the charging Asuma, Ichi drew a kunai, infusing it with wind-release chakra, and easily deflected Asuma's attack. Your attacks are clumsy and unstructured, Asuma. You should focus on your swordsmanship. Your chakra control is too weak. Your wind blades look flashy but waste chakra on appearance. As he finished speaking, Ichi found himself amidst a peach blossom forest. However, the Jinjutsu was broken in an instant. Anko seized the opportunity. Hidden shadow snake hands. Ichi kicked Asuma away while using his kunai to block the incoming snakes. After the jutsu ended, Ichi appeared behind Kurenai in an instant, holding his kunai to her neck as he looked at Anko. Want to continue, little junior? Seeing them stop, Ichi gave his assessment. Good teamwork. It's impressive for freshly graduated Jinin. You're still young, and you need time to grow. Alright, you all pass. To celebrate the formation of Team 10 dinner's on me. Yakiniku. Ichi brought the three to a barbecue restaurant. Just as they ordered, they saw Minato and Kushina walk in with their own team of three. Minato. Sister. Over here. They all sat together in a private room chatting and enjoying their meal. After a hearty dinner, everyone went their separate ways. Everyone was happy, except for Nawaki, who was still suffering in the Ryuchi cave. Normally the Snake Sage's training was simple: I bite you, you survive, you learn, you die, you don't. But Nawaki had connections with Orochimaru and Ichi. As someone with connections, the Ryuchi cave had to ensure his safety first, so they kept training his adaptability to Sage Chakra. This meant Nawaki was constantly being put through the ringer by the three Snake Princesses. In the days that followed, Ichi truly experienced the joy of being a team leader. No work, but a bigger share of the pay. Being a team leader was the ultimate way to slack off. Life was so comfortable that Ichi felt he was becoming a lazy old dog. Finally, Asuma had enough. He declared he wanted to take higher-ranked missions, tired of chasing cats and walking dogs. The other two remained silent, but their dissatisfaction was plain to see. Alright, let's head to the Hokage's office and see if there's a suitable C-rank mission. They went to the mission assignment desk to look for a suitable task. Ichi pointed to a mission to eliminate a group of mountain bandits. Let's take this one. As they left the village, the three Genin looked around with curiosity. For those who had never left the village, this was a novel experience. After a day's travel, they arrived at the outskirts of the bandit stronghold. Ichi had sensed something wrong from far away. Why are there so many Chunin among these bandits? Something's definitely off. Turning to the three, he pulled out a kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God seal. If you're in danger, channel your chakra into this blade. The situation has changed. You three stay put. Ichi drew a standard short sword and infiltrated the stronghold. Unlike typical bandits, the place was highly disciplined and heavily guarded. Just as Ichi was about to infiltrate deeper for information, trouble struck again. Asuma, followed by Anko and Kurenai, charged in. Ichi couldn't help but facepalm. I knew it. I knew he couldn't stay put. Three Genin were no match for several Chunin. Only Asuma, the pay-to-win player, could hold his own against one Chunin with his chakra blades. The other enemies just watched the kids struggle, mocking them. Hey Yusuke, what's taking you so long? Can't handle a few leaf Genin. The Chunin fighting Asuma seized an opening, struck him down, and was about to deliver a killing blow when Ichi flashed in front of Asuma using the Flying Thunder God technique. Thank you for the warm welcome for my three subordinates. Now could you tell me where you're from and what your purpose is? Asuma, who thought he was dead, was deeply moved seeing Ichi suddenly appear before him. Ichi-sensei. Ichi turned around. Asuma, I believe I told you to stay put. Asuma was filled with remorse. I'm sorry, Ichi-sensei. It's all my fault we're in this danger. No. Asuma, you shouldn't apologize to me. You should apologize to your teammates. Because of your recklessness and stupidity, your teammates are in danger too. After his lecture, Ichi's expression softened into a smile. But it's alright this time. People only grow by making mistakes. Asuma, I don't want a repeat of this. Ice release, ice crystal wall. As his voice faded, a cylindrical wall of ice rose to protect the three. I'm just a sensory ninja, not that strong. I only wanted to gather some intel, but since my infiltration has failed, well, I happen to know a bit of taijutsu myself. Asuma relentlessly struck the ice wall before him with his chakra blades. In his eyes, facing such a number of enemies simultaneously would spell doom, even for a Jonin, let alone for Ichi, who was a sensory-type shinobi. Ichi-sensei, let me out. We'll face them together. As the pounding continued, not a single mark was left on the ice barrier. Asuma gradually weakened and sank to his knees. Ichi-sensei, don't die on me. I truly know I was wrong. As Asuma's voice faded, the ice walls vanished, and Ichi's voice reached his ears. You poor kid, why so much drama? If I could be taken down by these small fries, I'd be a laughingstock for the rest of my life. Nearby, Kurenai and Anko found Asuma's antics unbearable to watch. Their elders knew of Ichi's true strength, and had already given them the inside scoop. Only this brainless one would actually think Ichi could die. Stepping out of the ice barrier, the outside world had already transformed into a frozen wonderland. The enemy shinobi who had been so arrogant moments before were now nothing more than statues of ice. Ichi led his three young students to the heart of the mountain stronghold to uncover its hidden secrets. After disposing of a few stragglers, he spotted an unsent letter on the table. Reading the letter's contents, Ichi couldn't help but grin. Let's head back to the village. We got incredibly lucky this time. We wiped out a Sunagakure outpost. Ichi sealed the frozen Suna shinobi who were in a state of suspended animation into a sealing scroll. Asuma, pack up all the valuables here. I'm running out of sealing scrolls. Knowing he was in the wrong, Asuma said nothing and silently began collecting the stronghold's treasures, stowing the most valuable items in the remaining sealing scrolls. The smaller portion was loaded onto Asuma's back. Halfway back, Asuma was exhausted and couldn't walk another step. Ichi then summoned his personal mount from the Ryuchi Cave, Shuriken. Over the years, the Ryuchi Cave had been investing its resources into Shuriken as well. Its size now rivaled that of Manda, making the journey back to Konoha with the group a trivial matter. Anko's face lit up with excitement at the sight of such a colossal snake. Unlike Kushina, Anko genuinely adored serpents. Asuma grumbled from the snake's back. Ichi-sensei could have just used the snake to carry us the whole way, but he made me carry the loot on foot. Ichi turned to face Asuma. This is your punishment for disrespecting your teammates' lives. You'll give half of this mission's pay and spoils to Kurenai and Anko. Any objections? Asuma had no retort, for he was the one at fault. The group arrived at the Hokage's office and reported the full details of the mission to Hiruzen Sarutobi. The third Hokage elevated the mission's rank to A rank mainly because the Suna shinobi stationed there were pathetically weak. Had there been even a single jonin, it would have been classified as an S-rank mission. However, intelligence from the interrogation division indicated that this was not an isolated outpost. Several other Sunagakure bases were entrenched within the Land of Fire, each manned by varying numbers of chunin and jonin. Of course, it wasn't that the captured Suna shinobi had voluntarily confessed. The Yamanaka clan simply didn't need to pry open a person's mouth. They only needed to pry open their mind. Capturing the Suna outpost alive counted as another A-rank mission. Team 10 had achieved a resounding success on their first mission above D rank. Each member received over 900,000 Ryo. Asuma, staring at his own 300,000, silently regretted his earlier actions, never expecting the mission payout to be so generous. Come on, kids. Let's celebrate Team 10's first high-level mission. I heard a fantastic new ramen shop opened in the village. I'll treat you all to a bowl. The group arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. With its affordable prices and exquisite taste, the shop was already bustling with customers shortly after its grand opening. As they entered the small noodle shop, the younger version of Tucci greeted them warmly. Ichi was curious to taste the renowned Ichiraku ramen that had Naruto so obsessed. All four ordered the shop's signature dish. The moment the ramen was served, its aroma was intoxicating. The noodles were springy and smooth, and the broth was rich and savory. Ichiraku ramen certainly lived up to its reputation. Not only was the owner warm and genuine, but the flavor was utterly unforgettable. In the end, Kurenai had 1 bowl, Asuma had 3, and Anko devoured 8. Ichi had 9 bowls. He was actually full by his 8th, but male pride can be a strange thing. How could he lose to a little girl? So he forced down the 9th bowl. Ichi stared at the pile of empty bowls in front of Anko, utterly baffled by her appetite. No wonder she had been accepted as a disciple by Orochimaru. Anko certainly had her own peculiar talents. Just as Ichi finished paying, an ANBU operative appeared beside him. Ichi-sama, the third Hokage requests your presence. With that, the ANBU vanished without another word, wasting no time. Yeah, that's the vibe. Cool and aloof. Bidding farewell to his 3 students, Ichi arrived at the Hokage's office where the third was, unusually, not smoking. Ichi, you're here. Take a look at this. Ichi opened the document the third handed him. Intelligence gathered during the recent crackdown on Suna outposts. Ichi, I need you to infiltrate Sunagakure and gather intelligence. Awakens has also been restless lately. Jiraiya is already investigating. Right now, you're the best person in Konoha for this mission. Ichi was ecstatic inside. Once I get there, Shikaku, you're in for a world of trouble. But on the surface, he had to put on a show of hesitation. He had to squeeze some extra compensation out of the third. These jutsu should prove helpful to you. The third understood Ichi's intent perfectly. He wanted more pay. Understood. Ichi picked up the scroll and left. Thank you, third-sama. I'll depart tomorrow. Leaving the Hokage's office, Ichi first went to Kushina's home, entrusting his 3 students to her care. Upon learning that her little brother was being sent on such a dangerous mission, Kushina was furious and ready to storm the Hokage's office. By now, Kushina was essentially Konoha's nuclear deterrent. If she was unhappy, even the third couldn't overrule her. No, sis, even without this mission, I was planning to visit Sunagakure anyway. I have the flying Raijin and Sage's clairvoyance. Nothing will happen to me, trust me. Kushina mulled it over and figured he had a point. She patted Ichi on the shoulder. Alright then, but don't forget to bring your big sister back some local specialties. The next day, as Ichi was preparing to leave the village, he was stopped by Orochimaru. Sensei, what's this? Inside the secret chamber, Orochimaru produced 2 vials. If you're gravely wounded, inject this into your neck. As long as you're still breathing, it will save you. Ichi saw the exhaustion in Orochimaru's eyes. These 2 vials were probably the result of another all-nighter. Don't worry, Orochimaru-sensei. I'll come back alive. And I'll bring back some Sunagakure bloodline limits for your research. Hearing his student's words, Orochimaru chuckled. Then I'll leave it to you, Ichi. Come back safe. With that, Orochimaru returned to catch up on sleep. Ichi summoned the giant snake shuriken and set off towards Sunagakure. The shuriken was swift and steady. In 2 days, the man and his serpent crossed into the land of wind. Once on enemy soil, they had to keep a low profile. First, he sent the shuriken back to the Ryuchi cave. Then disguising himself as a sandstorm survivor, he paid to join a merchant caravan blending in to travel deeper into the land of wind. After half a month of trekking through the desert with the caravan, they finally arrived at Sunagakure. The 2 weeks of travel had made his disguise so seamless that he seemed born into the caravan. Inside the village the atmosphere was tense. Many caravans were coming and going, and upon closer inspection, he saw they were laden with paper bombs, medicine, and kunai, all the necessities of war. While keeping his sage sense active to record intelligence, he also took in the local customs and culture. After a week, he finally understood why Suna was so eager to invade the land of fire. Stuck in this harsh desert, the sight of Fire Country's fertile lands would make anyone's eyes turn green with envy. His only frustration was that he hadn't found a chance to get near Shikaku. Suna had locked the Jinchuriki in a prison. That was utterly absurd. Other villages might ostracize their Jinchuriki, but they still treated them like revered assets. Suna's approach was simply mind-boggling. It was a good thing the monk Bunpuku had such a gentle temperament. Anyone else would have been screaming for bloody chaos. After 10 days of staking out with no opportunity, he decided to leave. But before departing, he planned to find a few Kekii Genkai users to take back as gifts for Lord Orochimaru. After wandering the village all morning without finding a suitable candidate, he muttered, "Suna is truly poor, not just in money, but in talent." Just as he was about to give up and head home, his sage sense detected 2 powerful chakra signatures outside the village. Driven by human instinct, he went to watch the commotion, hoping to scavenge an opportunity. Outside the village, the 3rd Kazekage was locked in battle with Sasori. It was clear the Kazekage held back, as killing Chiyo's grandson would be difficult to explain to her. Moreover, Suna had so few geniuses, the 3rd Kazekage didn't want such a prodigy of puppetry to die by his hand. Watching the fight, he wished he had brought some melon seeds to snack on. It was evident the 3rd Kazekage was pulling his punches, while Sasori showed no mercy. As the battle wore on, the Kazekage began to falter, especially since all of Sasori's puppets were coated in poison. The 3rd Kazekage grew desperate. A storm of iron sand swirled, forcing him to retreat a few more steps to avoid detection. Sensing his body's failing condition, he increased his chakra output. The puppets on Sasori's side were rendered useless as iron sand jammed their joints. "Sasori, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the antidote, and I'll overlook this assassination attempt." Sasori, without a moment's hesitation, lunged with a kunai. Seeing this, the 3rd Kazekage stopped holding back. Iron sand drizzle, the imperial method. Countless iron sand spikes pierced Sasori's body. Watching the battlefield, he was stunned. Was it over just like that? His butterfly effect had a wider reach than he thought. How was it the 3rd Kazekage who survived? As he watched the 3rd Kazekage head back to the village, a bold idea formed in his mind. A weakened poison Kazekage. That was an opportunity worth taking. He slowly moved toward the Kazekage, drawing a short blade and hurling it. True to his title as the strongest Kazekage, even in his dire state, the 3rd Kazekage reacted and blocked it with his iron sand. Using the flying thunder god mark on the blade, he instantly appeared before the Kazekage. Ice release, freezing fist. Already gravely wounded, the Kazekage coughed up blood as the poison surged through his body. Still, he mustered his last bit of chakra, conjuring a massive hammer of iron sand to crush him. But he teleported away again, and the 3rd Kazekage, his chakra spent, collapsed with a vacant stare, his life extinguished. He stepped forward and sealed the 3rd Kazekage's body away. Then he turned to Sasori, sensing a faint spark of life still within him. It seemed that without his intervention, Sasori would have successfully deceived and drained the 3rd Kazekage to death. Sasori, lying there, felt his heart bleed as he watched the man take the Kazekage's body. His despair deepened as the man approached, for most of his puppets were destroyed and his chakra was less than half. With no other option, Sasori fired a signal flare into the sky before the man could reach him. Seeing this, he knew his chance to kill Sasori today was lost. Wasting time on killing Sasori would mean facing the entire village of Suna, an unfair trade. With a reluctant glance at Sasori, he erased his tracks and bolted toward the land of fire. Sasori, however, was left with a battlefield too littered with evidence to conceal. He had no choice but to defect, fleeing to the safe house he had prepared long ago. After running a good distance, he used the flying thunder god jutsu to teleport directly to the border of the land of fire. The long-distance jump drained him, so he summoned his serpent companion Fabiao. Together, man and serpent raced toward Konoha. For 2 days and 2 nights, he didn't dare close his eyes, finally returning to the village with a weary body. As soon as he arrived, he headed straight to the Hokage's office. "Lord 3rd, I'm back." The 3rd Hokage was overjoyed to see him. If he had stayed away any longer, Kushina would have pulled out all the old man's whiskers. "Good work, Ichi. How did the mission go?" He presented a scroll. "Mission accomplished." The 3rd Hokage took the scroll and said to the exhausted young man, "Ichi, go get some rest. I'll count this as 2 S-rank missions." After greeting everyone, he went home and crashed. The month in Suna had been filled with anxiety, and the last 2 days had been sleepless. Now that he was back in Konoha, he could finally rest easy. He slept for a full day and night with neither Kakashi nor Kushina disturbing him. When he woke up in the evening, he was ravenous, his stomach burning with hunger. He rushed to Ichiraku Ramen, and after a quick greeting started devouring bowl after bowl. 16 bowls. He shattered the record at Ichiraku. After a month of hardship in Suna, the ramen tasted divine. Rested and rejuvenated, his first stop was Orochimaru's lab. Orochimaru-sensei, I'm back. Orochimaru paused his experiment and stepped out to see his student who had been gone for a month. Ichi, you're finally back. If you'd stayed away any longer, your sister would have torn my lab apart. He quickly retrieved the scroll containing the third Kazekage's body and unfurled it. Sensei, this is a gift for you. Orochimaru naturally recognized the third Kazekage. Staring at the corpse before him, he was lost in thought for a long time. Had his disciple truly become this formidable, capable of eliminating the Kage of an enemy village right under their noses? It seemed the Sand Shinobi hadn't discovered anything yet. Ichigo felt a bit embarrassed by Orochimaru's expression, knowing his success was largely due to luck, having stumbled upon a golden opportunity. Orochimaru-sensei, it's a misunderstanding. The Sand Shinobi have many formidable fighters, I wouldn't dare to act so recklessly. Ichigo then recounted the full story to Orochimaru. I deliberately used a jutsu that leaves no trace. Sasori used a signal flare to drive me away, and he had no time to erase the traces of his battle with the third Kazekage. He'll be taking the blame for me this time. Well then, sensei, I need to report to the third Hokage. Orochimaru watched Ichigo's retreating figure, feeling a sense of disbelief. Though luck played a major role, his second disciple's strength had truly reached the Kage level. Time had passed so quickly, and his disciples had grown to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Reflecting on his life, Orochimaru felt that his greatest fortune was having taken on these students. His first disciple, Shinjin Iwaki, was like an Alaskan Malamute, radiating an aura of pure, unadulterated foolishness. His second disciple, Uzumaki Ichigo, was like a husky, sometimes clever and sometimes foolish. Moreover, he was exceptionally good at causing chaos and would occasionally bring things back from outside. His third disciple, Mitarashi Anko, was like a Samiyed, mischievous, clever, lively, and always hungry. After storing away the third Kazekage's body, Orochimaru returned to his laboratory. Sometimes one truly feared he would collapse from overwork in there. Leaving Orochimaru's laboratory, Ichigo headed towards the Hokage's office. Before he even entered, he could hear voices coming from inside. Danzo, Hiruzen, we should attack first. The Sand Village's intentions towards Konoha are clear. If we don't strike now, are we just waiting for them to come to us? Third Hokage, Danzo, Konoha cannot be the first to launch an offensive. It could trigger a chain reaction leading to Konoha being besieged by all the major villages. Danzo, in which great war hasn't Konoha faced sieges from multiple villages? If we strike Suna with maximum speed, even if we are surrounded, we'll have one less village to worry about. Knocking on the door, Ichigo entered the office. Lord Third, I have something to report. Danzo, standing nearby, showed no intention of leaving. Ichigo glanced at him. In the 18 years since being reborn in this world, he had seen Danzo only a handful of times, and every single time Danzo was arguing with the third Hokage in the office. Seeing that Danzo wasn't leaving, the third Hokage asked, Ichigo, is there anything else to report? Ichigo then relayed the matter of the third Kazekage to the third Hokage. Since the body was Ichigo's prize, the third Hokage felt it inappropriate to ask for it. After Ichigo left, both the third Hokage and Danzo were beaming with joy. The war hadn't even started, and the enemy's leader had been taken out by their intelligence operative. This would undoubtedly weaken the Sand Shinobi's morale and strength by at least 30%. More importantly, they couldn't even produce solid evidence that Konoha was responsible, making it a flimsy casus belli. This weakening was a complete freebie. There was no more need for their arguments. With the third Kazekage dead, even if Suna attacked, their strength wouldn't be overwhelming. Konoha could handle it with ease. The question remained whether the Sand Village now, without its Kazekage, would even have the courage to declare war on Konoha again. What happened next was utterly unexpected. After a few days of calm, the Sand Village suddenly announced that the third Kazekage was missing and suspected Konoha of attacking him. They officially declared war on Konoha. Simultaneously, the IWA village, which had been lying low for a long time, began to make its move. Currently, IWA possessed the largest number of shinobi in the entire ninja world. In recent years, the IWA village had been almost completely sealed off. After the Second Great War, Inoki's aggressive development had caused Iwa's shinobi numbers to far surpass those of other villages. Even with their strength at such a level, their inherently cautious nature kept them watching from the sidelines. Meanwhile, the Cloud and Mist villages were becoming more active. The moment Konoha showed any sign of weakness, they would descend upon it like sharks, sensing blood, devouring it entirely. Possessing the most fertile lands and being geographically located at the center of the four great nations, such a situation was inevitable. Because Nawaki was still alive, Tsunade had not left the village. Her medical expertise and monstrous strength were the perfect counter to the Sand Shinobi's puppets and poisons. As a sensory-type shinobi with teleportation abilities, Ichigo was assigned to the Suna front along with Tsunade and Orochimaru. Minato and Jiraiya were tasked with guarding against other villages that might declare war on Konoha at any moment. Arriving at the Konoha camp, Orochimaru took full command of the front line with Narashi Kashin serving as his strategist. Tsunade organized the medical corps, and Ichigo joined the sensory unit. Within the camp, Ichigo saw many famous figures: Yamanaka, Inoichi Aburame, Shibi, Hyuga Hayashi, and Hyuga Hizashi. It was indeed a formidable assembly. Konoha aimed to stabilize the Suna front before the Third Great Ninja War fully erupted. However, after a month of back-and-forth skirmishes, neither Suna nor Konoha had committed their full forces. Internally, Chiyo and Raza were at odds, and Suna and their Jinchuriki had yet to arrive. Suna dared not launch a reckless assault. Konoha, on the other hand, had not yet developed an antidote for Suna's poisons. Suffering too many casualties now would leave them weakened for later confrontations with other villages. With neither Suna nor Konoha engaging in direct conflict, the other villages were in no hurry either. Patience is the most crucial element on the battlefield, and these villages were all cunning old foxes. They would not commit their forces until Konoha had suffered significant losses. Finally, after a period of stalemate, the Sand Shinobi made the first move. Chiyo, overriding all objections, took full command of the front lines. That very night, she led Suna's elite shinobi in a surprise attack on the Konoha camp. Chiyo, leading Raza Yagura and others, crept towards the rear of the Konoha camp under the cover of darkness, aiming to destroy Konoha's supply lines. Ichigo's mind's eye of the Kagura was not to be underestimated. When combined with Sage Mode, even Dust Release would be unable to escape his sensory perception. Konoha was waiting at ease, intercepting the Sand Shinobi halfway. Raza's face was filled with panic. Damn it, we're wearing special cloaks. The Byakugan shouldn't be able to see us. Though Chiyo was also shocked by Konoha's ambush, she was a veteran of Suna with vast experience. Everyone stay calm. Follow me and break through to the right. Despite having preemptive knowledge of the attack, Konoha had too little time to prepare. Chiyo's experience allowed her to instantly spot the weak point in their encirclement. The Sand Elite Force was not something the hastily assembled Konoha forces could detain. In the end, only Ichigo managed to freeze one Sand Shinobi with his ice release, while the rest escaped with injuries. The Sand Shinobi, trapped by the ice release, didn't even have the chance to use an explosive tag to kill himself. This single captured shinobi provided Konoha with invaluable natural toxins, greatly accelerating the development of an antidote. Upon returning to their camp, Chiyo and her team noticed one of their members was missing. We're short one person. Damn it. We must hasten our pace before Konoha deciphers my poison. Notify the troops. We attack tomorrow. After giving the order, Chiyo walked towards the cage where the monk Bunpuku was imprisoned. At dawn the next day, Konoha's forward scouts spotted the massive Suna army approaching. The Third Great Ninja War had finally begun in earnest. The Konoha shinobi stood ready, none retreating before the advancing sand forces. Ichigo drew his dust-covered Kusanagi sword with his left hand, and with his right unsheathed a standard-issue short blade, silently channeling chakra into it. At Orochimaru's command, the Konoha forces charged. Against an equal number of foes, unleashing ninjutsu simultaneously would be a disastrous strategy. Chakra was a precious commodity on the battlefield, and squandering it before the clash would double the casualty rate. In this situation, a direct charge, soldier against soldier, general against general, was the most advantageous course for Konoha. Orochimaru faced Raza. Tsunade fought Chiyo. Nawaki engaged Yagura. The one who confronted Ichigo, however, was a monk. Monk Bunpuku pressed his palms together and said to Ichigo, I cannot control this body, and I have no desire to participate in this war. Please stay far away from me. I do not wish to harm anyone. Before he could finish, another voice emanated from Bunpuku's mouth. Bunpuku, stop your prattling. That old hag promised me that if I take him down, she'll set you free. You won't have to stay cooped up in that cage like a prisoner anymore. Bunpuku was stunned. He realized that Shikaku's pact with Chiyo was all for his sake. Moved to tears, he whispered, Shikaku, does this mean you finally acknowledge me? Shikaku didn't refute it. Instead, he took full control of Bunpuku's body. Let's have ourselves a grand showdown today, Bunpuku. Despite Bunpuku's desperate plea, Shikaku was resolute. To Shikaku, this old monk named Bunpuku was his first true friend in thousands of years. The only one besides the Sage of Six Paths who ever called him by his name. With a thunderous roar from Shikaku, the colossal sand beast charged at Ichigo. I just have to take you down. Seeing this, Ichigo ceased holding back and immediately activated Sage Mode. He plunged his short blade into the ground. Ice Blade Storm revised. In an instant, the desert beneath Ichigo transformed into a field of pristine white. Hidden beneath the ice were fragments of the short blade etched with the flying Raijin seal. Ice-style ice crystal wall. A wall of ice materialized from thin air, blocking Shikaku's massive fist. Ichigo now had to contend not only with the one tail before him, but also the nine tails stirring within his own body. Kurama seemed to harbor a peculiar obsession with pummeling Shikaku, its incessant clamoring making it impossible for Ichigo to concentrate on the beast before him. Spotting an opening, Shikaku unleashed the sand waterfall funeral. He sought to bury Ichigo alive within the sand. Though Ichigo narrowly evaded the attack with the body flicker technique, the field he had so carefully prepared was swallowed by the encroaching sand, his flying Raijin blades buried deep beneath the dunes. Sage Art Gates of the Great God. Several massive pillars descended upon Shikaku, attempting to pin him down. But the prone beast dissolved his body into sand, slipping effortlessly through the gates. Shikaku was visibly taken aback by the technique. That's the 6 paths, old man's. Neither freezing nor any other ninjutsu proved effective against Shikaku. The desert was his domain, granting him an overwhelming home field advantage. It wasn't as if he could freeze the entire desert of the Wind Country. Ichigo was not adept at water style. In fact, the entire Konoha camp lacked a single master of water style. Faced with an enemy seemingly immune to all his jutsu, and tormented internally by the Nine Tails, Ichigo simply gave up. Fine. You want to fight? Kurama, stop your yapping. You take over. The ever-chattering fox, after tormenting Ichigo for so long, finally got its wish. In the real world, crimson chakra began to erupt from Ichigo's body. Across the battlefield, Shikaku's entire being bristled with excitement. Stinky fox. Today I'll show you the true power of your master Shikaku. Ichigo's eyes took on the slit pupils of a fox, and he launched a verbal assault. You damned raccoon. With just one tail you dare to prance before me. Watch as I teach you a lesson today. Shikaku hopped in fury. I'm a tanuki. The Nine Tails' words were razor-sharp against the one tail, mocking Shikaku twice in a single sentence. Watching Shikaku charge Kurama intensified the chakra supply. Ichigo's body became engulfed in a deep crimson aura, his 6 tails whipping furiously behind him. Kurama manipulated Ichigo's body, launching relentless attacks against Shikaku. Claws imbued with ice-natured chakra raked across Shikaku's form with devastating effect. The other combatants on the battlefield couldn't help but notice Ichigo's transformation. Several of Konoha's elite jonin were aware of Kushina's identity as a Jinchuriki. Though the chakra emanating from Ichigo puzzled them, the prevailing sentiment was simple: if it meant victory, he could unleash the Nine Tails itself. As they say, one man's joy is another's sorrow. The Sand Shinobi were gripped by sheer terror. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Can we really win this? Morale among the Konoha forces soared because of Ichigo, and the Sand Army began to fall back in disarray. Chiyo's face darkened as she stared at Ichigo, now completely shrouded in deep red chakra. You Konoha bastards actually let your Nine Tails Jinchuriki leave the village. Orochimaru couldn't resist a bit of trash talk. Since we can control it, why not? Chiyo's expression grew even more sour. To turn the tide, she unsealed a scroll revealing 10 pristine white puppets before Orochimaru. The Chikamatsu collection. Impressive puppets indeed. Tsunade, who was locked in battle with Chiyo, was thoroughly annoyed. Orochimaru, if you have time for idle banter, how about finishing your opponent and coming to help? Apologies, but my opponent's gold dust defense is too strong. I can't take him down just yet. In truth, Orochimaru was having the easiest time of all. Raza was simply weak. So while dealing with him, Orochimaru had ample leisure to hurl insults at everyone else. Inside Ichigo's mind, the tables had turned. Now it was Ichigo's turn to mentally torment Kurama. Kurama, are you really up for this? No way. Surely our great Nine Tails isn't going to lose to the one-tail Shikaku, is he? The Nine Tails flushed with embarrassment. I only have a third of my chakra right now. It's naturally harder to fight. With that, he began to gather a tailed beast ball within Ichigo's body. Ichigo himself continuously infused it with his ice-nature chakra, achieving a delicate balance of yin-yang and ice chakra. The ice blue-tailed beast ball shot toward Shikaku. Immune to physical attacks in the desert, Shikaku didn't bother to dodge and charged straight at Ichigo. When the tailed beast ball exploded, it caused no visible damage. Instead, a block of ice countless times larger than Shikaku himself encased and sealed the beast entirely. Within the psychic realm, Bunpuku and Shikaku appeared trapped within. Bunpuku and Ikkyu locked eyes across the space between them, while behind each Kurama and Shikaku were engaged in a heated exchange of insults. Young friend, you two are a Jinchuriki, just like this humble monk. I apologize to you on behalf of myself and Shikaku for what we have done. The Nine Tails wasted no time. Shikaku, give him some of your chakra. Shikaku, taken aback by the Nine Tails' sudden seriousness, dropped his playful demeanor and matched the gravity of the moment. Nine Tails, are you saying he is the one from the prophecy? Shikaku pointed a stubby finger at Ikkyu. Not certain, but his potential is worth the gamble. If that thing ever awakens, perhaps with his power we might truly be saved. Shikaku's small eyes blinked as he sat down, hesitating for a moment. A small yellow hand extended towards Ikkyu. My name is Shikaku, and let me be clear. I am a tanuki, not a raccoon. The Nine Tails muttered from the side, stupid raccoon. Shikaku instantly bristled. You damn fox, today I'll take you down with me. Ikkyu placed his hand on Shikaku's claw, accepting the chakra. The power of magnet release surged within him. Shikaku, how about coming back to Konoha with me? It's not complete freedom, but it's much better than being in Suna. Shikaku was naturally willing, but seeing the smug fox beside him, he directly refused Ikkyu. However, Bunpuku, standing beside Shikaku, saw his true feelings and offered him a way out. Shikaku, let's go to Konoha. We've been caged for too long, perhaps it's time we saw the outside world. Bunpuku's entire life had been as a vessel for Shikaku, and he too was treated as a monster and locked away for holding him. Just as he had trapped Shikaku, Shikaku had also held him captive. The one being and the beast destined to hate each other instead became friends over decades of shared confinement. Shikaku was willing to obey Chiyo's orders to attack Konoha's shinobi for Bunpoku's sake, and Bunpoku was equally willing to go to Konoha for Shikaku. Shikaku had to be stubborn even now. Since Bunpoku wants to go, then I, Lord Shikaku, shall graciously accompany you to Konoha. The lighter the mood in the tailed beast realm, the more despairing it was for the Suna shinobi on the battlefield. Chiyo, staring at Shikaku trapped in ice, was utterly distraught. Konoha had sent far too many elite forces. Konoha truly played unfairly deploying their Jinchuriki. Now that Shikaku was defeated, who could possibly stop that Nine-Tails brat? Wait, the Nine-Tails? The Uzumaki clan. It was him. He was the one who sensed the surprise attack yesterday and allowed Konoha to prepare in advance. Chiyo finally identified the root cause of their defeat, but Suna's disadvantage was no longer just a matter of lacking a single elite combatant. Suna's morale had plummeted the moment that iceberg appeared on the battlefield. Ikkyu quickly joined the fray, cutting down Suna shinobi relentlessly as they fell back in disarray. With Suna's elites held back by Orochimaru and the others' victory was already within Konoha's grasp, Ikkyu carved his way from the east side of the battlefield to the west, his blade flashing. The Suna shinobi looked at him with utter terror. Monster. Suna's lines completely collapsed, forcing Chiyo to order a retreat. But at this stage of the war, leaving wasn't so simple. Konoha shinobi relentlessly pursued the fleeing enemy. Konoha achieved a great victory. Suna suffered over 50% casualties. The Jinchuriki Bunpoku and Suna's elite Jonin Pakura were captured by Konoha. Chiyo, Raza, and others managed to escape the battlefield. With heavy casualties and their Jinchuriki captured, Sunagakure, while not formally declaring a truce, was no longer a significant threat. News of the great battle between Konoha and Suna spread across the shinobi world within 2 days. Simultaneously, Awakens and Kirigakure entered the fray, both declaring war. Iwa targeted Konoha while Kiri declared war on both Suna and Konoha. The four-way conflict had truly begun, marking the official start of the Third Great Ninja War. Only Tsunade was left to guard the Suna front line, while the others rushed to different battlefields. Orochimaru Uzumaki Ikkyu missed battlefield. Jiraiya Minato Namikaze, rock battlefield. MBU members kept a constant watch on the cloud direction, wary of a surprise attack from those opportunists. Nawaki was tasked with escorting Pakura and Bunpoku back to Konoha. Before leaving, Ikkyu specifically instructed Nawaki to take good care of Bunpoku and gave him a letter to deliver to the third Hokage. The third Hokage, with his wisdom, could easily recognize the value of a friendly-tailed beast. Bunpoku would surely be treated well upon arrival in Konoha. As for Danzo, I'm the Hokage, get it? Just to be safe, Ikkyu gave Bunpoku a special kunai etched with the Flying Thunder God seal. Even now, Ikkyu couldn't understand why Minato insisted on using special kunai when a normal one would be far more discreet. The situation in Kirigakure was complex. Being an isolated island nation, it lacked the mineral resources needed to forge weapons, which was the very reason they declared war on Suna. Other villages wouldn't even touch Suna's territory, conquering it held no value, and they'd just have to give it back eventually. The Blood Mist village initiated by the third Mizukage had resulted in Kirigakure having the smallest number of shinobi among the 5 great villages, but they were also the most formidable. The happiest person on the Mist front line was undoubtedly Orochimaru. Suna had too few Kekkei Jinkai users, and they held little research value. The Mist, however, was rich with them. It was perfectly normal for a few of the enemy to go missing during a war rite. Orochimaru viewed Kirigakure as a treasure trove waiting to be explored. The group established a defensive line on the southeastern coast of the Land of Fire, awaiting the Mist shinobi's attack. Upon entering his tent, Ikkyu found Orochimaru already there. Ikkyu, come with me. Let's go to the Mist village to collect some research materials. If we get into a fight, we can just use the reverse summoning technique to get back. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with an irrepressible excitement as he looked at Ikkyu. Those frozen in a state of suspended animation could be stored in sealing scrolls. If Orochimaru hadn't wanted living test subjects, he would have gone alone. The two infiltrated Kirigakure riding snakes from the Ryuchi cave. The villagers would never have dreamed that Konoha, the one being attacked, would dare to penetrate so deep behind enemy lines. Using Orochimaru's ingenious technology, the two disguised themselves as villagers and scoured the village for Kekkei Jinkai users. With Ikkyu's sage art mind's eye of the Kagura, they managed to capture 1 Chunin and 3 Genin from the Yuki clan, 2 Genin from the Hozuki clan, and 2 Genin from the Kagaya clan. A quite fruitful haul. Ikkyu had initially wanted to find the 3 tails and 6 tails as well, but Kurama told him he had to absorb the chakra of the tailed beasts in numerical order. The 3 tails was sealed within a sealing altar, making it impossible to approach. The 6 tails chakra was directly inside the Mizukage's office building. The third Mizukage, a former guard of the first, possessed unfathomable power. The two decided not to linger in the village. After their capture mission, they returned to the Konoha camp. However, a major incident had occurred back at the camp. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan had been stolen. Hyuga Suk had just been ambushed by Kirigakure ninja while out on a mission. The two branch family ninja accompanying him were killed and Hyuga Suk's Byakugan was stolen. Using his Kagura Shingen, Ichigo could sense the Kirigakure ninja splitting into 4 groups and retreating towards Kirigakure. As powerful as the Kagura Shingon is, it cannot sense a single eyeball. Now he could only rely on a gamble. Ichigo pursued the largest group of ninja. When he caught up to them, he encountered a familiar face, Kagaya Maigetsu, an acquaintance from the Chunin exams. Back then he was always causing trouble whenever he interacted with Terumi Mei. How could he meet an acquaintance without giving them a slash? Ichigo used the body flicker technique to appear before the Kirigakure ninja. Yo, ninja of the mist, do you happen to have something that belongs to Konoha on you? If you do, could you return it? Otherwise, you will die. A chilling aura began to emanate from Ichigo's body, his threat unmistakable. It's the bloody ice crystal of Konoha. The group of Kirigakure ninja tensed up as they faced the young man radiating cold air. The blood in his epithet did not just refer to the color of tailed beast chakra, but also the color of the blood of his enemies on the battlefield. The registers of all the major hidden villages clearly marked him with the note, "Do not engage." If encountered, retreat is permitted without penalty. The last person to receive such an honor was Konoha's White Fang. This was a clear testament to Ichigo's strength. Even if they were merely Chunin, they had fought their way out of the blood-soaked hell of the Bloody Mist. The Kirigakure ninja quickly adjusted their formation, preparing to counterattack. Kagaya Maigetsu, acting as the captain, stepped forward. Uzumaki, Ichigo, believe it or not, the Byakugan is not with us. Maigetsu turned and shouted to his comrades, "Go. I'll hold him off." Ichigo couldn't help but clap his hands at the sight. What a touching display of camaraderie. Kagaya Maigetsu, I always thought you were just a spoiled brat relying on your bloodline. I owe you an apology now. You are a true ninja. Maigetsu roared, "Don't underestimate me. I am Kagaya Maigetsu, the grandson of the second Mizukage." Water-style water gun technique. Ichigo truly admired Maigetsu's willingness to sacrifice himself for his comrades. Ichigo had initially planned to let him go, but then he declared, "I am the grandson of the second Mizukage. Freeze him. Bag him up. Take him to Lord Orochimaru for some research, and after that squeeze the Kagaya clan for a hefty ransom." Perfect. It turned out that the weakness of the hydrification technique wasn't just lightning style, but also ice style. Kagaya Maigetsu was captured by Ichigo without putting up any resistance. His comrades were searched and released. Ichigo respected Maigetsu's sacrifice. By now it was too late to chase the other 3 groups. With no other choice, Ichigo returned to the Konoha camp. "Sensei, I brought you a gift." He's the grandson of the second Mizukage, the purest Kagaya bloodline. Orochimaru looked at Kagaya Maigetsu with great excitement, immediately summoning a giant serpent to swallow him whole, intending to study him thoroughly after the war. "Sensei, don't let him die. After the war we can use him to extort the Kagaya clan." Orochimaru nodded, indicating he would spare the young man's life. Back at the camp, Hyuga Suk, who had lost his Byakugan, confronted Orochimaru and Ichigo with fury. "Why haven't you retrieved my Byakugan? What are you two good for?" Having been used to lording it over the branch family members, this Hyuga clan head had lost all sense of his place. Ichigo and Orochimaru couldn't be bothered with this clown and went to the main tent to begin their strategic planning. Konoha would soon send reinforcements from the Hyuga clan, so this minor incident was of little consequence. In a few days, Orochimaru's collection would likely gain another Byakugan test subject. Konoha's reinforcements arrived swiftly. To counter the Kirigakure's silent killing tactics, a large number of sensory-type ninja were crucial. Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hizashi arrived with 50 Hyuga ninja. Hayashi, as the next clan head, was disgusted by Hyuga Suk's actions. His foolishness had cost the clan a Byakugan and 3 branch family jonin. He immediately ordered Suk to return to the village with some branch family ninja, assuring him that the Hyuga clan would mete out the punishment he deserved. In Kirigakure village, Mangetsu Hozuki arrived at the Mizukage's office carrying the stolen Byakugan. He respectfully presented the saltwater jar containing the eye to the 3rd Mizukage. "Why is there only one Byakugan?" The 3rd Mizukage's soft-spoken question placed immense pressure on Mangetsu Hozuki. The 3rd Mizukage's iron-fisted methods had instilled a deep fear in him. "My lord, that Hyuga clan head used the lives of 3 jonin to delay us. I feared venturing deeper would lead to disaster, so I returned with just 1 Byakugan." The 3rd Mizukage nodded. "Fine. Go. The Konoha battlefield still needs you." Mangetsu Hozuki immediately left the Mizukage's office, heading for the Konoha battlefield. Every second spent in that office was pure torment for him. Back on the Konoha front lines, Mangetsu Hozuki launched another small-scale surprise attack, attempting to use the mist's qualitative advantage to whittle down Konoha's forces. Orochimaru, seasoned in battle, had the Konoha defenses linked together with no more than 200 meters between each squad. Each squad included a Hyuga ninja to guard against Kirigakure sneak attacks. In a place unseen by others, a large serpent slithered back into camp. Inside its belly was Hyuga Suk, who was supposed to be returning to the village. Orochimaru had even gone so far as to stage a fake Kirigakure attack as a cover. After all, the Hyuga clan wouldn't go to the mist to verify the story, so Orochimaru gladly accepted this new test subject. Hyuga Suk had a poor reputation within the clan for his mistreatment of the branch family, so no one came looking for him when he was discovered missing. The others returned to the main Konoha camp. Having earned their merits in battle, the main family couldn't touch them. The main family's attention was entirely focused on Hyuga Hayashi, and Hyuga Suk's disappearance went unnoticed for a time. The situation between Kirigakure and Konoha fell into a stalemate. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze, using his flying Raijin technique, killed 50 IWA ninja in an instant, earning the moniker Yellow Flash on the battlefield. Together, the Yellow Flash and the Bloody Ice Crystal were hailed as the twin stars of Konoha, their names echoing throughout the ninja world. Terumi Mei led a squad of mist ninja on a surprise attack against Suna. The Cloud remained inactive, and the Stone were wary of their neighbor. Iwa's fear of the yet unengaged Cloud far outweighed their fear of Konoha. Among the new Konoha reinforcements were many fresh faces, including Ichigo's 3 students. The 3 of them had only known Ichigo was strong, but it was only when the war came that they understood the true meaning of that strength. The tale of Ichigo cutting through Suna's forces was widely circulated in Konoha, and he was even being called the second Konoha White Fang. Asuma now believed the third Hokage's words that Ichigo would surpass him. Ichigo could practically see stars shining in Asuma's eyes whenever the boy looked at him. Asuma had become much more attentive to Ichigo, hoping to learn something powerful so he could one day defeat the third Hokage and turn the world upside down. Summary of the Great Ninja War: Konoha vs. Suna. Cloud, not yet engaged. Stone and Mist. Suna vs. Konoha and Mist. Stone vs. Konoha and Cloud, not yet engaged. Mist vs. Konoha and Suna. Cloud vs. Konoha and Stone. While the Mist village was locked in a stalemate with Konoha, the Stone village's assault on Konoha was ferocious. The sheer number of Stone shinobi was overwhelming. If not for their lack of top-tier power and their need to keep an eye on the Cloud village to their side, the Stone forces might have already reached Konoha. Just as in the original story, Konoha decided to destroy the Canopy Bridge to sever the Stone village's supply lines and slow their advance. If it weren't for the Mist battlefield requiring the sensory abilities of the mind's eye of the Kagura, the Stone battlefield would have desperately needed Ichi's powers. The corrosive nature of his ice release was lethal to lower-ranked shinobi. If the Stone forces dared to push deep into the land of fire, Ichi would not hesitate to abandon the Mist battlefield, teaching the Stone shinobi that numbers meant nothing in the face of devastating area of effect attacks. Thanks to 2 years of Ichi's rigorous training, Kakashi was far from the weakling he was in the original story. Yet during a mission, Rin was captured by Stone shinobi just as she was in the original tale. Unlike the original script, Kakashi and Obito immediately went to her rescue. To protect Obito, Kakashi had an eye destroyed, mirroring the original events. This tragedy awakened Obito's Sharingan, manifesting as the Two-Tomo form, marking him as a prodigy. The ambush was orchestrated by Madara Uchiha, and despite Kakashi's vastly superior strength, the outcome remained unchanged. Kakashi of the Sharingan still came to be, and Obito was taken away by Madara Uchiha. Hearing the news from the distant Mist battlefield, Ichi couldn't help but sigh. Kakashi really did become a kidney-deficient man. It seems the chakra I left in the white light chakra saber couldn't change the outcome. But this is a chance for Obito to grow. Old Madara better give that kid a good workout. Kakashi and Rin returned to Konoha as heroes for stopping the Stone Village, and the Great Shinobi War now hung in a strange balance. On the Mist battlefield, Konoha and Mist Shinobi had been locked in a stalemate for months. Might Guy's team was ordered to deliver the third Hokage's commands and intelligence from other fronts to Orochimaru. However, the 3 of them encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist halfway. The group had intended to circle around for a surprise attack on Konoha's camp, but unexpectedly stumbled upon the trio escorting the intelligence. Just as despair gripped the 3, a figure in green appeared before them. Guy's initial joy turned to dread, realizing that not only was he about to die, but his father would also be sacrificing himself alongside him. "Father, what are you doing here? Get away, it's too dangerous." Might Dewey turned back and gave Guy a thumbs up. "Made it just in time, Guy. I'll hold them off. Use this chance to run to the Konoha camp." Seeing his father smile at him in such a dire situation, Guy's heart churned with complex emotions. "Father, they're the 7 ninja swordsmen." "It's alright, Guy. I still have the 8 gates released formation." "But father." "It's fine, Guy. This is the moment I uphold my own ninja way to protect my son. Now, Guy, watch closely. This is my final 8 gates." Dewey shed his outer coat, revealing the green spandex suit underneath. In that instant, the suit was no longer comical. It was the most gallant attire in the world. Just as Dewey was about to open the gate of death, a voice rang out, "Made it just in time. Senior Dewey, don't open it yet." The voice had barely faded when Ichi landed a flying kick, sending Dewey hurtling through the air. Dad!" Guy rushed to help his father up. Ichi turned to face the 7 ninja swordsmen. "You guys sure know how to take the scenic route, huh? Fancy circling all the way behind us. Picking on kids. Why don't you play with me instead?" Ichi paused, then continued his verbal assault. "Oh, wait, I'm only 19. Compared to you old-timers, I guess I'm still a kid. You 7 are pathetic. Pushing 30 or 40, and still only elite jounin. Without those swords of yours, you probably wouldn't even be that strong." Enraged, the wielder of the blast sword, Murashino Jinpachi, charged forward with his weapon drawn. It was clear he had been provoked. The faces of the other 6 darkened as well. Ichi's taunt had certainly hit its mark. Donning his ice crystal armor, Ichi first encased his allies behind him in a protective wall of ice. Then drawing his blade, he met the charging Murashino Jinpachi head-on. Using the immense weight of the blast sword, Jinpachi pressed down on Ichi's short blade. Indeed, Ichi was still using the standard issue short swords from the Cloud Village. Considering the opponent had the Hiramakiri which could potentially shatter his treasured Kusanagi sword, he decided it was best to use a disposable blade for now. But this box of swords was almost empty. He'd need to make another shopping trip to the Cloud Village soon. Seeing he had Ichi pinned, Jinpachi immediately unfurled the scroll on his blast sword, revealing a dense layer of paper bombs. Blast! Ichi had even partially elementalized his body, but the explosion from the blast sword couldn't even crack his armor. This blast sword is a bit of a weak tickler. Honestly, this time Ichi wasn't taunting, it was a genuine observation. It infuriated Jinpachi, whose eyes turned red with rage. He began a frenzy of explosions. The other 6 swordsmen watched coldly. Months of skirmishes had taught them to fear the young man before them. If Jinpachi could at least tire him out, it would be beneficial. The core of the 7 ninja swordsmen was always the swords themselves. There was always a line of shinobi ready to wield them. Even Jinpachi, dense as he was, began to realize this. Just as he turned to curse his so-called comrades, Ichi's blade pierced his heart. Chakra surged from the wound, and ice began to spread, encasing him until he was a frozen statue. The remaining 6 began their assault on Ichi. As for Jinpachi, they were simply relieved to be rid of a mindless fool. Due behind the ice wall wanted to break through and help, but Ichi's earlier kick had fractured his ribs, leaving him helpless. The 6 fought in perfect coordination surrounding Ichi. However, the only real threats were Hiramakiri and Samahata. The others couldn't even scratch him. Ichi activated Sage Mode, shedding his damaged ice armor. Sage Art Ice Dragon Protection. Dragon Hail. Propelled by his ice wings, Ichi lunged at Kongo no Yajiro. The other 5 were caught off guard as the Hiramakiri was trapped within a massive ice crystal, rendering it useless. The surrounding forest was painted white by the ice release, and even those not in the direct path of the attack suffered some damage. The battle had reached a point where the weary 5 swordsmen were starting to contemplate retreat. Ichi launched a barrage of ice crystals from his dragon wings. The wielder of the twin swords, Hiramakiri, unable to dodge, was struck down by the projectiles, and a follow-up volley sealed him in ice. Seeing another comrade fall, the remaining 4 lost all will to fight and fled towards the Mist Village. They scattered in different directions. Without hesitation, Ichi pursued Black Horaiga. Kakashi is about to become a jounin. These 2 swords will make a perfect gift for him. Having swiftly dealt with his opponent, Ichigo sealed away the Thunder God's Fong without pursuing further. He hurried back to Might Dai, sealing the remaining 4 blades and securing them properly. Let's stow these blades away first. If the Mist Ninja summoned them back, we'd be at a huge loss. Ichigo collected his spoils of war and opened the ice barrier. The 4 others watched the outside warily, only relaxing when they saw Ichigo. Ichigo, is it over? It's done. Let's go. Follow me back to the Konoha camp. Might Guy and the others looked at Ichigo with admiration. Ichigo, that was the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. You defeated them just like that. The 7 ninja swordsmen. I beat them regularly. After their first encounter with Ichigo, the 7 had been avoiding him, slipping away like eels during major battles and fleeing the moment a fight ended. This time they were finally caught. The mist would have no more 7 ninja swordsmen. Seeing the 3 safe, Might Dai prepared to return to Konoha. Ichigo immediately stopped him. Uncle Dai, how about coming to the Konoha camp with us and earning some war merits? Might Dai was visibly tempted. Can I, Ichigo? I wouldn't be a burden, would I? Ichigo was eager to bring this powerhouse into his camp. Not at all. I know your strength well, Uncle Dai. Besides, I'm in charge of the whole camp. Let's go. We're heading back. Might Dai was equally excited. Many had looked down on him for only mastering taijutsu. Despite his strength, he was never assigned high-ranking missions and had remained a genin for years, trapped in a vicious cycle. After the 5 returned to the Konoha camp, Orochimaru reviewed the intelligence letters they brought, which detailed the battle conditions of the various ninja villages in the war. Pakura had been ransomed back by Sunagakure. After all, one must harvest leeks in batches, strip them too harshly, and you kill the plant. Suna had been beaten by Konoha, and now by the mist. Without some reinforcement, the village might just wither away. The 3rd Hokage's letter indicated that among the villages opposing Konoha, the mist was the weakest, and Konoha's reinforcements were already on their way. He hoped Ichigo and Orochimaru could find a breakthrough on the mist front. In truth, even if Konoha remained passive, the 3rd Mizukage across the battlefield was getting restless. Yagura and Mei Terumi were both on the Suna front. With the 7 ninja swordsmen so thoroughly beaten, the 3rd Mizukage found himself with no one to rely on. What does the Hozuki clan say? The 3rd Mizukage asked, glancing toward the shadows where an Anbu lurked. Lord 3rd, the Hozuki clan says the summoning scroll cannot call back the lost swords. Furthermore, their young clan leader Hozuki Hyuga encountered Konoha's Crimson Ice Crystal a few months ago. His fate is unknown. They request that you, Lord 3rd, bring him back if possible while retrieving the swords. The third Mizukage pondered for a moment before telling the ANBU, "Go to the Suna front and summon Yagura back." The third Mizukage took to the field personally. The three swordsmen who had harbored thoughts of desertion were now forced to remain dutifully at the front lines. The third Mizukage's presence steadied the wavering morale of the mist, boosting their shinobi spirits. The scales which had tipped toward Konoha were now balanced once more. Konoha's reinforcements were en route, and the mist forces were also rushing back. Whichever side arrived first would claim victory in this war. Mastering the Flying Thunder God technique truly allowed one to do as they pleased. While Ichigo couldn't teleport a large army, being able to transport high-level combatants across vast distances was already an outrageous advantage. Shifting from their previous defensive posture, the Konoha team took the initiative and launched an assault on the mist camp. Sage Art Ice Spear. Ichigo entered Sage mode, conjured a spear of ice in his hand, and hurled it toward the enemy camp. The spear exploded on impact, freezing nearly half the camp. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Inside the main tent within an ice structure built by the Yuki clan leader, the Mist's elite gathered. This ice release. Its corrosive power is incredible. If we could capture that brat alive, maybe the Yuki clan could rise to greater heights. The hot-tempered Kagaya clan leader had already pulled out his bones and charged out with the third Mizukage and other powerful ninjas following suit. Quick! Break the ice. Some of them might still be alive. Chaos reigned in the mist camp. The Konoha forces, who had always been on the defensive, launching a surprise attack was something they never anticipated. The battle-thirsty Kagaya leader along with his clan charged straight at Ichigo. Seeing this, Ichigo dropped all pretense. He didn't bother with hand seals or even a clap. He simply placed his hands on his comrade's shoulders. Sage Art Ice Crystal Armor. Everyone, this armor can withstand 2 S-rank jutsu. The chance to crush our enemies is right before us. Our families are back in Konoha waiting for our return. Charge! With a roar, the Konoha ninjas surged forward to meet the Kagaya clan. The Kagaya leader pulled out a bone and shaped it into a drill. Dance of the clematis flower. The ice armor of the frontline ninjas shattered under the blow, and they were sent flying. Ichigo moved to help, but a middle-aged man radiating a chilling aura blocked his path. "You must be the ice release ninja from Konoha. A truly magnificent jutsu. How about coming to the mist? Name your price. With you, the Yuki clan could become the strongest family in the village." His answer was the blade Ichigo drew. On another part of the battlefield, Orochimaru intercepted the third Mizukage. "Third Mizukage, I do look forward to seeing you on my laboratory table." The third Mizukage ignored the taunt, silently drawing his sword and charging at Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Might Dai, enveloped in a green aura, squared off against the Kagaya clan leader. Nawaki faced off against Samahata's wielder Fuguki Suikezen and Kuriarare Kushimaru. Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hizashi took on Momochi Zabuza. Ichigo swung his sword at the Yuki clan leader, but a shark-faced man blocked the blow. "So you're Konoha's Crimson Ice Crystal. This power. It's truly hard to resist." Water release water gun technique. A droplet of water carrying extraordinary force shot toward Ichigo. It sent him flying backward, cracks appearing in his armor. The Hozuki clan leader and Kisame Hashigaki arrived with several jonin as reinforcements. The Yuki clan leader was still rambling. "Thanks to you taking the village's swords. That's damaged our village to its core. All our high-level combatants are gathered here just to kill you. So what do you say? Return the swords and surrender to the Yuki clan, and I might spare your life." These fools had no idea they were mere cannon fodder. The third Mizukage was just using them to stall for time. Kisame Hashigaki and the Hozuki clan leader were sweating bullets. If they could, they would have buried this imbecile in the ground themselves. Their original mission was just to delay Ichigo, but now their mission had become figuring out how to survive the pink-haired youth before them. Ichigo couldn't help but laugh. "How can you be so confident? You talk as if you've already won." Mystic Art Frozen World. The entire forest was tainted by a single person's chakra, transforming into a world of ice and snow. The Konoha shinobi were less affected thanks to their ice armor, but the chakra of Mist Ninja below the rank of Jonin was completely frozen, rendering it unusable. Those of Jonin rank and above were also severely impacted. The Konoha raid squad, composed entirely of Jonin and further empowered by the ice armor, was not weakened too much. With this single technique, the tables had turned. The mist forces, excluding the taijutsu expert Kagaya and the ice-wielding Yuki clan, were all weakened by at least 30%. Orochimaru looked at the weakened third Mizukage before him. "Your strength has been greatly diminished, third Mizukage. If you don't show your true power soon, you will meet your end here today." Hashigaki Kisame truly couldn't help but curse. This single jutsu was enough to wipe out half of the mist forces. The Yuki clan leader was absolutely useless. Just as he finished cursing, the Yuki clan leader started running his mouth again. What a magnificent jutsu. But after using 2 massive techniques, how much chakra can you possibly have left? The Hozuki clan leader on the side was about to cry. "Ancestor, please stop talking. At this rate, he's going to single-handedly annihilate the entire mist village." His movements were also being hindered, and he felt he could be frozen solid at any moment. Greed was evident in the Yuki clan leader's eyes. "Ice-style 1,000 killing water shards. Watching as the attack didn't even leave a scratch on the ice armor, Ichi slashed down twice, killing this clown. For the first time, Kisame felt joy from the death of a comrade. Mr. Ichi, this may be rude, but thank you for getting rid of him. Kisame raised his blade. Mr. Ichi, I know I'm no match for you, but I absolutely cannot let you pass and harm my comrades. Ichi looked at Kisame. You are a good man. Leave now. You don't deserve to die here. No. Mr. Ichi, my entire life I've killed my comrades to complete missions. This time I will use my life to protect them. I hope you remember the name of this insignificant man. My name is Hoshigaki Kisame. Watching Kisame charge at him, Ichi had never admired someone so much. It was truly a pity for a man like this to die. I will remember you, Kisame. You are a true shinobi. Ichi swung his blade, leaving a wound on Kisame's shoulder. Kisame fell wounded, his body slowly being encased in ice crystals. Kisame, don't you have any regrets dying now? Live on. These people aren't worth risking your life for. Wait until you find true comrades, and then you can give your life to protect them. Ichi. Sir. As the ice crystals spread, Kisame slowly lost consciousness. With Kisame dealt with, the remaining Hozuki clan leader was about to be frozen solid without Ichi even lifting a finger. Mr. Ichi, if it's at all possible, please spare my Getsu's life. The Hozuki clan leader was frozen into a block of ice. Ichi transported him and Kisame to a safe place. Though they were enemies, their conviction was admirable. Seeing the situation was hopeless, the third Mizukage ordered the mist ninja to retreat. Meanwhile, a red chakra began to emanate from his own body. Seeing this, Orochimaru immediately distanced himself. No wonder they hadn't sent out their Jinchuriki, even when at a disadvantage. It turned out the third Mizukage himself was one. His voice slightly hoarse, he commanded, all mist shinobi retreat to the village. From today, Yagura will be the fourth Mizukage. The tailed beast chakra emanating from the third Mizukage grew denser, his tails increasing from 1 to 6, and his chakra's color shifted from transparent to a deep red. In his half-tailed beast form, the third Mizukage lunged at Orochimaru, sending him flying with a swipe of his tail before starting to gather chakra on the spot to unleash a tailed beast ball. Orochimaru quickly got up and summoned the triple Rashomon gates, barely managing to block the six tailed beast ball. The third Mizukage's body then shifted from red to blue as he rapidly lunged at Orochimaru, his blue chakra, highly corrosive. The ice armor on Orochimaru was corroded away in a single strike. He was also weakened by 30% within the frozen world. Ichi rushed forward, injecting his ice chakra into Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sensei, go and rest. Leave this to me. It takes a Jinchuriki to beat a Jinchuriki. Orochimaru took a moment to recover, then nodded at Ichi. Ichi, be careful of his blue chakra. It's highly corrosive. If you get a safe chance, try to get me a sample of the Six Tails power. Understood, Orochimaru-sensei. After exchanging a few blows with the third Mizukage, Ichi's body was covered in corrosive wounds. The nine tails within him spoke out to stop him. Enough, Ichi. Use my chakra. The Six Tails corrosive chakra is no joke. Kurama, can you communicate with it? The nine tails' ears twitched. No. He's just forcibly using the Six Tails chakra. Since they aren't in sync, we can't contact her. Looks like we'll have to do this the hard way. Red chakra began to emanate from Ichi's body as well, and Six Tails formed behind him. Seeing the Nine Tails chakra seemed to excite his opponent even more. A blue blur and a red blur clashed with the Nine Tails chakra, blocking the Six Tails corrosion. However, the Six Tails chakra couldn't withstand the erosion of the cold. The third Mizukage's consciousness was waning, forcibly suppressing the Six Tails, and drawing out its power was taking a severe toll on his mental energy. With Ichi suppressing him from the outside and the Six Tails resisting from within, the third Mizukage finally lost control under the combined pressure. Having lost his sanity, he fought wildly, and without technique, like a true beast. Using the flying thunder god mark he had left on the Mizukage during their earlier skirmish, Ichi teleported directly behind him. Four symbols seal. The tailed beast chakra gradually faded, and the third Mizukage's body became visible. He grabbed a nearby blade and used it to support himself. Between the seal and the erosion of the ice release, he couldn't mobilize even a sliver of chakra. Seeing the mist shinobi had already retreated, the third Mizukage smiled. I can't get the swords back, but at least I preserved some of the village's strength. He turned to look at Ichi. Truly, heroes come from the young. Huh. The mist accepts this defeat wholeheartedly. With a laugh, he gave Ichi a thumbs up. Looking around at the fallen mist shinobi, the third Mizukage seemed lost in memory. A Kage must descend to the afterlife with dignity. He reversed the blade and drove it into his own abdomen. The third Mizukage had fallen. Looking at his body, Ichi couldn't help but feel respect. He was a man truly worthy of the title of Kage. Sensei, the third Mizukage wasn't a Kekkai Genkai user, so there's no need to study his body. He earned the title of Kage. His corpse shouldn't be desecrated. Orochimaru nodded. I've acquired enough test subjects from this war. I don't need this one. With the death of the third Mizukage and many of its elite, the Mist Village's strength was greatly diminished. Konoha emerged victorious. Orochimaru stayed behind to guard the Mist front lines and collect experimental materials, while Ichi finally had a chance to return to Konoha for some well-deserved rest. Ichigo returned to Konoha using the Flying Thunder God technique. The combination of several massive jutsu and the extreme long-distance teleportation had drained his chakra reserves. The moment he got home, he collapsed onto his bed and didn't move. When Ichigo woke, dawn was just breaking. The months of pent-up tension finally eased after a full day and night of sleep. After a quick wash, he walked over and knocked on Kakashi's door. "Kakashi, I'm coming in." Kakashi was lying on his bed engrossed in one of Jiraiya's literary works, a gradually unsettling grin forming beneath his mask. Ichigo slammed the door shut instantly. "Damn, I must be seeing things. Kakashi's gone perverted." Hearing the commotion, Kakashi quickly stashed away Jiraiya's novel, knowing full well that if Kushina ever found out he'd be buried so deep in the Hokage rock, he'd become part of its foundation. Taking a deep breath, Ichigo opened the door again. Seeing Kakashi acting normal, he looked like he was about to cry. It was definitely a hallucination. "I'm just too tired. Kakashi hasn't turned out wrong. Tsukumo-san will wake up and see a perfectly normal Kakashi." After his self-hypnosis, Ichigo produced 2 long blades. "Kakashi, these are your promotion gift for becoming a Jonin." At the mention of the Jonin gift, Kakashi instinctively touched his eye. Obito. Seeing Kakashi's sorrowful state, Ichigo didn't know how to console him. He certainly couldn't reveal that Obito was in the clutches of a sinister old man. "Kakashi, pull yourself together. Aren't you going to see the future with the eye you still have? Does this behavior truly honor that eye?" Kakashi tucked Jiraiya's book into his ninja pouch and placed his hand on the lightning blade Ichigo offered. As he channeled his chakra, the blade erupted in a brilliant blue light. Amazing. The lightning conductivity of this blade is incredible. Meanwhile, Ichigo's attention was entirely fixed on the book Kakashi had just hidden away. "Tsukumo-san, I'm so sorry. I've led Kakashi astray." After pulling themselves together, the two headed to a place that could cleanse the soul, Ichiraku Ramen. Ichigo broke his own record again. On the wall of Ichiraku Ramen, a new entry was posted: Uzumaki, Ichigo 17 bowls. After the meal, feeling reinvigorated, Kakashi rushed off to the training ground with his new blade. Ichigo, on the other hand, went to see the third Hokage. The Hokage's office truly needed soundproofing. The heated argument between Danzo and the third Hokage was perfectly audible to Ichigo from outside. "Danzo, Hiruzen, the one-tailed Jinchuriki, should be placed under Root's control. Only within Root can we ensure he won't act against Konoha." "Third Hokage, enough, Danzo. I've told you many times Fu is a guest of Konoha. Danzo Saratobi, you will regret this." Ichigo's arrival interrupted their classic exchange. "Lord Third, I've returned." The third Hokage's eyes lit up at Ichigo's presence. His accomplishments were undeniable. He was practically a humanoid weapon now. "A young Ichigo, good work. The Suna and Kiri fronts are truly grateful for your efforts." "It's nothing, Lord Third. It's my duty as a Konoha shinobi." The third Hokage looked at Ichigo with increasing approval. "You know, Ichigo, I have a niece about your age." "Lord Third, I already have a girlfriend. Please don't. If my sister finds out, she'll tear you apart." The third Hokage could only drop the subject. "Minato will be back in a few days. You two will head to Sunagakure to sign a peace treaty. This will build prestige for your future candidacy for the fourth Hokage. And remember, squeeze them for as much money as possible." "Lord Third, I'm not cut out to be the fourth Hokage. If I became Hokage, Konoha would probably be gone in a few days. I'm fine in ENBU." "Huh, true enough. Your personality isn't suited for the Hokage's seat. Speaking of which, prepare to take over as the head of ANBU when you return. Tsunade refuses the position, so Minato will be the fourth Hokage. You two are close, keep working hard for Konoha's future. This old man can finally retire." "Yes, Lord Third." A few days later, Minato, who had just returned home, set off with Ichigo for Sunagakure. Kakashi and Rin were sent to the Kiri front lines as reinforcements for training. Kushina hadn't seen Minato in a long time. She had been looking forward to their date the day after his return, but he was deployed again after just 1 day back. It was said that screams of agony echoed from the Hokage's office that day. Yeah, that office definitely needed soundproofing. Ichigo and Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear directly at the Konoha camp on the Suna front. Tsunade was currently fretting over her skin condition. Seeing the two suddenly appear, she slammed both of them to the ground with one hand each. "I'm giving you 2 days. Handle the Suna situation. Staying here is ruining my skin." Faced with her growing fury, cold sweat dripped down the two men's backs, fearing she might snap their necks at any moment. "Tsunade-sama, calm down. Please. Minato and I will get the treaty signed as soon as possible. You're naturally beautiful, your skin can't be bad." Ichigo's survival instincts were at an all-time high, his sense of danger reaching unprecedented levels. Gradually calming down, Tsunade released them. She sat in the tent radiating an incredibly oppressive aura. "You two better be quick. Otherwise I can't guarantee your safety." She said it with a smile, but the paperweight crushed into a ball in her hand was a clear message: if they didn't finish quickly, they would truly die here. Without another word, the two headed for the Suna camp to negotiate. But on the way, Ichigo, with his vast sensory range, detected a familiar chakra signature. This feeling. Mei. Ichigo immediately changed course, speeding toward the source of the chakra. Mei Terumī was not in a good situation. After Yagura returned to defend Kiri, the previously advantaged mist forces were now at a disadvantage. She was no match for Pakura and Raza combined. Raza manipulated his gold dust in relentless pursuit. Just as the wave of gold was about to engulf Mei, a wall of ice rose from the ground. My fair lady, it seems you found yourself in a bit of trouble again. Mei's breath hitched at the sound of the voice behind her. She turned to see the pink-haired young man walking slowly toward her. Before she could speak, she was pulled into a cool embrace. I'm sorry. I'm late. Rescued once again, Mei's face flushed crimson within Ichigo's arms. Unable to resist, Ichigo leaned in and kissed her. Their second kiss was just as sweet as the first. Minato, who was busy keeping Raza occupied, was having a far less sweet time. Raza's aerial fighting style was a direct counter to his own techniques. Hey, you two. I know reunited lovers are excited, but could you please spare a thought for my life? Ita glanced toward the direction of Minato. In the sky, Raza was relentlessly attacking Minato on the ground with his golden sand. Reluctantly, Itu released the beautiful woman in his arms, and an ice dragon materialized around him. Unlike before, as the dragon's wings beat, Itu also soared into the air successfully, becoming an aerial combat unit. Shikaka's magnet release is quite useful. Combined with the dragon's wings for direction, this counts as having flight capability. Ita flapped his dragon wings and shot towards Raza at immense speed, hurtling directly into him. Although Raza saw him coming, his golden sand was too slow to react, and he ultimately failed to dodge Ita's attack. The moment they collided, Raza was frozen solid into an ice sculpture. The golden sand cubes chasing Minato lost their control and fell to the ground. Seeing the sand scattered on the earth, Minato breathed a sigh of relief. That Raza had been flying in the sky the whole time and his attacks couldn't reach him at all. After dealing with Raza, Ita didn't stop. He plunged his blade into the sand, using ice release to freeze a vast expanse of the desert, also trapping Pakura, who was lurking beneath ready to ambush. Ita knocked on the ice crystal encasing Pakura, trying to sneak attack in front of a sensor ninja. He casually walked aside, nonchalantly taking Mei Terumi's hand, feeling so happy he could float on air. Mei didn't pull away, a visible blush spreading across her face. Minato walked over with an amused look. What's this? Aren't you going to introduce me? You've got a girlfriend, and you're keeping it from your brother. You have no idea how much Kushina complains to me about her single brother. Hearing Minato's words, Mei's face turned even redder. Ita chuckled. Well, I haven't managed to win her over yet. Minato walked up to Mei. Sister-in-law, if this guy ever dares to bully you, just tell me. His sister, and I will sort him out good. Mei nodded silently, her gentle Kirigakure demeanor reaching its peak at that moment. The group tacitly avoided discussing the third Mizukage. This was a war between villages and nations. The third Mizukage had fallen with the honor of a Kage, and there was nothing to resent. Itu and Minato sealed the memories of Raza and Pakura. His relationship with Mei couldn't be brought into the open, yet especially since he had just killed their Mizukage. It would be too rude to also whisk away their lead jounin right after. Dragging the two ice sculptures, the trio headed towards the Sunagakure camp. The only leader left on the Suna front lines was Chiyo. Why haven't Raza and Pakura returned yet? If we can take out those Kirigakure bastards, our pressure will drop significantly. And if Konoha falls into a disadvantage, maybe Suna can even claim some territory. Sigh. Sasori, did you really kill the third Kazekage? I blame myself for not noticing your change. It's all my fault. Just as Chiyo was wallowing in sorrow, Baki handed her an intelligence report. After reading it, Chiyo broke out in a cold sweat. So that's it. That explains why that Kirigakure brat left the battlefield. Kirigakure has already lost to Konoha. Just as Chiyo was lamenting, Itu and his group along with Raza and Pakura walked into the Suna camp. Chiyo-basama, let's have a talk. A chilling aura emanated from Itu, the threat unmistakable. If Chiyo hadn't seen the intelligence report, she would have taught this young upstart a lesson. But the report clearly detailed Itu's monstrous combat abilities. Chiyo might not care about her own life, but no one else in the entire Suna camp would survive. Fine, let's talk inside. Inside the tent, Chiyo and Ebizo were present. We are here representing Konoha and Kirigakure to negotiate with Sunagakure. Impossible. 3,000 tons of gold sand. Why don't you just rob us outright? A ton of gold is worth about 4 to 5 million Ryo of sand. Quality is even lower, say 3 million, that's roughly 9 billion Ryo. Ita grinned. Chiyo-basama, you jest. Robbing wouldn't be this fast. With Raza as our golden miner, 3,000 tons is easy. Chiyo glared at Itu, grinding her teeth. Fine. We agree. Now can you return the one-tailed Jinchuriki to us? Itu's smile turned mischievous. Chiyo-basama, when you ransomed Pakura, we agreed that neither village has the right to interfere with the freedom of Bunpoku and Shikaku. Are you planning to go back on your word? A powerful surge of chakra erupted, dropping the temperature inside the tent. Chiyo had no choice but to concede. Ultimately, through friendly negotiations, Sunagakure signed a ceasefire agreement with both Konoha and Kirigakure. Sunagakure officially ceased hostilities with Konoha. After spending a few blissful days with Mei Terumī, Itu reluctantly bid her farewell and returned to Konoha. Villagers of Konoha lined the main gate to welcome the two heroes, Itu and Minato. Minato rushed off to find Kushina immediately upon his return, having been forced to endure Itu's lovey-dovey display for days. Finally, he could see his beloved again. In contrast to Minato, Itu returned to Konoha feeling listless. Day 1 of separation from Mei. I miss her. Why does Minato come home to his sweetheart, while I come home to Kakashi reading his porn books telling me how much of a failure my education was? Wait. Kakashi is on the Kirigakure battlefield. There isn't even a living soul in my house. Itu was down in the dumps for a few days before the third Hokage officially appointed him as the captain of the Umbu. The third son, Sarutobi Shinosuke, was made the vice-captain. Poor Shinosuke had no idea what kind of boss and what a despairing future awaited him. While reorganizing the Umbu, Itu discovered an interesting kid, Uchiha Shisui. Minato and Itu went back and forth within the Uchiha clan over Kakashi's eye problem. Fugaku was on good terms with them, but the old traditionalists refused to budge. After Ida had a persuasive talk, read thread of force, Kakashi finally came to legally possess Obito's Sharingan. It was during this time that the 9-year-old Shisui caught Ita's attention. Shisui, you are a talented child. Would you be willing to become my disciple? Fugaku immediately agreed on Shisui's behalf. After all, it wasn't every day you see a 20-year-old Umbu captain. Taking an Uchiha as a disciple was a godsend. The Uchiha clan must seize this incredible fortune. Seeing the clan head's reaction, Uchiha Shisui also nodded in agreement. The name, Crimson Ice Crystal, was incredibly famous in Konoha. No one could refuse such a master. Taking Shisui as his disciple lifted Itu's spirits. Come on, Shisui. Let me treat you to a meal. Without waiting for Shisui to respond, Itu grabbed the kid and left. Upon learning Shisui was an orphan, Itu took him straight home. Consider this your home from now on. Once Nawaki gets back, I'll have him build a few more houses next door, and you can live there too. Here's 5,000 Ryo. Buy whatever you need first. If it's not enough, just tell me. Shisui was so moved, he was nearly in tears. Uchiha orphans did receive a small stipend, but it was barely enough for daily necessities. No one had ever been this kind to him before. With Shisui's arrival, the household finally felt alive again. Aizo took Shisui training every day, feeling like he was raising a child. Arriving at the lakeside, which Shikaku had transformed into a sandy beach, Nawa had built a house there for Bunpoku. Senior Bunpoku, are you settling in well here? Bunpoku greeted Aizo warmly. Young friend Aizo, Konoha is truly a beautiful place, and Lord Nawa even built us a residence. I can sense that Shikaku is happy too. Bunpoku's eyes shifted into beast-like pupils, and his voice turned sharp. Hey, you stinky fox. No wonder you were so weak last time. You're incomplete now. Ninetales' chakra emanated from Aizo, gradually forming a small fox perched on his shoulder. You damned raccoon, even with just a fraction of my power, I can still thrash you effortlessly. Shikaku ignored the Ninetales' verbal assault, its entire form fixated on the small fox before it. 9. Kurama. How did you get out? The miniature fox twitched its ears. I placed my consciousness within a portion of my chakra and used external chakra emission to create something like a clone. Shikaku ceased arguing with the Ninetales and retreated into the house, beginning to prepare the plan the Ninetales had outlined. Shikaku was the most studious of all the tailed beasts, even mastering sealing techniques and ninjutsu. If the Ninetales hadn't deceived him, he could gain his freedom within a month. Just as Aizo was about to take the fox for a stroll, an ANBU member knelt respectfully behind him. Lord Aizo, the situation is urgent. The third Hokage requests your presence. Aizo turned to look at the ANBU behind him. Not so aloof now, are we? It took me just 30 chapters to become your boss. Stay haughty, and I'll dock your pay. Understood, you may return. I'll be there shortly. Yes, Lord Aizo. Using the flying Raijin technique, Aizo arrived at the Hokage's office where Danzo and the third Hokage were still arguing. Danzo, Hiruzen Kumogakure is approaching with overwhelming force, yet you want to put 2 brats in charge. Third Hokage, they have both grown significantly and Aizo is now the head of Konoha's ANBU. Danzo, you should show at least basic respect for the strong. Danzo understood this logic perfectly well, but if those two resolved the Kumogakure situation, his own chances of becoming the 4th Hokage would vanish completely. Just as Danzo was about to continue his protests, Aizo pushed the door open and walked in. Lord Danzo, it's been a while. Aizo stressed the word, Lord, with deliberate emphasis. A little-known fact, the Root was technically a subdivision of the ANBU. After Danzo created Root, the 3rd Hokage simply let him do as he pleased. So strictly speaking, Aizo was now Danzo's direct superior. Wary of Aizo's overwhelming strength, Danzo muttered a few defiant words and left the Hokage's office. A few minutes later, Minato Namikaze arrived accompanied by a fuming Kushina Uzumaki. Old man third, are you targeting my Minato? In over 2 years of war, he's barely spent 2 months at home, and you're already sending him back to the battlefield. I don't care. If you don't give me a proper explanation today, I'll unleash the fox to bite you. Nearby, the Ninetales couldn't stand it any longer and warned Kushina, I warn you, show me some respect. Otherwise I'll. As the apex predator of Konoha's food chain, Kushina left the Ninetales utterly at a loss for threats. Kushina finally noticed the fox on Aizo's shoulder. Kawaii. Ignoring the Ninetales' struggles, she snatched it from Aizo's shoulder. Unable to resist, the Ninetales fled back into Aizo's body. Huh, where'd the fox go? The third Hokage watched from the side, sweating profusely. Those two siblings were practically nuclear weapons of Konoha. Especially Kushina, who was truly unreasonable. Unapproachable. Kushina. This is for Minato's sake. Once the Kumogakure matter is resolved, Minato's achievements will be enough to succeed as the fourth Hokage. Really? Minato, did you hear that? You're going to be Hokage. Minato. Third Hokage-sama, I'm still too young. I doubt I'm qualified. Minato instinctively tried to decline, mainly because there were many in Konoha more suited than him. The third Hokage glanced at Kushina, whose hair was already starting to float with fury, and wiped the sweat from his brow. Minato. Don't sell yourself short. Orochimaru is absorbed in his research, and Jiraiya and Tsunade have no interest in it. Right now you are the most suitable candidate to become Hokage. Kushina returned to normal and patted Minato's shoulder. See, Minato, you're the perfect choice. With the atmosphere finally settling, the third Hokage got down to business. Minato Aizo, 2 days ago, Kumogakure formally declared war on Konoha. I need you to lead the forces to intercept them. Yes, third Hokage-sama. After entrusting Shursui to Kushina's care, Aizo set off with Minato to intercept the Kumogakure forces. On the way, Aizo had a new idea, a sneak attack. Minato, you lead the forces to intercept them. I have a flying Raijin seal in the land of hot water. I'll circle around to the rear of Kumogakure and destroy their supplies. Although Minato strongly opposed the plan, Aizo overruled his objection. The objection was invalid. Using the flying Raijin seal he had left previously, Aizo immediately transported himself to the land of hot water, just a step away from the land of lightning. Seeing Aizo had already left, Minato could only sigh in helplessness. He continued leading the troops to intercept the Kumogakure ninja. Aizo infiltrated the hidden cloud village at top speed, making his way to the place where the Two Tails was sealed. After disposing of the Jonin guarding the shrine, Aizo finally saw the full picture of the altar. The sealing of Kumogakure is trash. Chakra surged from Aizo's hand. Sealing technique release. Red chakra burst forth from the altar, eventually coalescing into a cat with 2 tails. 9 Tails, was it you who saved me? The 2 Tails' personality was unexpectedly gentle, and its voice was far more pleasant than Shikaku's. What pleased Aizo most, however, was its appearance. The 2 Tails was undoubtedly the most beautiful of all 9-tailed beasts. The 9 Tails chakra condensed into a small fox on Aizo's shoulder. Matatabi, long time no see. To make a long story short, give him some of your chakra. The 2 Tails lowered its front paws, resting its head on them. What 9 Tails have you found? The person the old man prophesied about. The 9 Tails' ears twitched, unbelievably adorable. No, I'm not sure it's him yet, but his potential is worth testing. The 2 Tails looked at Aizo before it hesitating. The chakra it would give wasn't the kind that simply disappears after being used. After giving away such chakra, the tailed beasts would need a long time to recover to their full strength. Aizo looked at the great cat before him with a smile. Matatabi, let's have a fight. See if I'm worthy of bearing the expectations of the tailed beasts. Matatabi rose slowly upon hearing Ichigo's words. Come then, let me see what kind of person could earn Kurama's recognition. Flames seemed to dance across Matatabi's form, the great cat radiating an air of nobility and grace as her azure claws swept swiftly toward Ichigo. Kurama leaped down from Ichigo's shoulder, seeking a safer vantage point to continue watching. I never acknowledged him. I merely think this human possesses sufficient potential. Kurama, you were always so stubbornly reserved. Just as the claw was about to descend, a wall of ice rose to intercept Matatabi's strike. Ice release crystal wall. Ice release crystal prison. The ice wall expanded rapidly, enveloping Matatabi entirely. As a tailed beast not known for raw strength, she found herself utterly unable to break free from the cage. With merely 2 techniques, Matatabi was defeated. She abandoned all resistance, collapsing onto the ground, questioning her own existence. Had humans truly grown this powerful, or had she grown this weak? Ichigo released his technique, gazing at the self-doubting Matatabi. Beside him, Kurama looked on with lingering disappointment. It was over far too quickly. He hadn't even enjoyed the show. Matatabi, sensing the release of the jutsu, extended her paw willingly, offering her chakra to Ichigo. Feeling the soft touch of her paw, Ichigo's desire to bring her back with him grew even stronger. Matatabi, would you come with me to Konoha? It won't be absolute freedom, but I can guarantee your liberty within the land of fire. Matatabi could see the affection in this human's eyes. For thousands of years, the gazes she had received were those of fear, disgust, or greed. Ichigo was the first to look at her in such a way. In the end, Matatabi herself couldn't quite explain why she agreed. Perhaps it was simply because his eyes were pure. Matatabi, before we leave, let's leave a parting gift for Kumogakure. Ichigo's hand touched Matatabi, and the two of them, along with Kurama, teleported to a mountain peak overlooking the village. Matatabi fired a tailed beast ball at Kumogakure. Though puzzled, Matatabi began to gather her chakra. Ichigo placed his hand upon her, channeling his own chakra into her body. The tailed beast ball swelled to over 4 times its original size. Its color shifted from black to a deep blue. Shock filled Matatabi's eyes. How absurd. Many had tried to drain a tailed beast's chakra, but she had never seen anyone pour their own chakra into one. Ichigo's face was alight with anticipation. I've always wanted to say this. This is a farewell gift. The moment the words left his mouth, Matatabi launched the tailed beast ball, its power carefully calibrated by Ichigo. In an instant, the entire village of Kumogakure was transformed into a city of ice. Let's go. Ichigo touched Matatabi and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Matatabi felt a wave of helplessness. Ever since their encounter, Ichigo had seized every opportunity to sneak a few affectionate pats while touching her. Yet she didn't truly mind, and so she let him have his way. Elsewhere, Minato Namikaze had already clashed with the fourth Raikage. Facing the combined assault of A and Killer B alone was proving to be a tremendous strain. Minato could only stabilize the situation by threatening Killer B's safety. At that moment, the kunai on Minato's person reacted to a surge of chakra. Kurama had long since returned to Ichigo's body, and now the man and his cat suddenly materialized on the battlefield, drawing the attention of all. The most agitated was the fourth Raikage, who had been swindled by Ichigo before. Uzumaki Ichigo, why are you here with Matatabi? What happened to Kumogakure? Though he yearned to fight Ichigo then and there, the safety of his village was of far greater importance. There shouldn't be any problems for now. But if you don't return to the village and break the ice around them within 3 days, I'm afraid no one in Kumogakure will survive. The fourth Raikage's fury only intensified. Every encounter with Ichigo brought nothing but misfortune. Damn it. Uzumaki, Ichigo, you win this time. We're retreating. Back to the village. Ichigo delivered the final blow. Think carefully before you come next time. I wasn't even using my full strength. His voice then turned chillingly cold. If there is a next time, not a single soul in Kumogakure will be left alive. The fourth Raikage said nothing in response. He knew he would never defeat the opponent before him in this lifetime. His own period of growth was nearing its end while Ichigo's was only just beginning. Uzumaki Ichigo. Next time victory will be mine. The fourth Raikage paid little mind to Matatabi's defection. In his eyes, what use was a tailed beast if the village itself was destroyed? As the Kumogakure shinobi withdrew, the people of Konoha finally breathed a collective sigh of relief. All eyes turned to Ichigo, filled with admiration and awe. Such an achievement could only be described as legendary. The battle had ended almost as soon as it began. Ichigo and Minato led the Konoha forces back, with Matatabi trailing behind Ichigo. Ichigo would occasionally turn back to stroke the great gentle cat. Matatabi chose to turn a blind eye to his antics. The group made their triumphant return to Konoha. The third Hokage listened to the Anbuyu's report, unable to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. First he'd managed to bring back the one tail, and now he'd even coaxed away Kumogakure's two tail. At the gates of Konoha, the third Hokage personally led the villagers to welcome the returning heroes, using the occasion to bolster support for Minato's succession as the fourth Hokage. Matatabi was settled in the forest behind Ichigo's home. Shikaku, upon seeing her arrival, was overwhelmed with excitement. He had been without freedom for so long that he rarely got to see his fellow tailed beasts. The third Hokage was already preparing for the election of a new Hokage. If he delayed any longer, that young lady Kushina would probably tear his entire building down. While Konoha was celebrating, Kumogakure was suffering. The fourth Raikage traveled day and night, reaching his village in just 2 days. Looking upon the city of ice before him, it was filled with despair. It would take a great deal of time and effort to clear the ice and restore the village to normal. The villagers and shinobi were all sealed within the crystalline structures. As long as the ice was broken, their bodies would remain unharmed. Thanks to Ichigo's deliberate restraint, they wouldn't be in mortal danger unless they remained encased for a full week. They organized teams of shinobi to begin the rescue efforts. They worked tirelessly for most of the day before everyone was finally freed from the ice. Misfortune never strikes alone. Just as he was about to rest, the fourth Raikage received word that his father had been ambushed and cornered. Having learned of Ichigo's exploits on the mist battlefield, Inoki had shifted his focus away from Konoha. A few days prior, Inoki had sent a letter to the third Raikage proposing a joint assault between the villages of Iwa and Kumo against Konoha. While the third Raikage was en route to Awakens for negotiations, a large number of Iwa shinobi lay in ambush. Choosing to stay behind and hold off the enemies, the third Raikage had sent men back to report the situation. The fourth Raikage's heart was in turmoil. His father's fate was grim. He racked his brain for a way to reach the Iwa battlefield in time to support him, but there was no possible means to arrive within a single day. Unless... The fourth Raikage AI retrieved a blade fragment inscribed with the words, "Eternal Ice Crystal," from a sealing scroll. This fragment, collected in the land of hot water, served as a constant reminder of his failure. After a moment of hesitation, AI infused his chakra into it. In Konoha, Ichigo sensed the chakra signature on his Flying Thunder God mark, the direction of Kumogakure. Normally, Ichigo would never venture into unknown territory, but like a criminal revisiting the scene of his crime, he was curious to see AI's expression. After making preparations, Ichigo teleported to Kumogakure. AI's expression shifted from anticipation to disappointment. Of course, The unknown always harbored unseen dangers. Just as AI was about to give up, Ichigo's voice echoed beside him. Yo, Yatsuki, why so miserable? Didn't you like the gift I sent? AI's eyes lit up with surprise. He could swear this was the happiest he'd ever seen Ichigo. Uzumaki Ichigo, you actually came. Hearing AI address him with such elation for the first time, Ichigo felt uneasy. He tapped AI's head. Nothing's wrong with you. Could you have been driven mad by me? AI suddenly embraced Ichigo. Ichigo, only you can help me now. Hey, let go of me, Yatsuki. I have a girlfriend. Ichigo, my father was ambushed by those cowards from Awakens and is now surrounded. You're my only hope. AI released Ichigo, his heart filled with anxiety. Ichigo, if you save my father, Kumogakure will drop all matters regarding the two tails. Anything I have is yours, even my life if you want it. AI knelt before Ichigo. This man who had never been broken by defeat bowed his head to his rival for the first time, all for his father. Ichigo, seeing AI like this, was filled with mixed emotions. After all their battles, this was the first time he'd seen AI in such a state. What use do I have for your life? AI's heart sank at Ichigo's words. So it's impossible after all. But the next sentence sounded like heavenly music to his ears. Just pay me more. AI's head snapped up and he rushed forward to embrace Ichigo again, ignoring his struggles. Let me go. I have a girlfriend. I love my girlfriend. After hearing the full story, Ichigo looked at AI in disbelief. So this is why the third Raikage was ambushed. The joint attack on Konoha. AI was extremely embarrassed. As a friend, he didn't want to lie to Ichigo. Being honest would ease his conscience. Extra pay. This definitely requires extra pay. AI nodded. Yes, pay double. Once we save Dad, I'll give you all his secret savings. After a quick preparation, Ichigo teleported with AI to the Land of Frost. They headed toward the battlefield where countless IWA ninjas surged toward a single point. Dad, AI was a terrible teammate, revealing their position. Now they had to force their way through. Shinobi of Awakens, can you do me a favor and release the man you've surrounded? A chilling aura emanated from Ichigo, and ice crystals spread from beneath his feet. Ice. Ice released Konoha forehead protector blue hair. It's the bloody ice crystal of Konoha. Why would a Konoha powerhouse appear here? Have Konoha and Kumogakure formed an alliance. As the ice crystals spread across the battlefield, the chakra of the nearby IWN was already being affected. The news of Kirigakure's defeat had long since spread across the ninja world, and the reputation of the bloody ice crystal was greatly exaggerated. Even Inoki, wary of such a ninja skilled in large-scale jutsu, had shifted his focus towards Kumogakure. Fear spread through the IWN ranks. In their eyes, even the third Raikage strength was still within human limits, but Ihu's deeds had already transcended the bounds of humanity. A single person whose combat power surpassed an entire army. Before this, only two people in the ninja world had such power. Their names were Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Deidara's explosive team captain Carrie refused to believe the rumors about Ihu. A mere rookie has scared you and Inoki this badly. I knew that old man Inoki was no longer fit to be the Tsukikage. Carrie was one of the few elite jonin on the battlefield. In his view, a brat under 20 and a fool from Kirigakure, no less, was simply too weak, which was the only reason Ihu had gotten the chance to make a name for himself. Carrie was also quite envious. The explosive release Carrie had been a renowned fighter in the ninja world for over a decade, yet he still didn't have a title of his own. Looking at the young Ihu, Carrie had already thought of a title for his future self and gathered his explosive release chakra into his palm. Explosive release landmine fist. Amidst the retreating IWN, Carrie's brave act stood out prominently. In the eyes of 10,000 ninja, he was the hero stepping forward. Carrie's smug expression was utterly insufferable. Before Ihu could even act, a beside him kicked him flying. Oomph. A clown. A glance disdainfully at the flying Carrie, rolled his wrists and shouted into the distance, Dad, hold on. We're coming to save you. Ihu walked forward leisurely, the ground under his feet being dyed inch by inch with ice crystals. It seems you all are unwilling to give me this face. Then, I'll just have to do it myself. His voice turned icy cold with the last phrase, and ice crystals materialized around him. Attack. There are only two of them. What are we over 8,000 afraid of? 10,000 IWN sounded intimidating, but how many were actually jonin? The elite jonin could be counted on one hand. After a day of devastation by the third Raikage, only about 8,000 remained. While they hesitated, Ihu had nearly finished accumulating his jutsu. Sage Art Frozen World. Ice crystals covered the entire battlefield, severely weakening all those present. Even without the geographical advantage of the seaside, its power remained immense. The chakra of Chunin was reduced by 70%. Those slightly weaker could no longer use jutsu at all. A, on the other hand, was also struggling. Being closest to Ihu, at least 40% of his chakra was frozen. Oh, sorry. Almost forgot about you. As Ihu placed his hand on A's shoulder, a suit of ice crystal armor formed on A, immediately alleviating the weakening effect of the frozen world. Sage Art Ice Crystal Piercing. Countless ice spikes shot up from the ground, and most of the weakened IWN couldn't dodge. Hundreds were killed in a single move. Sage Art Ice Release Ice Sky 100 Flower Burial. I've wanted to try this move for a long time, Ihu said, looking at the clouds resembling the eye of a typhoon with a beam of light shining through the center. You're a Jetsu. Be careful. This is a true killing move. Don't let it touch you or else. I can't guarantee I won't kill you. Countless snowflakes drifted out from the light, each containing a massive amount of sage chakra. The sheer number of Iwanin made it impossible to evade such a large-scale jutsu. The moment one touched a single snowflake, a large portion of their body would freeze. Then countless more snowflakes would follow, burying them completely. I watched the devastating casualties of the Iwanin across the battlefield and broke into a cold sweat. Thank goodness we didn't fight Konoha before. He alone would be enough to wipe out all of Kumogakure's ninja below the Kage level. Just as Ihu was about to advance, a voice accompanied by a flash of white light struck at them. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Let me, on behalf of Hiruzen Sarutobi, teach you to always stay alert on the battlefield. Complacency will cost you your life, but you won't get a chance to correct your mistake. The tuition for this lesson is your lives. As the particle-style jutsu faded, Inoki's figure appeared in the sky. I see. So you dodged the Ice Sky 100 flower burial by using your aerial advantage, did you? Just to clarify, the petals fly out from a single hole, so there's a blind spot if you fly high enough. No smoke, no damage. His sage art combined with mine's eye was enough to break through the particle style's counter-surveillance. From the very beginning, Ihu had been wary of Inoki's particle style, and meanwhile was fighting the urge to facepalm. The Ihu he remembered was always a cold and ruthless character. But escaping with Flying Thunder God, then using the smoke as cover to fly back, was utterly ridiculous. He didn't want to look at Ihu right now, as seeing him like this gave a feeling of his idol being shattered. Sage Art Ice Dragon Protection. Dragon wings spread behind Ihu, and as he channeled his magnet release chakra, he too converted into an aerial unit. Inoki's expression was one of utter shock. Surviving a direct hit from particle style was unheard of in the entire ninja world. And when he saw Ihu could even fly, he began to doubt himself. Has Konoha produced another Madara Uchiha? Why does Konoha always manage to produce such geniuses? My Awakens can't even find a single person worthy of succeeding that Tsuchikage. Despite his crumbling morale, Inoki, as a veteran Kage, began another round of probing. Particle-style atomic dismantling jutsu. A cubic particle style engulfed Ihu. There's no smoke this time. Let's see how you survive my particle style. After the explosion, Ihu's figure appeared on the ground below. Inoki narrowed his eyes. A space-time ninjutsu, just like the yellow flashes. What a troublesome technique. Ihu also couldn't help but admire him. Truly an experienced senior. You saw through it immediately. Inoki felt no joy from the compliment. Being praised by a junior felt more like an insult to him. Brat, don't get too cocky. Tobarama Senju, who also used space-time ninjutsu, died on the battlefield. Today I will bury you in this land. Earth Release Golem Technique. 3 stone giants appeared beside Ihu, simultaneously swinging their fists down at him. O was powerless against aerial units, so he simply ran towards the center of the battlefield to find the third Reikage. Facing the 3 suddenly appearing stone giants, Ichigo's wings behind him transformed into a shield blocking above his head. Earth Release Mountain Earth Technique. A massive hemispherical mountain sealed Ichigo together with the 3 stone giants. Earth Release Super Added Weight Rock Technique. It's over. Kid, at this frequency of attacks you won't even have a chance to use your space-time ninjutsu. 5 or 6 large-scale ninjutsu were a tremendous drain on the 50-year-old Inoki, especially since 2 of them were dust release techniques. The ice release field was also constantly eroding Inoki's chakra. If he were on the ground, he would have already lost his combat ability by now. Just as Inoki was about to deal with the exhausted third Reikage, a black laser shot out from the mountain. It struck a distant hillside, creating a massive crater. This is a mixed ninjutsu of water lightning and magnet release chakras. For now, let's call it Super Electromagnetic Cannon 1.0. Haha, old man, you still got it. Our village's 3rd Hokage is about to retire. You should also start looking for a 4th Tsuchikage. At your age, shouldn't you be enjoying your twilight years in the village? Ichigo walked out of the hole created by the electromagnetic cannon, not forgetting to launch a verbal attack on Inoki. Hearing Ichigo's words, Inoki couldn't help but think of the few lackluster candidates in his own village. It was truly a sorry state of affairs. Another day of wanting to retire. I'd like that too, but Awakens isn't like Konoha. There are too few who can carry the banner. Hey kid, how about coming to Awakens? I have a beautiful granddaughter. If you marry into our village, money and secret techniques are yours for the taking. While chatting and stalling Ichigo, Inoki secretly swallowed a soldier pill to recover chakra. Unfortunately, due to the frozen world's field effect, his recovery speed was greatly reduced. On the other hand, Ichigo, with the field's buff, found his chakra consumption far outpaced by his recovery. He simply couldn't use it all up. The Uzumaki clan's reserves were truly something else. Old man, stop stalling for time. If you don't leave now, you'll be buried here today. Inoki's stubbornness was legendary. How could I possibly abandon the ninja of my own village? Old man. Well said. We're here to help you. 2 red figures appeared before Ichigo. Han, clad in red armor, was emitting steam, while Rashi was surrounded by glowing red magma. Didn't I tell you to guard the village? What if a tailed beast goes berserk and hurts our own people? Inoki was completely enraged. The tailed beasts were the village's most important trump card and absolutely could not be lost. Neither Han nor Rashi had enough strength to fully control the tailed beasts within them, but in the current situation their threat was far less than that of Ichigo before them. After all, even if a tailed beast went berserk, Awakens wouldn't lose this many people. This guy was a ninja created specifically to fight a one versus many battle. Han, Rashi, be careful. This is an extremely dangerous person. I've only felt this sense of helplessness against Madara Uchiha before. Feeling the weakening effect of the environment, Rashi spoke to Son Goku within him. Four Tails, lend me your power. Lava release Flower Fruit Mountain. With the Four Tails power, Rashi successfully summoned a small area of magma to temporarily resist the frozen world. Ichigo could have easily overwhelmed their field with his own, but doing so would have been too boring. He was starting to understand the feeling of being lonely at the top. Inoki landed on the ground, and his chakra recovery finally returned to normal. With the help of the lava field created by Rashi, the steam emanating from Han intensified. Using the steam's thrust, Han charged at Ichigo first. Boil release unrivaled strength. Ichigo didn't use ice release to defend. He was curious to see the difference between Boil release's power and the Senju clan's raw strength. Strength Fist. Having lived in the Senju clan for so many years learning medical ninjutsu, and a bit of Strength Fist was only logical, right? Their fists clashed and remained locked, perfectly matched in power. Ichigo quickly used his other hand to strike Han's chest, sending him flying back and cracking the armor on his chest. Looks like your development isn't complete yet. It can only enhance one part at a time. Not very flexible. Han looked at the cracks in his armor with deep heartache. Materials that could withstand boil release weren't easy to find. He had practically spent his entire fortune to forge this set of armor. Seeing his comrade in trouble, Rashi quickly activated his lava release chakra mode, his body looking like molten magma. The lava field he had created was now only half its original size. Rashi was starting to get anxious. The gap in strength between them was too vast. If he drew more of the Four Tails chakra to use Flower Fruit Mountain again, he risked being possessed by it. Once Flower Fruit Mountain completely vanished, they would lose any chance of defeating their opponent. Lava release Scorching Stream Rock technique. Rashi charged at Ichigo, spitting magma orbs at him. Ice release Crystal Armor. Ice release Crystal Barrier. The magma orbs were blocked by the ice wall, and Rashi and Ichigo began a taijutsu duel. Unfortunately, Rashi's lava release couldn't even break through his defense. After a while, Ichigo lost interest. He caught Rashi's opening and kicked him back. By now, Rashi's Flower Fruit Mountain had completely fizzled out, and the three were once again subjected to the weakening state of the frozen world. The chakra Inoki had painstakingly recovered was almost entirely frozen, and Han's steam became unusable. Damn it. Rashi leaned against a large tree, spitting out blood. Third Tsuchikage, take the others back to the village. I'll hold this monster off for you. Red chakra began to emanate from Rashi's body, and Han beside him also started to emit red chakra. Third Tsuchikage, take them and retreat. If all of Awakens' ninja fall here, the village is finished. We too will hold him off. Inoki's eyes reddened as he watched the two forcibly using tailed beast chakra. I am the Tsuchikage of Awakens. I will not abandon anyone from the village. But on one point I do agree. The village's people can't all die here. It's a shame we were so close to taking down the third Raikage. Inoki's voice, imbued with chakra, echoed across the battlefield. All Awakens ninja retreat. Return to the village and fortify for defense. The three stayed behind to cover the retreat of the remaining 6,000 ninja. The third Raikage, watching the IWA ninja retreat, was puzzled, but seized every moment to catch his breath and recover his strength. Old man, please go. We won't stay sane for much longer. The Awakens still needs your leadership. Rashi, with Four Tails swaying behind him, struggled to maintain his sanity and urged Inoki to leave. I am the third Tsuchikage, inheriting the will of stone from Lord Mu. I will never let the people of my village die before me. I will defeat this monster and bring you both back to the village. Hey, you're making me out to be the villain here. What, you think you can just willpower your way through and take me down? Rashi and Han paid no heed to Yiko's complaint, barely managing to hold onto their sanity. Lava release Flower Fruit Mountain. The magma field was far larger than the last time. After recovering, Inoki immediately took to the sky, searching for an opening. Steam erupted from Han's body as he charged at Yiko with unprecedented speed. Like a mindless beast, his attacks were fierce and swift, each blow unleashing astonishing power. Rashi followed closely behind, his body enveloped in both lava release and tailed beast chakra. Every strike chipped away at the ice release chakra armor covering Yiko's body. Inoki, hovering above, found no opportunity to strike. He could only occasionally use earth release jutsu to assist the two, as his particle style posed too great a risk of hitting his own allies. Finally, under the relentless assault of the two Jinchuriki, Yiko's ice crystal armor shattered with a resounding crack, and he was sent flying by their combined force. Seizing the moment, Inoki used the last of his chakra to fire a large-scale particle-style jutsu towards Yiko's direction. This should finally be over. His chakra depleted, Inoki could no longer sustain flight. He landed back on the ground, warily watching the cloud of smoke. Rashi and Han remained in their partial-tailed beast forms, knowing their opponent was likely still alive. "Old man, were you looking for me?" Yiko said, slowly placing a hand on Inoki's shoulder. Inoki's face stiffened at the voice behind him. "Impossible, I destroyed every mark on the battlefield." "Wait. That's Han's armor fragment." New ice crystal armor had already formed on Yiko's body. "Old man, do you still wish to resist?" "Dad?" Earth release rock fist jutsu. Inoki's son Kitsuchi came rushing from afar, throwing a punch at Yiko, but with little effect. Rashi charged over, using his tail to swat Yiko away, barely maintaining his remaining sanity. "Kitsuchi, take the old man and go." Han had completely lost his mind, attacking the nearest person, Yiko, with wild, beastly ferocity. Kitsuchi carried Inoki on his back, looked back at the two Jinchuriki fighting Yiko, and ran determinedly towards the village. Inoki, having exhausted his chakra, had fallen unconscious. "Son Goku, now that everyone else is gone, let's have ourselves a big brawl." Rashi fully unleashed his wild nature, releasing the Four Tails Son Goku from within him. "I'm finally free." A massive red ape with four tails appeared on the battlefield. Upon gaining his freedom, he quickly rushed towards Han, who was still locked in combat with Yiko. Grabbing Han, in an instant, Son Goku's tailed beast chakra surged into the seal on Han's body, causing his chakra levels to skyrocket. Moments later, a colossal white elk appeared on the battlefield. Kokuo the Five Tails had made his entrance. Son Goku called out to Kokuo, who was about to leave. "Kokuo, wait. I made a deal with my Jinchuriki. As the price for unsealing me, we must stop the human in front of us until the stone ninja have retreated." Kokuo looked at Son Goku with an expression that screamed, "Are you kidding me? I didn't make any deal with a human, so why should I have to face that terrifying man?" Son Goku looked back at Kokuo helplessly. Hey, I did just free you after all. You're not really going to leave me a single ape to face such a fearsome enemy alone, are you?" Unable to refuse such a guilt trip, Kokuo stood with Son Goku and Yiko in a tense standoff. The frozen world on the battlefield made both tailed beasts uneasy. "Human, stop here. We have no intention of fighting you. We are merely fulfilling our promise to the Jinchuriki." At that moment, red chakra began to emanate from Yiko, and a miniature Ninetales appeared on his shoulder. "Long time no see, Kokuo, Son Goku." "Ninetales, I never thought the first among us to acknowledge a human would be you." The Ninetales turned his head away awkwardly. "Give him a bit of your chakra." The Four Tails and Five Tails expressions changed. "Kurama, have you found the person the old man spoke of?" The Ninetales nodded. "I was only suspicious before, but now I'm certain he is the one." The two beasts were quite carefree. "Take it. If you've earned Kurama's recognition, we'll trust him too." Clearly, the two beasts, fully aware of Yiko's combat prowess, had no desire to fight him whatsoever. "My name is Kokuo. I am Son Goku, the handsome ape king of Flower Fruit Mountain and Water Curtain Cave." As Yiko placed his hands on their paws, the chakra of the Four and Five Tails flowed into him. However, without the Three Tails chakra, this power remained temporarily unabsorbed. "Thanks." Yiko sat down on the ground facing the two beasts. "Where will you go now? How about visiting Konoha? Shikaku and Matatabi are there." The Ninetales' ears perked up, clearly eager to live with his siblings. "No can do. Rashi and I made a pact. Kokuo and I cannot leave the land of Earth for 5 years. Tailed beasts hold their promises sacred. Once we make a pact, we never break it. Let's go, Yiko. We'll return for them in 5 years." The Ninetales flicked his tail, a little disappointed, but led Yiko away. He didn't want to waste the precious free time of Son Goku and Kokuo on himself. "Kokuo, Son Goku, we're heading off. We'll come back to visit you when we get the chance." Yiko and the Ninetales walked towards the third Raikage. On the other side, I was sitting beside the third Raikage, chattering on about something. The third Raikage's face was visibly darkening, with each word clearly exerting immense effort to control his temper. Just then the sound of footsteps echoed sharply across the desolate ice field. The third Raikage looked cautiously towards the source of the sound, while Ice's expression remained relaxed. He knew Yiko's strength well. The guy's growth rate was monstrous. As the faint smoke cleared, Yiko and the Ninetales on his shoulder appeared before the third Raikage. "Third Raikage Senpai, good afternoon. The danger is gone, let's head back." The third Raikage's already dark face seemed to turn even darker as he looked at Yiko. "Uzumaki Yiko, I've heard about the pact you made with my son. But I am the Raikage, and you saving my life is a fact I cannot deny. In 5 days we will duel at the border between the land of fire and the land of lightning. If you win, not only will I hand over the Two Tails, but Kumogakure will also surrender unconditionally to Konoha." I grew anxious. "Father, quiet. I'm not dead, yet I'm still the Raikage." Yiko seemed to understand something, nodded in agreement, and left the battlefield. The third Raikage was also quite excited. He had witnessed Yiko's power, and the prospect of facing such a strong opponent filled him with fervor. "Son, once I've fought your friend, you will become the new I. The one who lost the Two Tails, and the one who led Kumogakure to failure. That will all be on me, the third Raikage. In 5 days you will be the fourth Raikage." AI fell into a contemplative silence upon hearing the third Raikage's words. As a man whose mind was filled with nothing but muscle and cultivation, he had never given such matters much thought. Nor had he realized how profound his father's intentions truly were. Watching his silent son, the third Reikage laughed heartily and offered words of comfort. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have the chance to personally hand the title of Reikage over to you now. The third Reikage showed a rare smile. Passing the Reikage's mantle to you with my own hands is the thing I look forward to most. Meanwhile, having returned to Konoha via the Flying Thunder God technique, Ihu had arrived back at his own home. Young Shursui was inside the house eating. Little Shursui, I'm back. Uchiha Shursui heard Ihu's voice and ran over to him. Teacher Ihu. Ihu scooped Shursui up in his arms. Come on, little Shursui, I'll take you out for a treat. The two arrived at a barbecue restaurant where Kurenai Yuhi Anko Mitarashi and Asuma Saratobi were already inside eating. Seeing Ihu arrive, Asuma was visibly excited. Teacher Ihu, over here, over here. Not expecting to run into his three students here, Ihu spoke to the owner nearby. Boss, add a table to this group and bring out all of the restaurant's signature meats. Asuma was still chattering away at Ihu, completely oblivious to the fact that Shursui, who was beside Ihu, had already been led over to sit between Kurenai and Anko by the latter. Sometimes being good-looking truly makes one popular, and the Uchiha clan was renowned throughout Konoha for their beauty. Anko was already enthusiastically serving Shursui food. Little Shursui, try this. Your big sister just grilled it fresh. Shursui had never experienced such a scene before. Anko's enthusiasm was overwhelming. Sitting between the two women, his face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Anko genuinely treated Shursui like a little brother. Since her senior had only taken on this one disciple, she was no longer the youngest of the group. Kurenai Yuhi also took a liking to Shursui. It was the first time she had encountered such a shy and kind-hearted Uchiha. Coupled with the added connection of him being her teacher's disciple, the distance between them closed instantly. At this point, she merely saw him as a young boy. After all, Shursui was still just a child. Teacher, you were incredibly cool on the Tsunakiri and Kumo battlefields. Asuma was still unaware of the IWA battlefield events. Ihu had single-handedly taken down 4 of the 5 great nations. 3 Kage had been defeated with 1 beaten and 2 killed, a remarkably glorious record. When Asuma finally sat down with Ihu and saw the treatment Shursui was receiving, he was overcome with envy and jealousy. He had never even been that close to Kurenai. After a satisfying meal, Ihu went to the front to pay the bill. Anko dragged Kurenai and Shursui out to play. Seeing Kurenai leave, Asuma tagged along as well. Seeing this, Ihu was reminded of Terumi, Mei, who was far away in Kiri. Their mutual affection was considerable, but he had simply never found the opportunity to confess to her. If I find the time, I should go to Kiri and see her. Wait, who needs to find time? If I want to go, I'll go now. I'm heading to Kiri to find her this instant. Using the Flying Thunder God technique to traverse to the Kiri frontline, Kakashi was still there honing his skills. Rin Noira was in the rear medical unit tending to the wounded. Yo, Kakashi, you've grown considerably stronger. Seems like the battlefield has kept you too busy to read your little books, huh? Fortunately, there was no one nearby, otherwise having his secrets exposed like this would have made him want to crawl into a hole. So how is the lightning blade Fong I gave you treating you? The mention of it made Kakashi clench his teeth in frustration. It's great, so. Why didn't you tell me this sword was one of the 7 ninja swordsman's blades you took from Kiri? Do you have any idea how many people have tried to ambush me on this battlefield? Ihu looked at the flustered white-haired youth and tried to calm him down. I just hadn't gotten the chance to tell you. Since you've been on the Kiri front, have you ever seen this person? Using a small genjutsu, Ihu showed Kakashi an image of Terumi Mei. No, I haven't. In fact, the Kiri ninja rarely come out now. The few who do raid our camp are all after this sword of mine. Kakashi emphasized the last few words heavily. If it weren't for Orochimaru's protection, he probably wouldn't have lived to see Ihu again. But this protection came at a price. After the war ended, Kakashi would have to serve as a test subject with a Sharingan for Orochimaru's experiments. Having gained no useful information from Kakashi, Ihu decided to search for her himself. No procrastination. If he wanted to go, he would go. He had left a Flying Thunder God mark when he had previously gone to Kiri with Orochimaru to capture test subjects. Activating the technique, Ihu teleported directly to the outskirts of Kirigakure. Despite their past closeness, their relationship had never reached the point where they would gift each other items bearing the Flying Thunder God seal. Such items were tied to their very lives. Holding another's marked item meant being vulnerable to a fatal strike at any moment, and conversely, the user of the technique could also fall into a trap. Kirigakure greeted Ihu with a huge surprise. An old man sat on a chair gazing at him. Though his eyes were clouded with age, they still held an undeniable dominance. It was the elderly version of Madara Uchiha. This isn't the outskirts of Kiri at all. This old geezer must have moved every mark I left around the village to this location. Uchiha, Madara. The aged Madara burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I didn't think that after all these years someone in Konoha would still remember me. You are a variable outside my plans, but killing you would be a waste. As long as you stay put, I'll spare your life. Ihu suddenly thought of Kakashi and Rin. So this is when it happens. Ihu attempted to use the Flying Thunder God to escape, but Madara remained unfazed. It's useless, young man. A barrier has been placed here. The Flying Thunder God cannot break through it. Once everything is settled, I will release you. Then Lord Madara, this one will have to resort to force. Oomph. I had intended to wait until you reached your peak before facing you. Since you're so eager to die, I'll just have to send you to meet Hashirama. Madara's gaze turned sharp in an instant. The ordinary eyes in his sockets shifted into the Mangekyo Sharingan. A series of ribs began to form around him, eventually materializing into the fleshy form of Susanoo. The Susanoo compensated for Madara's limited mobility. Ihu felt a bit intimidated seeing Madara's Susanoo. His techniques were unmatched for overwhelming weaker foes, but against a true powerhouse like this his skill level was still somewhat lacking. After all, Ihu couldn't manifest his own giant avatar yet, and the weakening effects of his ice release had little impact on such a colossal construct. So even against this severely weakened elderly Madara, Ihu wasn't confident he could secure a victory. Sage Art Absolute Zero Beam. As expected, the range of his ice release was insufficient to freeze the entirety of the mountain-sized Susanoo, and Uchiha Madara's chakra blade shattered the ice crystals with just 2 strikes. Use my power. Try the tailed beast mode. I no longer need to use chakra to force your body to transform. Ichigo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Not sure how effective this will be, but given the current situation it can't get any worse. Kurama. The fox within Ichigo broke into a grin. Having watched over him since his time in Uzumaki Mito's belly, it had practically seen him grow up. This time the chakra enveloping Ichigo was not red, but a golden hue edged with black. A torrent of chakra erupted from him, coalescing into a massive golden fox head. A chakra claw formed and seized the incoming Susanoo light blade. In that instant the complete fox took shape. Sage Art Extreme Ice Crystal Armor. A suit of blue armor materialized over the fox with its claws particularly thickened and extended. Kurama flexed its new gauntlets, testing them. Not bad. This is far more comfortable and fitting than Susanoo. Madara Uchiha felt an inexplicable twinge of irritation. What did the fox mean? Was it implying his Susanoo was inferior to this brat's ice release? Madara slashed with renewed vigor, but the ice crystal armor had been refined through generations of enhancements. Each strike left only a faint white scratch which Ichigo would instantly repair. Madara had never regretted giving away his eyes as much as he did now. His attack power was insufficient, and his stamina was nowhere near what it was in his youth. The opponent's defenses were just too thick. Who fights like this? For the first time in decades, Madara felt no desire to fight. He had his Susanoo take a seat on the ground. Enough. Not fighting anymore. You can't leave this place anyway. Once everything is over, I'll let you go. The Mangekyo in Madara's eyes spun wildly, turning a bewitching red. Knowing he couldn't escape this place, Ichigo also had the chakra fox sit facing Madara. Within the mental world, Kurama continued to goad him. Hit him, Ichigo. If you don't want to fight, let me take over. I've wanted to beat him down for a long time. We still don't know the abilities of Madara's Mangekyo. Neither of us can break the other's defense. If we keep fighting, Madara might get desperate. Kurama's ears drooped, the fox looking utterly dejected. Don't worry, Kurama. There will be a chance later. To defeat Madara Uchiha at his full power with my own hands. Kurama clearly didn't believe him. Whatever. Ichigo then dispersed the tailed beast mode. Alright then, no more fighting. Senior Madara, I think we can talk. Seeing Ichigo stop, Madara also dismissed his Susanoo. The two sat facing each other on the ground. Madara began to paint a grand picture for Ichigo, recounting his story with Hashirama and the Uchiha clan's stone tablet. Senior Madara, have you ever considered that if the infinite Tsukuyomi were truly so wonderful, why didn't the Sage of Six Paths use it to bring about real peace back then? Think about it from another angle. If everyone were trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi, humanity would have no chance to continue. Eventually, wouldn't humanity be wiped out by this very technique? Madara was momentarily struck silent. He hadn't considered these aspects back then. In that moment, his interest in Ichigo grew even more. He had pointed out the technique's flaws immediately after hearing the plan, but Madara no longer had time to consider other possibilities. The infinite Tsukuyomi plan was already set in motion, it had to proceed. The two talked at length about their views, and Madara found the conversation with Ichigo quite enlightening. He and Hashirama were overwhelmingly powerful in terms of strength. But in politics and other such matters they were far inferior to Tobirama Senju. Even Izuna was better at that than they were. Senior Madara, don't trust anything too blindly. When I received the sage's inheritance, the Sage of Six Paths told me that behind the conflicts of the ninja world, there is a shadowy figure pulling the strings. The infinite Tsukuyomi is definitely not a technique that can bring peace to the world. Madara pondered Ichigo's advice carefully. I had intended to use this eye's power to erase your memories. But now perhaps having you around might make the future more interesting. I'll let you go this time. Try to stop me. Before I execute my plan, maybe you can convince me to abandon the Eye of the Moon plan. Madara dispelled the barrier. By now Obito had already fallen to darkness, and there was no time for Ichigo to intervene. Madara withheld his trump cards, the Rinnegan Black Zetsu, from Ichigo. Uchiha who awakened the Sharingan are stubborn to a fault. Even knowing the infinite Tsukuyomi's fatal flaw, Madara remained determined to complete it. As soon as Madara dissolved the barrier, Ichigo immediately felt a call from the mist battlefield. Back on the battlefield, Kakashi was staring blankly at Rin Nohara's corpse. Besides a large hole where her heart should have been, a Kusanagi sword was embedded in her abdomen. Ichigo immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to send Kakashi and Rin back to Konoha. Good thing you remembered the chakra I left on the blade. Ichigo swiftly pulled out the sword and poured a vial of reagent into the wound. With a surge of ice release, an ice coffin formed and encased Rin's body. Don't worry, she'll live, and Obito Uchiha should still be alive too. If hearing Rin was safe had lifted a weight from Kakashi's heart, then hearing Obito was alive made it leap with joy. The smile on his face was unmistakable even beneath his mask. Ichigo caught the shift in Kakashi's expression and felt a wave of despair. Tsukumo-sama, I failed you. I thought he was already going down the wrong path with those dirty books, but I never imagined he'd be bent in a different way entirely. I've raised Kakashi all wrong. Kakashi, however, was too lost in the joy of Obito's survival to notice Ichigo's complicated expression. Alright, you stay here and keep an eye on things. I need to check the battlefield. After summoning Kushina to watch over Rin and Kakashi, Ichigo used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the earlier location. The ground had been cleaned up, leaving no trace of evidence. It seemed Obito had also left. Ichigo was about to head towards the mist, but a flying fist broke his concentration. Crimson Ice Crystal, you're worth a fortune. Kakuzu's eyes gleamed green at the bounty on Ichigo's head. The string of zeros was almost too long to count. Brings back memories. The last leaf shinobi I fought was Hashirama Senju. Believe it or not, I was just fighting Madara Uchiha a moment ago. Ignoring Ichigo's remark, Kakuzu activated his Earth Spear technique and charged. That 500 million Ryo is mine. Ichigo stomped his left foot, and a pillar of ice erupted from the ground, sealing Kakuzu in place. So I'm worth that much now. Sometimes I really do get the urge to just sell myself off. Ignoring Kakuzu, Ichigo headed towards Kirigakure. Hoshigaki Kisame's stunt. Those in the know realized it was orchestrated by Madara Uchiha behind the scenes, but to the uninformed it looked like Kisame was the Kirigakure's own Rinnegan. I have a plan that could restore Kirigakure's former glory. Obito should be undergoing special training with that old man Madara by now, so he probably won't be out for a few years. Upon arriving at Kirigakure, the tense atmosphere was starkly contrasted with Konoha's relaxed vibe. After the third Mizukage's suicide, Yagura was thrust into the role of the fourth Mizukage. His iron-fisted rule and power were in no way inferior to his predecessors. Following the familiar chakra signature, the anticipation in Ichigo's eyes was almost overflowing. Since he couldn't find Obito, he might as well drop by to see his beloved. His senses led him to a manor where besides Terumi, Mei there were two other chakra signatures at the elite Jonin level. He knocked on the door and could hear a voice as melodious as a lark from inside. Who is it? Don't you know it's the weekend? Whatever orders you have, you're dead. Meet. Today. Hey there, beautiful. Long time no see. Miss me. Terumi. Mei was also taken aback at the sight of the man before her. She never imagined Ichigo would dare show his face in Kirigakure at a time like this. You? Why are you here? She pulled Ichigo into the courtyard. Do you have any idea how many people in Kirigakure want you dead right now? Ichigo simply smiled unconcerned. With his current strength, even a standard Kaga-level shinobi couldn't break through his defenses. Normally shinobi who meet on the battlefield fight for their country and village, and whatever the outcome, there's no room for complaint. Kirigakure and Konoha had essentially ceased hostilities, leaving only minor skirmishes over the 7 ninja swords. But Ichigo's actions had been particularly egregious. He had claimed 4 of the 7 legendary blades. Then he followed it up with surprise attacks, and even killing the Mizukage. So my fair lady, would you be interested in joining me for a meal and a stroll? In response, Ichigo received a roll of Terumi Mei's eyes. You should be grateful that Yagura just took over as Mizukage, and everyone is busy. Otherwise you'd probably be surrounded by every ninja in the village the moment you set foot inside. Of course we won't be eating here. Grabbing Terumi Mei's hand, the two vanished and reappeared in Konoha in an instant. As they left Ichigo's room, Shursui was in the yard practicing his body flicker technique. He seemed exceptionally talented at it. Ichigo-sensei, is this my master's wife? Terumi Mei blushed at the question, and Ichigo gave an awkward smile. Good kid, keep saying things like that. Now run along, little Shursui. Go play with your Anko-nichan. Shursui instantly caught Ichigo's meaning and happily took the money he offered before leaving. After the third will left, Ichigo suddenly remembered he had just sent away the only person in the house who could cook. Their planned candlelit dinner at home turned into a private room at a barbecue restaurant. Looking at the lovely person beside him, Ichigo finally felt he didn't have to keep eating everyone else's relationship breadcrumbs. It wasn't a candlelit dinner, but time waits for no one. Like a magician, Ichigo produced a bouquet of roses from behind his back. Mei, will you be my girlfriend? Terumi Mei was stunned for a moment, then smiled with her eyes crinkling. Yes. After their meal, they wandered the Konoha night market for a long time, their happiness evident for all to see. Unfortunately, a third will always has to interfere. As they were shopping, Anko walked over with Kurenai and Shursui. Senior brother. Good evening. Is this my sister-in-law? Anko immediately latched onto Terumi Mei with familiarity, making Ichigo envious. Terumi Mei, however, found Anko's personality similar to Kushina's. She enjoyed befriending people like them. And so their perfect date turned into a group outing of 5 due to Enko's outgoing nature. Terumi may actually enjoyed the atmosphere. The blood mist village policy had made Kirigakure's shinobi fierce and brutal. The peaceful, relaxed feeling of Konoha was something one could never experience in Kirigakure. They played late into the night, and Ichigo used the Flying Thunder God technique to send Terumi Mei back to Kirigakure. Mei, I had a great time today. I have a fight to attend to in a couple of days. I'll come find you again in a few days. Before Terumi Mei could react, Ichigo planted a kiss on her cheek and vanished with the Flying Thunder God technique. Terumi Mei touched her freshly kissed cheek, feeling it burn. Taking out the Flying Thunder God necklace Ichigo had given her, she felt that no day had ever passed so easily and happily. As Terumi Mei was lost in thought, a voice came from inside the house. Who's the one who's managed to steal my little girl's heart away? Terumi Mei's face grew even redder, which made her mother laugh even harder. When are you going to bring him home, so your father and I can give him our seal of approval? After returning to Konoha, Ichigo went straight to Minato's house. As expected, Minato, Kushina, Kakashi, and Rin were all there. Don't worry, Rin will be fine. The recovery agent I gave her is a special Hashirama cell restorative formula created by Orochimaru-sensei. Having you all watch over her is just a precaution against any hidden threats trying to make a move. Seeing the worried faces before him, Ichigo tried to reassure them. She'll be fully recovered within a month, trust me. The self-blame on Minato's face lessened only slightly after hearing Ichigo's words. He was a failure of a teacher. Twice he had failed to protect his students. Ichigo touched Rin's body through the ice coffin, and his soul was transported to a familiar place. Rin was sitting atop a giant turtle smiling at him. Ichigo-senpai Obito is alive. It was just like the two of them to be a pair. The first thing Rin said after cheating death was only to tell Ichigo news of Obito. I know. He's currently being trained by a powerful master. I expect he'll have become quite strong by the next time we see him. Hearing this, Rin's face lit up with anticipation, her eyes seemingly sparkling with stars. Meanwhile, the giant turtle under Rin greeted the fox on Ichigo's shoulder. Kurama, long time no see. Isabu's voice sounded listless and weak, not only because of Rin's lost life force, but also because it was simply its nature to be that way. Usually it would find a lake and sleep for a long time. Isabu, long time no see. You're just the same as ever. Hearing this, Isabu couldn't help but complain. No, this time I really am not in good shape. This girl was too extreme, and she almost killed me too. After saying that, it gave Ichigo a grateful look. If not for this human, it would have been reborn again. Sigh. Life is tough for a turtle. Rin, sitting on Isabu, also felt a bit apologetic. Isabu, I'm sorry. I didn't think my actions would involve you too. Isabu's voice sounded like it was about to break. I didn't do anything. I was just sleeping, and I woke up inside your body. I was just about to go back to sleep when suddenly I was about to die. Who wouldn't panic in that situation? Isabu, give him some of your chakra. Already fond of Ichigo, Isabu gazed at him with admiration in his eyes. I knew it. The one who saved the turtle was no ordinary person. Isabu didn't even hesitate, granting Ichigo far more chakra than any other tailed beast had. Enough. That's enough. Isabu, are you trying to come in here and share my den with that much? Hearing Kurama's voice, Isabu quickly ceased the chakra transfer. Kurama then infused the chakra of the 4 tails and 5 tails which he had been holding into Ichigo's body. After a brief exchange, Ichigo and Kurama left the mental space. Alright, everyone head back. Rin is fine. She seems to be getting along well with the 3 tails. The collective relief finally settled as the 3 sealing masters wove a barrier over the room before departing. Minato, the 4th Hokage election is in a few days. Tomorrow let's visit the Hyuga Uchiha and other clans to rally some support. Minato nodded at Ichigo while Kushina beside him was practically vibrating with excitement. She might not have become Hokage herself, but with Minato as Hokage, it was close enough. The other candidates for Hokage were Shinjin Iwaki and Shimura Danzo. None of the Sannin were running. The 3rd Hokage was probably fuming in his office. Especially Tsunade, if she had entered, no one else would have stood a chance. Jiraiya, busy chasing after her, had no interest in the Hokage position either. Orochimaru. If he became Hokage, no one in Konoha could control him. A scientist like him having absolute power would be disastrous for the village. The next morning, Ichigo was roused by Kushina, who was in a state of feverish excitement. The title of Hokage had never felt so close to her. Their first stop was the Uchiha clan. Fugaku had already succeeded as clan head, and their relationship had always been cordial. Upon hearing that Minato was a candidate for the 4th Hokage, Fugaku was practically elated. Excellent. If Minato becomes the 4th Hokage, the Hokage and the Yanbiyu commander will both be more favorable to the Uchiha. This long-awaited fortune has finally come to the Uchiha. Madara must be blessing us. Seeing Fugaku's expression mirroring Kushina's, Minato and Ichigo were at a loss for words. Ahem. Ahem. Realizing he had lost his composure, Fugaku quickly changed the subject. Ichigo, look. This is my son Itachi. A true prodigy. You already took in Shursui. Why not take my son as your disciple too? Are you sure about this, Fugaku bro? Ever since Shursui had started acting strangely influenced by Anko, Ichigo had realized he might not have a talent for raising children. Fugaka bro, did you foresee the future and decide to throw your son into the fire? Fugaka bro, I think there's a misunderstanding. Maybe I really don't have the knack for raising kids. Kakashi and Shursui both seem to have turned out off. Ichigo looked dejected, feeling he had already failed the White Fang and Shursui's departed parents, and didn't want to fail Fugaka too. Fugaku, hearing Ichigo's words, recalled the boy Kakashi, just as cold and aloof as Itachi before Ichigo took him in. After Ichigo raised him, though, he seemed more worn out and his demeanor more languid, his growth and strength was undeniable to everyone. Fugaku gritted his teeth and said, Ichigo, Itachi has always been burdened by his thoughts and cold in nature. Only with your guidance can I rest easy. After learning about Itachi's situation, Ichigo was dumbfounded. Fugaku had actually taken a 4-year-old Itachi to the battlefield. Alright, Fugaka bro, I'll take him. But honestly, you seem even more unreliable than me. Having secured the Uchiha support and gained a new 4-year-old disciple, the trio made their way to the Hyuga estate. Hyuga Hayashi, having earned merit on the Suna and Kiri fronts, had succeeded as the head of the Hyuga clan. Hayashi and Hizashi, having fought alongside Ichigo through life and death battles, naturally voiced their support. Over the course of the day, they visited all the major clans in Konoha. The Ino-Shikicho trio backed Senju Nawaki. His wood release was vital for the Nara clan's medicinal herb cultivation. Even the Yamanaka clan's flower shop had benefited from Nawaki's help. The roses Ichigo had given Terumi, made just days ago, were grown by him. The Ino-Shikicho remained united. Though Chozo wanted to support Minato, he couldn't go against the other two clans. The Aburame clan was swayed by Danzo, while the Inazuka voiced support for Minato. The smaller ninja clans had their own leanings. But without a doubt, almost none of the major clans chose Shimura Danzo. The old schemer had a terrible reputation among Konoha's elite families. Having finally canvassed every clan in Konoha, Ichigo set off towards the Land of Lightning. Once the Cloud issue was resolved, the Great Ninja War would essentially be in its final phase. Konoha would stand victorious, declaring to the entire shinobi world the old boss is still the boss. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha could suppress you all, and I, Uzumaki Ichigo, can too. At the village gate, the third Hokage, flanked by a group of jonin, came to see Ichigo off, much to his exasperation. Third Hokage-sama. I wanted to say this last time at Suna. You're making it look like I'm heading to my death. It's bad luck. The third Hokage coughed and dismissed the crowd. Isn't it more impressive with more people for support? Ichigo with Minato headed towards the Land of Lightning border under the third's watchful gaze. Meanwhile, in Kumogakure, the third Raikage was earnestly advising from now on, as Raikage, you must always put the village first. Lastly, starting today, you officially inherit the name A. Son, I'm proud of you. The third Raikage then set off for the border. A with a few others followed secretly from behind. The third Raikage noticed, but said nothing. They arrived at the border simultaneously. Third Raikage, you're looking much better than the last time we met. The third Raikage was taken aback, well aware of Ichigo's verbal prowess, a unique form of attack in the entire shinobi world. He hadn't expected such courtesy this time. Sensing the third Raikage's confusion, Ichigo spoke. On the battlefield, using words to unsettle an enemy is a tactical advantage. But here I see no enemy. Before me stands merely an opponent awaiting a duel and a great father. The third Raikage hadn't anticipated such a response. Starting tomorrow, I am no longer the Raikage. Don't call me third anymore. You're my son's friend. Call me Uncle A. I've been looking forward to this battle for a long time. Ichigo felt his blood stir. Alright, Uncle A, since you're retiring anyway, how about coming to Konoha after our spar today for some rest and recuperation? Excellent. Once we're done here, I'll pay a visit to Konoha. The Great Ninja War is drawing to a close, and I've long awaited a meeting with Hiruzen Sarutobi. As he spoke, black lightning crackled around the third Raikage, his aura surging to its peak. On the other side, ice spread from beneath Ichigo's feet, forming a crystalline armor around his body. Nearby, Minato and Ace sat together, each holding a cup of hot tea and a slice of melon. They're fighting. Kushina, brought here by Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, was brimming with excitement. It was her first time leaving the village since arriving in Konoha. Given the strength of both Ichigo and Minato, no one in the entire ninja world posed a threat to her safety. Even if the third Hokage knew he could do nothing about Kushina. I watched Kushina cling to Minato and sighed inwardly with regret. Minato Namikaze was the only one besides Ichigo he truly admired. To be tied down by a woman at such a young age, what a waste. A, who had remained single his whole life, simply couldn't comprehend why a powerhouse like Minato would get entangled in romance. Meanwhile, Ichigo and the third Raikage had already clashed. Watching the third Raikage's dazzling black lightning, Ichigo felt a pang of envy. Honestly, setting aside the raw power of storm release, even just the visual flare alone was worth Ichigo's time and effort to study. The third Raikage was at the peak of his taijutsu prowess. His hell stab surpassed even the Kagaya clan's dance of the Iron Flower in sheer force, and it could shatter Ichigo's armor after just 2 strikes. In the end, the third Raikage's one-finger-piercing spear could even smash through Ichigo's armor outright. In terms of raw destructive power, his nintaijutsu was unmatched except by the 8 gates. Storm release was even more devastating in his hands, and the fluidity of his storm release armor granted him defense and agility, far surpassing the fourth Reikage. Both were masters of nintaijutsu, but the third Reikage clearly held the upper hand in skill. Fighting him was an invaluable learning experience for Ichigo. He absorbed combat knowledge like a sponge. For the first time, the Ice Wielder engaged in a pure taijutsu duel. What a battle! Pure exhilaration. This is fantastic. I haven't had this much fun since I dealt with Ginkaku and Kinkaku. Watch out, this is my final move. Storm release Hell Stab Ultimate One-Finger Piercing Spear. Ichigo entered Sage mode, gathering a massive amount of chakra into his fist. Sage Art Monstrous Strength Ultimate Flash, Freeze Fist. The immense thrust of Boil release gave Ichigo a temporary edge in raw power, and their collision carved a massive crater into the earth. In the end, the third Reikage was slightly outmatched, and fell before Ichigo. A rush to catch him the moment he collapsed while Kushina eagerly dashed forward to embrace Ichigo. Ichigo, you won. You defeated the third Reikage. The third Reikage accepted his defeat with composure. The Cloud Village will no longer pursue the matter of the two tails. As for the peace treaty, I'm no longer the Reikage. Go discuss it with my son. Minato Namikaze held talks with A and Kushina, leading to a ceasefire between Cloud and Konoha, marking the beginning of the end of the Third Great Ninja War. Having had their fill of battle, Ichigo and the third Reikage headed to a nearby barbecue restaurant. Boss, bring us one of everything you've got. The two feasted heartily, drinking and chatting merrily. They were on the verge of swearing brotherhood. Meanwhile, a rumor spread across the ninja world through the black market. The third Kazekage was killed by Uzumaki Ichigo. Upon his return to Konoha, the clan heads regarded Ichigo with wary, uneasy eyes. There are only 5 Kage in total. You've killed 2, beaten 2, and the last one is from your own village. The third Hokage wasn't scared into submission by you, was he? The clans that hadn't supported Minato were now drowning in regret. A timely favor is worth more than a fair-weather one. If only you told us your clan had this kind of power. Had we known your combat prowess was this absurd, who would have dared compete with you? As expected, Minato Namikaze became the 4th Hokage by an overwhelming margin. Alongside this announcement came the news of Minato Namikaze's impending marriage. The entire ninja world was dumbfounded. At this point in the war, who killed the third Kazekage no longer mattered. But Uzumaki Ippo, this is going too far. What's next? Are you going to assassinate the third Hokage to complete some kind of collection? For a time, the moniker Crimson Ice Crystal of Konoha was on everyone's lips across the ninja world. The underground bounty exchange even opened a lottery pool, funneling all bounties placed on him into it. Within just 2 days, Ippo's bounty had multiplied several times over, with the jackpot soaring to a staggering 3 billion ryo. It was said that ever since this jackpot was announced, the 4th Kazekage of Sunagakure had never ceased his mining efforts, diligently panning for gold in the desert every single day. As the biggest victor of this great ninja war, Konoha was branded by other villages as the mastermind behind it all. Hiruzen Sarutobi's reputation suffered unjustly. In a sense, all 5 Kage had been thoroughly Ippo'd by him. The third Reikage, staying as a guest at Ippo's place, met with Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the two shared a long conversation. The third Reikage had personally slain Gold and Silver brothers, avenging the second Reikage and the second Hokage. Hence, Hiruzen Sarutobi was quite courteous to the third Reikage. Within Konoha, preparations for Minato Namikaze's wedding were underway. Since both sets of parents were deceased, Jiraiya and Tsunade Senju stood in as the elder relatives at the ceremony. During the month of preparations, Rin regained consciousness. She even awakened her wood release, albeit with an extremely minute amount of Hashirama's cells. Most of the Senju clan had integrated into Konoha, and Rin possessed a faint trace of Senju blood. Her wood release was even weaker than Yamato's, but it was more than sufficient for a medical ninja. Tsunade took her as a disciple personally, teaching her medical ninjutsu. From this perspective, Team Kakashi boasted the most formidable lineup of teachers, with Tsunade being the least impressive among them. Orochimaru didn't attend. With the third great ninja war nearing its end, he was seizing this final opportunity to aggressively collect experimental subjects. He also managed to recruit a kid named Kabuto Yakushi as his disciple. Truly a cause for celebration, Orochimaru finally found a disciple with a knack for research. On the wedding day, Kakashi and Rin served as best man and maid of honor, following behind Kushina and Minato. Shursui acted as the flower boy. Down below, Fugaku watched him up there, brimming with pride. Had he not been concerned about appearances, he might have burst out laughing. The Uchiha clan is destined to flourish under my Uchiha Fugaku's leadership. Truly, Madara Uchiha's blessings are upon us. Everything was progressing towards a brighter future. Well, mostly, except for Danzo. As the head of the ANBU, Ippo usually delegated tasks to Hiruzen's son Shinzo, but some matters required his personal attention. Like cutting the roots funding. Ippo was actively searching for dirt on Danzo, ready to strike at the first opportunity. Danzo himself hadn't dared to leave his compound in a long while. Minato, as the new Hokage, started his tenure with a wave of reforms within Konoha. This wasn't like the original timeline, where Minato stood isolated. With Ippo firmly backing him, no one dared to defy his orders. The Shimura clan, for instance, had been uncooperative initially. But after a blue two-tailed cat simply lounged around their compound for a while, they quickly fell in line. First was the Uchiha issue. Minato took away their police force duties, a role that was far too contentious. As compensation, he granted them a new compound closer to Konoha's center. Fugaku was overjoyed. He was well aware of the negative impact the police force had on the clan. Ippo also promised to open up the Yanbu to Uchiha members. Then there was the root problem. It was a cancer that needed to be excised. Ippo wanted to disband it entirely. However, the ninja within had long been stripped of their emotions, obeying only Danzo's commands. For now, they couldn't be dealt with easily. Since the Yanbu had already cut off Root's funding, let Danzo foot the bill for them for the time being. Orochimaru's new laboratory was also under construction. Wood release was undeniably convenient. He could now research forbidden jutsu, without having to hide from prying eyes. With the two highest authorities in Konoha being his allies, Orochimaru was immensely glad he wasn't the Hokage. He spent his days carefree conducting research and requesting funds from the Hokage. Life was good. The Council of Elders had also been silenced. Minato would still speak to them politely, but Ippo showed them no such respect. Having a tailed beast parked outside your doorstep was a common occurrence. Speaking of tailed beasts, Ippo even opened a cat cafe in the heart of Konoha with Matatabi serving as the manager. The Uchiha clan supplied many of their ninja cats to work there. This opportunity allowed the Uchiha clan to mend their relationship with the villagers. After all, how evil could a ninja clan that loves cats really be? Matatabi also developed an intense obsession with a treat called cat sticks. All the cafe's profits were exchanged for them. The third Hokage and other high-ranking officials kept a generous supply of cat sticks at home. As long as they were provided, Matatabi generally wouldn't cause them trouble. Cat sticks quickly became a form of hard currency in Konoha. Itachi, being only 4 years old, was too young for serious training, so Ippo simply enrolled him in the ninja academy. After school, Shursui would look after him. There was no need to burden a child that young with such immense pressure. As for Ippo himself, he frequently traveled between Konoha and Kirigakure, claiming it was all part of his normal diplomatic duties as ANBU commander. A few months after Minato's wedding, the couple was expecting. Kushina radiated an aura of maternal grace. Being a Jinchuriki pregnancy is generally discouraged as the seal's integrity weakens significantly during childbirth. But Minato, a devoted husband, couldn't bear the thought of Kushina never having her own child. He defied all opposition, thus giving life to the little one in Kushina's womb. To look after his sister, Ippo significantly reduced his trips to Kirigakure. His dates with Mei Terumī were now mostly held within Konoha. How the tables have turned. Just as Ippo once competed with Kushina for Minato's attention, Kushina now competed with Ippo for Mei's. Kushina's antics made Ippo grind his teeth in frustration, but he was powerless to stop her. Her emotions had been volatile since the pregnancy. While she couldn't move around much herself, that didn't mean her chakra chains couldn't. Kushina now not only had hair like an octopus, but her method of movement during her rampages was exactly like Dr. Octopus, possessing maximum aggression. With Minato busy taking care of Kushina, most of his work fell on the shoulders of his assistant Nawaki. Every visit to the Hokage's office would find Nawaki and Shinzo working overtime, truly two pitiable souls. Tsunade, who had been planning to leave Konoha, had taken on Rin Noera as her disciple. Bound by her sense of responsibility, her departure plan was shelved once again. Konoha's power was at its absolute peak. Ippo was now quite looking forward to seeing how Obito would react when he eventually came to the village. After 10 months of pregnancy, Kushina had tormented Ippo for 7 of them. As Kushina's belly grew day by day, Ippo's days became increasingly filled with hope. Finally I'll be released. Minato had chosen a name for the child in advance, Naruto Uzumaki, taken from Jiraiya's early work, one of the few non-pornographic novels he had written. You two were way too hasty with that name. And Mikoto's child, too, the name was chosen too carelessly. Minato scratched his head in embarrassment. Could he admit that the name he had chosen had gotten him kicked off the bed by a disdainful Kushina? Jiraiya's novel title had indeed solved a major problem. Finally, the day of Kushina's delivery arrived. Minato paced anxiously outside while Kushina's cries echoed across the rear mountain. Just as Kushina gave birth, a figure suddenly emerged from a spatial rift. Rin Nohara, standing nearby, went pale as recognition struck her. Obi, too. Well, as they say, these two were truly a pair. In the original story, Minato had fought Obito for so long without recognizing him, yet Rin identified him at a single glance. Rin. Hearing Rin's voice, Obito's mind went completely blank. It was a voice he could never mistake. As he stood there trying to process the situation, the Mangekyo in Obito's left eye hidden beneath his mask spun wildly. Get out. Get out of my head. After the struggle, Obito's voice turned cold and detached. Rin is dead. I don't know how you created a counterfeit, but a fake is a fake. Things that are false have no place in this world. Obito walked towards Rin step by step, agonizingly slowly. Each step seemed to be a struggle. Obito, don't you remember me? Obito's struggle seemed to intensify, each step becoming more difficult. The battle outside was also fierce. Sasori, Kakazu, and the 6 Paths of Pain were all attempting to hold off Konoha's elite. Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and the Sannin were holding back the 6 Paths of Pain, while the third Raikage was overwhelming Sasori and Kakazu. Ippo and Minato used the flying Raijin technique to rush to Kushina's side. Obito, so you are alive. Looks like that old man Madara Uchiha taught you well. Though your mental state seems a bit off, don't worry, I'll cure you. Ippo. Big bro. Uzumaki Ippo. Die. In the end, Obito couldn't resist the control Madara Uchiha had implanted in him, becoming a puppet of the illusion. Ippo slashed his blade at the charging Obito. The edge passed through Obito's body, but it didn't inflict any damage. Seeing this, Rin breathed a sigh of relief. They had been afraid Ippo might actually hurt Obito. Seeing that Obito could match Ippo in taijutsu, Rin was astonished. Obito. He's this strong now. Ippo donned his ice armor. Half of Obito's body was prosthetic, so he felt no pain, but his blows against Ippo were painfully real. Hey. At least show some concern for me, alright. This kid's got some serious power now. Minato had already transported Kushina and Naruto to safety before returning to the battlefield. He was stunned by the scene. If this person was truly Obito, his growth rate was terrifying. The moment Obito saw Minato, he became even more frenzied. He hated Minato, hated Ippo, and hated Kakashi and himself even more. Everyone had the power to save Rin, yet no one had been able to save her at that critical moment. Blue chakra bones formed around Obito, extending and growing flesh to create a colossal blue giant. Obito's two mismatched Mangekyo spun frantically. The blue giant donned a white chakra cloak as his two Mangekyo Susanoo intertwined. The dual-colored giant swung two long blades, one blue and one white, at Ippo and Minato. Gotta say, Obito's Susanoo is pretty damn cool. Ippo commented while dodging Obito's attacks. Minato, you go help the third Hokage and the others outside. This kid is mine to handle. Minato nodded and used the flying Raijin to leave the battlefield. At that moment, Sasori and Kakuzu were in absolute agony. Not only could their attacks barely land, but even when they did, they couldn't break through the defenses. And the poison was utterly useless. 4 Kage-level shinobi were more than enough to hold off the 6 paths of pain, and Minato's arrival completely tipped the balance of the battle. Why isn't Madara done yet? Wasn't he supposed to release the tailed beasts to create a diversion? Meanwhile, Obito's eyes were not a matching pair. Most of the dojutsu power in one eye was being used to control him, so his Susanoo only manifested its upper half. The ice crystals on the ground were still affecting him. Forget it. One half is enough. As Obito spoke, the two tails Matatabi appeared behind Ippo, its eyes spinning with the Sharingan. 2 massive creatures surrounded Ippo. Inside the village, most of his jutsu were unusable. Just as he was about to enter his own tailed beast form, a gray giant materialized out of thin air. Fugaku Uchiha had arrived in his own Susanoo. Seeing that Ippo was safe, he breathed a sigh of relief. If Ippo and Minato had died, the Uchiha clan would have been pushed out of Konoha's inner circle again. Before Fugaku could relax, a 9-tailed fox appeared on the battlefield and slammed his Susanoo to the ground. Inside the mental space, Kushina screamed, Kurama, you've got the wrong person. That's one of our allies. Hearing this, the 9-tails released Fugaku beneath him. The old man didn't get the wrong person. I just hate every single Uchiha equally. The 9-tails was still stubbornly defending itself, though its twitching ears betrayed its guilt. As Fugaku stood up, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. That hit had rattled him considerably. During this time, Rin had been constantly seeking help from the 3 tails within her, but Isabu was well aware of its own and its Jinchuriki's limitations. They would only be causing trouble if they joined the fray. Sensing the situation turning against him, Obito used his ability to escape. Hippo was left facing only the controlled 2 tails. Seeing this, Fugaku immediately deactivated his Susanoo. Dojutsu power was a finite resource best conserved. The 9 tails was fascinated by the controlled 2 tails. Matatabi, being free, had been flaunting its freedom in front of the 9 tails every day. This made the 9 tails envious. Finally out, this was the perfect chance to vent its frustration. The 6 paths of pain, along with Sasori and Kakuzu, who were still fighting outside, were swept away by a vortex. Ironically, the greatest destruction of the entire battle was caused by the 9 tails beating up the 2 tails. The 9 tails hadn't felt freedom in a long time. Taking advantage of this opportunity for tailed beast transformation, it stayed out for a while before finally returning to its seal. Kushina, I had a great time this time. Feel free to call on me again next time. The 2 tails Matatabi lay in the rear mountains of Konoha covered in wounds. The pain had also broken the Jinjutsu's control. Kurama, you were too rough. The 9 tails responded with a grin. That was Mangekyo Jinjutsu. How else was I supposed to snap you out of it without using a bit of force? Matatabi, facing the 9 tails' personal vendetta, said nothing in return. How could a free-spirited cat bear a grudge against a lonely old fox? After the battle concluded, Konoha suffered almost no casualties, and the Akatsuki organization officially entered the village's field of vision. The Rinnegan, unknown powerful figures. An organization that had never appeared before, brimming with such strength. What was their true purpose? Jiraiya stared silently at the battle's aftermath. The Rinnegan. Nagato's eyes. The leader resembled Yahiko. What on earth had transpired? Why are there 6 Rinnegan? I need to go to the Hidden Rain village. Jiraiya hesitated for a moment before addressing the others. My students there possess the Rinnegan. I must confirm their safety. Tsunade slammed a fist into the ground, sending Jiraiya tumbling, and roared at him. Isn't the leader of that group one of the 3 students you took in at the Rain village? Are you rushing there now just to get yourself killed? Jiraiya remained silent, offering no response to Tsunade. He knew all too well the danger that lurked in the Rain Village now. But with the Rinnegan appearing on Yahiko were Nagato and Konan even safe. Just then Ichigo, his chilling aura still lingering, approached, dragging two white humanoid creatures behind him. Jiraiya-senpai, hold on. The situation is complicated. Let's secure the area and extract intelligence first. We can discuss Akatsuki together tomorrow. Ichigo tossed the white Zetsu to Orochimaru, who stood nearby. Sensei, these were monitoring us from outside the village. Their bodies are like weakened versions of Hashirama's cells. I believe they hold significant value. It was a long night. The surprise attack left Konoha's strongest unable to find sleep, all waiting for the intelligence locked within the minds of the two white Zetsu. The next day in the Hokage's office, Orochimaru, sporting heavy dark circles under his eyes, addressed the assembly. I saw Uchiha Madara in the memories of these white Zetsu. Orochimaru's words sent shockwaves through the room. Beneath the floor, Uchiha Fugaku listened, feeling as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Good news, the ancestor was alive. Bad news, the ancestor was alive. This is a disaster. Not only has the founder manifested, but he's also stirring up trouble. The next revelation was even more staggering. The one who attacked the village yesterday was Uchiha Obito. Ichigo's words plunged Fugaku from the depths of despair into the abyss. Another one with the Uchiha name. He had worked tirelessly to integrate the clan into the village, and these two were undoing all his efforts with a single kick. The others still had some recollection of Uchiha Obito, Minato's student, and the source of Kakashi's Sharingan. Don't worry. Madara is likely dead by now. Obito was probably just under his control. As he is now, Obito has essentially inherited Madara's legacy. If we can free him from that control, Konoha could gain a Kage-level powerhouse without any effort. Ichigo remained optimistic about Obito's predicament, especially since Konoha had suffered no losses the previous night. Hearing Ichigo's words, Fugaku felt as if he had been lifted from hell to heaven. The Uchiha name was great. It was truly great. The clan hadn't produced a Kage-level shinobi in a long time. Fugaku himself was only a quasi-Kage with his Mangekyo. From this moment on, information regarding Uchiha Obito is classified as S-rank Konoha intelligence. No one is to speak of it. Ichigo and Minato jointly sealed the information about Obito. If news of his attack on the village were to leak, he would never be accepted by the people of Konoha again. Orochimaru spoke up again. The organization that attacked us yesterday is called Akatsuki. They continuously recruit powerful missing men from various villages. They are a mercenary group. Jiraiya, don't go to the Rain Village. It's far more dangerous than you can imagine. If the memories of these two are accurate, then Hanzo of the Salamander is likely dead. Tsunade and Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock. They knew better than anyone the strength of that man Hanzo. This intelligence also quelled Jiraiya's decision to go to the Rain Village. No, it was Tsunade's fist that had truly quelled his decision. This attack also made Minato realize his own shortcomings in power. The helplessness he felt facing the terrifying Susanoo was something he would never forget. It seems the development of the Rasengan and the Flying Thunder God technique must be prioritized. After sharing the gathered intelligence, Orochimaru returned directly to his laboratory. The research value of the two white Zetsu rivaled, and in some ways even surpassed, that of Hashirama's cells. Orochimaru probably wouldn't sleep for a while. It was a good thing Kabuto Yakushi was there to assist him, or there would be a real risk of him collapsing from exhaustion in the lab. The others gradually dispersed, needing time to process what they had learned in those few minutes. Ichigo also explained the full situation to Kakashi and Rin. Rin understood that the battle the previous day was not Obito's true intention. Seeing how strong Obito had become, Rin was genuinely happy for him. Kakashi, on the other hand, felt a surge of crisis, astonished that the guy had grown so much in just a few years. Neither of them doubted that Obito would return. They had unwavering faith in Ichigo and Minato, and most importantly in Obito himself. They believed he would one day return to their side. Life seemed to return to normal, yet not entirely. Minato dedicated most of his time to training, delegating most of his duties to the unfortunate Soul Nawaki. Ichigo spent his days learning Storm Release and Taijutsu from the Third Raikage. As the Third Raikage put it, Ichigo and A are like brothers, which makes you my junior. A little help is nothing. Ichigo had long admired the spectacular visual effects of Storm Release, so he was more than willing to learn from the Third Raikage. After his daily lessons, he would go on dates with Terumi, Mei, living a rather colorful life. With Ichigo's life so enjoyable, it was only natural that someone else was not. The unfortunate soul number 2, Sarutobi Shinosuke, lamented that Uzumaki Ichigo hadn't done a lick of work since becoming the head of the ANBU. He truly had all the authority and none of the responsibility. Though peace had settled within Konoha, the outside shinobi world was in an uproar. Rumors were spreading across the entire shinobi world that the Third Raikage and the Third Kazekage had both been killed by Uzumaki Ichigo, and that recently Konoha's Nine Tails and Two Tails had lost control and gone on a rampage. It was said that Uzumaki Ichigo and the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze were gravely wounded and on the verge of death, no longer managing village affairs. The Sannin had all left the village, leaving Konoha as nothing but a hollow shell. In truth, Orochimaru had rarely left his laboratory. Tsunade was staying in Tensika town, not far from the village, and Jiraiya was trailing after her. To infiltrate Konoha, the spies sent by the various villages were ordinary people who had never refined chakra, making it impossible for them to track the movements of these powerful figures. Konoha offered no explanation for the rumors, which outsiders took as tacit confirmation. Before the major hidden villages could react, the Grass Village eagerly declared war on Konoha. In the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze frowned at the intelligence report from the Umbu. Summon your captain. Meanwhile, Ichigo was sparring with the third Raikage, with Guy observing and learning from the sidelines. Lord Ichigo, the Hokage requests your presence. The Umbu dropped their usual aloofness, addressing Ichigo with profound respect. The moniker Crimson Ice Crystal was earned through the blood of Kage. Alright, I understand. You may go. Ichigo finished his preparations and headed to the Hokage's office, where Minato sat frowning over an intelligence report. Ichigo, the Grass Village has declared war on Konoha. I need you to go there and deliver a warning. Fine, for the sake of my dear nephew, I'll make the trip to the Grass Village. Ichigo waved a hand at Minato. After I'm done, I'll be away for a while. If anything urgent comes up, just channel chakra into my flying thunder god Kanai. Minato nodded in approval, understanding that favors required recompense. Having received the acknowledgement, he sought Ichigo strode out of the Hokage's office. After entrusting Shursui and Kakashi to Orochimaru, Ichigo departed Konoha. Using the flying thunder god technique, he arrived at the Mist Village and stealthily made his way to Terumi Mei's residence. This time the door was opened by an elegantly dressed woman. Mei, auntie, hello. Mei's mother appraised Ichigo with growing satisfaction, confident in her daughter's judgment. She had suspected her daughter was secretly dating someone these past few years and was thrilled to finally catch him. Come in. Mei has stepped out but should be back soon. Please have a seat. Mei's mother was exceptionally warm, making Ichigo feel quite awkward, knowing his intentions were less than innocent. Here, have some water. Tell me, how did you and Mei first meet? Just as Ichigo was about to charm his potential mother-in-law, a furious shout rang out from behind him. Crimson Ice Crystal. What are you doing in my house? Stay away from my wife. Mei's father, a war veteran, recognized Ichigo instantly. To the people of the Mist Village, Ichigo was a living nightmare. Countless mist shinobi had fallen to his hands. Lava began to bubble from Mei's father's body as he prepared to attack. Hearing her husband's address for Ichigo, Mei's mother's expression shifted. As an elite jounin who stayed behind, she had never witnessed Ichigo on the battlefield, but the harrowing tales from survivors painted a terrifying picture of the Crimson Ice Crystal. Seeing the change in her eyes, Ichigo sighed helplessly. Uncle, please calm down. I'm not here to fight. I just came to see Mei. This only infuriated Mei's father further. You dare covet my daughter? I'll take you down with me. For everyone's safety, Ichigo was forced to freeze him solid to cool him down. Mei's mother, however, calmed down. She reasoned that even the Crimson Ice Crystal was acceptable if it made her daughter happy, especially given his impressive qualities. So when Terumi Mei returned home with pastries, she was greeted by a bizarre scene: her mother chatting warmly with Ichigo, while her father was trapped inside a large block of ice. Uzumaki, Ichigo, what are you doing? Release my father this instant. Ichigo, deep in conversation with his potential mother-in-law, was startled by the voice behind him. Oh no, I was having such a good time I forgot about the old man. He quickly dissolved the ice, freeing his still fuming father-in-law. Uncle, are you alright? Ichigo hastily drew the chilling cold from Mei's father's body, easing his condition. Seeing her parents' confused expressions, Terumi Mei decided to confess everything. Her father gritted his teeth, realizing his precious daughter had been stolen away. Her mother, however, was quite pleased, knowing such an excellent son-in-law was hard to find. Terumi Mei was resolute. We've been together for a long time. Even if you disapprove, we won't part. If necessary, I'll just move to Konoha. Besides, Ichigo knows the Flying Thunder God, so we can visit anytime. Her father was left helpless, his little girl already drifting away. Despite the rocky start, Ichigo managed to leave the Mist Village with Mei, and their official expense-paid date began. They traveled together until they located the Grass Shinobi, heading towards Konoha within the Land of Fire. A massive ice wall suddenly materialized before the advancing Grass Shinobi, followed by a distant voice. Turn back now, and Konoha will forgive this transgression. Cross this wall, and your only fate is death. The leader of the Grass Shinobi scoffed. Men, just as the rumors say. The Crimson Ice Crystal and the fourth Hokage are gravely wounded and near death. The words ignited the Grass Shinobi, visions of jutsu and riches dancing in their heads. They charged recklessly towards the source of the voice. Truly, you can't save those hell-bent on destruction. This time, instead of ice release, Ichigo produced a coin, black lightning crackling around him. Super Electromagnetic Cannon 2.0. The black beam tore through the forest of death, obliterating everything in its path. Terumi Mei watched in awe. In just a few months, Ichigo had grown even more powerful. With the intruders dealt with, Ichigo decided to head to the Grass Village to gather intelligence. He was certain the Grass Village had external backing for their bold declaration of war. A single frozen world technique over the village convinced them to surrender immediately. It was the Rock Village who instigated us. They promised to unconditionally provide one A-rank jutsu and 10 B-rank jutsu if we declared war on Konoha. Ignoring the grass village leader's rambling, Ichigo used his sensory abilities to locate a secluded shack on the village's outskirts. Opening the door, he found two red-haired women huddled together. Seeing the bite marks on the older woman's arms ignited a fire of rage within Ichigo's chest. How dare they? How dare they do this to my Uzumaki clan? Ichigo transported Karen and her mother back to Konoha. He entrusted them to Orochimaru's care. The excessive use of her healing abilities had drained her life force, and Orochimaru was the only one in the ninja world who could restore her. After settling matters with Karen and her mother, Ichigo departed with Terumi, Mei leaving the now empty Kusagakure behind. Ichigo spared all the villagers, allowing them to relocate to other villages, and the valuables within the village were more than enough to compensate for their losses. Has anything unusual been happening in Kusagakure lately? Terumi, Mei tilted her head in thought at Ichigo's question. Nothing particularly strange, it's just that Yagura has become excessively withdrawn. He wasn't like this before. Hearing Terumi, Mei's words, Ichigo confirmed that just like in the original story, Obito had chosen Kusagakure as his base of operations. Ichigo recounted the entire situation to Terumi, Mei, who was not only shocked, but also deeply moved by his trust in her. Seeing her adorable expression of astonishment, Ichigo couldn't resist leaning in for a kiss. If anything seems amiss, let me know. I'll always be right behind you. After a day of fun, Ichigo escorted Terumi, Mei home, all while enduring the murderous glare from her father. One had to admit the Flying Thunder God technique was a magnificent invention. If Tobirama Senju knew Ichigo was using it primarily for romantic escapades, he'd probably spin in his grave. The date ended as night fell, and Ichigo used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside Kato. Who goes there? Kakuzu, a seasoned veteran, instinctively launched a stone fist technique the moment Ichigo materialized. Having been tempered threefold by Storm Release Sage Chakra and Tailed Beast Chakra, Ichigo's physical resilience was beyond compare. He caught Kakuzu's fist with a single hand. Kakuzu, old-timer, long time no see. Kakuzu's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, "Impossible, we never even clashed that night, how did you?" "No, wait. This is our first meeting." Ichigo patted Kakuzu on the shoulder. "That's right, old-timer. I planned to find you later when I went after the Seven Tails, but it seems you've joined the Akatsuki." A cold sweat broke out on Kakuzu. At this moment in this place, no one could save him. He had survived for decades, even surviving his assassination attempt on the first Hokage, only to meet his end at the hands of this brat. Unable to flee and outmatched in combat, Kakuzu closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. But after a long wait, the anticipated pain never came. His frustration boiling over, he snarled, "A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. I'm an elder who has crossed swords with Hashirama Senju himself. How dare you mock me like this?" Opening his eyes, Kakuzu's fury only grew at the sight of Ichigo's smiling face. "Don't be angry, elder. I have no quarrel with you. My purpose in coming is twofold. First, to ascertain where Takigakure has hidden Komi the Seven Tails. Second, to learn the source of the Akatsuki's intelligence." Having been betrayed by his own village in the past, Kakuzu harbored a deep-seated hatred for treachery. "Don't even think about it. I, Kakuzu, may not be a saint, but I have my principles." Betraying the organization. A pipe dream. Ichigo shook his head and raised a single finger. 100 million ryo. Kakuzu's green eyes darted around, but he remained silent. 200 million. 300 million. Seeing the intense conflict in Kakuzu's eyes, Ichigo knew he had him. "Well then, forget it. I'll be going." The conflict in Kakuzu's eyes instantly solidified into resolve. Trading a bit of outdated intel for some cash was in a way contributing to the organization. How could that possibly be considered betrayal? "Wait, I'll tell you." With unprecedented speed, Kakuzu shoved the information scroll into Ichigo's hands. "This intel came from your own Leaf Village. It was delivered by one of your ANBU." Taking the scroll, Ichigo chuckled. "Elder, here's 300 million ryo. I'll leave the Flying Thunder God seal on you for now. I'll come back with more money when it's time to hunt the Seven Tails." The prospect of more money elated Kakuzu. Who was this terrifying enemy? This was his personal god of wealth. "Right away, boss. Please come again." Kakuzu grabbed the sealing scroll Ichigo handed him, his eyes turning into the shape of currency signs. Ignoring whether Ichigo was still present, he sat right down on the ground and began counting his money. Not wanting to disturb him, Ichigo turned and headed back to the Leaf Village. Oblivious to the late hour, Ichigo immediately knocked on the door of the neighboring house. The sound of a baby's cries was followed by Kushina's furious roar. Minato Namikaze hurried to soothe Naruto and Kushina before stepping out to see the culprit behind all the commotion. Before Minato could speak, Ichigo pulled him into his own home. "Minato, take a look at this." Minato's brow furrowed deeply as he read the intelligence Ichigo handed him. His anger was so intense that veins bulged on his forehead. In all the time Ichigo had known him, he'd never seen Minato this furious. "Danzo, I'm Minato Namikaze, will kill you." Ichigo patted Minato's shoulder. "Why wait for another day? Let's go take care of Danzo right now, shall we?" The two were in perfect agreement, and together they headed towards the Root's headquarters. The shinobi of Root are no longer human. Stripped of their emotions, they only mechanically obey Danzo's commands. Those who can be saved will save. Those who can't, we'll send them to Orochimaru-sensei. Minato, though reluctant, nodded with a grimace. True to its name, Root was buried deep underground. Danzo had been holed up there for a long time, and Ichigo had been looking for an opportunity to take him down since taking office. Unexpectedly, Danzo had just handed Ichigo a golden opportunity. The duo swiftly neutralized the outer perimeter guards and infiltrated the base. The barrier of Root was utterly useless against two masters of sealing techniques. Using his sensory abilities, Ichigo and Minato navigated to the deepest part of Root. Their rows of tanks lined the walls, each containing a child around 8 years old. You beast! Experimenting on children of this age. The surge of chakra leaking from his rage was detected by a sensory nin within Root. Who's there? Come out! At Yamanaka Rima's shout, Danzo, who had been dozing in his seat, was startled awake. Seeing Danzo's displeased expression, Yamanaka Rima quickly explained, Lord Danzo, be careful. There's an unknown intruder en route. Since they had been discovered, Ichigo and Minato saw no reason to remain hidden. Ichigo used ice release to freeze the entire Root headquarters, especially the current room. Every exit was sealed off by thick walls of ice, leaving Danzo with no chance of escape. Seeing Minato and Ichigo before him, Danzo realized his deeds had been uncovered. Which specific deed, however, was a mystery even to him. His list of crimes was far too long. Hold them off. I need to undo the seal. Ichigo had no intention of waiting for Danzo to reveal his arm. These were precious experiment materials. It would be a waste for Danzo to consume them. Enveloped in storm-release black lightning, Ichigo appeared before Danzo in the blink of an eye and ripped out the eye concealed beneath his bandages. Clutching his wound, Danzo retreated swiftly, frantically unsealing the seal on his arm. Ichigo was too busy placing the newly acquired Sharingan into a saline solution to stop him in time. Staring at his arm, now covered in Sharingan, Danzo laughed at the two of them. The real battle has only just begun. If you die here today, the Hokage's seat will be mine. Danzo gazed at the 10 Sharingan eyes on his arm, brimming with inexplicable confidence. With 10 lives, how could anyone possibly defeat me? Yet reality proved otherwise. Even the shrimp dumpling lord with 99 lives met his end, so 10 lives were hardly enough to withstand a single assault from Ichigo. As a master of sealing arts, Ichigo at least avoided the tragic spectacle of Danzo taking down an entire base before his death. The Root members were all taken into custody, with those most deeply corrupted by Danzo sent to Orochimaru's laboratory. Root operatives were at least elite Chunin at minimum. Watching wave after wave of high-quality test subjects enter his lab, Orochimaru's face split into a delighted grin. Not to mention the rows of wood-release test subjects. To Orochimaru, these experiments were far too crude. Judging by Danzo's methodology, none of these children would likely survive. But who was he? He was Orochimaru. In his hands, these children might still have a fighting chance. With luck, some might even awaken a weakened form of wood release. Word had it that when the third Hokage heard the news the next day, he was stricken with grief and immediately sought out Ichigo and Minato, demanding an explanation. Seizing power shouldn't be done this way. Just as the third Hokage, wielding his adamantine staff, confronted Ichigo and Minato, a thick stack of intelligence reports nearly knocked him off his feet. What? Danzo kidnapped over 100 children for wood release experiments. He also used his Mangekyo Jinjutsu on White Fang, driving him to suicide. And the leak of Kushina's delivery date last time? It was him. He harmed his own comrades. He has over a dozen 3-tomo Sharingan eyes, and even Byakugan. One crime after another. Danzo's transgressions were too numerous to record. Cold sweat poured down the third Hokage's back. He had believed Danzo was simply extreme in his methods, but never imagined the man had committed so many atrocities. I'm sorry. It was my indulgence of Danzo that allowed him to commit such wrongs. As for White Fang, I will speak to Kakashi myself. At the very least, he deserves to know the truth. Well, actually, White Fang never truly died. Ichigo's words struck like thunderclaps in the minds of the third Hokage and Minato. When we discovered Uncle Shirsue's mental condition, his state was already severe. I could only freeze him, waiting until this Jinjutsu could be resolved before reviving him. It's good that he's alive. It's truly good that he's alive. Konoha's situation remains dire. According to intelligence, the Rinnegan wielder from the other day was also provoked by Danzo. The more powerful allies Konoha has now, the better. Everyone stays in Konoha. No one leaves. The third Hokage's mind was consumed with the mess Danzo had left behind. If Konoha were destroyed by these threats, he wouldn't have the face to meet the first and second Hokage in the Pure Land. Ichigo said nothing as he watched the third Hokage spiral. The third and Danzo were like him and Minato, comrades who had grown up together. Perhaps for the third Hokage, the absurdity of Danzo's actions struck deeper than his death. Alright, Minato. Next we're going to test the power of these eyes. Ichigo brought Minato and Rin to see Uchiha Fugaku, who was still recuperating in the hospital. Fugaku, when did you awaken your Mangekyo? Keeping it secret from your brothers. How heartless. Uchiha Fugaku lay on his hospital bed, forcing a bitter smile. He hadn't been injured by his opponent in the fight. Rather, the backlash from the Nine Tails and his Mangekyo had taken a heavy toll. Tsunade and Orochimaru entered at that moment. Tsunade frowned at Fugaku. Fugaku, you should minimize using your Mangekyo from now on. Hospital examinations show the Mangekyo not only places immense strain on your body, but also deteriorates your eyesight. I'll prescribe some medication to alleviate it. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. It's useless. The Uchiha records state this is the curse of the Sharingan. The price of the Mangekyo is the light of the Sharingan itself. Beside them, Orochimaru licked his lips. There was a time he'd considered leaving Konoha to establish his own village for easier access to test subjects. Now it seemed entirely unnecessary. Konoha was perfect. There was no end to the research. The white Zetsu from the other day was still under study, and now a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan had surfaced. Don't worry, my recent research might prove helpful for your eyes. Fugaku felt uneasy under Orochimaru's gaze. Then I thank Lord Orochimaru for his kindness. Fugaku could only pretend not to notice the dissecting looks from Orochimaru and Tsunade, forcing his attention back to Ichigo and Minato. Ichigo, Minato, what brings you here? Ichigo produced the batch of Sharingan eyes retrieved from Danzo. Fugaku, these eyes might contain a Mangekyo. We need your help to test them. Fugaku stared at the collection of jars and bottles dumbfounded. That's at least a dozen Sharingan eyes. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed at the sight. He had studied Kakashi's and Shirsue's eyes before. But since they were allies, he'd never had the chance to dissect a Sharingan. Now with so many before him, surely no one would object to him dissecting one or two. With Tsunade present, Fugaku began swapping eyes one by one. This one is a Mangekyo. Among the dozen 3 Tomo eyes, only one was a Mangekyo. Fugaku sensed its power. This eye's ability is Shunbatsu. It uses negative emotions to trap a person in an endless illusionary loop. If they cannot break free, they will forever become the caster's puppet. But this Mangekyo's ability can only be used once, and it has already been spent. That's fine, as long as it can undo the previous Jinjutsu. Ichigo dragged Fugaku straight to the Hitaki estate. Having switched to this eye, Fugaku understood what had transpired, so he allowed himself to be pulled out of the hospital. Finally out of the hospital. Fugaku still felt uneasy recalling Orochimaru's gaze. Picking up Kakashi, Ichigo and the others returned to the Hitaki residence. They unearthed the frozen Hitaki Tsukumo. Ichigo released the ice, and Tsukumo broke free, though his mental state remained fragile. Fugaku immediately activated his right eye's power, dispelling the Jinjutsu's hold. Tsukumo's body jolted. Kakashi, you've grown so much. I'm sorry for making you worry. The moment he finished speaking, Tsukumo collapsed unconscious. The group hurriedly rushed him to Konoha Hospital. Fugaku would rather not return to the hospital, but his Mangekyo eyes were still there. He feared that if he delayed, his Sharingan would end up on Orochimaru's dissection table. At the hospital, Tsunade looked upon the unconscious Tsukumo with deep emotion. Hitaki Tsukumo, a legend of their youth. When he supposedly committed suicide, they had all mourned the loss. Little did they know it was a staged death arranged by Ichigo. Sitting beside Tsukumo's bed, Ichigo was consumed with guilt. How could he face Tsukumo after leading Kakashi down such a path? Fugaku, who had swapped his eyes back, lay on the bed beside the White Fang. Orochimaru toyed with the single Mangekyo Sharingan that Fugaku had discarded. Fugaku-kun, since this eye's power is already spent, could you lend it to me for research? Excitement gleamed in Orochimaru's eyes as Fugaku hastily nodded. Lord Orochimaru jests, this Sharingan's power is already exhausted. Please take it. Fugaku then produced several jars. And these 3 Tomo Sharingan, please take them for your research as well. Consider it the Uchiha clan's contribution to Konoha. Accepting the Sharingan, Orochimaru nodded with satisfaction. Rest assured, Fugaku-kun. Curing the Mangekyo's blindness may be difficult, but alleviating it is quite simple. I'll have the medicine prepared within a few days. Then I thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Fugaku's heart lifted at the words. The Mangekyo was powerful, but its durability was pitifully low. With Orochimaru's aid, these eyes might serve him for a long while yet. After examining Fugaku and the White Fang, Tsunade departed, heading towards Orochimaru's laboratory. She was likely curious about the Mangekyo as well. The vast hospital room was left with only Fugaku, the White Fang, and Kakashi. As Sasuke was too young and Fugaku's injuries were minor, Mikoto had stayed for a while before leaving. Awakening in the dead of night, the White Fang saw Kakashi asleep with his head on the bed, his eyes filled with guilt. A single accident had caused him to miss his son's growth. These years must have been hard on Kakashi. That was until the White Fang noticed the little book in Kakashi's hand. His expression shifted. After sleeping for years, his son seemed to have grown. Crooked. The White Fang was still weak after his recovery. After being awake for a brief moment, he fell back into slumber. After a few days of rest, Kakashi brought the White Fang back to the Hitaki estate, the courtyard having been repaired by Nawaki a couple of days prior. All the furnishings were as they had been before. With Danzo dead, the gold from the Roots vaults was more than enough. The money spent on buying information had not only been recouped, but had multiplied several times over. Indeed, money only makes more money when you spend it. The shinobi world was in an uproar once more. Konoha elder Shimura Danzo had been assassinated within the village. Those who had quieted down after the destruction of the grass village began to stir again. Shimura Danzo was a contemporary of the third Hokage, a man known as the Darkness of the Shinobi. His death within Konoha was a clear testament to just how weak the village had become. Raza, who was prospecting for gold in Suna, looked at the intelligence with mixed feelings. Suna had already signed a peace treaty with Konoha and couldn't easily tear it up. Otherwise, not only would Suna avoid paying Konoha, they might even have been able to extort more from them. The people of Kirigakure and Awakens were eager to kick Konoha while it was down sending ninja to extort the village. The Cloud Elders also wanted a piece of the pie and seized this opportunity to dispatch their own envoys. The ninja of the three villages converged on Konoha, ready to strip away a layer of its hide. Minato warmly received them, lodging them in the most easily monitored inn. Every move they made was under the watchful eyes of the Umbu. The three villages also held secret meetings planning to apply joint pressure on Konoha. Iwa's goal was money. Kiri wanted the ninja sword taken by Ichi, and Kumo desired the Byakugan. With their interests not conflicting, they quickly formed a friendly pact and prepared to pressure Konoha together the next day. All of this was recorded and reported to Ichi and Minato by the Umbu. Meanwhile, in Kumogakure, another desk was destroyed by those fools dared to go to Konoha to negotiate without my orders. A's eyes burned with rage. These elders, relying on their seniority, showed no respect for him, the newly appointed Raikage. It was time to teach them a lesson. I took out the flying thunder god Kanai again. He infused it with chakra, but Ichi did not appear. I felt a pang of disappointment, thinking Ichi might have misunderstood him. This really wasn't his doing. In truth, Ichi was too busy with his dates to bother with his daily training already consumed most of his time, and he wasn't about to waste his precious free time on a musclehead like a. Moreover, any summons now would only concern the Kumo negotiations, and nothing was more important than his date. Returning home after a tiring day, Ichi finally remembered someone from Kumo was trying to reach him. He activated the Flying Thunder God and teleported to Kumogakure. I was still up late working. The third Raikage had fought a battle, shouldered the blame, and left without a second thought, leaving his son with a mountain of backlog paperwork. No wonder the third had agreed so readily when Ichi invited him to Konoha. I grumbled to himself while working. Dad, I wonder how you're doing in Konoha. So this is how hard you work back then. Ichi appeared just in time to witness the scene. Ahem. I don't know how the workload compares between Kumo and Konoha, but there's no way this many documents could have piled up in just a few years. Ichi's cold water doused A's spirits. And the third uncle is having the time of his life in Konoha. Fishing, drinking tea. His retirement is quite pleasant. Ichi casually froze the water on I felt his heart turn cold. Just days into his tenure, and he was already feeling the urge to retire. He heard that old man Inoki from IWA was scouring the entire village for a talented child to take as a disciple. He wondered if he'd found one yet. Ichi. This time Kumo pressuring Konoha along with the other villages was not my order. I only found out later. The ones who ordered the capture of your sister were also these people. They rely on their seniority and don't respect a junior like me. Since it had come to this, I decided to lay all his cards on the table. Simply put, every village had its own version of Danzo. Alright. When you go back, tell my dad about my situation here. If he thinks I'm an ungrateful bastard who's threatening Konoha, he'll come back in the middle of the night and rip my head off. Recalling the third Raikage's physical training methods, Ichi could see cold sweat dripping down A's forehead. When those people cause trouble, don't hold back on my account. Just freeze them and ship them back. I'll pay 500 Rio per head. As the Raikage, A was more generous with his spending. It was also a way to buy insurance, as he knew exactly what kind of scum those elders were. If they really pushed things too far, not only would Ichi not let them off, but the third, who was dead and retired in Konoha, wouldn't either. Ichi gladly accepted A's proposal. He wasn't short on money, but if someone was eager to hand it over, why refuse? It was already evening when Ihu returned to Konoha. He sat atop the Hokage rock, overlooking the entire village. The third Hokage approached from behind. Beautiful, isn't it? This village was built by Lord Hashirama and Madara with their own hands. Since Lord Tobarama entrusted it to me, I cannot let it wither under my watch. Ihu, I must apologize for what happened with Danzo. I believed he was merely extreme in his views. In his heart, he still loved this village. I never imagined it would come to this. The third Hokage shuddered involuntarily at the memory of what he had discovered in Danzo's lair. Danzo had even attempted to murder Nawaki and frame Orochimaru for the gruesome human experiments. Had Danzo succeeded back, then the Sannin might have all abandoned the village. The damage Konoha would have suffered from the Akatsuki's assault would have been unimaginable. The third Hokage shook his head as if trying to banish these troubling thoughts. Enough. Konoha now belongs to the younger generation. I am old now. The responsibility of protecting this village rests on your shoulders. I can finally relax and enjoy my twilight years. The third Hokage smiled, and left finally at peace with entrusting the village's power and future to the younger generation. Ihu sat for a while longer before heading home, preparing for the negotiations with the three villages the next day. The following morning, the representatives from the three villages were already seated in the conference room. After having a meal, Ihu kept them waiting for half a day before finally walking in behind Minato. Fourth Hokage. Even if Konoha is victorious in the war, your blatant disrespect is an insult to us. The envoy from Awakens emphasized the word victorious, his threat clear. Ihu frowned, and the temperature in the room plummeted. Frost patterns formed on the water in the cups. The representatives from the 3 villages tensed up instantly. Be blood-colored ice crystals. I advise you not to do anything rash. There are at least a dozen Joun in here. Even you can't take us all out in an instant. If you do, Konoha will face a coordinated attack from every village. Ihu smiled and took a seat beside Minato. Don't worry. Why would I attack you at a time like this? Ihu's smile sent chills down the spines of the envoys. They became so flustered they could barely speak. It wasn't until Ihu donned his mask that the negotiations could continue. The 3 villages presented their demands one by one, their timid tones amusing Ihu. This in turn made them even more afraid to speak. The negotiations dragged on for an eternity, primarily because these envoys were so incredibly timid. They prolonged the talks unnecessarily. Unable to reach a consensus, they decided to continue the next day. As Ihu stood up to leave, the representatives recoiled in fear. You don't have to be this afraid of me. If I wanted to kill you, you wouldn't even have time to react. It turned out Ihu had a knack for reassurance. Look, some of the envoys were trembling so hard they looked like they might pass out. That very night an incident occurred. A shinobi from Uzumaki infiltrated the Hyuga clan and kidnapped their newborn princess, Hyuga Hinata. As the Kumo shinobi was fleeing, he happened to run into Kushina, who was out for an evening stroll with baby Naruto. Kushina was all too familiar with this kind of child snatching. Watching the Kumo ninja dash towards the village gates with Hinata in his arms, unpleasant memories came flooding back. Kushina had been terrified for a long time after her own kidnapping. As the kidnapper ran towards her, 4 chakra chains slowly extended from behind her back. Get out of my way. The Kumo ninja barked at Kushina, completely oblivious to the fact that death was standing right beside him. The chains bound him from head to toe. Kushina took the child from his arms, then slammed him into the ground with crushing force. After repeating this 4 more times, he finally breathed his last. Kushina held a child in each arm, beaming with joy. Hinata, nestled in Kushina's embrace, showed no fear. She had stopped crying the moment she was taken from the Kumo ninja. Just as Kushina was about to return Hinata to the Hyuga clan, Hayashi and Hisashi Hyuga finally arrived, panting. Lady Kushina, thank you for saving my daughter Hinata. Hayashi was on the verge of kneeling. He had carelessly lost his own child. And with all those Byakugan in the clan, not a single one had noticed. It's nothing, Hayashi-san. You helped Minato a lot during the Hokage election. And little Hinata is adorable. Kushina smiled at Hayashi, and Hinata in her arms giggled along. After they parted ways, Kushina summoned the AMBU escort to clean up the scene. A white-haired AMBU youth reluctantly emerged to handle the mess. With the mistress's strength, who could possibly defeat her? What does she need my protection for? Back home, Kushina was in high spirits, cheerfully sharing the story with Minato in the kitchen. Yes, the kitchen. In a way, Kushina and Ihu were truly kindred spirits. After tasting their cooking, even the plates seemed delicious. Minato listened with a smile as Kushina recounted her tale. For him, sharing in her joy was the greatest happiness of all. The next day, the envoys from the other villages seized the opportunity to press their advantage. Konoha must give us an explanation. In addition to our previous demands, you must also pay for our mental anguish. With Ihu absent from the room, they spoke with newfound confidence and assertiveness. Facing their increasingly aggressive stance, Minato found himself missing Ihu, who was out on a mission that morning. They were both Konoha's twin stars, but Minato couldn't understand why these people cowered before Ihu, yet were so bold with him. Just as the other side was about to continue the negotiations, a sudden chill emanated from beside Minato. Ihu had arrived, though he still showed Minato some respect in public. Hokage-sama, the mission is complete. The representatives had a bad feeling upon seeing the cat on Ihu's shoulder. His next words hit them like a bombshell. I took a shot at the cloud mist and stone villages. The representatives felt as if they had been plunged into an icy abyss. 2 tails. A shot. Ihu's meaning was unmistakable. They hastily suspended the negotiations and sent representatives back to their villages to verify the information. Among the 3 villages, Iwagakure suffered the most. Ihu had no acquaintances there, so he had no qualms about attacking. That single blast nearly drained the 2 tails chakra. The entire village was encased in thick ice crystals. For 100 li around there was nothing but ice, no flowing water. The other 2 villages, though in slightly better condition, still suffered heavy losses. After those 2 blasts, every village understood the true value of a humanoid nuclear weapon. If Ihu ever truly decided to kill no one in a village except perhaps the Kage would survive a single technique. The negotiations concluded hastily. The 3 villages paid a hefty sum of money and metal resources to Konoha, and even paid Ihu a substantial personal fee for his services. The 3 hoodwinked parties signed the agreement and slunk back to their villages in disgrace. As the sole victor to emerge unscathed from the 4th Great Ninja War, Konohagakure formally withdrew from the conflict. The other villages were left with only minor skirmishes. By this point in the war, every village had exhausted its capacity to continue fighting. The clashes that remained were merely efforts to secure better terms at the negotiation table. After discovering the Akatsuki organization, Iwagakure began frequently hiring them to attack members of other villages. With the Akatsuki's assistance, Iwagakure became the second village to successfully withdraw from the war as a victor. Sunagakure, already suffering from exploitation by both Iwagakure and Konohagakure, was in dire straits. They had no surplus funds left to pay reparations to Kirigakure. Consequently, the acting Kazekage Raza devised a plan to compensate with human lives. The ideal candidate to appease Kirigakure's anger was his greatest rival, Pakura of the Scorch Release. Raza's position as Kazekage was far from secure. He had earned the title not through strength, but through his ability to procure funds. Once Sunagakure weathered this crisis, he risked being ousted from power. After settling all arrangements with Kirigakure, Pakura received Raza's orders to travel to the hidden mist village for peace negotiations. Without suspicion, she set off. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, Ihu was lamenting to the heavens. When will the six-tailed Seiken finally be revived? That damned third Mizukage, did he ever consider the tailed beast's feelings when he committed suicide? The nine-tails on his shoulder chuckled in amusement. I recall you once held him in high regard. I have to take another trip to Kirigakure. By my calculations, it should be about time for him to be reborn. Kushina opened the door and walked in. Yo, are you planning to search for a tailed beast or for a person? My dear minister, you haven't done a lick of work. Kushina recalled the sight of Sarutobi Shinizuke standing behind the third Hokage that morning, a visage too painful to behold. The Sarutobi clan, naturally gifted with abundant hair, had gone bald. Look at what you've done to Sarutobi Shinizuke. The third Hokage came to me about it. If you keep tormenting him like this, he won't have a single strand of hair left. Ihu rubbed his chin. Isn't this an improvement? He used to be as hairy as a monkey. Doesn't he look much better now? Seeing Kushina's furrowed brow, Ihu dropped his playful demeanor. All right, sis. I'll be more mindful. In a few days I'll send some people to assist him. Kushina wanted to say more, but Ihu had already used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to Kirigakure. She didn't press the matter, as she genuinely hoped Ihu and Terumi Mei would end up together. He slipped into Terumi Mei's home with practiced ease, only to find it empty. After some inquiries, he learned that the Kagaya clan had rebelled, and everyone had been dispatched to suppress them. Ihu stealthily made his way to the Kagaya clan's territory, where numerous clan members, their eyes wild with madness, charged at the Kirigakure, shinobi bone spikes protruding from their bodies. Yagura was leading the suppression with overwhelming force. Crimson chakra erupted from his body as Six Tails materialized behind him. I've been searching all this time. So the Six Tails was already captured by Kirigakure. With the Six Tails location confirmed, the rest became easy. Ihu was about to leave when he halted. Orochimaru didn't have time to leave the village, and as his most devoted disciple, this trip couldn't be in vain. With that thought, Ihu snuck deeper into the Kagaya clan's territory. Inside a cage, a white-haired boy was carving something into the wall with a bone spike. Who's there? Kimimaro hadn't expected anyone to come here at this time. The Kagaya clan were all battle-crazed maniacs. Shouldn't everyone be fighting the village's forces? Ihu opened the cage and easily subdued the charging Kimimaro, snatching the bone spike from his hand. Kimimaro stopped struggling. I've lost. Just kill me. Why would I kill you? Trapped in this cage, you've never seen the wonders of the outside world. As he spoke, Ihu plucked a flower growing beside Kimimaro. Life itself has no inherent meaning. But by living you can discover interesting things. Like you found this flower, and I found you. Come with me, and I will help you find the meaning of your existence. Kimimaro hesitated for a moment, then placed his hand in Ihu's. The abduction was a success. Ihu brought young Kimimaro back to Konoha. Shursui was exceptionally enthusiastic upon meeting the newly recruited Kimimaro. Having never experienced such warmth in the Kagaya clan, Kimimaro appeared incredibly shy. Come on, I'll treat you both to some yakiniku. Kimimaro was baffled. The Kagaya clan were a group whose muscles had grown into their brains. Eating was merely a means of energy replenishment for them. Young Kimimaro had no idea what yakiniku was. As he sat in the restaurant, Shursui's mind kept drifting to images of Kurinai. It was in this very restaurant that he had first met her. After years of knowing each other, Shursui had come to understand his own feelings, yet he never found the opportunity to confess. In this regard, Ihu, Minato, and Shursui were uniformly timid. After a satisfying meal, Ihu took Kimimaro to see Orochimaru for a full physical examination. The Kagaya clan's Kekii Genkai disease becomes extremely severe in its later stages. With proper nurturing, Kimimaro could become a Kaga-level powerhouse. Orochimaru was intensely interested in the data on Kimimaro. He had plenty of experimental materials from the Kagaya clan, but he had never seen bone density this high before. Undoubtedly, this child was a genius. The examination confirmed this conclusion. At only 6 years old, Kimimaro's physical abilities far surpassed those of an average genin. Ihu had truly found a treasure this time. Orochimaru had also researched the Kagaya clan's Kekii Genkai disease. The causes were twofold. First, when retracting their bones, bacteria entered the body with them. Second, the clan's poor diet led to a calcium deficiency, ultimately resulting in cardiovascular disease. He even theorized that the Kagaya clan's cruelty, belligerence, and mental instability were also manifestations of their calcium deficiency. Orochimaru handed a document to Ihu. As long as you avoid the issues listed here, his disease shouldn't flare up. I will also need Kimimaro to cooperate with some experiments. You can wait for him over there. At this moment, Orochimaru felt that taking on Ihu as a disciple was the best decision he had ever made in his life. Ihu wasn't a mere husky, he was a treasure-hunting hound. After collecting the experimental data, Orochimaru promptly shooed them out of his lab. He still had numerous research projects to attend to. With the desired data in hand, it was time to resume his own research. Nearby, Kabuto Yakushi with dark circles under his eyes apologized to Ihu. Senior Orochimaru-sensei didn't mean any offense. The Mangekyo experiments are at a critical stage. His entire focus is on that. He hasn't rested in a long time. Ihu nodded in understanding. Scientists are truly a terrifying breed. Kabuto seemed to be heading down the same path. If not for Nono Yakushi constantly keeping an eye on him, Kabuto likely wouldn't have slept for days either. Whenever he mentioned this, he couldn't help but glance at Do's hair, thinking, it seems to have gotten a bit thinner. Do paid no heed to the look. He turned and walked straight into the laboratory. His dedication to science alongside Lord Orochimaru was something ordinary people could never comprehend. Back at home, Ikkaku prepared a room for Kimimaro. Kimimaro, you'll live here from now on. Later I'll have Nawaki build you another house outside. You can live wherever you want then. After settling, Kimimaro and Ikkaku returned to the hidden mist village. It was in such troubled waters that one could easily fish for opportunities. When he re-entered the Kagaya clan's territory, the battle was already over. The Kagaya clan had suffered devastating losses nearly to the point of extinction. Ikkaku had intended to sneak into the Kagaya clan's warehouse to scavenge something, but the battle had ended far too quickly, leaving him no chance to cause any mischief. He returned to Terumi Mei's home, where she sat in the courtyard tending to her wound. She pressed a medicated gauze against the gash on her waist, cold sweat beading on her forehead from the pain. Ikkaku stepped forward, bit open a small vial of medicine, and poured it over Terumi Mei's wound. Only then did her furrowed brow finally relax. What did you just use on me? A good thing I got from Orochimaru-sensei. Don't worry, it's all natural and harmless. In truth, it was a 1.0 version of a Mangekyo restoration potion that Orochimaru had developed but abandoned due to its poor performance. However, it turned out to be just right for helping wounds heal. Ikkaku embraced Terumi Mei, gently wiping the sweat from her brow. Does it still hurt? Terumi Mei shook her head and planted a kiss on his cheek. What are you two doing? Mei's father, who had just returned from dealing with the aftermath of the Kagaya rebellion, opened the door and witnessed the scene. His heart nearly shattered at the sight of his precious daughter practically offering herself to a wolf. Hearing her father's voice, Terumi Mei's face flushed crimson as she dashed back into her room. Mei's father, knowing he was no match for Ikkaku, could only glare at him. Ikkaku, unable to lay a hand on his future father-in-law, simply stood there grinning foolishly. Mei's mother, unable to bear the sight, grabbed her husband and pulled him outside. The youngsters are just getting to know each other. What are you and old man butting in for? After they left, Ikkaku entered the room and saw Terumi Mei rolling around on the bed clutching a plush toy. When Terumi Mei saw him, she froze for a moment, a complex storm of emotions flickering across her face. First came embarrassment. Her eyes darted around as if searching for a hole to crawl into. Then a flash of murderous intent, pain, and inner conflict, finally settling into sheer exhaustion. It was the look of one ready to give up on everything. You saw nothing just now. Terumi Mei threatened him, her voice trying to sound fierce, but coming off as adorable. Ikkaku played along. My eyesight's been failing lately. I didn't see a thing just now. Since Terumi Mei's waist was still injured, Ikkaku didn't take her out for a stroll or a date. Instead, he went out of his way to bring back a huge haul of her favorite foods from the Konoha food street. Things that weren't available in the hidden mist village. Seeing the mountain of food, Terumi Mei's eyes widened in delight, and she instantly forgot her earlier embarrassment, focusing entirely on the delicious feast before her. Ikkaku, aren't you eating? Terumi Mei offered him her favorite pastry. She never put on airs around him, and she stuffed her cheeks full like a little hamster. Ikkaku took the pastry she offered and wiped her mouth. Slow down, no one's going to steal it from you. He glanced at the time, noticing it was getting late, and prepared to leave. Mei, I'll come see you again tomorrow. For the next few days, make sure you and your parents stay inside. The Yuki clan seems to be making some moves, and unlike the Kagaya, they're not foolish. With that, Ikkaku used the Flying Thunder God technique to vanish. After he left, Mei's mother walked in. My, now that you have a boyfriend, you forget all about your mother. And with all these goodies, you don't even think to share some with your dear old mom. Ignoring Terumi Mei's resentful glare, she picked up a treat from the table and began eating it with delicate composure. Mei's mother ate gracefully, but her pace was surprisingly quick. It's good to have a boyfriend. You can't buy these things in the hidden mist village. After finishing, she took a few more pieces and left. Terumi Mei, her mouth still full, shouted, Ikkaku, you said no one would steal my food. Mei's mother handed the pastries she'd taken to her husband. Try these. They're only available in Konoha. We're enjoying the benefits of our daughter's good fortune. Mei's father had intended to act aloof and reluctantly accept, but his wife wasn't having any of it and took a bite herself. Hey, leave some for me. Didn't you already eat your fill in our daughter's room? His facade crumbled in an instant. He grabbed a pastry and devoured it, his eating habits exactly like Terumi Mei's. Far away in Konoha, Ikaku was still lost in the memory. He lay on his bed, his mind filled with images of Terumi Mei's adorable expressions. My Mei is just too cute. Reminded by Kushina, Ikaku went to visit the balding Sarutobi Shinizuki the next day. No. Calling him Sarutobi Guankuin now would be more fitting. It was said that ever since Ikaku took office, Shinizuki hadn't had a single good night's sleep, spending every day either working overtime or on his way to work overtime. Shinizuki, don't worry. Once I finish my current work, I'll ask the old man to specially develop a hair growth tonic for you. I guarantee you'll get your old look back. In a couple of days I'll find some people to help you out. Just tough it out for now. It's not like you haven't been handling it all this time. What's a few more days? The naive Shinizuki happily swallowed Ikaku's empty promises. Well, it was to be expected. How clever could someone be who was as much of a pushover as Nawaki? After placating Shinizuki, Ikaku found his first victim, Tsukumo Hitaki. Oh, Ikaku. Kakashi is inside, I'll go get him. Ikaku quickly called out, no. Tsukumo-san, I'm here to see you. The white fang paused mid-step, a sense of foreboding washing over him. And sure enough, Ikaku's voice came through the next moment. Tsukumo-san, how about coming back to the Umbu as the deputy commander? Kakashi is joining the Umbu soon, and if you're there you can keep an eye on him. Tsukumo hesitated. Kakashi had told him everything. It was no exaggeration to call Ikaku the savior of their father and son. After a moment of thought, the white fang agreed. For one, Ikaku had shown them a great kindness. For another, Tsukumo had already missed out on years of Kakashi's growth, and joining the Umbu to look after him seemed like a good chance to make up for it. The second victim was Hyuga Hayashi. The brothers knew exactly how thankless the role of Umbu deputy commander was. Though it bore the title of deputy, the actual power was worlds apart from the commanders. Just look at what had become of Sarutobi Shinizuki. But even so, Hizashi agreed. Kushina and Ikaku had helped the Hyuga clan suppress the troublesome Cloud Ninja, and that debt needed to be repaid. If Uchiha Fugaku as the clan head hadn't been so pressed for time, Ikaku would have dragged him into the workforce as well. Truly capable workers were scarce in Konoha, the reliable ones were still too young. For now, Ikaku could only find these two to lend a hand. With work matters settled, it was time to address personal affairs. Yagura was either under Obito's control or simply a recluse by nature. 6 days. He had watched for 6 whole days without seeing Yagura leave the Mizuki's office. Forget it. Let's go find the Seven Tails first. A miniature Nine Tails appeared on Ikaku's shoulder. Fine, I can store the chakra for now. Using a mark left earlier, Ikaku appeared beside Kaku. At that moment, Kakuzu was busy killing for a bounty, and Ikaku's sudden appearance made him miss his chance, allowing the target to escape. Uzumaki Ikaku. Pay up. That man had a 2 million Ryo bounty in the black market. Kakuzu-senpai, I need your help with something. Pay up. 2 million. Kakuzu-senpai, I need intel on Takigakure. Where have they hidden the Seven Tails? Pay up. Ikaku, seeing Kakuzu only capable of uttering pay up, sighed in resignation. He turned and produced a sealing scroll. Here's a deposit, 50 million. Once I find the Seven Tails, I'll give you another 50 million. Kakuzu didn't show the expected delight, but frowned instead. Takigakure is my homeland. Do you think a mere 100 million Ryo can make me betray it? Dream on. Ikaku understood Kakuzu's implication. Kakuzu-senpai, you were betrayed by Takigakure. I'm helping you get revenge and paying you for it. You should be overjoyed at such a deal. Boss, can't you add a bit more? Our organization is a bunch of old, weak, sick, and disabled people. How else are we supposed to make a living if we don't earn enough? Ikaku was baffled. Old, weak, sick, and disabled. A terrorist organization gathering S-rank missing men from every hidden village, and he calls them old, weak, sick, and disabled. But thinking about it, it made sense. Kakuzu was certainly old enough. Konan could barely pass for a frail woman, and Nagato was so sickly that anyone would believe he was ill. As for disabled, that was even easier to understand. At this point, Sasori was just a lump of flesh, his whole body was prosthetics. I'll add another 20 million. That's my final offer. Deal? You're generous, boss. Thank you for your support. The moment he heard about the extra money, Kakuzu's demeanor changed instantly, his green eyes turning into the shape of the Ryo symbol. Right this way, boss. Let's go to Takigakure and farm some gold. Ikaku grabbed Kakuzu. No need, I'll take a shortcut. The land of waterfalls bordered the land of fire, but on foot it would take them at least a week to get there. Kakuzu watched the scenery shift before him, feeling a pang of envy. If he could use such a jutsu, his money-making efficiency would skyrocket. Uzumaki Ikaku. How about joining the Akatsuki? Ikaku was puzzled. Our organization offers great benefits, a powerful leader, internal unity, and both wealth and beautiful women. Everyone is a hidden genius with grand ambitions. So what do you say? If you team up with me, we could definitely empty out every exchange office. Ikaku was speechless. Why would I become a missing nin when I'm doing fine in Konoha? Come on, let's go find the Seven Tails. Although Kakuzu was disappointed by the rejection, securing the money at hand was the priority. Let's go. Takigakure is just ahead. The Seven Tails should be in a barrier behind the village. The 2 Kage-level shinobi moved through Takigakure as if it were empty, silently infiltrating the village's rear mountains. After breaking the barrier, a severed branch lay before them, with a milky white liquid slowly dripping from the cut. The nine tails appeared on Ikaku's shoulder, eyes wide and fixed on the branch. Damn it, why is this thing still appearing in the ninja world? The nine tails' fur bristled as it stared at the branch. It's a branch of the divine tree, and it's still alive. As Ikaku moved closer, Kakuzu warned him, I advise you not to touch that thing. That liquid is known in Takigakure as hero water. Those who drink hero water can unleash 10 times their chakra at the cost of their life. It's also why I've never sought revenge on Takigakure. In a crisis, every jonin in the village becomes a fearless Kage-level fighter. Over the years they've stockpiled, who knows how much of this stuff. Alright, the seven tails is up ahead. My job is done once I lead you to it. Now pay me the rest. Ikaku tossed a scroll to Kakuzu, who took it, and left without a second glance. He clearly still had psychological scars from Takigakure, otherwise he'd never walk away without counting the money. Ignoring Kakuzu's departure, Ikaku carefully sealed the severed branch into a scroll. The Uchiha's Uchiha War fan was made from this stuff, extremely sturdy, easily blocking a tailed beast ball. He also collected the hero water below. He could give it to Orochimaru to study, maybe it would yield something interesting. Venturing deeper, an altar appeared before Ikaku. Jinchuriki weren't a dime a dozen, or it wasn't easy for a person to contain a tailed beast. Like the previous 8 tails Jinchuriki, even without Orochimaru's interference this time he still died, because his body was incompatible. After Takigakure obtained the 7 tails, no one was deemed worthy to become its Jinchuriki, so it remained sealed there. Breaking the seal, a giant insect with 7 wings appeared before Ikaku. If an Aburame saw this, they'd go crazy. When we get back, I'll have Chomei live next door to the Aburame clan. 1,000 Ryo to look, 10,000 to touch. Chomei fluttered its wings, stretching its long sealed body. Long time no see, Kurama. Long time no see, Chomei. I still prefer how you looked when you were younger, back when you had tails instead of wings. Chomei ignored Kurama's taunt, quite proud of its beautiful wings. Human, thank you for freeing me. I can grant you one reasonable wish. Before Ikaku could speak, the 9 tails chimed in. Chomei, come back to Konoha with us. Shikaku, Matatabi, and Isabu are all there. No one will force you into a Jinchuriki. You can live happily among the tailed beasts. Chomei hesitated, but eventually agreed. Despite having 7 tails, its combat prowess was among the lowest of the tailed beasts. Having a bodyguard and a meal ticket wasn't a bad deal. With Chomei successfully persuaded to return to Konoha, the chakra issue was no longer urgent. Using the flying Raijin to return, Ikaku was panting heavily in the rear mountains. Komiai's combat ability was lacking, but its chakra reserves were substantial. Transporting such heavy chakra via the flying Raijin was extremely taxing. Ichigo settled Chomei in the forest behind his family's estate, which happened to border the Aburame clan's territory, yet remained just shy of their actual compound. Komiai, this is a simple sealing technique. It will seal most of your chakra within your body, allowing you to shrink your form. The seal is fragile, however, and will break with the slightest impact. Chomei was ecstatic as he felt his body shrink, finding it a novel and thrilling experience. Flying in his smaller form was even more exhilarating. The miniature Chomei retained his adult appearance, merely reduced in size, much to Kurama's disappointment. I thought you'd revert to your childhood form when you shrank. Turns out you just got smaller. Kurama was intensely envious of Komiai's ability to fly. They were all born of the same father, yet only one of the 9 siblings had been gifted with wings. Ignoring Kurama's resentment, Ichigo took Chomei to visit the other tailed beasts. Shikaku had transformed one side of the lake into a sandy beach, attracting countless visitors daily. Jiraiya noted that Matatabi's cat cafe had become a beloved retreat for Konoha's villagers. Ninjas, burdened by the immense stress of their high-risk profession, found solace in the calming presence of the cats. Thanks to Ichigo's connection, all ANBU operatives received a 30% discount. Isabu, once in Konoha, simply cycled between sleeping and waking, so lethargic he couldn't even be roused. The 5-tailed beasts gathered at Ichigo's home, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. Seeing each of his brethren find something they loved in Konoha, Chomei felt a surge of anticipation for his own future. Well, except for Isabu, perhaps. For him, sleep was the ultimate bliss. Having been freed after decades of captivity, Chomei was filled with curiosity about the outside world. Whenever he ate something or accidentally broke something, in ANBU would always appear to settle the bill. Overseeing tailed beasts, or Jinchuriki, was considered a coveted assignment within the ANBU, as Ichigo provided generous subsidies and benefits. The beasts, keeping themselves shrunk to the size of small dogs while in Konoha, were easily mistaken for adorable pet summons by the villagers. Chomei bounced energetically through the streets, sampling food from every stall he passed. The tricolor dumplings, however, captivated him the most. Inside the dumpling shop, a towering stack of empty plates had already formed before him. I can't believe the miserable life I led before. Chomei grabbed another skewer of tricolor dumplings, weeping as he devoured it. Just then a voice echoed from the entrance, "Owner, how can you be out of tricolor dumplings at this hour?" After a grueling day of training, Anko's only solace was the tricolor dumplings from this very shop, only to be told they were completely sold out. Anko felt her world crumble. Witnessing her utter despair, Chome hastily wolfed down the remaining dumplings on his plate and flew away in a flash. Chome couldn't understand why, but as a tailed beast he felt an overwhelming sense of dread from this woman who had simply missed out on her dumplings. By the time Anko rushed over hoping to beg for some dumplings, all that remained was a table stacked with empty plates and an ANBU agent preparing to pay the bill. Back at the lab after settling, Komiai Ichigo brought his latest acquisitions to Orochimaru. Inside, Orochimaru had just concluded his research on the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kabuto, once you've organized the data, deliver this vial of medicine to Fugaku. After days of relentless work, Kabuto had finally finished the research. All that was left was to deliver the results to Fugaku, and he could finally rest. But at that moment, Ichigo's voice shattered the silence. Master, look what I brought back this time. Ichigo presented a broken branch of the divine tree in the hero water. This is a branch from the divine tree. I heard Madara Uchiha's fan was made from this stuff, ooh, it can even block a tailed beast ball. And this is its sap. Drinking it allows you to exchange your lifespan for 10 times your chakra. Orochimaru's interest was instantly piqued by Ichigo's words, while Kabuto felt his spirit shatter. He had been so close to finally resting, but seeing Orochimaru's expression, he knew sleep was a distant dream for the foreseeable future. It wasn't that Orochimaru mistreated his apprentices, but his relentless nature meant he wouldn't rest until he had fully unraveled the mysteries of these artifacts. Kabuto, unwilling to miss out on the invaluable learning opportunity with Orochimaru, found himself trapped in this endless cycle of work. Nono had repeatedly advised him against pushing himself so hard, but Kabuto felt that his life's true purpose lay in researching alongside Orochimaru. Yet at this moment, Kabuto couldn't help but question the meaning of his life's purpose. That kid was like a husky tearing apart his own home during training and someone else's home in his spare time. He probably swiped this stuff from somewhere else too. To his surprise, Orochimaru merely picked up the branch, gave it a cursory glance, and set it back down. Kabuto, go home and rest. You haven't had a proper night's sleep in a week. My body is also reaching its limit. We'll continue tomorrow. Orochimaru carefully stored the two items away before leaving the lab with Ichigo and Kabuto. Ichigo, these artifacts you brought back are quite fascinating. In time, I'll forge a special weapon for you using this branch. After tidying up, Ichigo volunteered to deliver the medicine to the Uchiha clan in Kabuto's stead. The two of them were on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion. Arriving at the Uchiha compound, he noticed the clan's reputation had improved significantly. This was not only because they had stepped down from the military police force, reducing their conflicts with others, but also because the ninja cats at Matatabi's cafe were all from the Uchiha clan. He knocked on the door, and it was opened by a 5-year-old Itachi Uchiha. Although Ichigo had agreed to take Itachi on as his apprentice, the boy was still far too young. In Ichigo's view, one should act their age. At such a tender age, Itachi should be enjoying his childhood. Starting intense training or overthinking things too early would do more harm than good. Itachi, how's life at the Ninja Academy treating you? Itachi shook his head. Those classmates are too immature. Going to the academy is a complete waste of time. Ichigo gently pinched Itachi's cheek. Don't look down on your time at the academy. Training too intensely at your age will damage your body. It's the perfect time to build a solid foundation there. Itachi nodded, accepting his master's advice. Since his father had arranged for him to study under Ichigo, he would heed his teacher's words. Inside, Fugaku was seated managing clan affairs. The sheer thickness of the documents on his desk spoke volumes about the immense burden he carried as clan head. Fugaku, I'm here to deliver this on behalf of Orochimaru-sensei. This medicine is his latest creation. It can slow the deterioration of vision caused by the Mangekyo and even restore some of its power. Fugaku's eyes lit up with delight as he looked at the vial Ichigo offered. Ever since awakening his Mangekyo, he'd been haunted by the constant paranoid feeling that his eyesight was deteriorating day by day. This medicine was the perfect cure for his Mangekyo-induced anxiety. Please convey my thanks to Orochimaru-sama. Back home, Kimimaro got along well with Shursui. Ichigo had a large cup specially made for Kimimaro to hold his daily milk. With his scientifically balanced diet, Kimimaro had an exceptionally good temperament. One could even call him gentle and obedient. Of the 3 children, only Shursui was of an age suitable for cultivation. The other 2 were far too young. For now, they could only undergo moderate physical training. Shursui lived up to his reputation as a genius, mastering the body flicker technique to perfection. Ichigo had also attempted to teach Shursui the Flying Thunder God technique, but unfortunately Shursui had no talent for sealing arts. Adhering to the principle of taking full responsibility for those he accepted, Ichigo devised a personalized training plan for each of them. Today's another hard day's work. I'm just too diligent. If Sarutobi Shinosuke, who was still working overtime at the ANBU, heard this, he'd probably burst into tears. Boss, doesn't your conscience hurt when you say that? Though White Fang and Hayashi did share some of the workload, they couldn't keep up with Ichigo constantly sending all sorts of strange things to the village. The third Reikage, the tailed beasts, and their Jinchuriki, and the injured Uzumaki Karen and her mother who needed protection. Each of them required ANBU guards stationed around the clock. And then there was Orochimaru's laboratory that needed watching. If an explosion occurred, they'd have to rush in to save the expensive equipment, and so on and so forth. Ever since Minato took over the series of reform decisions Ichigo implemented had more than tripled the ANBU's workload. Oh wait, no. Each ANBU member's workload remained the same, but all these matters required reports or applications to be submitted which needed Shinosuke's involvement. So only Shinosuke's workload had tripled. In the office late at night, Shinosuke was still processing the work before him. White Fang had long since gone home to be with his son, and Hayashi also had a son of only 4 or 5 years old. He couldn't very well make him stay for overtime. So in the end he was still the only one working overtime. Finally finishing the last document, Shinosuke lit a cigarette. Sarutobi Shinosuke slumped in his chair, head tilted toward the ceiling, eyes vacant. So what if they have wives and kids? I'm not envious. I'm not envious at all. It was time for Shinosuke's daily 3 questions. Will there be this much work tomorrow? Do I really have to keep this damn job? Can I retire tomorrow? Shinosuke-sama. This is today's observation report on Chome, in Konoha. A night shift ANBU placed a report before him, his eyes behind the mask full of sympathy and admiration. Shinosuke's just relaxed mind instantly exploded. Just leave it there. I'll deal with it tomorrow. That's what he said, but he dutifully processed the document anyway. After a long day of work, Sarutobi Shinosuke finally got to go home and rest. Unaware of the situation at the ANBU, Ichigo, knowing full well Yagura's reclusive nature, simply moved into Terumi Mei's home to constantly seek a chance to get close to the Six Tails. Mei's father was so furious his eyes turned red, insisting on sharing a room with Ichigo to keep an eye on him. Uncle, you don't have to watch me like that. I won't touch Mei before we're married. It's a matter of principle. And even if I did have such intentions, you couldn't stop me anyway. Of course, Ichigo only said that last part in his head, knowing full well that the man before him was a devoted daughter's slave. In the evening, Terumi, Mei brought over a list. Ichigo, I want to eat these. 3 servings. She grabbed his arm and shook it, and Ichigo felt his heart tremble at the softness pressing against his arm. He tapped her nose affectionately and smiled. Wait for me, I'll be right back. Back in Konoha at the dango shop, Anko and Chome were at each other's throats. This last skewer of dango is mine. You've already eaten so much, Chome. You should let me have the last one. Chome showed no sign of backing down. I ate a lot. Then who ate the other half table of dango? I was sealed away for decades and finally I get to taste something this delicious. Can't I have a bit more? Anko paused, surprised to learn Chome had suffered so much in the past. A distraction. Seizing the moment, Anko was lost in thought. Chome swallowed the last skewer of dango in one gulp. After swallowing the dango, Chome flapped his wings and flew away, leaving Anko no time to react. The shop was left with only a furious Anko and an ANBU silently paying the bill. Seeing this, Ichigo didn't know whether to laugh or cry because he realized Anko had already spotted him. Senior Ichigo. That bud was brought here by you, wasn't it? Seeing Anko looking like a zombie, Ichigo decisively fled. No way. If he fought back next time, Kushina would come to beat him up. Quickly buying everything Terumi Mei liked, Ichigo rushed back to Kirigakure. Konoha was too dangerous. He wasn't planning to return for a while. At the Terumi residence, Terumi Mei's face was full of anticipation. Her mother looked at her foolish daughter helplessly. The silly girl was completely wrapped around that young man's finger. Fortunately, that young man was just as foolish, so they were quite well matched. Mei, I'm back. I bought lots of things, all your favorites. And so Ichigo settled into the Terumi household. With free meals softening his stance, Mei's father said no more while her mother was delighted. She was quite satisfied with Ichigo as her future son-in-law. After staying for a few days, Ichigo finally found his chance. The Suna and Kiri ninja were about to sign a ceasefire agreement, and as the 4th Mizuka, Yagura would certainly have to appear. Terumi Mei sat beside Ichigo holding a half-eaten pastry, her cheeks puffed out like a chipmunk. Ichigo, promise me. Don't kill him. If Yagura dies, Kirigakure will fall into chaos and the hard-won stability of the ninja world will be shattered. Ichigo pinched Mei's hamster-like cheeks. Don't worry. I just need to confirm something and say hello to the Six Tails inside him. Hearing this, Mei felt reassured and went back to demolishing her snacks. A few days later, representatives from Sunagakure arrived to sign the agreement with Kirigakure. But strangely, after signing the agreement, the Suna envoys didn't leave. Instead, they stayed at an inn, and neither Kirigakure nor Sunagakure announced the ceasefire to the ninja world. Fortunately, Ichigo seized an opening and cornered Yagura in the forest outside Kirigakure. Wearing an ANBU mask, Ichigo stood before Yagura, black lightning crackling around the long blade in his hand. Mizuki-sama, please hold on. Yagura frowned at the man before him. Uzumaki Ichigo. What are you doing in Kirigakure? Uzumaki Ichigo. Who's Uzumaki Ichigo? Look closely. This is Black Lightning. I'm Darui of Kumogakure. Stop pretending, Uzumaki Ichigo. I rushed back for that battle. Even if you turned to ash, I'd still recognize you. Since his identity had been exposed, Ihu discarded the pretense, removing his mask and tossing his long blade aside. It seems you're not under a genjutsu. I believe we can have a proper talk. You once sealed the 3 tails inside a young girl from Konoha. Her boyfriend was from the Uchiha clan. After witnessing her death, he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and has since vanished. I suspect he'll come to Kirigakure seeking revenge. Yagura found Ihu's words absurd. As a Kage-level shinobi with a good rapport with his tailed beast, the possibility of him being under a Jinjutsu was virtually non-existent. Seeing Yagura's disbelief, Ihu called upon Kurama's proxy, the Six Tails. Saiken, come out and tell him. Everything we're saying is the truth. The Six Tails within Yagura confirmed that Kurama would never deign to deceive a human, and that the Mangekyo Sharingan was indeed terrifying. It had itself been captured long ago by a man with those very eyes. Hearing Saiken's words, Yagura began to panic. That fool Yagura thought referring to the previous Jinchuriki had been utterly incompetent. Not only had he lost the Three Tails, but he had also brought a formidable enemy upon Kirigakure. When an Uchiha goes mad, they care nothing for peace. Right now, he likely only desires the destruction of Kirigakure. Think, Yagura. How terrifying is a powerful shinobi with no ties, and a heart consumed solely by vengeance. The concern for his village's safety ultimately overwhelmed Yagura's personal dread. So you came all this way just to warn me. How unexpectedly generous of you. Hearing this, Ihu knew his goal was within reach. I require a small amount of the Six Tails chakra. In return, I will continue my search for that young man, and try to pull him back from his path of darkness. The Six Tails within Yagura saw Kurama give a slight nod, and understood his intent. Seeing Saiken's agreement, Yagura readily provided the chakra to Ihu. In Yagura's view, the intelligence Ihu had provided was invaluable, and the safety of Kirigakure was paramount. One last question. I've been lurking around here for over half a month, and haven't seen you leave once. Is there a reason for that? Yagura wore a rare, awkward expression. It's nothing really. I simply don't care to go outside. Ihu was somewhat surprised by the confession. The fourth Mizukage was in fact a recluse. No wonder he had become the perfect Jinchuriki for the Three Tails in the original story. His compatibility with Isabu was exceptionally high. Having obtained the answer he sought, Ihu took his leave without further ado. Yagura breathed a sigh of relief once Ihu was gone. The psychological shadow Ihu had cast on the battlefield was immense. Had a fight broken out, even with the Six Tails power, victory would have been impossible. If Yagura were to die at Ihu's hands, Kirigakure's prestige would plummet to an all-time low. The restless factions within the village would seize the opportunity to cause chaos, potentially leading to the village's annihilation. Having achieved his purpose, Ihu stayed a few more days in the Terumi household before departing. As the head of the Umbu, being away from Konoha for so long must have thrown the village into disarray by now. He needed to return to Konoha quickly. But just as he was about to leave the land of water, Ihu sensed a massive convergence of chakra gathering just outside the village. Curiosity was an intrinsic human trait. Where there was a commotion, there was a spectacle to witness. When he arrived, the Kirigakure shinobi had dispersed, leaving behind a woman on the ground riddled with kunai and shuriken. Her name was Pakura, and her skills were considerable. As Ihu tended to her wounds, his thoughts drifted to Nawaki. After escorting Pakura to the Konoha hospital, Ihu went straight to the Hokage's office to find Nawaki, who was buried in paperwork. Nawaki, do you want a wife or not? Nawaki was utterly bewildered. Without further explanation, Ihu dragged him to see Pakura. Nawaki, I remember you've been moping around ever since Pakura was ransomed back by Sunagakure. Listen, spend the next couple of days with her. Maybe she'll come around. Nawaki's face flushed instantly. What nonsense are you talking about? Ihu sighed in exasperation. You never get a girlfriend. Do you know what your sister asked me the other day? She asked if you were into men. It's absurd. Why would she ask me that? Just because my girlfriend isn't in the village, she started suspecting the two of us. If you don't find a girlfriend soon, she's going to run me out of the village. Nawaki was speechless. So that's why his sister and the others had been giving him strange looks. And why Jiraiya had stopped inviting him to his surveillance missions. They all thought he was like that. Leaving Pakura in Nawaki's care, Ihu hurried to the Umbu headquarters. But when he saw the place running as smoothly as ever, he felt a pang of existential crisis. After almost a month away, the Umbu hasn't been affected at all. So the most redundant person here is me, the captain. Plunged into self-doubt, Ihu returned home only to find it completely empty. Using his Kagura's mind's eye, he sensed the two children along with Kurinai Anko and Asuma all together. As he entered the barbecue restaurant, he heard Anko tearfully complaining, Kurinai Shursa, Ikimamaro Asuma, please help me. Komiai has the entire Aburame clan buying dango for him every day. No one else can get any. It's been so long since I've had a taste of those tricolor dumplings. Ihu had placed the Seven Tails there specifically to attract the Aburame clan's attention. But Komiai, obsessed with tricolor dango, spent all his time at the shop, never giving the clan a chance to discover him. It was said that the dango shop owner hadn't smiled since Komiai's arrival, even though he used to beam with joy while making his treats. The shop owner's lament was one of endless toil. Forced to stay open, he was both tormented and enriched. Eventually, he implemented a purchase limit per person to curb Komiai's insatiable appetite. Komiai was disheartened for a few days, but the Aburame clan changed that. For the first time, he saw eyes filled with such passion, joy, and excitement, utterly devoid of malice. The only downside was that they were hard to spot, so Komiai, having returned to his full size, dared not touch the ground for fear of stepping on an Aburame clan member. Eventually, Komiai struck a deal with them, a plate of tricolor dango for one touch. Now countless Aburame clansmen queue up at the shop daily just for the chance to pat the Seven Tails. The smile that had just returned to the shop owner's face vanished once more. There was truly no solution. Despite his despair, he could only continue making the dango one batch at a time. The Umbu members reporting this to Ihu were struggling to contain their laughter. It's fine, go ahead and laugh. Holding it in is bad for your health. It's good that a tailed beast feels a sense of belonging to the village. Let's have Shinosuke work overtime today to sort out the dango shop situation. We can't just cater to the tailed beast and neglect the other villagers. Sarutobi Shinosuke, 6. Shinosuke was too numb to even smile when he learned the news. He had previously approached Nara Shikaku, the young heir of the Nara clan. Unfortunately, Nawaki had beaten him to it. Indeed, Nawaki's wood release had multiplied the quality of the Nara clan's medicinal herbs several times over. One could say Nawaki was the Nara family's very own god of fortune, and naturally they would treat him like royalty. As the Hokage's secretary, Nawaki works so many hours every day. It's only natural that our Nara clan would assign him an additional secretary to help share the workload right. And as for me, Nara Shikaku's secretary to the Hokage's secretary being the young heir of the Nara clan, it's also perfectly normal for the clan to provide me with a few secretaries to help with my duties, isn't it? The Nara clan's outrageous maneuvering made Sarutobi Shinosuke grind his teeth in frustration. All of his ANBU work required absolute secrecy, and unlike Nawaki, he couldn't simply delegate his duties to just anyone. Forget it. At least I still have Lord White Fang and Hayashi to help me out from time to time. Amidst his misery, Sarutobi Shinosuke began yet another day of work. Meanwhile, Nawaki was still at the Konoha hospital tending to Pakura. Upon hearing the news, Tsunade was overjoyed. She personally treated Pakura's injuries and sealed off the entire floor, forbidding any male other than Nawaki from setting foot on it. Orochimaru wanted to come and draw a couple of vials of blood, but Tsunade stood guard like a fiercely protective mother hen, refusing to let any danger anywhere near Pakura. After Pakura was taken prisoner, Orochimaru had already left for the mist battlefield with Ichi. Only Nawaki had any contact with her, as he was responsible for escorting the prisoner back to Konoha. That Nawaki brat, he should have drawn me a couple of vials of blood for my research back then. It wasn't that Orochimaru lacked experimental materials these days, but research was like gacha. If you didn't collect all the cards, it felt like ants were crawling all over you. At that moment in the Senju Shrine, Tsunade was kowtowing before the memorial tablet of Hashirama Senju. Grandfather Nawaki has finally come to his senses. The Senju lineage can finally be passed on. Inside the hospital room, Nawaki was completely unaware that Tsunade had already deemed Pakura the hope of the Senju clan. When Pakura first woke up, she saw Nawaki bustling about nearby. Where is this? Didn't I die? Oh, this is Konoha Hospital. You've been saved. My sister and Ichi saved you. Nawaki's cheeks burned crimson. This was the first time he had ever spoken to a girl on his own initiative, especially one he harbored feelings for. Pakura smiled. She had an impression of Nawaki. He was the one who had escorted her back to Konoha. Even if their hands accidentally brushed along the way, he would apologize profusely, his face turning bright red. Well, you're finally awake. My little brother has been guarding you for days. This is the first time I've ever seen him act this way towards a girl. Tsunade outside the door really couldn't listen any longer. Her brother had indeed perfectly inherited grandfather's density when it came to matters of the heart. The girl simply asked where she was, and you just had to tell her that your savior was someone else entirely. Do you want to stay single forever? Pushing her away like that. Sis. No. I didn't. By the end, even Nawaki couldn't hear what he was saying, which made Pakura cover her mouth and giggle. Tsunade also looked utterly despairing. It was hopeless. Completely hopeless. Grandfather, your granddaughter has failed you. The Senju clan is doomed to end with our generation. Since Nawaki wasn't pulling his weight, Tsunade immediately decided on a roundabout approach to play matchmaker. First, she'd become best friends with Pakura, then Nawaki would have his chance. Pakura, after the treatment, most of your injuries have healed. I'll take you out for a stroll in a bit. You'll recover faster if you're in good spirits. A flicker of hatred passed through Pakura's eyes. She had fought tooth and nail for Sunagakure, and the village had turned around and sold her out without a second thought. She deserved to enjoy life a little now. Seeing Pakura nod, Tsunade simply shooed Nawaki away and took Pakura out for the day. Seeing the longing look in Nawaki's eyes, Tsunade could only offer a silent apology. Sorry, little bro, sending you away at least preserve some of your goodwill. If I actually let you go shopping with her, Pakura would probably be so scared she'd run all the way back to Sunagakure that very night. Tsunade took Pakura to a cat cafe run by the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. Inside, all sorts of ninja cats rubbed against people's legs. Pakura's heart was instantly captured by the little creatures. In Suna's harsh environment, animals could barely survive, and it was very difficult to raise cats or dogs. This was the first time in Pakura's life she had seen so many cats. The two of them spent the entire day shopping, buying clothes, and eating, having a wonderful time, and their relationship quickly grew closer. Meanwhile, Nawaki was tearfully recounting his plight to Ichi, who listened with a face full of confusion. Why did this process seem so familiar? First become best friends, then constantly sing the praises of your younger brother. So is this the universal playbook for older sisters trying to help their younger brothers get a girlfriend? Don't worry, Nawaki. In a few days Pakura will definitely become your sister's best friend. Then she'll put in a good word for you, and you'll probably be able to win her over. Nawaki sniffled and stopped crying. Really, Ichi? Ichi patted Nawaki on the shoulder. Don't worry. Your sister's strategy is exactly the same as my sister's was back then. Meanwhile, at the barbecue restaurant, a drunk Pakura was clinging to Tsunade, sobbing her heart out. Tsunade sis. I did so much for the village. Why did they treat me like this? Wah. Tsunade sis, tell me, what did I do wrong? Tsunade gently patted Pakura's back, and then took the now sleeping Pakura back to the hospital. Over the next few days the two ate and drank together, and their bond grew stronger. Tsunade's gaze towards Pakura became increasingly complicated. In the end, Tsunade's conscience won out. She took Pakura by the hand and led her to Nawaki's home. Nawaki, Pakura has already suffered so much from being betrayed by her village. I can't push her into the fire again. Nawaki's smile froze on his face. Tsunade grabbed Pakura's hand. Pakura, we're best friends, so I won't hide this from you. My brother likes you, but I think he's not good enough for you. You deserve someone better. Nawaki's smile completely shattered. He could no longer hear what Tsunade was saying. The sobs in his throat were unstoppable. Nawaki couldn't take it anymore and ran off crying. Ichi followed right behind him, leaving behind only a stunned Pakura and a non-stop chattering Tsunade. Tsunade sis, I actually have quite a good impression of Nawaki. Tsunade couldn't help but ask upon hearing Pakura's words. Really, Pakura? You don't have to force yourself to settle because of me. I know my brother well enough. Pakura grabbed Tsunade's arm. Tsunade sis, your brother is actually quite interesting. I've never met anyone as sincere, honest, and reliable as him. After a moment of confusion, Tsunade was ecstatic. It seemed the heavens hadn't forsaken the Senju clan after all. Grandfather be praised. Nawaki ran aimlessly through the streets until instinct led him to the place he felt safest, Orochimaru's laboratory. Bursting into the lab, Nawaki clung to Orochimaru and wailed, Master. I can never be with the one I love again. As Ichigo entered, he saw Nawaki sobbing into Orochimaru's leg, while Orochimaru patted his back in exasperation. Don't worry, Nawaki. I've knocked her out and sent her to your place. Hearing this only made Nawaki cry harder, and Orochimaru was at a loss. The more he tried to comfort, the worse it got. After a long while with no success, and with his other experiment at a critical stage, Orochimaru set Nawaki aside to resume his work. Left alone, Nawaki gradually stopped crying, exhausted. Spotting a glass of milk on the table, he drank it without a second thought. Ichigo rushed over, shaking him. What did you just drink? Spit it out. Nawaki felt queasy from the shaking. Ichigo, stop. I just had some milk because I was tired. Ichigo was dumbfounded. Nawaki had downed something dangerous in the blink of an eye. Truly a Senju with a bottomless stomach and an all too fragile gut. Spit it out. That's not milk, it's lethal. Nawaki tried to gag himself, but it was futile. Hearing the commotion, Orochimaru hurried over and Nawaki latched onto his leg again. Master, save me. Orochimaru's mind raced as he noticed Nawaki's chakra surging wildly. Swiftly he produced several vials of antidote and injected them one after another. The hero water kills because it drains the user's life force to feed the god tree. Hashirama's cells will replenish his vitality. All we can do now is wait. Under the clash of these two forces, Nawaki began convulsing uncontrollably. Just then Tsunade and Pakura arrived, only to find him twitching as if dancing. Minutes later, Nawaki regained control of his body. The life force drained by the hero water weakened the aggressive nature of Hashirama's cells, while those same cells replenished what was lost. Thanks to the immense chakra from the hero water and the vast amount of Hashirama's cells Nawaki's would release, underwent a second awakening. In the future, he might even be able to use the 1,000-armed cannon. Finally. Hic. Why do I keep hiccuping? Ichigo stared in disbelief. Not just the dance but the voice too. Is that you, Senju Zhao? Orochimaru patted Nawaki's shoulder. Don't worry, it's just your body adjusting to the sudden power. It'll pass in a few days. Relieved, Nawaki then noticed Tsunade and Pakura covering their mouths. You? Hic. When did you two get here? Right when you were dancing and twitching, Tsunade replied, her words striking Nawaki like a thunderbolt. His face was a picture of utter despair. Was there anything more mortifying than making a fool of yourself in front of your crush? Pakura took Nawaki's hand. Nawaki, you're a good person. Ichigo knew it. Here came the dreaded good guy speech. You're a great guy and you deserve a better girl. Just as Ichigo expected a breakup, Pakura surprised them all. You're a good person. Maybe we could try dating. Tsunade was even more ecstatic than Nawaki. What do they say? Fools have fortune. My little brother finally has a girlfriend. Nawaki's hiccuping speech cleared up in a few days, and he came out ahead. His wood release now rivaled Hashirama's without sage mode. Orochimaru smiled approvingly at Nawaki's growth. The hero water had been pre-treated. He'd been wondering how to get Nawaki to drink it without angering Tsunade. But Nawaki drank it on his own, leaving no blame on Orochimaru. In just 2 days, the Senju family's iron tree had bloomed. News of Nawaki's girlfriend spread through Konoha's shinobi circles. Just as Ichigo was relieved to no longer be mistaken for gay, Tsukumo Hatake appeared at his door. Ichigo, is Kakashi into men? What? Not again. Uncle Tsukumo, I have a girlfriend. She lives in Kirigakure. Don't judge me by my hair or looks. Tsukumo's eyes lit up. Spill the tea. How did you two meet? I want Kakashi to take notes. Ichigo was speechless. Since his revival, Tsukumo had let loose, acting just as carefree as Kakashi in the original, like father like son. Uncle Tsukumo Kakashi seems close to Shizune Tsunade's assistant. You could play matchmaker. Tsukumo's eyes sparkled. But that very night, Ichigo discovered that the entire Umbu knew about his girlfriend in Kirigakure. Fortunately, Umbu's discipline held. The gossip stayed within their ranks. After witnessing Nawaki's ordeal, Ichigo's resilience had grown, so this was nothing. That day, news broke that Kirigakure and Sunagakure had signed a truce, ending the Great Ninja War. Pakura shed tears reading the report. So this is what my sacrifice bought. Tsunade felt for her, recalling how Pakura had arrived at the hospital, her back scarred and toxins hidden within her body. Nawaki, treat Pakura well, or you'll face my wrath. Nawaki gulped, remembering the paperweight Tsunade crushed into a ball, and how Jiraiya had once gotten 3 ribs broken by her fist. Sis, I promise I'll take good care of her. After settling Nawaki, Ichigo headed to the new Dango shop to find Komiai. Komiai, I need your chakra. The two were familiar, so Komiai gave it without question. Now I just need Gyuki. Using Flying Thunder God, Ichigo appeared in the Raikage office where A was reviewing documents. A, I need to meet your 8 Tails Jinchuriki. A, eyed him warily. Uzumaki Ichigo, I've already given you Matatabi. There's no way we're giving up Gyuki. He's my brother. Ichigo nodded calmly. I don't want your brother. I just need a bit of Gyuki's chakra. A little, or a lot. AI looked at Ihu with a face full of wariness. It wasn't without reason that AI acted this way. Every time he met Ihu, he ended up losing something. Don't worry. I won't do anything to your brother. The third Raikage misses you a lot. How about coming to Konoha to visit him sometime? That was of course a lie. The third Raikage was having the time of his life in Konoha. Free from the burdens of work, he spent his days sipping tea, playing chess, and occasionally challenging Ihu to a taijutsu spar. Life was simply delightful. The third Raikage had repeatedly stated that the position of Raikage was not meant for humans. Not only was the workload overwhelming, but he also had to deal with the village's stubborn old-timers every single day. Since retiring, he felt 10 years younger. As expected, the moment the third Raikage was mentioned, AI relented. Fine, I can take you to B. But regarding the chakra, my approval means nothing. You'll have to negotiate with them yourself. With that, AI immediately dropped his work and gleefully dragged Ihu out the door, his eyes unable to conceal his relief and joy. It was clear he truly despised his job. AI led Ihu to Cloud Valley Gorge, a place Ihu knew quite well. It was here that he had once unleashed the ice-tailed beast ball upon Kimogakure. B, get out here. We have a guest. His only response was the rustling of leaves carried by the wind. At that moment, a deafening blast of music echoed from the other side of the hidden cloud village. Killer B. On the other side, Killer B, oblivious to the impending danger, was completely immersed in his own musical extravaganza. The audience below dutifully clapped and cheered for him. Killer B's contributions during the Third Great Ninja War were evident to all, and it was understandable that a hero had his hobbies. Even if Killer B's singing was atrocious, they couldn't bear to break his heart. I'm singing and dancing up front, you're hanging yourself in the back, all the lights are shining on me now. The audience's faces visibly contorted in agony. The Raikage arrived and delivered a flying kick that sent Killer B flying. Everyone please go home. I'll take this brat Killer B back and discipline him. The joy in the audience's eyes was practically bursting out at the sight of the fourth Raikage. This wasn't just admiration for the Raikage, it was because whenever the Raikage intervened, Killer B wouldn't dare hold another concert for at least half a month. The Raikage had his men clean up the concert venue, and even compensated everyone with a small sum for their mental anguish. Walking over to the crater Killer B had created, he found Killer B sitting there dazed. Shouldn't Big Brother still be in his office dealing with work at this hour? There's no way he could hear my concert from the Raikage's office. Who ratted me out? AI knocked on Killer B's head, making sure his brother wasn't concussed. B, someone's here to see you. Killer B's eyes lit up. Finally, someone appreciated his music. He even had fans from outside the village coming for his autograph now. Big Brother. Where are they? Where's my fan? Having watched the spectacle unfold, Ihu jumped down from a nearby building. Hey Killer B. We've met once before, remember? I'm Uzumaki Ihu. The light in Killer B's eyes dimmed instantly. So you're not a fan, eh? What do you want? I need some of Gyuki's chakra. Killer B was about to agree, being one of the few who knew the third Raikage was still alive. But then he reconsidered. If Ihu hadn't come, his concert wouldn't have been discovered by his brother. If you want Hachibi's chakra, you'll have to get through me first. I want you to stay and listen to me sing to continue the concert that was so rudely interrupted. Ihu had no idea of the severity of the situation. It wasn't until he heard Killer B's voice up close that he truly understood the meaning of ear-splitting torment and the legendary sonic soul-shattering art. It took only a minute for his smile to turn into a grimace and then into an expression of utter agony. Ihu was still holding on, but Kurama was the first to break. Ihu, give me control of your body for a moment now. I can't take this anymore. Kurama's eyes were wide, claws pressed firmly over his ears. Seeing Ihu hesitate, Kurama urged him on. Don't hesitate. You've already sensed it. There's not a single soul around for miles. I'll get the chakra for you, just let me end this catastrophe. Ihu, eager to escape Killer Bee's torment, decided to let Kurama have his way. When Ihu closed his eyes and opened them again, they were beast-like pupils. Kurama unleashed his chakra freely, a red, translucent aura continuously emanating from his body. Simultaneously, the temperature in the area plummeted. A pair of ice claws materialized on Kurama's hands. By the time Killer Bee sensed something was wrong, Kurama, with 6 tails exposed, had already charged. The impact sent Killer Bee crashing through the building behind him. As Kurama admired his ice claws, Killer Bee emerged shrouded in his version 2-tailed beast cloak. Killer Bee formed a massive bone on his shoulder and rammed straight into Kurama. Lightning-style lariat. Kurama barely had time to dodge and could only block with his ice claws. Yuki, I know you're in there. If you don't come out, I'm going to get serious. There was no response from the 8 tails. Kurama stopped holding back. If he beat Killer Bee half to death, Yuki would have no choice but to come out. Kurama channeled Ihu's ice release chakra, covering his tailed beast cloak with a full suit of ice armor, and used storm release to accelerate himself. Like a berserker, Kurama relentlessly attacked Killer Bee in his tailed beast cloak state, each claw strike dealing significant damage. After a flurry of attacks, Kurama quickly retreated, gathering chakra in his mouth for a tailed beast ball. Ihu, give me the chakra. I'm going to make the biggest tailed beast ball Yuki has ever seen. As Ihu increased the chakra supply, the tailed beast ball shifted from black to a deep blue, continuing to grow in size. At that moment, AI, who had returned from the office, witnessed the scene and was filled with regret. This is like a husky running rampant in the village. Uzumaki, who I regret bringing you here. As AI stepped into the battlefield and saw the blue-tailed beast ball larger than the tailed beast itself, he was utterly stunned. No one ever told me a husky's destructive power was this immense. Uzumaki, who? Stop right now. If you fire that, there won't be a hidden cloud village left in the ninja world. Just as Kurama was about to release the tailed beast ball, the silent Gyuki finally spoke up. Kurama, stop. Let's talk this out. I agree to your terms. Hearing Gyuki's words, Kurama finally closed his mouth. The tailed beast ball, no longer receiving chakra, shattered and fell to the ground. Each fragment that landed formed a massive ice crystal upon impact. Gyuki broke out in a cold sweat at the sight. If that attack had hit him, he'd probably be digging himself out of the ice for a very, very long time. Alright. Here's the chakra. Gyuki had intended to teach Killer Bee a lesson, but never expected that Kurama would end up with such an absurd jinchuriki. As it turns out, human joys and sorrows are not shared, but the same cannot be said for beasts. Just as the 9 tails within Ichigo was tormented by Killer Bees, singing, the 9 tails within Kushina was now equally agitated. After his physical transformation, Nizuna's aura was half like the divine tree and half like Hashirama Senju. If Uchiha Madara were added, Nizuna would complete the full collection of things the 9 tails hated most. During this period, Nizuna kept hovering around Kushina, much to the 9 tails' irritation. While interacting with Yagura, Nizuna suddenly had a flash of insight. Ichigo had previously mentioned that Kushina had used the same strategy as his sister. So, Ichigo had a girlfriend. Gossip is deeply ingrained in human nature. Not only Nizuna, but even Yagura was curious about what the girlfriend of the bloody ice crystal feared on the battlefield looked like. The two, mainly Nizuna, pestered Kushina for a long time before learning that Ichigo's girlfriend was from Kirigakure. It was mainly because the 9 tails couldn't stand the aura Nizuna was emitting. If he didn't leave soon, the 9 tails was ready to help him leave itself. Kushina was puzzled by their expressions. It was normal for Yagura not to know, but Nizuna, you're so close to Ichigo, how could you not know either? Ichigo even lived in Kirigakure for a month recently. Didn't you know, Nizuna? Nizuna was utterly shocked. Isn't Ichigo the head of the ANBU? Is it really okay for him to be away from Konoha for a month? And is ANBU work really that easy? No problem taking a whole month off. Sarutobi Shinosuke, there's no easy work in the ANBU, someone is just carrying the weight for others. After promising to keep the matter confidential, Nizuna and Yagura left. Seeing Nizuna leave, Kushina finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he had stayed any longer, the fox within her would have started going mad. In Kumogakure, Ichigo obtained the chakra of all the tailed beasts. At that moment, his body underwent a rapid transformation, but he felt something was still missing. The 9 tails, sensing Ichigo's condition, also couldn't understand why the transformation remained incomplete, even with all 9 tailed beasts' chakra gathered. What exactly was still missing? Kurama, I remember the Sage of 6 Paths said that the divine tree became the 10 tails, and the 10 tails split into the 9 tailed beasts, and the demonic statue of the outer path. Perhaps what I'm missing is that demonic statue. The 9 tails nodded. Ichigo, you have a point, but that thing can't be found without the Rinnegan, and the Rinnegan only belongs to the sage. Wait. No. They're actually a Rinnegan. Holy crap. The 9 tails on Ichigo's shoulder gripped his face tightly with both paws. Ichigo, don't even think about going after that thing. It's just an empty shell of the 10 tails. It has no consciousness. It only devours chakra. The 9 tails was genuinely afraid Ichigo might do something reckless and go after the Rinnegan to find the demonic statue. Once a tailed beast is swallowed by the demonic statue, it's as good as dead. Ichigo patted the 9 tails. Don't worry. It's better if that thing never appears in the ninja world again. I was just thinking, could that severed branch of the divine tree work? Hearing Ichigo's words, the Ninetales' eyes lit up. That might actually be possible. After bidding farewell to Ichigo returned to Konoha eager to test the effects of the divine tree's branch. In Orochimaru's laboratory, Karen's mother Uzumaki Rin was cooperating with Orochimaru on various examinations. The healing abilities of Karen and her mother were something neither Ichigo nor Kushina possessed. Ever since Ichigo became the head of the ANBU, every time he went out he would dismantle someone's home and bring back something of great research value. But the problem was that Ichigo brought things back far too frequently. Before this, Orochimaru's research was driven mainly by personal interest. Pursuing the truth of things was his greatest joy. But now Ichigo had turned Orochimaru's hobby into a job. He hadn't had the freedom to choose what to research in a long time. Every time, just as a research project ended, or even before it ended, Ichigo would deliver the next item needing study. During the month Ichigo was in Kirigakure, Orochimaru seemed to have rediscovered his former passion for research. A hyperactive husky is really a handful. Orochimaru was happily collecting Karen's data when he heard the sound he dreaded most in the laboratory. "Teacher, I'm back. Do you still have that severed branch?" Hearing that voice, Orochimaru flinched involuntarily. He had thought that since Ichigo hadn't brought anything when Nazuna came crying last time, he wouldn't bring anything for a while. But here he was just 2 or 3 days later. When Orochimaru saw Ichigo walk in empty-handed, he breathed a sigh of relief, though a hint of disappointment followed. As a scientist, the more good materials the better. But then Orochimaru noticed something was terribly wrong with Ichigo's condition. His chakra fluctuations were extremely unstable, and his body was undergoing a slow transformation. "Teacher, I've gathered the chakra of all the tailed beasts, but I still feel like I'm missing something crucial. The tailed beasts were once part of the divine tree, so perhaps that severed branch can help me." Orochimaru pondered the feasibility. "I'll go prepare that branch." As soon as he left, the laboratory was left with only Ichigo and Uzumaki Rin. "Sister Rin, why are you still here? Wasn't your body healed?" Uzumaki Rin smiled gently. "Mr. Ichigo, Lord Orochimaru has helped us mother and daughter greatly. I want to repay him in some way, and cooperating with him on data collection also comes with generous compensation. There aren't many Uzumaki clan members left. If you have any difficulties or problems, you can always tell me, and I'll help resolve them." Uzumaki Rin simply smiled. "There's no difficulty. I'm deeply grateful to you for rescuing us from that hell called Kyuzugakure." At that moment, Orochimaru returned with the severed branch. Ichigo watched as Orochimaru, as if preparing a medicinal brew, placed various herbs and the branch into a culture vessel, feeling a bit skeptical. "Get in, Ichigo. My method is absolutely safe." Ichigo peered inside at the culture solution with various herbs floating in it and quipped, "Teacher, you're making me feel like a snake being soaked in wine." Orochimaru just smiled without a word. Taking advantage of Ichigo's distraction, he kicked him and then added the remaining hero's water and the cultivated Hashirama cells he had been growing before sealing the lid shut. After finishing, Orochimaru walked over to Uzumaki Rin. "Come, let's take a blood sample. I want to determine what makes your blood different from Kushina's, who lacks healing abilities." After drawing blood, Orochimaru let Uzumaki Rin leave first. The most important matter now was Ichigo's physical transformation. At this moment his body was at its most vulnerable, and Orochimaru dared not let this culture vessel out of his sight. The transformation lasted a long time, during which the temperature in the laboratory plummeted. Helpless Orochimaru had to summon the ANBU outside to move the lab's contents out. Orochimaru's laboratory contained not only various experimental equipment and data, but also precious materials such as white Zetsu Sharingan and Hashirama cells. Aside from the sealing chamber that stored forbidden jutsu, no other room in Konoha could rival Orochimaru's laboratory in value. Upon receiving the news, Shinnosuke personally led a team to transfer the important items out of the lab. Seeing Shinnosuke's current appearance, Orochimaru instinctively touched his own hair. "Kabuto and I have been losing quite a bit of hair lately. I should develop a hair growth tonic to remedy that." On the other side, witnessing Orochimaru's gesture, Shinnosuke's expression remained utterly impassive. Orochimaru wasn't the first to instinctively touch his head, and he surely wouldn't be the last. A group of ENBU worked for a long time to empty the laboratory. Meanwhile, the temperature inside grew colder and colder. The nutrient solution in the culture vessel gradually froze, and the entire vessel was eventually covered in ice crystals, slowly forming into an ice egg. Orochimaru recorded the data with keen interest. The energy signature is getting stronger. The transformation is nearing completion. By nightfall, the temperature in the laboratory had become unbearable even for Orochimaru. He had no choice but to retreat outside and wait. As the cold air intensified, its range of influence expanded. Fortunately, Orochimaru's laboratory was located in a sufficiently remote area, so the impact on the villagers was minimal. With a cracking sound emanating from within the laboratory, a terrifying surge of chakra erupted from inside. From Orochimaru's perspective, it was as if a tailed beast had appeared within the lab. Ichigo stepped out of the shattered culture vessel. He couldn't yet control the surging power within him, With every step, he took a large amount of ice crystals formed on the ground beneath his feet. Amazing! Ichigo clenched his fists, feeling the changes in his body. In his excitement, he punched the wall beside him, and half the laboratory was destroyed by that single blow. Kurama emerged from Ichigo's body. If I hadn't witnessed your growth with my own eyes, I'd have thought you were the 10th-tailed beast created by the old man's 6 paths. Ichigo stared at Kurama with a strange expression. Kurama, you. Seeing Ichigo's face, Kurama looked down at himself in confusion and caught sight of 2 blue paws. Wait, blue? What the heck? Kurama immediately rushed over to a nearby block of ice and saw a pale blue 9-tailed fox reflected in it. How did I change color? Uzumaki, Ichigo, you owe me an explanation. Orochimaru walked in from the other side. It seems Ichigo's chakra has affected you as well, Kurama. Ichigo, how do you feel now? Let me draw a vial of blood to see what's different. Orochimaru produced a syringe from who knows where, and without waiting for Ichigo's consent, plunged the needle directly into his vein. Unexpectedly, no blood flowed out of the syringe. When the needle was pulled out, they saw that the wound had already turned into ice. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. Ice body technique. Meanwhile, Kurama was still tugging at Ichigo's pant leg. Uzumaki, Ichigo, turn me back right now. I've kept that color for so many years, and just a few years with you, and I changed color. Ichigo ignored Kurama. It was just a color. He figured the fox would get over it in a while. What he was most curious about now was his own physical condition. He could feel that if he wanted to, he could turn his entire body into ice. Various parts of Ichigo's body gradually turned to ice, and Orochimaru's eyes lit up at the sight. The Hozuki clan's water body technique had fatal weaknesses, but his disciple's ice body technique clearly had no such flaws. Ichigo, can you actively control and deactivate your ice body technique? I'd like to study your blood. The light in Orochimaru's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Ichigo assessed his condition. Not right now. I need time to master my current body. Orochimaru's eyes were filled with regret. What a pity. As a scientist, was there anything more agonizing than having an experimental subject constantly in sight, but being unable to study it? Ichigo picked up the still moping blue Kurama and headed out. Sensei, I'm heading back first. I'll come find you once I can control the ice transformation of my body. Stepping out of the laboratory, what greeted Ichigo was the utterly despondent Sarutobi Shinosuke and Minato Namikaze, whose eyes were full of heartache. Even with Nawaki's help, rebuilding this laboratory would cost a fortune and require a great deal of manpower. Money wasn't really the issue. Konoha was practically drowning in wealth at this point, but the manpower problem was truly difficult to solve. A facility requiring such high secrecy couldn't possibly be built by ordinary civilians. That meant only one thing: the Anbu brothers would have to bear the burden once again. The light in Shinosuke's eyes had completely vanished. Since Ichigo had taken office, they'd been babysitting tailed beasts and shelling out money every day, and now they had to mix concrete and build houses with the Anbu. Shaking with fury, when will Anbu members ever get some respect? Minato patted Ichigo on the shoulder only to have his hand frozen by Ichigo's cold. Startled, Minato quickly withdrew his hand and blew on his palm. Ichigo, your body is seriously out of sorts. Go home and rest for now. I'll have the Anbu handle the laboratory issue. This place is no longer usable. As he was about to leave, Orochimaru grabbed hold of Sarutobi Shinosuke. Vice Director Shinosuke, I have a few suggestions regarding the new laboratory. The more Shinosuke listened, the more numb he became, while Orochimaru grew more and more excited. He had wanted to replace this shabby lab for ages anyway. This was the perfect opportunity to build a top-of-the-line one. Back at home, Ichigo woke up the next morning to find his room had turned into an ice house. Shursui and Kimimaro both found it too cold and had moved back to their own homes. It seems growing too powerful too fast isn't such a good thing either. Ichigo sighed as he looked at the bedsheet stuck to his body, while Kurama lay sprawled off to the side. I've talked to the other me. The two of us are now completely separate individuals. He said his chakra would return to its peak in a while. The chakra of the 9-tailed beasts and the severed branch of the divine tree have completely separated me from the original body. Ichigo picked up Kurama. So that means you're an independent life form now. Blue, small, and pretty cute too. Well, except your chakra's a bit lacking. Since I separated you into an individual, shouldn't that make me your dad now? Kurama immediately retreated back into Ichigo's body, refusing to acknowledge him. The worst part was that he couldn't even argue with Ichigo's logic, and that infuriated him. With his laboratory under reconstruction, Orochimaru could only sift through his past research materials. It wasn't until he stumbled upon the report on the Mangekyo Sharingan that he finally realized what he had overlooked all along. Hatake Kakashi. The chakra reaction of his Sharingan is exactly the same as the Mangekyo. It seems I'll have new research material in the days to come. Orochimaru let out a twisted laugh, and none of the Umbu dared to approach him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ichigo finally managed to peel the sheets off himself. Sometimes when someone claims they were sealed by their futon, they might not be lying. While Orochimaru was still scheming on how to lure Kakashi into his lab, once it was rebuilt, bypassing the White Fang, Ichigo came looking for him. Master, I still can't fully adapt to this surging power, and I can feel it. There's a vast portion of my strength that remains untapped. Do you have any way for me to battle against powerful opponents? Orochimaru pondered for a moment, then thought of a forbidden jutsu, a technique strictly prohibited by the third Hokage. Master, is this jutsu really kept in a place like this? Ichigo stared at the ruin-like structure before him, his mind filled with question marks. Looking at his not-so-bright disciple, Orochimaru patiently explained. The dilapidation is merely a facade. Within Konoha's sealing chamber lies the scroll of sealed techniques. Jutsu like the impure world reincarnation were likely sealed here long ago. But the third Hokage considered that if Konoha ever faced a moment of life and death, this could help the village survive, so he placed it within the forbidden scroll. Ichigo stepped forward and helped Orochimaru undo the sealing barrier on the door. The impure world reincarnation jutsu, I've wanted to study this for a long time. As they unrolled the forbidden scroll, a passage caught their eyes. I am Tobirama Senju. I hereby inscribe the jutsu I have created in my lifetime into this forbidden scroll. Should Konoha face calamity, I hope these techniques will prove useful. Orochimaru simply stuffed the entire scroll into his snake's mouth along with all the forbidden technique notes in the room. He took every single written item from the entire chamber, leaving nothing behind. His motto was to strip the place bare. Alright, I need to head back and research this. I'll find you once I have results. Orochimaru left laden with materials and thoroughly satisfied, leaving a dumbfounded Ichigo standing there. So this is how scientists collect research materials. They clean the place out. Ichigo resealed the now empty sealing chamber and left as well. With nothing else to do, Ichigo visited the hidden mist village again, but Mei Terumī wasn't home. Her father mentioned that the fourth Mizukage had suddenly decided right after taking office to select a successor from within the village. Ichigo tracked down Yagura's location. The reclusive man for once wasn't in his office. Instead, he was training outside the village with Kisame Hoshigaki and Mei. Ichigo, seeing this, had no choice but to return to the Terumi residence and wait. At that moment, Fuguki Suikazan stood silently to the side, while Obito sat in the chair before him, his left Sharingan spinning beneath his mask. Glancing at Fuguki behind him, a cold glint flashed in Obito's eyes. Lin, I will never forgive anyone who has harmed you. Currently, the Mangekyo controlling Obito and his own resisting will were locked in a precarious balance. Obito now existed in a state of chaotic good. In his current mindset, anyone who had ever hurt Lin was an enemy deserving of retribution. After a long day of training, a weary Mei returned home. As she opened the door, she saw her favorite Konoha pastries laid out on the table, and she knew who had come to see her. Sure enough, as she turned, she was enveloped in a cool embrace. Tired after a whole day of training, Ichigo carefully wiped the sweat from Mei's brow. Come have something to eat and rest. Mei sat on the chair enjoying being fed by Ichigo, her cheeks puffed out. Ichigo, do you know how strict Yagura is? The two lingered for a long time before Ichigo finally returned to Konoha. When Mei's parents entered the room and saw the snacks and pastries, they smiled in satisfaction. That kid does have a conscience after all. Back home, Shursui and Kimimaro had already tidied up Ichigo's room. Just as he was about to head out for a walk, Nawaki walked in. Ichigo, you weren't in Konoha all afternoon. Tell me, were you off to see your sister-in-law? Let your big brother Nawaki have a look at her. Ichigo shoved the leering Nawaki aside. Your own situation with Pakura isn't settled yet, and you have time to pry into my affairs. In a bit, Orochimaru-sensei will be helping me find opponents to adapt to my power. Nawaki, you should come along too. At the mention of Pakura, Nawaki's face fell. It was fine at first. My sister was happy seeing us go on dates. But lately she's been taking Pakura out for meals and cat cafes every day. I haven't had a proper date with her in days. I can't help you there. No one in Konoha dares to cross her. If I tried to help you get Pakura back, she and my sister would probably punch me right into the village's foundations. Kushina and Tsunade had become the most powerful figures in Konoha. Their authority over Ichigo and Minato ensured that no one dared to provoke them. Alas, we can only rely on Jiraiya-senpai. If he can win over Tsunade, she won't have time to steal your girlfriend. Trust me, this is the wisdom of experience. Despair was etched on Nawaki's face. By the time Jiraiya managed to woo his sister, Naruto's son would probably be born. Meanwhile, in the Akatsuki organization, Zetsu introduced a new member, Orochimaru's former colleague Nono. Although Orochimaru hadn't betrayed Konoha as in the original timeline, the Akatsuki still recruited a rogue ninja from the village. With the Akatsuki's help, Nono successfully used the Kama no Jutsu Vine Jutsu to acquire 3 Kekkei, Gunkai, the Dark Release, the Steel Release, and the Storm Release. For his fourth, he chose the Uchiha. His target was Shursui Uchiha, who had gained some fame near the end of the Third Great Ninja War. The Akatsuki members had ulterior motives. Several newcomers were eager to kill Ichigo to make a name for themselves. Kakuzu looked at these people with pity in his eyes. These men all had hefty bounties on their heads. Too bad they'd never returned from Konoha, and he couldn't kill them for the reward money. Nono saw the looks in their eyes and knew what they were thinking. To him, these people were merely stepping stones on his path to becoming a true powerhouse. Once he successfully acquired the Sharingan, the next target would be Konoha's Ice Release, or perhaps. Nono's gaze drifted to Pain, who sat at the center of the room, or more precisely to the Rinnegan in his eye sockets. A flicker of greed crossed his face. Pain. God. The one who completes the Kama no Jutsu will be the true immortal and indestructible deity. After leaving the Akatsuki, Kabuto headed towards Konoha with his men. In his view, both the Rinnegan and Ippo's ice release would serve as stepping stones on his path to godhood. Unfortunately, no matter how I provoked him, pain refused to clash with the blood crystal. If only they had weakened each other, I could have absorbed the two mightiest bloodline limits in the ninja world. Still, the Sharingan is a fine prize. That young Uchiha Shisui has impressive body flicker skills, just what I need to compensate for my own lack of agility. While Kabuto reveled in his grand vision of the future Kakazu, who had also left the Akatsuki, channeled chakra into a kunai. This direction, the hidden rain village. Kakuzu. Without hesitation, Ippo teleported to the rain village. The Akatsuki's current strength was no longer a threat to him. The Rinnegan, unable to unleash its full power, posed no danger whatsoever. Senior Kakazu, you summoned me. Sensing the extremely unstable aura emanating from Ippo, Kakazu couldn't help but exclaim, broken through again. Are you sure you're not the reincarnation of Hashirama Senju? Ippo didn't understand why Kakazu was so fixated on Hashirama. Was it merely because of that one assassination attempt? Uzumaki Ippo. There's someone in the organization targeting your disciple Uchiha Shisui. His name is Kabuto. Ippo knew of this man. A contemporary of the Sannin and an inspirational figure much like Kabuto Yakushi. No. Kabuto Yakushi was a genius in his own right, whereas Kabuto's natural talent was nothing short of abysmal. Be careful. He has already devoured 3 bloodline limits using a forbidden jutsu called the Kaimon no Jutsu. You may not fear him, but your disciple is no match for him. Ippo looked at Kakazu, his eyes filled with confusion. Senior Kakazu, why are you telling me this? Are you betraying the organization too? Kakazu scoffed in disdain. That man doesn't represent the Akatsuki. The ambition hidden in his eyes might fool others, but not me. Such a man will never bow to anyone. He'll turn on you the moment you let your guard down. Ippo tossed a scroll to Kakazu. Senior Kakazu, thank you for the information. This is a token of my gratitude. Kakazu caught the scroll, and regardless of whether Ippo was still present, unsealed it, and began counting the money inside. Ippo didn't linger, and returned directly to Konoha. So Shisui is being targeted. This could be an opportunity. Kabuto had planted spies within Konoha. While they weren't powerful, they were more than capable of gathering ordinary intelligence. He had thoroughly investigated Shisui's relationships. After graduating, Shisui wasn't assigned to a squad, but underwent training as an ANBU candidate. Unable to enter Konoha themselves, Kabuto and his men couldn't reach Shisui directly. So they planned to lure him out using Anko Mitarashi and Kurenai Yuhi. Within a few days, Anko, during her daily visit to the dango shop, consumed a specially crafted Jinjutsu pill. Kurenai, who had no suspicion of Anko, also fell victim to the trap. Shisui Kimimaro, we found a really beautiful place in the forest outside the village. Want to come with us? Anko draped her arm over Shisui's shoulder. Shisui's gaze casually flickered towards Kurenai, who was standing nearby. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Kurenai handed Shisui and Kimimaro each a skewer of dango. Have a snack first, then we'll head out. The Jinjutsu drug Kabuto administered had a hypnotic effect, planting a subtle suggestion in the two women's minds to bring Uchiha Shisui to the forest outside Konoha. Thus the two women behaved perfectly normally. Though Shisui felt a slight unease, he couldn't pinpoint anything wrong. Meanwhile, Ippo had already begun secretly tailing them as Shisui and Kimimaro moved towards the village outskirts. The four of them quickly ran out of the village and into the forest of death. As they ventured deeper, a clear spring appeared before them. Shisui, look. This is the wonderful place Kurenai and I found. Isn't it beautiful? And guess what? There's... Before she could finish her sentence, Anko collapsed to the ground. Kurenai rushed over to check on Anko, but also collapsed instantly. Fortunately, Shisui was quick enough to catch her. At that moment, a sinister laugh echoed from afar. Uchiha Shisui, now you have nowhere to run. Kabuto appeared with his men encircling the four. Seeing this, Shisui immediately tried to channel chakra into a flying thunder god kunai. Wait, why can't I use my chakra? Shisui looked towards Kimimaro, who shook his head in response. Don't waste your energy. That's my special secret medicine. You won't be able to mold chakra for at least a day. And don't expect anyone from Konoha to come to your rescue. No one will be around here at this hour. Shisui pulled 2 kunai from his weapon pouch and handed one to Kimimaro. Unable to use chakra, Kimimaro couldn't even draw out his own bones. Just as Shisui and Kimimaro braced for a desperate last stand, a crisp sound of footsteps echoed from the distance. Ippo-sensei. Ippo emerged from the shadows, each step causing a crystal of ice to form beneath his foot before it landed, producing a sharp, resonating crack. Well, an old acquaintance. Hoshigaki Kisame, have you traveled all this way just to deliver your sword to me? Kisame involuntarily stepped back at Ippo's words, his grip on the executioner's blade tightening. Kabuto patted Kisame's shoulder reassuringly, then fired a signal flare into the sky. As the flare burst, countless chimeras created by merging summoning beasts with humans through the Kaima no Jutsu swarmed towards them. Blood Crystal, I'm quite interested in your ice release as well. Storm release, Thundercloud Wave. As Kabuto activated his storm release, countless thunderclouds formed around him, unleashing bolts of lightning that erupted from the clouds. After the attack subsided, the horde of chimeras below charged at Ippo. Perfect timing. Let me test out my new jutsu. Ice release mystical ice dragon soars. An Eastern-style dragon made of ice flew from behind Ippo into the sky, blasting freezing breath at the enemies from its maw. Ever since Ippo absorbed the divine tree's severed branches, ice release had become more dynamic and easier to control. Previously, the ice crystals he created were static and couldn't move. This transformation also solved the problem of Ippo not being able to create a mobile construct. The ice dragon soared through the sky, each attack eliminating a chimera. Kisame, take your men and occupy Uzumaki Ippo. As long as we capture that Uchiha brat, he won't dare to act recklessly. Kisame stared at Kabuto in utter disbelief. Did you really just say that? Have you lost your mind? Ignoring their hesitation, Kabuto activated the puppet seals he had secretly planted on them, forcing them to charge forward. Meanwhile, he circled around and made a beeline for Uchiha Shursui. Ippo easily repelled the incoming attackers, then immediately turned to intercept Kabuto. Steel release hardening. Kabuto's body turned to steel, blocking Ippo's attack and locking him in a firm grapple. At that moment, Kisame swung the executioner's blade with all his might, slicing Ippo clean in half. Even Kabuto, who was holding Ippo, was sent flying by the force of the blow. Shursui, who was nearby, rushed to Ippo's upper body and grabbed his hand. Sensei! Sensei! Shursui's three tomos spun and connected, blood tears streaming from his eyes. With a guttural roar of anguish, he snapped his head back, his Mangekyo Sharingan blazing. Today, all of you will be buried alongside Ippo-sensei. Bloody tears streamed from Shursui's eyes as emerald skeletal ribs materialized around him, growing and extending outward. The skeletal arm seized Biwako Juzo, crushing him to death amidst his agonizing screams within Susanu's grasp. Nearby, Orochimaru's subordinate Hiriko gazed at Shursui with eyes gleaming with avarice. This is it, the legendary Susanoo. This is the power of a god. And today this power shall finally be mine. Steel release hardening. Void release suction hollow. Hiriko relentlessly struck Shursui's first form Susanoo, each blow absorbing a sliver of chakra. Still young and weakened by a drug, Shursui soon lost the strength to resist. Ha ha ha, what a delightful surprise. Uchiha Shursui, I shall remember you forever, the greatest cornerstone on my path to godhood. Just as Hiriko moved to absorb and merge with Shursui, a wall of ice materialized, blocking his path. What do you intend to do to my disciple? Hiriko's eyes widened in shock at the voice. You? Aren't you dead? Ito, however, was not one to explain his techniques. After ensuring Shursui's safety, he casually retrieved the decapitating carving knife. Whether you're a ghost or a man, nothing will stop me today. Storm release, thundercloud explosion. Countless storm clouds blanketed the area. With a flash of lightning, they all detonated simultaneously. Hiriko endured the blast, using his steel release, attempting to shatter the ice wall protecting Shursui with the sheer power of the storm release. Steel release. Combined nature technique, super electromagnetic cannon 3-0. Pinpointing Hiriko's location with his mind's eye of Kagura, Ito's electromagnetic cannon struck true. As the smoke cleared, Hiriko had vanished. Ito was certain his attack had connected. Zetsu, you won't be so lucky next time. As Ito approached Shursui, Kimimaro, encased within the ice wall, watched the approaching figure with wary eyes. This kid actually cares about me. I was planning to fake Kurinai's death too if he hadn't awakened his eyes to help him grow through pain. Recognizing Ito's voice, Kimimaro relaxed his guard. Together they rushed Shursui and the others to Konoha Hospital. The first visitors were Orochimaru and Uchiha Fugaku. Ito didn't hide the news of Shursui's Mangekyo from his trusted allies. Orochimaru licked his lips in excitement at the sight of the unconscious Shursui. Another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. He couldn't easily ask Fugaku, but Shursui. That was another matter. After all, he had practically watched Shursui grow up. Don't worry. I'll go back and start preparing the medicine to restore his ocular power today. Have Shursui come pick it up in a couple of days. Fugaku's eyes gleamed with excitement as he looked at Shursui. A second pair of Mangekyo. No counting Obito that made a third. The Uchiha clan will surely flourish under my leadership. I will be the greatest clan head in Uchiha history. Ito waved his hand dismissively. Orochimaru-sensei, you can head back for now. Once Shursui is better, I'll bring him to you for a thorough examination. And you are esteemed clan head. Your clansman needs rest. Orochimaru departed satisfied with the answer. Fugaku, however, quickly clamped his hand over his mouth, realizing he had blurted his inner thoughts out in his excitement. After dealing with the stream of visitors, it was evening before Shursui finally awoke. Shursui, you're awake. Seeing Ito approach, Shursui's eyes filled with suspicion. Who are you? What are you trying to do disguised as Ito-sensei? As Ito continued walking towards him, without stopping, Shursui leaped from the bed. Stop! Don't come any closer. Shursui activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, trying to ward off the imposter. Deep down, he desperately wished the person before him was real, but every time he closed his eyes, the image of Ito being cut down flashed in his mind. Seeing Shirsue's state, Ito channeled his chakra, releasing a wave of chilling air. Believe me now, you're such a drama queen. Did awakening the Mangekyo scramble your brain? Noting Shirsue's empty expression, Ito couldn't help but tease him. Feeling the familiar presence and tone, Shirsue finally relaxed and returned to the bed. Ito-sensei. But how? I clearly saw me get cut down. Ito proceeded to elementalize most of his body right in front of Shirsue, whose jaw dropped in utter disbelief. Get it now? I went through all this trouble just so you could awaken your Mangekyo. Don't feel bad. The world of adults is full of lies and deceit. Accepting that is part of growing up. Years later, when a young Uchiha Itachi who had just awakened his Mangekyo saw Shirsue, who had supposedly just jumped off a cliff bouncing back with full energy, he was equally traumatized. And Uchiha Sasuke wouldn't escape this fate either. Hiriko was also confined to a bed. If Zetsu hadn't pushed him out of the way at that moment, he would have been reduced to nothing. Staring at the missing left half of his body, he raged helplessly. Black Zetsu looked at the despondent Hiriko with exasperation. I'll use white Zetsu to restore your missing body parts, and I'll find more materials for your Kama no Yo no Jutsu. Just stop throwing your life away at Konoha. Black Zetsu was at his wit's end. Obito was acting like a schizophrenic, and it turned out that when it came to Rin, even Madara's contingencies were useless. With no other choice, Black Zetsu had found Hiriko as a temporary substitute for Obito. But this Hiriko was proving to be equally unreliable. Black Zetsu felt a profound sense of despair. He had waited for so long for a Rinnegan only for a monster like this to appear in the ninja world. It seems I'll have to pull Obito back and find a way to revive Madara. This anomaly Uzumaki Ito is beyond the capabilities of any normal person. Meanwhile, in a hidden chamber in Konoha, Tsunade and Nawaki watched a ritual intently. Two white Zetsu writhed in agony, transforming into the likenesses of Hashirama and Tobirama Senju. Orochimaru observed the effects of the technique with excitement. On the side, Yakushi Kabuto was frantically recording data, his eyes gleaming with a mad light. Looks like I'll need to visit the cemetery more often. Freshly revived Hashirama was disoriented. Where is this? Tsunade, you're here too. Did you die as well? Brother, look at us. This should be my impure world reincarnation technique. We've been summoned back from the Pure Land. Young man, why have you summoned us? Is Konoha facing some kind of crisis? Orochimaru thought of the destruction Ito had caused while struggling to control his new powers and nodded. First Hokage-sama. Second Hokage-sama. Indeed, Konoha is facing an unprecedented disaster. Orochimaru's eyes darted towards Ito. If that hyperactive husky couldn't get his power under control, there wouldn't be a single building left standing in the village. Huh, so that's how it is. These young folks today are truly remarkable. The first Hokage exclaimed excitedly, patting Ichi's shoulder, while his gaze swept over the others, finally settling on Nawaki. Are you my grandson? The first Hokage knew the question was rather impolite as the boy was much younger than Tsunade, but the familiar aura of his bloodline was unmistakable. Nawaki was undoubtedly his kin. Grandfather, this is Nawaki, your grandson. Tsunade pulled Nawaki in front of the first Hokage, who gently ruffled the boy's hair. Good lad. The first Hokage had passed away long before Nawaki was born, so this was the boy's first time seeing his great-grandfather alive. Well, not exactly alive. More like half-dead, but that was beside the point. Nawaki gazed at Hashirama Senju with pure admiration. Great-grandfather, my name is Nawaki, and I've awakened the wood release as well. I will become a great ninja just like you. Nonsense. You used a forbidden jutsu to summon us back for such a trivial reason. What has Hiruzen been teaching you? Before Nawaki could finish speaking with the first Hokage, the second Hokage, having grasped the full picture, was already radiating chakra and fury, the sheer force of it shattering the ground beneath his feet. The second Hokage raised a finger and moisture filled the room. In an instant, he could obliterate the entire building with a water release technique. Tobirama. Stop. Are you about to attack your own villagers? Put your hand down. The first Hokage turned to face his brother, unleashing a chakra pressure several times more overwhelming than the second's. Fine. Stop flaring your chakra, big brother. Hashirama turned back to Ichi. Are you my grandson too? Or a great-grandson? Your aura feels even more familiar than Nawaki's. Did you have a bloodline mutation? Why has your hair turned pink? And that thing inside you, is that the Nine Tails? Why has it grown so weak? Hashirama questioned Ichi with the curiosity of a child. My surname is Uzumaki. That's fine, I understand. After all, Mito always wanted to revitalize the Uzumaki clan. Watching the first Hokage spiral into wild speculation, Ichi quickly interrupted. Lord, first, I am a pure-blooded Uzumaki. What you're sensing should be this. Ichi immediately entered sage mode, and the frigid air froze all the moisture the second Hokage had created. The Uzumaki clan has produced such a genius. Mito would be overjoyed. Let's go see what the current Konoha looks like. The first Hokage pulled Ichi and Nawaki towards the door. Big brother. We are the dead. We shouldn't. Tobirama softened his tone upon seeing Hashirama's pitiful expression and crestfallen demeanor. At least, use a transformation jutsu before you go out. With Tobarama's reluctant approval, Hashirama dashed out with the others in tow, everyone hurrying to keep up with the unpredictable first Hokage, lest he cause any more chaos. The moment they left the chakra-sealed room, the second Hokage sensed powerful chakra signatures all over Konoha. Big brother. Over there, these chakra signatures. They're tailed beasts. Boy, why are there tailed beasts in the village? Tobarama roared at the group before darting towards the nearest signature at top speed. The first Hokage's expression grew serious as he followed. This was a man who would sacrifice even his closest friend for the village. Anything threatening Konoha would be mercilessly eliminated. When the group arrived, they found the second Hokage cradling a cat with delight, while Fugaku Uchiha stood nearby with a polite smile. When the second Hokage first arrived at Matatabi's cat cafe, he was bewildered. The tailed beast and villagers coexisted peacefully. Matatabi was even lecturing the aloof cats. When customers arrive, you must rub against them and seek their affection. They come here to be happy. If you let them pet you, they'll buy you treats. The sight shattered Tobarama's worldview so much so that he didn't notice his transformation jutsu had worn off. Fugaku alerted rushed to the cafe and dispatched word to the Umbu. Shinosuke immediately had the Yamanaka clan members in the Umbu erase the memories of any passersby. Lord Second, I am Fugaku Uchiha, current head of the Uchiha clan. This is a cat cafe run jointly by the Uchiha clan and Matatabi. Please don't be alarmed. The second Hokage's mind lashed onto one word: Uchiha. Why would the inherently evil Uchiha open a place like this? Seeing the second Hokage frozen in place, Fugaku guided him inside and brought over the cafe's most adorable cats. Within minutes, Tobarama went from ignoring them to being utterly smitten. After all, who can resist something fluffy? When the first Hokage walked in and saw the scene, he couldn't help but remark, Tobarama, you. Embarrassed, the second Hokage quickly hid the cat behind his back. As the brothers prepared to explore elsewhere, Kushina arrived at the cafe with Naruto. Hashirama looked at the boy astonished. Is this my great-grandson? He's so young. Surely this can't be Sage Mode's doing. Huh, why is his hair yellow? As Hashirama patted Naruto's head, a trace of chakra subtly seeped into the boy's body, unnoticed even by Hashirama himself. Kushina immediately pulled Naruto away upon hearing the first Hokage's words. Tsunade quickly interjected, Grandfather, that's the fourth Hokage's son. Your only grandson is Nawaki. Stop trying to claim every child as your own. The second Hokage later visited Shikaka's beach and Komiai's dango shop. Seeing the tailed beasts living peacefully alongside the villagers opened a whole new world for him. If Konoha were ever attacked, these tailed beasts would surely come to its defense. Unlike Tobarama's earnest inspection, the first Hokage was immediately lured into a nearby gambling den upon leaving the cafe. The sound of rattling dice captivated both him and Tsunade. They immediately decided to conquer the casino that day. Satisfied that Konoha was safe, the second Hokage's gaze towards Ichi and Minato grew warm and approving. But when his eyes fell on Fugaku, the warmth vanished. Evil Uchiha. The first Hokage wouldn't emerge from the casino anytime soon, so Tobarama returned to the lab with the group. As he flipped through Orochimaru's experiment notes, his eyes gleamed brighter and brighter. The second Hokage's expression now mirrored the first Hokage's upon seeing a casino, a scientist's insatiable thirst for knowledge. Watching Tobarama drag Orochimaru and Kabuto into the lab, Ichi felt he was witnessing a mirror image of Hashirama dragging Tsunade into the gambling den. These two truly are brothers. The next day, the first and second Hokage, still brimming with excitement, followed Izuka into the forest outside Konoha. Uzumaki, Izuka, my brother, and I'm mostly my brother, are going to attack you with everything we've got. Whether you can control your power and continue to develop, it is up to you. Wood release, deep forest emergence. Ice release, ice crystal barrier. Towering trees erupted from the ground, but a layer of frost covered them, blocking the chakra-absorbing ability of the deep forest emergence. The second Hokage's water release was difficult to use in these freezing conditions, so he could only rely on the Flying Thunder God technique to find an opening for a decisive strike. The first Hokage gathered chakra into his fists and launched a punch imbued with his monstrous strength at Izuka. Izuka formed an ice armor on his right hand to block the first Hokage's fist, then simultaneously enhanced his own hand with both monstrous strength and boil release, sending the first Hokage flying. Such incredible strength. No. It's not just monstrous strength, there's another power mixed in. Then what about this? Wood release, wood dragon technique. A wooden dragon extended from the giant trees behind Hashirama, flying towards Izuka. Watching the dragon approach, Izuka clapped his hands together. Ice release, mystic ice dragon soar. The ice dragon pinned the wooden dragon to the ground, charging its breath for an attack. Seeing this, the first Hokage immediately activated the wood human technique. The wooden giant's arm grabbed the ice dragon by the neck and hurled it away. Ice release, Gundam summoning technique. A colossal snow giant appeared before Izuka with the ice dragon coiling around it, a truly magnificent sight. The first Hokage looked at Izuka's ice dragon and Gundam, then back at his own wooden giant and dragon. Sometimes piracy isn't the scariest thing. The scariest is when the pirated version is cooler and better quality than the original. The first Hokage's eyes turned to stars as he looked at the Gundam Izuka had summoned. Wow, how did you make this? Your ice giant is so much better looking than my wooden one. My ice giant isn't just for show. Dragon Roar Cannon. The giant dragon coiled around the ice giant's arm, and the ice giant's power rapidly concentrated into the dragon head on its hand. The dragon's mouth opened, unleashing the accumulated energy. The wooden giant tried to block the attack with its hand, but its entire arm was blown to pieces by the blast. Seeing this, Izuka quickly controlled the ice giant to press the advantage. Unable to join the fray, the second Hokage gritted his teeth on the sidelines. One day I'll develop a jutsu that can summon a Gundam too. The ice giant drew an ice blade from its back and cleaved the wooden giant in two. With only one arm left, the wooden giant couldn't resist and lost its combat capability. The first Hokage watched with great excitement. Even though the impure world reincarnation was flawed, limiting him to only 60% of his power, that was more than enough to dominate the ninja world. Sage mode activate. The impure world reincarnation is about to give out. This is my final move, Sage Art True, several thousand hands. Izuka pulled the nine tails out from his own body. Why are you still so small? Forget it. Let me give you some chakra. Wait, why are you getting into a fight with that thing? Hashirama's really going all out. The nine tails' fear of the true, several thousand hands was almost as deep as its fear of the demonic statue of the outer path. The memory of Hashirama, who claimed its power was too dangerous, treating it like a mere chick to be pinned down, had left a deep psychological scar on it. Ignoring the nine tails, Izuka swiftly covered it in crystalline ice armor, controlled the ice giant to mount the nine tails, and charged towards the true, several thousand hands. The ice dragon circled beside them, using its breath to help the ice giant fend off the giant Buddha's reaching arms. Sage Art Top, not transformation. After the barrage of countless wooden fists came an attack of chakra in all five natures. Izuka channeled all the chakra from the ice giant into the ice dragon at its side. The flash freeze beam collided head-on with the five-nature attack. Izuka continuously poured chakra into the Gundam beneath him. The beam struggle lasted for a long time. After all, the impure world body had infinite chakra and wouldn't tire. Izuka, who had expended a tremendous amount of chakra, was beginning to feel exhausted. This is my final move, Ice Release Ice Element, summoning Ice Crystal Phoenix, Anivia. The ice giant was shattered by the top, not transformation, but a giant ice egg appeared in front of Izuka, shielding him and the nine tails from the Buddha's attack. After the Buddha's attack subsided, a cracking sound echoed sharply across the battlefield. Hashirama looked at the ice egg, his eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. As the cracking sound grew louder, the eggshell slowly split open. A crisp phoenix cry pierced the sky, and a colossal ice crystal phoenix, as large as the Buddha, appeared before Hashirama. Glacial storm. Anivia spewed a freezing breath into the sky, shrouding the entire forest in dark clouds. Countless massive ice crystals rained down from above, while Anivia flapped its wings, summoning a freezing gale that slowed the first Hokage's movements. Eventually, the first Hokage's body became encased in ice crystals. The first Hokage at 60 power was defeated. Just as the battle ended, cracks began to appear on his face and body. A flash of white light, and his soul departed from the vessel. Izuka, I've left a gift for you and Nawaki at Orochimaru's place. Make sure to get it. After the fight, the second Hokage walked over. The impure world reincarnation is still incomplete. My brother's power is too great, this body couldn't handle it. Let's go. We'll check you over at the lab. The second Hokage grabbed Izuka by the collar and dragged him to the laboratory. Uchiha Shursui also entered the lab with them. The second Hokage had a very good impression of Shursui, as Kagami's descendant. Shursui was just like Kagami in his day, loving the village as much as anyone. Izuka witnessed the second Hokage secretly give Shursui a notebook with the instruction that its contents must not be shared with any other Uchiha. After physically examining both Izuka and Shursui and collecting data, Orochimaru and the second Hokage finally let them leave. Their primary research subject now was Kakashi. Izuka's elementalization and Shursui's Mangekyo paled in comparison to Kamui. While testing Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan ability, Orochimaru accidentally discovered it was a space-time type Mangekyo. How could the two science fanatics possibly let go of such precious research material? Poor Kakashi didn't emerge from the lab until 2 days later, looking completely drained. Alright, I should be going. My brother is probably waiting for me in the Pure Land. In truth, the second Hokage had planned to leave that very day, but Orochimaru's experimental data was too tempting. Each piece was a rare treasure for any scientist. It was with these things that Orochimaru slowly chiseled away the knowledge from the second Hokage's mind. The first Hokage's gift was a notebook containing his experiences in creating his wood-release techniques and his insights on the subject. The peaceful days didn't last long before Shursui encountered another unexpected incident. Team Kurenai was ambushed by a mysterious ninja during a mission. Upon hearing the news, Uchiha Shursui rushed to provide support without a second thought. Arriving at the scene, the attacker was none other than a fully recovered Hiriko. Having successfully merged with White Zetsu and a Sharingan, Hiriko had acquired 5 Kekkei Genkai, and his power had greatly increased. Uchiha Shursui, what a small world. You won't be so lucky this time. Hiriko hardened his entire body with steel release and charged at Shursui. Worried about Kurenai's safety, Shursui immediately summoned his Susanoo and knocked Hiriko flying with a single spear thrust. Shursui took the opportunity to get to Kurenai's side. Kurenai-senpai, are you alright? The Sharingan is mine. As Shursui lifted her, Kurenai stabbed a kunai into his abdomen and ripped out his left eye. Shursui cried out in pain and jumped back. Half of Kurenai's body was now covered in a black substance, and that black hand was holding Shursui's left eye. Knowing he was outmatched, Shursui began to channel chakra into a flying thunder god kunai, but Black Zetsu had no intention of lingering. It merged with Hiriko and fled the battlefield. Black Zetsu went to the hidden mist village, found Obito, and fused the stolen left eye of Shursui with Kagami's left eye already in Obito's socket, creating an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Shursui had never even used Konoha Tsukimi once since awakening his eyes, and in the end it all served as a gift for Black Zetsu. Using the eternal Mangekyo, Black Zetsu altered Obito's memories and will with Konoha Tsukimi. The eternal Mangekyo in Obito's left eye spun wildly. Rin, I will create a world with you in it. I will sever the very karma of this world. Black Zetsu looked at this version of Obito in despair. Not cool, man. You were already a complete mess when your mind was broken before, but now that you've been cured you're even worse. What does Konoha Tsukimi have a side effect of turning people into psychopaths? Obito, what do you plan to do next? Even though Obito's mental state was far from stable, he was the best option available, so Black Zetsu had no choice but to temporarily place his hopes on him. Call me Madara Uchiha. Fine. Madara Uchiha, what do we do next? Black Zetsu rolled his eyes furiously where Obito couldn't see. First we'll use the Akatsuki to collect the tailed beasts. In a few years my left eye's Konoha Tsukimi will be ready again. Then I'll control Nagato to revive Madara and execute the Moon Eye plan. Black Zetsu nodded in agreement. He had endured thousands of years, so a few mere years were nothing he couldn't wait for. Before Black Zetsu could say anything else, Obito used Kemui to vanish from the spot. By the time Ichigo arrived at Shursui's side, Black Zetsu and Orochimaru's subordinate had already fled. Seeing Shursui missing an eye, Ichigo immediately brought everyone back to the Konoha hospital. Tsunade, sis. How is Shursui? Tsunade was still examining Shursui. One of his Sharingan was taken. The nerve damage around the eye socket isn't severe. For now we can use a substitute eye to keep it viable, or the nerves will die and never recover. Ichigo breathed a sigh of relief. Orochimaru had plenty of Sharingan. As long as the nerves weren't damaged, they could retrieve Shursui's original eye eventually. Ichigo went straight from the hospital to Orochimaru's lab. Orochimaru-sensei. One of Shursui's Sharingan was taken. Do you still have any of those 3 Tomo Sharingan from Danzo's stash? Orochimaru paused his experiment, lamenting the loss of the Mangekyo, and retrieved a Sharingan from storage. Take this 3 Tomo eye to Shursui first, and also this right eye of Kagami Uchiha. Have him swap it in. According to the second Hokage's research, Madara Uchiha broke the curse of the Mangekyo by transplanting his brother Izuna's eyes. Once he's adapted to that eye, inject this syringe of diluted Hashirama cells into his body. Ichigo nodded and took the items from Orochimaru, heading back to the hospital. In the hospital room, Kurenai Yuhi blew on a spoonful of porridge and carefully fed it to Shursui. How is it? Too hot. Kurenai had been able to see what was happening while under Black Zetsu's control. She felt a deep guilt over Shursui's injury and lost eye, so she came to care for him as soon as he was out of danger. Seeing this scene, Ichigo couldn't help but remark that Shursui was truly able to protect Konoha's future now. Alright, you two lovebirds can save the affection for later. Let's treat the wound first. Tsunade picked up the Sharingan from Orochimaru and teased them. Both Shursui and Kurenai blushed, neither offering a rebuttal. Kurenai stepped aside as Tsunade approached. Tsunade looked at the Hashirama cells in her hand with a complex expression. It was for Nawaki's sake that she had originally agreed to let Orochimaru research the first Hokage's cells. She never expected that research to yield so many unexpected results. Tsunade injected the Hashirama cells into Shursui's body, and as he absorbed them, she carefully placed the 2 Sharingan into his eye sockets. Unlike Obito, who had a massive amount of Hashirama cells, to instantly fuse the eternal Mangekyo, Shursui's fusion was a slow process. Tsunade covered Shursui's right eye with gauze. With the Hashirama cells injected, your left eye should be fully functional by tonight. But your right eye's pupil power is still in the fusion stage. Keep it covered from light for this week. Tsunade gave a few more instructions before leaving. Realizing he was the only third wheel left in the room, Ichigo quietly excused himself. He felt at ease knowing Kurenai was there to care for Shursui. Just as he arrived home, Ichigo saw the Hyuga clan matriarch Hyuga Miho and the Uchiha clan matriarch Uchiha Mikoto both carrying their babies and entering Kushina's house. Despite the tense relationship between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, Mikoto and Miho were close friends. Mikoto and Kushina had been best friends at the Ninja Academy, and Kushina had once saved a kidnapped Hinata from Cloud Ninja. The two matriarchs, initially wary of each other, became good friends through their mutual bond with Kushina. The three mothers always had endless topics to discuss about their children. Obito left the Hidden Mist village and returned to the Akatsuki. Nagato's current strength wasn't enough to be his pawn. In the tallest tower of the Hidden Rain village, Obito emerged from a spatial vortex behind Nagato and plunged a syringe into his shoulder. Madara, what have you done to me? Nagato used Shinra Tensei to repel Obito, but Obito activated Kimui and dodged the counterattack. Nagato stared blankly at his hands. This feeling. His body felt unprecedentedly light, as if a heavy burden had been lifted, and his control over the Rinnegan became even more effortless. The hostility in Nagato's eyes faded. Madara, what did you do to me? Obito shook the empty syringe. Nothing much, just a little something. Obito naturally wouldn't tell Nagato that he had injected him with Madara Uchiha's cells. The cells of the Rinnegan's original owner could certainly help Nagato control it. Next, Obito helped Nagato remove the black receivers from his back. Nagato tried to stop him, but Obito interrupted. You don't need those things anymore. A white zetsu enveloped Nagato's necrotic legs, its cellular tissue continuously repairing the wounds. Even Nagato's frail body seemed to grow stronger. This is... For the first time in 2 years, Nagato left his wooden chariot and walked on his own 2 legs. The excitement in his eyes was impossible to hide. Obito patted Nagato's shoulder. Nagato, you possess eyes like the Sage of 6 Paths. If there's anyone who can end the chaos of the shinobi world, it's you. Obito continued his grand speech. Nagato, the tailed beasts represent the ultimate power of a village. If we capture all of them and use their power as a deterrent, we can achieve true peace in the shinobi world. Nagato nodded in agreement with the plan. As Obito left the Akatsuki, both he and Nagato dropped their smiles simultaneously. Nagato wouldn't easily trust a masked man who hid his face, but he was very interested in the plan. Once the tailed beasts were sealed into the demonic statue of the outer path, he would be the one to decide how to use that power. Obito, meanwhile, inwardly mocked Nagato's foolishness. Everything Nagato pursued was merely a stepping stone for his own Moon Eye plan. I will be the one to succeed in the end. I will be the one to succeed in the end. Conan stepped out from the shadows. Nagato, that Madara cannot be trusted. Conan, the peace of the ninja world, is our greatest dream, and Yahiko's as well. Whatever schemes that Madara harbors cannot be hidden from my Rinnegan. Conan, the first step for the organization is to gather sufficient funds. Use that money to purchase paper bombs. If I truly fail, this will leave you with the power to protect yourself. Nagato, Kakuzu, you're so noble. You're so righteous. You're using the savings of my entire life to court a woman. However, our organization still has too few members. We need to search the nations for powerful missing nin. As it happens, Obito was thinking the same thing. He was also seeking suitable pawns to keep an eye on the Akatsuki. To be fair, when Obito was sane, he seemed to lack a brain. But when he was insane, his mind worked remarkably well. Conan and Kakuzu found Haiden a devotee of the Jashin cult. Someone as hard to kill and worthless as him was the perfect teammate for Kakuzu. Unfortunately, Kakuzu was not satisfied with Haiden. Having experienced the thrill of the Flying Thunder God technique, Kakuzu yearned for a teammate who could use space-time ninjutsu. But space-time ninjutsu was too rare, and in the end Kakuzu had no choice but to reluctantly accept Haiden as his partner. The third pillar of the Akatsuki had taken their place, Akatsuki's average IQ -20. Obito also had his eyes on Kisame Hashigaki of the Hidden Mist Village and Itachi Uchiha of Konoha, but the time wasn't right, so he held off on recruiting them. At that moment, feeling a summons, Ichi also arrived at the Hidden Mist Village. But this time he wasn't summoned by Mei Terumī, but by his old acquaintance Hozuki Mangetsu. Behind him stood 2 4-year-old children. Ichi, these are my 2 sons. Mangetsu Suigetsu, come and call him Uncle Ichi. Ichi smiled, patting the 2 little ones on the head. He then pulled out 2 candies from his ninja tool pouch and handed them over. Ichi, please take my 2 sons to Konoha. Mangetsu's sudden decision to send his children away left Ichi utterly bewildered. The Hidden Mist Village is no longer safe. Our Hozuki clan has always been small in number. By their generation, only these 2 children remain. Upon hearing Mangetsu's words, Suigetsu quickly backed away. I don't want to go to Konoha. I want to stay in the Hidden Mist and become a new member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. Restoring the glory of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen is our duty. Mangetsu lightly smacked Suigetsu on the head. You unfilial brat. What 7 Ninja Swordsmen are left in the Hidden Mist? The entire village only has 2 swords left. Who are you going to replace? Let me tell you, 4 of the 7 swords are already in his hands. Ichi shook his head and held up 5 fingers. 5. Mangetsu's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? Ichi held up 5 fingers again. The missing nin from Mist, Zabuza Momochi, also died in Konoha recently. Counting the lightning blade I gave away, Konoha has 5 of the 7 swords. The 2 brothers Suigetsu and Mangetsu only heard 2 words, sword and 5. I'll go to Konoha. Suigetsu has wandered for long without finding a worthy master. If you give me a sword, I will pledge my loyalty to you as a father. Mangetsu pulled the jesting Suigetsu aside and produced 2 scrolls from his robes. These are the summoning scrolls for the 7 ninja swords and the secret techniques of the Hozuki clan. The summoning scroll is village property. I cannot give it to you, but lending it for your research is possible. Once Mangetsu comes of age, you must return it to him. The entire ninja world knew that the bloody ice crystal of Konoha loved to collect interesting things and bring them back to the village. Alright, a scroll that can form summoning contracts with inanimate objects is quite intriguing to me. Back in Konoha, after settling, the two brothers Ichi went through the familiar body checkup, received the child-rearing guide from Orochimaru, and left having brought back 2 more children. The Umbu now had 2 more people to monitor and protect. Poor Shinosuke's workload had just increased again. The situation in the Hidden Mist was dire. Unlike the original timeline where Obito controlled Yagura for years, here he was discovered almost immediately by Mei Terumī and Kisame Hashigaki, who frequently interacted with him. Ao's Byakugan confirmed that Yagura was under Genjutsu. The Yuki clan had been restless for years, and with Yagura under control, they became utterly unmanageable. Whatever Obito promised them, he had successfully brought them to his side. The Hidden Mist village was now divided into 2 factions, one led by Yagura and the Yuki clan consisting of clan ninjas, and the other led by Mei Terumī consisting of civilian ninjas. Mei and the others tried repeatedly to break Yagura's Genjutsu, but failed. Genjutsu cast with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was not so easily dispelled. Mei and the others looked in despair at Yagura, who had manifested 6 tails. The corrosive nature of the 6 tails blue chakra was too potent. Attacking pressure points to break the Genjutsu was unrealistic, and long-range jutsu couldn't penetrate the tailed beast's cloak. For specialized tasks, one must call upon a specialist. Uzumaki Ichi, known throughout the ninja world as the 3rd Hokage Terminator and the 4th Hokage's Bane, was the most experienced person for this kind of situation. As Yagura lunged forward once more, a wall of ice blocked his path. The familiar figure stood before Mei Terumī once again. I can't let you charge past me, my beloved is right there. Ice-style flash freeze fist. Ice-natured chakra enveloped Ichi's fist, and the moment it struck Yagura, it froze him solid within a block of ice. The others behind him barely had time to breathe a sigh of relief before an astonishing amount of chakra erupted from Yagura. The 6-tailed Seiken appeared before them. Uzumaki Ichi, you killed Rin. Today I will make you pay with your life. As the voice echoed, a man wearing a tiger-striped mask emerged from a spatial vortex. A blue skeletal framework formed around Obito, quickly growing green muscle fibers and armor. The tailed beast and the Susanoo now flanked Ichi on either side. The 6 tails spewed a corrosive gas while Obito's Susanoo manifested a long spear. Ichi first protected Mei and the others behind an ice wall, then summoned an ice dragon to soar into the sky. The frost dragon gathered a breath attack and fired it at Seiken. Obito intercepted it with the Susanoo's spear, while the tailed beast ball in the 6 tails' mouth had already formed. The tailed beast ball was launched at the ice dragon in the sky, kicking up a cloud of smoke. The no smoke no damage rule held true. As the smoke cleared, the blue Gundam revealed itself with the ice crystal dragon circling around it. Ichi directed the Gundam to draw the long blade from its back. The sword swung, releasing a crescent-shaped blue energy wave. Getsuga. Tensho. The attack was so fast that Obito could only avoid it by phasing through with Kamui. But the 6 tails behind him couldn't phase. Seiken took the full brunt of the attack and was knocked out of its tailed beast form. As he withdrew from his tailed beast form, Yagura's eyes gradually regained clarity. The Mangekyo Genjutsu was finally broken under Ichigo's overwhelming assault. The moment consciousness returned, Yagura nearly cried out. The pain was excruciating. It was agony beyond measure. His entire body felt as though it had been crushed beneath the belly of a giant beast. Obito, however, had no intention of letting him go. The memories Black Zetsu had implanted with Kotoeme Tsukumi told him that Yagura had ordered the Samahata-wielding swordsman to seal the 3 tails inside Rin, the very reason she had been killed when her tailed beast was extracted. Yagura, Ichigo, and even the Leaf's 3 tails Jinchuriki were all guilty of Rin's death. Yagura, it's time to pay for Rin with your life. Obito glared at Yagura and began forming hand signs at a rapid pace. Red chakra began to surge from Yagura's body once more. This time Yagura could no longer bear the torment and screamed aloud. The tailed beast cloak enveloped him again, but now he was wild, feral, like a true beast unleashed. Uzumaki Ichigo, this is the gift I've prepared for you. Enjoy it. With those words, a spatial vortex swirled in Obito's eye and sucked him away. The 6 tails within Yagura still had Sharingan-patterned eyes. The beast erupted with a frenzy of chakra, causing Yagura's body to swell and distend. It was clear he was on the verge of self-destruction. Sage Art Millennium Ice Prison. Ichigo activated Sage Mode, and 6 colossal ice pillars converged, sealing the swelling Yagura within a frozen tomb. The 6 tails explosion shattered the Millennium Ice Prison. Ichigo hastily erected several layers of ice walls, barely managing to block the blast. A trickle of blood escaped his lips. The shockwave had still injured him. At the epicenter of the explosion, Yagura lay sprawled in the crater. The faint shallow rise and fall of his chest was the only sign of his fragile hold on life. Seiken, Tailed beasts are truly simple creatures. Show them kindness, and they will repay it in kind. In its final moments, the Six Tails regained its clarity and channeled every ounce of chakra it could muster into protecting Hyuga. Just as the Nine Tails had once burned its own life force for Naruto's Baryon mode, the Six Tails chose Hyuga even knowing it would prolong its own resurrection. While Mei Terumī was still dealing with the aftermath, Obito was already making his move elsewhere. Watching Kisame Hoshigaki, who had just slain the Samehada wielder, Obito's eyes gleamed with appreciation. Kisame, would you like to leave this place with me? Kisame had just picked up the massive Samehada from the ground when a masked figure emerged from the shadows. Killing the wielder to claim the blade was the most traditional form of succession among the 7 ninja swordsmen. He couldn't possibly think that witnessing the murder of the Samehada wielder gave him some kind of leverage, could he? Ignoring Kisame's skeptical expression, Obito continued, the shinobi world is rife with lies, betrayal, and slaughter. Just as you born in the bloody mist were forced to kill your own comrades. Only my Moon Eye plan can reveal the true world and bring genuine peace to the shinobi nations. Allow me to liberate you from this false misery. Who are you really? My name is Uchiha Madara. That great man died long ago. Your words aren't worth believing. Show me your true face. So this is the rogue Uchiha that Ichigo-sensei once mentioned. It seems things are far more complicated than they appear. Upon seeing Obito's true identity, Kisame hesitated for a moment before ultimately following him away from that place. Obito was a dangerous individual. If left unmonitored, the entire shinobi world could be plunged into crisis. Kisame, from today onward you will join the Akatsuki organization and report its movements to me regularly. Kisame nodded. The South Star of Akatsuki had officially taken his place. With Hyuga defeated, the Yuki clan showed no signs of retreat. Instead, they grew even more frenzied. They had followed Hyuga only because of the promises Obito had made. The greed for power blinded them to the vast disparity in strength. Under Ichigo's control, the ice giant dragged its massive blade across the ground, carving a deep trench. Cross this line, and you died. The current head of the Yuki clan was the younger brother of the previous leader, who had been slain by Ichigo during the Third Great Ninja War. What are you all afraid of? He summoned such a powerful ice giant, and fought 2 formidable foes. How much chakra do you think he has left? Didn't you all see that he was already injured? Once we take him down, not only will Kirigakure be ours, but his ice-release secret techniques and the mysteries of his unique Kekkei Genkai will belong to the Yuki clan. In the face of immense profit, human reason became clouded, and even fear was diluted by avarice. Ichigo looked at their greedy faces, placed his hand on the ice giant beside him, and a loud cracking sound echoed from its form. Charge now. He's out of chakra. The ice giant is breaking apart. Ichigo shook his head at these fools. My surname is Uzumaki. Do you have any idea what that name truly means? More and more cracks spread across the ice giant's body, and from within the fissures a brilliant blue light began to emanate. As the giant walked toward the crowd, its body erupted in a blinding explosion. The members of the Yuki clan below were all sealed within crystalline ice by that technique. Having dealt with these fools, Ichigo finally freed Mei and the others from the ice walls. As her vision was restored, Mei immediately spotted that familiar figure standing in the sunlight. Ichigo walked over to Mei and gently patted her head. Hyuga and the Yuki clan members are still alive. Go and take care of the village's affairs first. Kirigakure needs you now more than ever. Having resolved the rebellion in Kirigakure, Ichigo departed. Based on the color of the Susanoo he had witnessed, he was now certain that Shirsue's eyes were in Obito's possession. It was almost certain that Shirsue's eyes were what had completely controlled Obito. Mei began to methodically arrange post-war affairs, condemning all the high-ranking members of the Yuki clan for treason. Hyuga's injuries were too severe this time. Until he recovered, Mei would temporarily oversee the village's affairs. As the Mizukage, Hyuga naturally couldn't admit to having been controlled and attacking his own people. The incident was officially recorded as a rebellion by the Yuki clan. Following the successive rebellions of the Kagaya and Yuki clans, the villagers were filled with hostility and fear toward Kekkei Genkai users. Despite Mei's desperate efforts to convince the villagers of their innocence, her words fell on deaf ears. Hozuki Maigetsu was beside himself with regret. He had sent his child away, given away, and lent out his treasures. All in anticipation of a war that never came, as Ichigo had single-handedly resolved everything. With Hyuga's support, Mei officially abolished the bloody mist policy that had plagued Kirigakure for so long. The village's shinobi would no longer have to grow through mutual slaughter. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, Ichigo once again sensed the flying thunder god summoning coming from the direction of the Hidden Rain village. I thought it was another business deal with Kakuzu, but standing before me was Kisame. Mr. Ichi, long time no see. Kisame's sword had transformed into Samehada, and he held one of Ichi's flying thunder god kunai. Kisame, what are you doing here? Mr. Ichi, I encountered the Uchiha you mentioned, who strayed from the path. The Moon's Eye planned the mercenary organization with the Rinnegan and the colossal statue within it. This is far more complex than it seems. I urge you to be vigilant. His schemes could threaten the safety of the entire shinobi world. Kisame handed 2 scrolls to Ichi. Mr. Ichi, these are intel I've gathered. I was brought straight here from the Hidden Mist village by Madara. I haven't had a chance to send this back to the village. I hope you can deliver one for me, and the other is for Konoha. Ichi took the scrolls and nodded. Stay safe. I'll get these back. Kisame let out a sigh of relief. Ichi used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear in the Hidden Mist village, handing the intel Kisame had gathered to Mei Terumī, who was working in her office. She frowned as she examined the scrolls. So that's why Kisame vanished so suddenly. A few more days, and he'd be branded a missing mean. The Akatsuki. What a terrifying organization. Don't worry. According to Kisame's intel, their first step is gathering funds. For now, they're just a mercenary group. When the time comes, I'll stop them. Ichi held Mei close, it giving her a sense of security. Back in Konoha, life settled back into a peaceful rhythm. There was no trace of Obito, so all they could do was wait for Kisame's news. The Akatsuki had also gone quiet, with few rumors surfacing in the shinobi world. Suigetsu pestered Ichi constantly for a sword, and while Mangetsu never voiced it, the longing in his eyes was unmistakable. I promise you both, once you graduate from the academy, I'll give each of you a sword. During this time, Ichi kept himself busy. The meteor of Hashigakure in the land of bears, the rumored resurrection tool in Sunagakure, the Tsuchigomo clan's secret jutsu. Anything of note in the shinobi world couldn't escape Ichi's keen nose and grasping claws. The treasures he'd found over the years filled Orochimaru's lab warehouse to the brim. Even after Naruto started school, the world remained peaceful. Bored, Ichi took up a job as a gatekeeper at the ninja academy. Since he'd started, no student had ever managed to skip class. Uncle, please let me out. I really want to try the dango from that shop. Ichi flipped Naruto's head. You're just trying to sneak out and play again. If your mom finds out you skipped class, she won't let you off easy. Naruto shuddered, as if recalling something terrifying, and quickly scurried back to class. After his shift, Ichi went to the Forest of Death. Shursui looked at him with reluctance. Sensei, do we really have to do this to Itachi? Isn't this going too far? Ichi shook his head. It's for his own good. He's determined to infiltrate the Akatsuki as a spy. I wouldn't feel safe sending him in without a power-up. Here he comes. Ichi ducked into the bushes behind him. Shursui, you wanted to see me. Shursui stood with his eyes shut tight. Blood Ichi had deliberately smeared on his face, making it look like his eyes had been gouged out. Itachi, be careful. There's an unknown enemy in Konoha watching us. My eyes have been taken. Oh. A masked Ichi appeared behind Shursui and ran him through with a sword. Shursui collapsed, his body growing cold. Itachi clutched Shursui's icy form, sobbing. His 3 tomo spun and merged into a single 3-pronged pinwheel shape. Blood tears streamed from Itachi's eyes as he glared at Ichi with hatred. Ignoring Itachi's murderous stare, Ichi crouched beside Shursui and patted his cheek. Alright Shursui, stop playing dead. Itachi's got his Mangekyo now. To Itachi's shock, Shursui opened his eyes. He dispelled the ice-release chakra, and his body returned to a normal temperature. Itachi, remember this rule: a dead body doesn't go cold that fast. The most reliable way to confirm death is to check for a pulse and breathing, or activate your Sharingan to see the state of their chakra. Itachi had awakened the Mangekyo, and he hadn't lost anything. But he didn't feel as happy as he'd imagined. Back home, he told Fugaku about his Mangekyo and his plan to infiltrate the Akatsuki. Fugaku looked at his eldest son with a complex expression: pride, satisfaction, relief, reluctance. All mingled together. Follow me. Fugaku led Itachi into a secret chamber. His Mangekyo spun to life. Itachi, your father has nothing else to give you. Consider this a parting gift. A surge of chakra flowed from Fugaku into Itachi's Sharingan. This is my Mangekyo ability, the Great Serpent. From now on, when you use Susanoo, you can wield the Totsuka blade and the Yata mirror. Father. Fugaku cut him off. Take care of yourself out there, Itachi. You will always be my pride. Fugaku patted Itachi's shoulder and handed him 2 scrolls, one on Mangekyo techniques and another on Izanagi. Itachi, before you leave, I need you to help me with something. Itachi's eyes widened in disbelief. First Shursui, then Ichi, and now even his own father. Despite his reluctance, Itachi agreed to Fugaku's plan. That evening, Sasuke returned to the compound, and sensed something was off. Fugaku had bought off the entire clan with 2 days of paid leave, staging the illusion that the whole clan had been slaughtered by Itachi. The deeper Sasuke went, the more panic rose in his chest. Splashes of red assaulted his senses. Finally, Sasuke burst into his home to find his parents' bodies on the floor. Itachi stood nearby, staring at him coldly. Brother. Everyone in the clan. Who did this? Itachi didn't answer. He hit Sasuke with Tsukuyomi, and the boy collapsed. It was hard to say. If Itachi didn't care for Sasuke, why use Tsukuyomi on him? If he did care, why use it on his own brother? Makoto gently touched Itachi's cheek. Take care of yourself out there, Itachi. Don't forget to take the medicine Lord Orochimaru prescribed. Itachi nodded and left Konoha. Fugaku then took his youngest son Sasuke to the hospital. The next day, Sasuke awoke in the Konoha hospital, his gaze hollow as he stared at the empty room, murmuring softly to himself. Good morning, Sasuke. Come try the porridge your mother made for you. Sasuke glanced at Makoto with vacant eyes before turning away. Wait. He snapped his head back. Mother. Sasuke leapt from the bed and clung to Mikoto, sobbing uncontrollably. Mother, I saw you both. Itachi left the village seeking greater power. When we found you, you were already lying on the ground. Brother, mother, I swear I will bring him back. That's our promise. Sasuke's eyes transformed into single Tomo Sharingan. Mikoto felt a pang of guilt watching her easily deceived son, but recalling her husband's words, she steeled herself and continued the ruse. Then I leave Itachi's return in your hands, Sasuke. Mikoto gently stroked Sasuke's head and fed him the porridge. Much later, when Sasuke discovered the entire ordeal was his father's scheme, he founded the Father Haters Alliance in a fit of rage. Once established, Gaara and others rushed to join, and the alliance's influence in the ninja world soon rivaled even the Akatsuki. Konoha promptly issued an S-rank wanted notice for Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi killed 3 jonin of Konoha, stole village secret arts. Heinous crimes, extremely dangerous. Sasuke lay bored in the hospital. Since there was no need to instill hatred, as in the original tale, Itachi's attack had not been severe. Sasuke's coma was mainly due to the strain of awakening his Sharingan. Awakening it at only 6 years old was far too early. Mother, I'm truly fine now. Let's go home. Mikoto patted Sasuke's head. No, dear. Sister Rin said you must stay under observation for 2 more days. This was of course a lie. If he went home, he'd discover the entire Uchiha clan had been given 2 days off, shattering the illusion that everything was a genjutsu. The people were bribed by Fugaku. They simply turned off the lights and splattered blood, never actually seeing Itachi. So there was no chance of Itachi's undercover role being widely known. Meanwhile, Itachi was still fleeing the village. For authenticity, Fugaku had given him several A-rank fire release scrolls and dispatched the ANBU to pursue him. Madara, I know you're here. As you said, I now possess eyes like yours. Now tell me, what is the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan? As his words faded, a spatial vortex appeared beside Itachi and Obito emerged from it. Itachi, you've noticed it too, haven't you? Using the Mangekyo will gradually deteriorate your eyesight until you're plunged into total darkness. The only solution is to transplant your brother's Mangekyo. Only then, by combining the ocular powers of both eyes, can you attain the Uchiha clan's ultimate power, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Obito extended an olive branch to Itachi. Itachi, your talent shouldn't be wasted. Since you crave power, why not join my ranks? I'll help you obtain the strength you seek. Among the entire Uchiha clan, only Shisui and Itachi had caught Obito's eye. Unfortunately, Shisui was Fugaku's disciple and had already lost both eyes, greatly diminishing his value. Itachi was younger, easier to deceive, and most importantly, he had no connection to Fugaku. Obito had no idea that Fugaku raised his children hands off. Shisui had only been allowed to leave the village once he'd grown up. Itachi, still young and living at home, naturally seemed unaffiliated with Fugaku. Finally receiving Obito's invitation, Itachi hesitated briefly before accepting and joining the Akatsuki. After Kakuzu's rigorous selection, every Akatsuki member turned out to be a true talent. The rest were either not valuable enough or too powerful, and with so few members they had to pair up. Double Agent Duo Uchiha Itachi Hashigaki Kisame. Puppet Master Duo Zetsu Obito, reserve present when Orochimaru betrayed. Figurehead Leader Duo Nagato Konan. Money-making Duo Kakuzu Haiden. Eternity-obsessed Duo Sasori Nono. Nagato controlling Yahiko's body stood at the center. Our Akatsuki has but one ultimate goal. Peace for the ninja world. Nagato shared his grand vision, and these madmen with divergent ideals united under a single purpose. Daidara, huh? When did I join? I haven't even gotten on board yet. Back in Konoha, Sasuke finally discharged, returned to the Ninja Academy. Did you hear? Sasuke's brother became a rogue ninja and fled the village. They say he even killed several of Konoha's jonin. Yeah. I heard the 4th Hokage was injured by his brother too. As the rumors escalated around him, Naruto slammed his hand on the desk, silencing the entire classroom. Naruto had never revealed his surname at school. Few knew he was the Hokage's son. But raised by Kushina, his combat prowess and sense of justice were beyond question. Moreover, Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke had known each other since childhood thanks to their mothers. Enough. Brother Itachi would never do such a thing. Shikamaru and the others nodded in agreement. They befriended Naruto not only because they knew his background, but because his integrity and optimism had won them over. Sasuke, who had remained silent, cast a grateful look at Naruto. Sakura, meanwhile, edged closer to comfort him. Inner Sakura, yes. Another step closer to Sasuke-kun today. That evening when Naruto returned home, Lady Hyuga and Hinata were already seated in the living room. Hinata's personality had been somewhat influenced by Kushina, so unlike in the original tale, she didn't shy away bashfully at the sight of him. Seeing Hinata, Naruto eagerly grabbed her hand and pulled her outside. Every time she saw him, Hinata recalled the image of Naruto standing up for her when she was bullied and the warmth of Auntie Kushina's embrace. Hinata, let's go find Sasuke first. Seeing her nod, Naruto took her hand and hurried toward the Uchiha compound. The Uchiha clan was no longer what it once was. Without the police force duties, people had stopped resenting them and instead discovered that this proud clan valued bonds more deeply than most. Oh, little Naruto, little Hinata. Annie just made some fresh dumplings. Take some with you. Thanking the warm-hearted Uchiha auntie, the two made their way to Sasuke's home, where Mikoto was still comforting the weeping Uchiha Izumi. Sasuke remained silent, quietly refining his chakra on the sidelines. Mikoto, while comforting the weeping Uchiha Izumi, stole glances at Uchiha Sasuke. Why isn't this kid leaving yet? Look how heartbroken my future daughter-in-law is. If you don't leave soon, Izumi will cry herself sick. Sasuke, we've come to find you. Naruto's voice echoed from outside the door. Seizing the opportunity, Mikoto finally managed to persuade Sasuke to leave. Mikoto pulled Izumi into her embrace, gently patting her back. Don't worry, Izumi. Itachi is just on a confidential mission. You mustn't tell anyone about this, alright? Izumi obediently nodded. From that period onward, Uchiha Sasuke ignited a storm of intense competition within the entire class, pushing the whole class's strength far beyond the norm. Inside the Hokage's office, Irika, Asuma, Kakashi, and others each held a document in their hands. These are the students graduating this year. Take a good look. If there are no issues, you can go find your students in a couple of days. Asuma's eyes were full of envy. The Third Great Ninja War started shortly after I became Irika's student. I never really got to experience a normal student life. Irika patted Asuma's head. Stop complaining. Without the Third Great Ninja War, would you have your current strength? Battle is always the fastest way to turn talent into power. Asuma chuckled. Irika then looked at the three files in his own hand: Hyuga, Hinata, Inuzuka, Kiba, Aburame, Shino. All sensory-type ninjas. I almost forgot I was one myself. Time for a home visit today. Irika's first stop was the Hyuga clan. The excitement in Hayashi's eyes was almost overflowing when he learned Irika would be Hinata's teacher. Lord Irika, I entrust my daughter to your care. Their relationship was already close, so Irika didn't linger and took his leave. After all, one had to endure the disdainful looks of others within the Hyuga clan. Today the Inuzuka clan was unusually quiet. Animals' perception of danger far surpasses that of humans. Irika's presence was so oppressive that the Inuzuka clan's dogs could barely breathe. Lord Irika, what brings you to the Inuzuka clan today? Oh, I'm Kiba's Jonin teacher. I'm here for a home visit to see how Kiba is doing. The Inuzuka clan head's eyes widened in disbelief. It seemed fortune could indeed fall from the sky. Rest assured, Lord Irika. That brat Kiba might be a bit impulsive and not the sharpest tool in the shed, but I can guarantee he is a kind and gentle child at heart. After his visit with the Inuzuka clan head, Irika headed to the Aburame clan. Half of the Aburame clan's destruction bugs had been replaced with bees, all to trade honey monthly, with chome for chakra or phosphor powder. Shibi, a veteran of the Third War, chatted with Irika about Shino before Irika left. The next day in the classroom, Inuzuka, Kiba, Hyuga, Hinata, Aburame, Shino, you three come with me. Bringing the three to the training ground, Irika sat down. My name is Uzumaki Irika, a Jonin of Konoha. I don't have many hobbies nor anything I particularly dislike. You can introduce yourselves as well. My name is Hyuga Hinata. I like making flower arrangements and sweets. My dream is to become someone like Annie Kushina. I'm Inuzuka Kiba. I like beef jerky, hate things without a good chew, and my favorite partner is Akamaru. My dream is to become Hokage and declare that day a dog day. Kiba shook the cowering Akamaru. Akamaru, what's wrong with you today? Why do you look so listless? Akamaru couldn't speak, but his eyes were filled with pure terror as he stared at Irika. It wasn't just Akamaru. The bugs inside Shino were trembling, as well, constantly warning him to stay away from this dangerous man before him. Alright, same time tomorrow. We'll start the test here. Shino, who had been silent all along, finally spoke his first words. Irika-sensei, did you forget about me? Irika, who was about to leave, turned around immediately upon hearing the voice. The Aburame clan's low presence was truly renowned. If Shino hadn't spoken, even sage art minds, I wouldn't have detected him. When Kiba returned home, the Inuzuka clan head was already waiting for him. Kiba, is your teacher's name Uzumaki Irika? Seeing Kiba nod, the clan members jumped up in excitement. Kiba, perform well in tomorrow's test. If you can learn even a tenth of his skill, you will surely be the next Inuzuka clan head. Aburame Shino looked at Shibi with confusion. Father, who exactly is Uzumaki Irika? Why are the bugs on me so terrified of him? Shibi patted Shino's shoulder. He is a legend of the Third War, a hero of Konoha. Even the Hokage is no match for him. Shino, you must cherish this opportunity. Becoming his student is your fortune and the fortune of the entire Aburame clan. The next day at the training ground, Irika produced a flying thunder god kunai. I've hidden 10 of these kunai across this training ground. Each one has been concealed with some of my special techniques. You have 3 hours. Find them all, and you pass. After 3 grueling hours, when Kiba pulled the final kunai from the mud, the three had finally found all 10. Irika gave them a thumbs up. Well done, you've passed. Team 8 is officially formed. As a celebration, I'll treat you all to barbecue. Arriving at the barbecue restaurant, they saw Asuma bowing and apologizing profusely to the owner. The Akimichi clan's appetite was simply monstrous. Asuma, a Jonin, didn't even have enough money. With his students, Irika returned to the joyful life of having his disciples do the missions while he reaped the rewards. Kiba here. Point A reached. Hinata has reached point B. Shino, move out. In a flurry of chaos, a cat appeared in Kiba's hands, and the daimyo's wife took it into her arms. It was said this cat provided a tenth of Konoha's D-rank missions. After finishing the cat-catching mission, Kiba finally grew tired of the monotonous D-rank tasks. Irika-sensei, we can't stand D-rank missions anymore. Team 7 left the village for a C-rank mission days ago. When can we leave the village for higher-ranked missions? Irika patted Kiba's head. Alright, we've done enough D-ranks lately. Let's see if there are any suitable C-rank missions available. At the mission assignment desk, Irika and his team were looking for a suitable mission when Irika suddenly felt a call from the Flying Thunder God in the Land of Waves. Looks like we don't need to pick a D-rank mission after all. I'll take you all out of the village for a bit. In the Land of Waves, Kakashi stared at the two figures in black cloaks with red clouds, cold sweat pouring down his face. Irika, get over here. Can someone tell me why guys on this level are showing up in a C-rank mission? Isn't that the copy ninja Kakashi of the Sharingan? Kakuzu remarked, flipping through his notebook as he compared it to Kakashi's appearance. Kakashi's Sharingan spun to life as he wove hand signs, lightning crackling in his grasp. Even against Akatsuki in my current state, I can take at least one of you down. Huh, what big talk. Today your Lord Haiden will offer you as a sacrifice to Lord Jashin. Naruto tugged at Kakashi's sleeve. Kakashi-sensei, I told you to change your mask. Now they're saying you have bad breath. Kakuzu, however, punched Haiden on the head. You want to kill him? Do you have any idea how much he's worth alive? Kakuzu even produced an abacus. The Hidden Mist Village has a bounty of 800 million Ryo on the Lightning Blade Fong. A single 3-tomo Sharingan can sell for 200 million on the black market. After squeezing every last drop of value from him, we can sell him to the Blood Crystal Organization for at least another 500 million. And then we can bundle these brats off to Konoha at 5,000 apiece. Huh, we're rich. In Kakuzu's eyes, Kakashi was no longer a man, but a walking vault. Kakashi can't die. Capture him alive, and you can sacrifice anyone you want for the next few days. Naruto watched the two bickering and tugged Kakashi's sleeve again. Kakashi-sensei, do you have to keep that active the whole time? They might be at this for a while. Kakashi, jolted back to reality by Naruto's words, deactivated his Chidori. But it was too late. The immortal duo had already reached an agreement. Kakuzu's arm stretched out, his fist coated in earth release chakra, aiming for Kakashi. Simultaneously, the two masked monsters behind him unleashed a combined wind and fire release assault. Cold sweat broke out on Kakuzu's face. He had already held back. He couldn't have killed the man outright, could he? Kakuzu was overthinking it, of course. According to the law of no smoke, no death. An attack that produced this much smoke couldn't possibly kill anyone. As the smoke cleared, a mud wall with a dog's head carved into it stood before the duo. Naruto tugged Kakashi's sleeve once more. Kakashi-sensei, didn't you say you don't have much chakra? Then why did you keep the Chidori running for so long, and why carve a dog's head on the mud wall? Kakashi. Watching the masked monster fly towards him, Kakashi secretly gathered chakra into his Sharingan, the 3-tomo subtly merging together. Just as Kakashi prepared to use Kimui to crush Kakuzu's main body, the sky suddenly darkened with storm clouds. Snowflakes began to drift down as a voice echoed from above. I come with the storm, bearing the wrath of the gods. Ichigo descended slowly from the storm clouds, his ice wings extended. Hinata and the others watched from a distance, their faces full of admiration. They were beginning to understand their family's reactions to having him as their teacher. Kakuzu was filled with regret. Why hadn't he been more decisive? He had been so close to 1.5 billion Ryo yet so far. Ichigo, it's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. I just wanted to capture him for a bounty. I never intended to kill him. Kakuzu, since when did you become such a coward? Didn't you say you've even attempted to assassinate the first Hokage? What's so scary about some pink-haired guy? Before Kakuzu could stop him, Haiden was already charging forward with his scythe. Kakuzu might fear you, but I Haiden do not. Even if you were the Hokage, I'd kill you. Today I'll sacrifice you all to Lord Jashin. Haiden's face was a mask of madness as his scythe relentlessly sought Ichigo's vitals. Kakuzu watched Haiden being toyed with and cursed under his breath. This fool. Cursing aside, Kakuzu still rushed forward to fight alongside Haiden. If they could just get a drop of Ichigo's blood, victory would still be within reach. 5 releases great combo attack. The 4 masked monsters and Kakuzu's main body each unleashed a different nature transformation, sending 5 distinct elemental attacks flying towards Ichigo and Haiden. As the smoke cleared, Ichigo stood unharmed under his ice crystal armor, while Haiden was covered in wounds from the blast. Haiden fought like a berserker. His injuries didn't slow him down, they only made his attacks more ferocious. Enough playing around. Ice release absolute zero domain. Ichigo stomped his right foot, sending waves of ice release chakra cascading outward. Each wave that passed through the duo's bodies formed a layer of ice crystals. Initially they could shatter it, but as their strength waned, the ice grew thicker and thicker. Kakuzu, what do we do? The ice is getting thicker, we can't move. Haiden, if he hasn't used a killing blow, it means we still have value. I've got some hidden savings. If I die, you go in. Kakuzu, where did you put it? Tell me, where am I supposed to find it? Only after Ichigo's jutsu ended did Kakashi and the others dare to approach. Ichigo's techniques were far more dangerous than those of the two Akatsuki members. After securing the battlefield, the group followed Tazuna into the land of waves. It was a land of poverty, backwardness, and cowardice. Ichigo looked at Tazuna and asked, "Can building a single bridge truly solve the poverty of the land of waves? Once you build that bridge, do you think the one who made you poor will simply watch you slip from his grasp?" Tazuna remained silent. He knew all too well that a bridge couldn't break Gado's oppression and exploitation. In the end, everything would return to the way it was. "You lied about the mission's rank, which gives Konoha ninja the right to abandon the mission unconditionally. From now on, we will only help you deal with enemy ninja and powerful samurai. You must solve the rest yourselves." Facing their desperate and hopeless gazes, Ichigo continued, "Relying on us alone is useless. What good is a bridge if it's built? Even if we take out Gado, there will always be another. If you don't fight back, you'll never see the light of day." The bridge construction began. At first, only 2 or 3 people stood firmly in front of the workers. Gradually, it became 10, then 20. More and more people joined in protecting the bridge construction. Later, Ichigo learned that it was Naruto who had gone out daily to persuade people, which was why so many had come to protect the bridge. When it came to the power of words, Naruto was truly the expert. The land of waves was but a small place, yet in the grand scheme of the universe was the ninja world, not also a small place. Today there was Kagaya Otsutsuki, tomorrow there might be a Katsutsuki. If Ichigo had previously been undecided about dealing with Black Zetsu prematurely, he had now made up his mind. Eliminating Black Zetsu now would only be a temporary solution. The ninja world would inevitably have to face the Otsutsuki clan one day. After guarding the bridge until its completion, the group finally returned to Konoha. The children from both squads had gained the experience of 2 A-rank missions on their records. As soon as he returned to the village, Ichigo sensed numerous foreign chakra signatures. Inside the Hokage's office were the 4th Kazekage, the 4th Mizukage, and the 4th Reikage. Upon entering the office, Ichigo immediately sensed that Raza's chakra was amiss, but given the unclear situation, he decided to observe for the time being. Ichigo had more pressing concerns. Had Raza fully repaid his debt to Konoha from the 3rd Great Ninja War? If he died, how would Tsunegakure repay Konoha? Should I use the impure world reincarnation to bring Raza back to work and pay off his debts? Ichigo mentally scolded himself for even thinking such a thing. Wait, if I reincarnate him, he belongs to me anyway. Why worry about debts? Just have him work indefinitely. While Ichigo was lost in thought, the office discussion on the joint Chunin exams had begun. 4 of the 5 great ninja villages joining forces for the exam was unprecedented. The Awakens had initially wanted to participate, but after a recent attack by a mysterious force, their focus was on recovering their losses. They had no interest in the Chunin exams. On the streets of Konoha, Konohamaru was caught by Kankuro. As he struggled wildly, Hiruzen Sarutobi used the body flicker technique to snatch him away. "If you have something to say it to an old man like me. Don't bully a child." Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, releasing no chakra, yet the commanding presence of one long in power was more than Kankuro could withstand. Just as Kankuro was frozen with fear, Temari stepped forward to intervene. "Sir, my brother is just mischievous. He means no harm." Hiruzen didn't press the matter further. He took Konohamaru's hand and led him away. As soon as the 3rd Hokage left, Kankuro collapsed to his knees, gasping for air. Gaara watched silently, then simply led his siblings back to their lodgings. That afternoon, Minato summoned the Konoha ninja for a meeting. Most of the village's jonin were present. This Chunin exam will be the largest in history, with 4 great villages participating. First, are there any new graduates recommended for the exam? Team 7, led by Kakashi, recommends Naruto, Uzumaki, Sasuke, Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno. In the name of Kakashi Hitaki, I recommend them for the Chunin selection exam. Team 8, led by Ichigo, recommends Shino, Aburame, Hinata, Hyuga, and Kiba Inuzuka. In the name of Ichigo Uzumaki, I recommend them as well. Team 10, led by Asuma, recommends Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Shoji Akimichi. In the name of Asuma Sarutobi, I recommend them as well. Wait a minute. Irika Yumino jumped in. "Lord Minato, these are all children who just graduated from my academy this year. They are talented, but isn't the Chunin exam too soon for them? Shouldn't they gain practical experience first before attempting it? Forgive my impertinence, but doing this will ruin them." Kakashi was about to retort that he became a Chunin at 6, but glancing at Ichigo, he remembered being kicked back to the academy by him at 7 and only officially becoming a Chunin at 11. Irika, Ichigo, and I were both younger than them when we became Chunin. They cannot be compared to you two. Are you trying to ruin the future generation? Ichigo's expression turned serious. A life without setbacks is what truly ruins them. They are no longer your students, they are my subordinates now. But, before Irika could argue further, Minato interrupted. Enough. Irika rest assured Kakashi and Ichigo would never do anything to harm the children. Alright, let's confirm the examiners for the 3 tests. First test, Ibiki Marino. The scarred man nodded in agreement. It was hard to believe this guy would end up throwing rocks in Boruto instead of using jutsu. Was Boruto's existence hindering your ability to fight? Second test, Anko Mitarashi. Third test, Hey Gecko. Ichigo stroked his chin looking at the two. Anko his junior was like a daughter to Orochimaru. As for Hate, Gecko. He possessed the transparent escape technique, a bloodline limit envied by all men in the ninja world, which explained his frail condition. He was also one of the few jonin to be killed during the Chunin exams. So if Hate died and started the Hate Chronicles, then Boruto. The group took their application forms from Minato and left. The Chunin exam held every few years is about to start. I got the application forms. Want to give it a try? Gaining some practical experience is good. Kiba grabbed the form first. Let this master show those guys in the exam what I'm made of. I'm in too. Count me in. Shino and Hinata also took the forms. If you're in mortal danger during the exam, channel chakra into the flying thunder god Kanai, and I'll come to your aid immediately. Arriving at the exam venue, the group saw a familiar face, Kabuto Yakushi. Naruto couldn't sit still. Kabuto and I, why are you in the Chunin exam? Kabuto rubbed his head sheepishly. Well, I've been busy researching with Lord Orochimaru all these years, so I never had time to advance my rank. Having Kabuto, who was already Jonin level, participate in the Chunin exam was definitely prearranged. Minato must have promised him something to borrow him. The first exam tested intelligence gathering. Ichigo's team were all sensory-type ninja, giving them a distinct advantage in this test. Hinata's Byakugan could directly see the answers. Well, Hinata wouldn't even need to cheat, she could answer them herself. Shino's insects could find answers for him. Kiba's method was the boldest, while others cheated stealthily. Akamaru openly barked the answers to him in dog language. The most impressive part was that the proctors could see it all, but couldn't say anything. As the head of the torture and interrogation force, Ibiki Marino knew exactly how to torture people, mentally slowly eliminating those who couldn't even cheat properly. Final question. If you answer incorrectly, you will lose the chance to become a Chunin forever. The prolonged psychological torment led many students to make the wrong choice, but those with strong resolve managed to pass the test. Naruto, however, was different. He had strong willpower, but no sensory abilities, so he turned in a blank paper. The test of reconnaissance and willpower finally concluded. The first round was over. Suddenly a rock shattered the exam hall's window and a banner with Anko's name on it was unfurled in front of the venue. With a loud crash of glass, Anko made her grand dramatic entrance. She certainly had a knack for making things awkwardly flashy. The second exam passed without Orochimaru's interference, but the true upheaval began during the third exam. Unlike the original story, the Rain Ninja advanced to the final round, and the first match showed no signs of trouble. Yet as the second round commenced, and the four Kage observed from the stands, a sudden change occurred. Beneath the arena, Nagato ignored his opponent and revealed his true form. Summoning Jutsu Geto Statue Mobile Toilet. Suddenly the terrifying nine-eyed statue materialized on the battlefield, its deafening roar echoing throughout the entire arena. Having received Itachi's message beforehand, Ichigo had long since evacuated the villagers to the shelter behind the Hokage rock, so no major panic ensued at the scene. One by one, Akatsuki members emerged from the statue's mouth. The Konoha Crush Plan. No, the 5 Kage Crush Plan had just begun. Nagato intended to eliminate all 4 Kage in one fell swoop. As the Geto statue lumbered towards them, and the Kage arose to fight, the 4th Kazekage made his move first. A kunai pressed against Yagura's neck. Don't move, 4th Mizukichi. Otherwise I can't guarantee your head will stay on your shoulders. The 4th Kazekage tore off his face mask, revealing Hiriko's bandaged visage. I, however, was not intimidated. You caught him, why should we stop? I, enveloped in lightning nature chakra, delivered a swift hand chop towards Hiriko. Hiriko, not expecting the Raikage to act without hesitation, was sent flying. Hiriko's kunai clattered to the ground, leaving a thin trail of blood on Yagura's neck. Minato ground a pill and applied it to Yagura's wound, his gaze fixed intently on Hiriko. Hiriko's information had long been shared with Konoha by Ichigo. Meanwhile, Ichigo, piloting his own giant construct, charged at the Geto statue, forcibly halting its advance. The two colossi engaged in a titanic struggle within the arena. In a nearby clearing, Obito emerged from a spatial vortex. He wasn't alone. Behind him came the subdued 4 tails and 5 tails. The 2-tailed beasts roared at the sky as they exited the Kamui dimension. Then the 7 tails Komii flew in from the distant forest, a few skewers of tricolored dango visible in its mouth. Raise a bug for 1,000 days, use it for a moment. Today let me Komii save Konoha. Just as Chome reached the arena's edge, it spotted a mysterious figure standing atop the highest point. Obito, still observing, sensed the chakra and whipped his head around. Even with Kodo Amatsukami on cooldown, the ocular power of the eternal Mangekyo was far beyond what the 7 tails could resist. In an instant, Komii's eyes transformed into Sharingan. The 3-tailed beasts under Obito's control slowly walked into the arena. Ichigo sighed in frustration, watching Chome fall in just a second. Now the enemy had another fighter. Ice Release, Eternal Sin, Ice Prison. The ice user, still grappling with the Geto statue, suddenly embraced it tightly. Crystals of ice rapidly expanded, freezing both the user and the statue's solid, growing until they filled the entire arena. Snap! As Ichigo's fingers came together, the ice filling the arena shattered into powder. Though the Gedo statue was but an empty shell of the Ten Tails, it lost its mobility and collapsed to the ground. Kushina and Rin rushed forward, trying to break through to Obito. Their answer was three-tailed beast balls. In Obito's memories, Rin's face was that of another, yet the orbs instinctively veered towards Kushina. Ichigo quickly used the flying Raijin to whisk the two women away. They wanted to join the fight in their tailed beast forms, but Ichigo was determined to send them off. If they were also controlled by Obito, the battle would be truly lost. As for when Rin learned to transform, Isabu's exact words were, "As long as you stop trying to kill yourself, my chakra is yours to use. Just don't disturb my sleep." Nawaki, arriving on his wooden golem, managed to hold back the three-tailed beasts, while Ichigo headed towards Nagato to deal with the troublesome Rinnegan first. In the stands, I saw Minato still staring grimly at Hiriko and clapped him on the shoulder with a laugh. "Minato, relax. Anyone taking a hit like that from me would be severely injured, even a Kage." Ice words had barely faded when Hiriko, his entire body transformed into steel, charged at them. Humiliated, I swung his leg down like an axe, collapsing the entire section of the stands. Minato's expression remained grave. The intel never mentioned his steel release could cover his whole body. That man had grown far stronger in just a few years. As the dust settled, the fully steel-clad Hiriko blocked Ice Axe kick. The suction ports on his hands began draining Ice Lightning release armor, and his eyes glowed with 3 Tomo Sharingan. "Breakage, your speed is indeed impressive, but before my Sharingan, speed alone guarantees nothing." Storm release, Dragon Storm return. 4 electrified dark dragons shot from behind Hiriko towards the Breakage. Fortunately, Ice's body was exceptionally tough, and his resistance to lightning high, sparing him from critical injury. Spiral Flash, Super Round Dance, Howl 3 style. Minato seized the opening as Hiriko recovered from his jutsu. 3 shadow clones, each holding 3 flying Raijin kunai, surrounded him. Yagura also used this chance to cast the water mirror jutsu, hindering the steel-clad Hiriko. Minato and his clones blinked in and out of existence, a golden blur dancing across the battlefield. No wonder the toilet was clogged. Minato's performance was truly exceptional. Our 4th Hokage certainly has skill. Minato and his 3 clones converged on Hiriko from 4 directions, each wielding a Rasengan. Even the Sharingan's insight has its limits. Hiriko could see the attack coming, but with strikes from all sides there was nowhere to dodge. Hiriko was knocked down by Minato, but his wood release cells were already rapidly healing his wounds. Within moments he stood before the 3 Kage completely restored. In an unnoticed corner of the arena, Black Zetsu was continuously feeding something into the Gedo statue's mouth. With each item the statue opened another eye. As the final item was thrown in, the Gedo statue let out a crazed roar, clutching its head in agony. Having lived for millennia, Black Zetsu had managed to collect bits of chakra from various tailed beasts. This makeshift Ten Tails couldn't activate the infinite Tsukuyomi, but it was perfect for seizing tailed beasts in the current situation. The frantic Gedo statue writhed in pain from its scant chakra, instinctively seeking the individual with the most tailed beast chakra nearby. In Konoha, that person was Ichigo. Ichigo, still engaging the 6 paths of pain, turned to see the Gedo statue charging recklessly at him. A few wild attacks later, Ichigo was unharmed, but 2 of the pains were caught in the crossfire and destroyed. The Gedo statue's form began to shift, its body turning withered like dead wood, radiating an insatiable hunger for all chakra-bearing creatures on the field. Obito then used Kimui to transport Hiriko, still locked in a stalemate with the 3 Kage, onto the Ten Tails. Excitement blazed in Hiriko's eyes as he activated his Kishimogen jutsu, forcibly fusing with the makeshift Ten Tails. Amidst an overwhelming pressure, Hiriko, the incomplete Ten Tails Jinchuriki, made his debut. Hiriko's entire body turned white, with 2 truth-seeking balls floating behind him. Those in the know would recognize this as Naruto, but the uninformed might mistake it for a scene from a sci-fi adventure. Ha ha ha, Madara didn't deceive me. This is the power of a god. This is the eternal power of the true sage of 6 paths. Perhaps it was the fusion with the Sharingan, but Hiriko's current expression merged seamlessly with the infamous Uchiha clan's maniacal grin, showing no hint of incongruity. The Sharingan in his eyes had transformed into a 4-cornered Tomo shape, emitting an eerie crimson glow. Hiriko then soared towards the spectator stands, the 2 truth-seeking balls behind him morphing into a single long staff. Aiko paid no heed, charging directly at the now Jinchuriki Hiriko. Unlike their previous evenly matched fight, Hiriko merely swung his staff and sent Aiko crashing deep into the earth. Although he was only a faux sage of 6 paths, weak enough to manifest just 2 truth-seeking balls, even a faux sage was far beyond the reach of a Kage-level shinobi. Minato and Yagura's jutsu proved almost entirely ineffective against Hiriko. After a few exchanges, Yagura was incapacitated and Minato was gravely wounded. Instead of finishing off the 3 Kage, Hiriko rushed to Nagato, who was engaged with Ichi. He thrust his truth-seeking ball staff directly at Nagato's chest. Thanks to the shared vision of the Rinnegan, Nagato sensed the attack just in time to barely dodge it. "Hiriko, are you betraying the Akatsuki? Pain. These Rinnegan are wasted on you. Hand them over." If I could also wield the power of the Rinnegan, even Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha would be nothing but mere fodder. Ha ha ha, I can't pretend I didn't hear that. Hashirama Senju declared, hands on his hips, standing before Ichi, with a visibly displeased Madara Uchiha behind him. In the Konoha prison, Kakuzu, sensing the familiar chakra, was dumbfounded. Hadn't that legendary figure passed away long ago? The name Hashirama Senju brought not just fear, but also a strange sense of glory to Kakuzu. I survived a fight against the god of shinobi. That's a story I can brag about forever. And indeed Kakuzu did brag about it for the rest of his life, even if time itself might have forgotten who he was. Upon seeing the Rinnegan in Nagato's sockets, Madara felt a surge of annoyance. Those were his own eyes, and he had barely even gotten to use them. Meanwhile, Sasori, controlling the puppet of the fourth Kazekage, was confronted by a middle-aged man wielding a short sword. Itachi and Kisame, who were slacking off, found themselves occupied by the third Hokage. A familiar voice echoed from behind Nagato. Nagato, you've grown. How is Konan doing? Has she become a great beauty yet? Above the stands, as Obito moved to kill the three Kage, he heard the piercing sound of a blade cutting through the air. Evil Uchiha brat, this old man will make sure you never leave Konoha alive. Tobirama Senju, kunai in hand, glared at Obito, his eyes filled with undisguised malice specifically reserved for the Uchiha. At that moment, Fugaku Uchiha, guarding the villagers behind the Hokage rock, felt a sudden chill. In an unnoticed corner, numerous Katsu slugs were slowly crawling towards the severely wounded three Kage. Back with Hiriko, the wood golem, and the Susanoo attacked him simultaneously. He was forced to split his staff in two just to barely fend off their combined assault. If Six Paths Obito with his nearly complete Ten Tails had lost to the beast's onslaught, then Hiriko with his utterly broken and incomplete beast stood no chance at all. Hashirama, there's a technique I've been wanting to try for a long time. The two shared a smile. Madara placed his hand on Hashirama's shoulder, who then clasped his hands together, black markings appearing on his face. Sage art would release true several thousand hands. A colossal thousand-armed Buddha emerged from the ground, slowly being covered in blue armor. It's 2 against 1, and I'll even give you 2 hands. Behold, armored Susanoo, true several thousand hands. All the arms of the great Buddha lunged towards Hiriko, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Seizing this opportunity, Nagato used the Animal Path's ability to summon a giant creature that swallowed all the Akatsuki members present. Outside, Konoha, an Animal Path clone, used the summoning jutsu to bring the Akatsuki members back. Let's retreat. That traitor Hiriko has betrayed us. What Nagato didn't see was that after using the Susan-armored Buddha, both Madara's and Hashirama's bodies began to crumble. The impure world reincarnation had not been perfected, their power was too immense, and the jutsu was forcibly dispelled. Hiriko lay on the ground, the demonic statue of the outer path, within him frantically devouring his remaining life force. How is this possible? I am a god, how could I lose? With the last of his strength, Hiriko hurled the truth-seeking ball staff towards the approaching Tsunade. Geniuses like you will never understand the suffering of mediocre people like us. Hiriko's gaze grew vacant as his final vestiges of life were extinguished. As the staff flew, Tsunade braced for impact, but felt no pain. Opening her eyes, she saw Jiraiya, coughing blood, standing protectively in front of her. With a bloodied hand, Jiraiya gently touched Tsunade's face. Tsunade, I love you. His hand fell limp. Tsunade had no time for grief. Unbeknownst to her, Jiraiya had long since filled the void in her heart that Dan had left. No matter what, she was not going to watch Jiraiya die in front of her today. Jiraiya, don't you dare fall asleep. You said you love me, right? Once you're better, let's go on a date. In her panic, Tsunade completely forgot about Ichi's ability to stabilize a person's life force and heal them gradually. Tsunade activated her strength of 100 seal, pouring a massive amount of chakra into Jiraiya's body. His fading life force began to slowly recover. Tsunade, I think I just heard you agree to go on a date with me. Obito noticed the commotion. Ignoring the second Hokage's inter-paper demon attacking jutsu, he used his Susanoo to fly over to Hiriko and absorbed his body into his Kamui dimension. The dissipating impure world Madara gave Obito a subtle nod of approval, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Ichi did not stop Obito. The shinobi world needed a powerful enough enemy to face reality. Before the fourth great ninja war, Ichi also needed to further enhance his own power. I recall there's an Otsutsuki who crossed over, a fishing enthusiast. He'd be the perfect stepping stone for my next evolution. As they were cleaning up the battlefield, Orochimaru approached, dragging a blonde young man bound by snakes. This should be Inoki's disciple. I've already researched the explosion release from IWA. This kid's doesn't even qualify as explosion release. You can probably sell him back to Inoki later. Deidara was utterly despairing. He had finally escaped the hellhole of IWA, which suppressed his artistic expression by joining the Akatsuki, only to be packaged and sent right back. Nagato thought, honestly, it's not that I didn't try to save you, buddy. Everyone else was on the ground, but you had to be flying in the sky. The giant bird was on sentry duty up there. I didn't have another summon ready to swallow you. You can only blame yourself for not being a full member. Deidara had not been with the Akatsuki for half his tenure before he was captured midway. Now the organization is divided into three, its leader exhausted. Truly a time of crisis for its very survival. Standing opposite Inoki's nose flared with fury. Uzumaki Kushina. Do you even hear yourself? Is the entire Hidden Leaf village destroyed by my student? The terrain looks 3 meters lower. If my student had such power, would I still be sitting in that Tsuchikage seat? Fine. Even if you're right about that, and the leaf was all Deidara's doing, what about that laboratory of yours blown to bits 800 miles away? Did he do that too? I just want to check it out. The ice crystals hadn't even melted. That place must have been destroyed 7 or 8 years ago. If you say he did it all, why not claim he can fly to the heavens? Inoki was already so furious, he was talking nonsense. Deidara could indeed fly. No. If you want our Hidden Stone village to pay reparations like this, you might as well just demand we move our entire village away. Ikado's eyes lit up. It's a deal. From today onward, the Hidden Stone village shall be renamed the Land of Fire's Hidden Leaf Branch Village. Inoki had accumulated more anger in these few hours than in his entire lifetime before this day. You little brat, get back here. How dare you even think of such a thing? And you actually went along with it. Ikado, with an air of reckless indifference, slumped in his seat. I've done my research. In all these years, your Hidden Stone village has produced only one person of notable talent, Deidara. If you miss this chance, you won't be able to step down from the Tsuchikage position for another decade. You. Inoki pointed one trembling finger at Ikado while clutching his chest with the other, looking as if he might keel over from sheer rage. Senior Inoki, we don't accept such fraudulent claims of injury here. If you collapse on our doorstep, the Hidden Stone village might truly have to change its name. Inoki struggled for a moment before conceding. Our Hidden Stone village can only pay 3 billion ryo. Deidara, along with the 4 tails and 5 tails, must be returned to us. Only Deidara can be returned to you. The Hidden Leaf never restricts the freedom of the tailed beasts. We have no right to buy or sell another's liberty. Besides, even if we return the 4 tails and 5 tails, could you even hold on to them? But Inoki tried to argue further, but a blue 9 tails that had appeared on the table was already baring its fangs at him. Fine. I'll take Deidara for 500 million ryo. Deidara has caused immense damage to the Hidden Leaf. You won't take him without 2.5 billion. 1.5 billion. Any more, and I'll walk away. Ikado's demeanor shifted instantly. Deal? Thank you for your generous support, boss. Inoki's expression was as if he had swallowed a fly. I overpaid. Thanks to the Hidden Stone village's generous aid, every building in the Hidden Leaf was renovated, even those untouched were torn down and rebuilt. The village flourished with a scene of post-war prosperity. One day, as Ikado was looking for a slightly higher-ranked mission for Hinata and the others to gain experience, Minato approached him. Ikado, take a look at this mission. It's A rank, but the reward is absurdly generous. Escorting the famous actress Yuka Fujikase. They specifically mentioned they'd pay extra if we could bring in the Hidden Leaf's crimson ice crystal. Extra? Are they planning to hire us to conquer a nation? Minato shook his head. Perhaps you're somewhat of a celebrity in their eyes. If you accept this mission, Team Kakashi will join you. Your team will get the larger share. We'll take it. This mission is interesting. It would be nice to enjoy the scenery of the Land of Snow. Ikado didn't really want to travel so far, but they were offering far too much to refuse. At Sasori's battlefield, Ikado had collected hairs and other materials for the impure world reincarnation. However, after wasting over a dozen white zetsu, he was unceremoniously kicked out of Orochimaru's lab. Now Ikado truly understood the feeling of Kabuto Yakushi's gacha-like attempts in the original story. With the plan to summon the gold miner, shelved, earning some extra income on the side was a welcome consolation. After accepting the mission, Ikado found Hinata and her team, instructing them to pack their winter clothes for the escort mission to the Land of Snow. When they learned that their charge was the renowned actress Yuka Fujikase's, excitement filled their eyes. Ikado also noticed Hinata's eyes brighten upon hearing that Team Kakashi would be accompanying them. The next day, Kakashi and Ikado arrived at their client's location only to find them tied up by Sasuke and the others. In all their years as ninjas, they had never seen anyone treat their mission client like this. Were they afraid the client would run off? Kakashi flashed over and untied them all. Our apologies. These kids didn't know you were filming. We're sorry for the trouble. Sandayu Isama shook his head. These children don't know the truth of the situation. It is precisely because of the Hidden Leaf Ninja's sense of justice that we felt confident in trusting this protection mission to you. The director chimed in with admiration, indeed worthy of the Hidden Leaf Ninja. The elite bodyguards we hired were easily subdued by a bunch of kids. Even Kakashi with his thick skin felt embarrassed by the praise. Sorry. The director shook his head dismissively. It's nothing. We were already fortunate to invite the copy ninja Hatake Kakashi, but to think we'd also get this legendary figure. Even legends need to eat. The price you offered was too good for me to refuse. The director laughed heartily. I heard that you Kakashi have been to the Land of Snow. They say that in spring the rainbow glacier there shines with a spectrum of 7 colors. Kakashi shook his head. That's just a rumor. There is no spring in the Land of Snow. The crew discussed this topic for a long while. Ikado couldn't understand what was so fascinating about it. He could create as many of those ice walls as he wanted. They chatted until evening, but Yukihime Fujikase had yet to return. Sandayu found her and Naruto at a rundown tavern. Yukihime-sama, the ship to the land of snow is ready. We must depart immediately. But no matter how they tried to persuade her, Yukihime Fujikase adamantly refused to set foot on that ship. Time was short, so Kakashi and Ikado had to resort to other means. Kakashi patted Yukihime's shoulder. Enough. Didn't I say? Yukihime turned to see the 3 Tomo Sharingan. She was just an ordinary person, and after a brief struggle against Kakashi's Genjutsu, she lost consciousness and fainted. When she awoke and stepped out of the cabin, all that lay before her was the turbulent sea. At this point, unwilling as she was, she had no choice but to accept the situation. And so they journeyed, filming along the way. During this time, many things were revealed. It was clear that Yukihime and Sandayu were no ordinary actress and manager. For Ikado, who hadn't seen this movie, it was a novel experience. Upon entering the land of snow, the weather underwent a dramatic transformation. The warm sea breeze vanished, replaced by a bone-chilling cold that permeated the air the moment one stepped out of the cabin. Fortunately, they had been warned in advance, and everyone had brought their thickest garments. Well, almost everyone. For one individual, this level of cold was hardly worth mentioning, a trivial matter for a master of the ice release. Midway through the voyage, a colossal glacier loomed before them. The director's eyes sparkled with fervor at the sight of the massive ice formation. Magnificent. This is the perfect filming location I've dreamt of. Let's shoot the next scene here. Unbeknownst to them, Ichigo had already sensed 3 chakra signatures on the ship, 1 Jonin and 2 Chunin. Their chakra in the snowy expanse was like fireflies in the dead of night. Weak, yet glaringly obvious. As an observer of chaos, Ichigo was curious to see what these 3 weaklings intended. He kept his silence, merely casting a discreet glance towards Kakashi, subtly indicating the direction of their concealment. Kakashi, however, failed to grasp Ichigo's unspoken signal. While they were filming, he hurled a kunai attached with an explosive tag directly at the spot where Fong's avalanche was hiding. Hey, what are you doing? Ichigo patted the director's shoulder to calm him. Enemies are here. The director, now panicked, looked around frantically. I'm just filming a movie. Why are we actually being attacked? Kakashi's gaze remained fixed on the site of the explosion. A man in strange armor emerged from beneath a camouflage tarp. He wore the headband of the Snow Village, his long blue hair flowing as he crossed his arms, a smirk plastered on his face as he looked down at Koiki Kazuhana below. Welcome to the land of snow. Has it been 10 years since we last met, Kakashi? Are you going to run away again this time, Princess Koiki? I trust you've brought the hexagonal crystal. Ichigo stepped forward. Kakashi, 10 years ago. Is this about that failed mission you mentioned? Kakashi nodded. Their chakra armor is quite troublesome. Everyone, get back to the ship. The group had no time to dwell on the revelation of Koyuki's true identity. Our survival was the priority now. The 6 young ninjas positioned themselves defensively in front of the others to cover their retreat. Ichigo, however, chose to stand by idly. These 2 Chunin were barely enough for the 6 to practice on. They hardly required his intervention. Kakashi directly confronted Fong's avalanche. 10 years ago, he had been forced to flee due to his lack of power. But time had changed, and now he was determined to teach the man a lesson he wouldn't forget. Seeing the tide of battle turning against him, Fong's avalanche set his sights on Ichigo, who was watching from below. Kakashi, surrender or my next attack will take the life of that little pink-haired brat down there. Kakashi. Ichigo, upon hearing the threat, was equally baffled. Bro, is your village really that out of touch? Don't you people in the Snow Village have any connection to the outside world? Even if you don't keep in touch with the rest of the world, you should at least know the names of the most dangerous people in the shinobi world. Seeing no reaction from Kakashi, Fong's avalanche decided to attack Ichigo directly. Ice released one-horned white whale. Ichigo, watching the horned whale approach, showed no sign of panic. Instead, he offered a critique with interest. That move is somewhat decent. Much better than the swallow and ice wall from before. With a clap of his hands, Ichigo said, and let's not bother with a fancy name. Ice released a swarm of one-horned white whales. A massive pod of whales several times larger than the one summoned by Fong's avalanche surged forward, shattering the entire glacier upon impact. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, Ichigo brought everyone safely onto the ship. Sorry about that. I got a bit carried away. Maybe I overdid it this time. The director beside him yelled, cut. That was incredible. I never imagined we'd capture such a spectacular scene. The sheer professionalism of this film crew was truly admirable. They were risking their lives for the sake of a movie. After resolving that minor interruption, the group finally arrived in the land of snow, a country perpetually blanketed in snow. Now would you care to tell us the truth of the matter, Princess Koiki Kazuhana? Ichigo emphasized the word princess. Sandayu, who was about to apologize for the deception, looked up and saw the glint of pure gossip in Ichigo's eyes. All he needed was a bowl of popcorn to complete the picture. Uncle Ichigo, what are you talking about? She's just acting as a princess in the movie. She's not a real princess. Naruto's incredibly slow comprehension was truly exasperating at times. It was as obvious as day that Hinata had feelings for him. Even a dog could see it, but he remained completely oblivious. Right, Akamaru? Kakashi interrupted Naruto's rambling. No, Naruto. She is the true princess of the land of snow. Ichigo sat on a chair looking directly at Sandayu. No wonder the reward was so high and you insisted on raising it further if I accepted the mission. Using the guise of an escort to drag us into a power struggle for your country. Quite the scheme. Sandayu offered no excuses. Bloody Ice Crystal. The hero who killed the third Kazekage, the third Mizukage, and the third Raikage during the third Great Ninja War the outside world believes it was Ichigo, but in truth he was living in seclusion in Konoha and also defeated the third Tsuchikage. With your help, Princess Koyuki can surely defeat Dodo Kazahana and reclaim her rightful place as the ruler of the Land of Snow. Watching the growing admiration in the eyes of Naruto and the other children, Ichigo couldn't help but think this man certainly knew how to speak. He could go on. Sandayu, now over 50, knelt directly before Ichigo, but found his lower half frozen solid to the ground. Unable to kneel fully, he still pleaded. Lord Ichigo, I beg you to help us defeat Dodo Kazahana and save the Land of Snow from its misery. We will accept any condition you set. Sandayu, stop begging them. I have no desire to become the ruler of the Land of Snow. Some people are alive, but their hearts are already dead. I don't want to go through that kind of experience a second time. You should give up too. Are you fools? No matter how hard you try, you can never defeat Dodo. Koyuki's eyes were filled with utter despair. Hey, I can't just pretend I didn't hear that. Our mission is to protect you during the filming period. Are you denying the strength of the Konoha ninja? Lord Ichigo. Sandayu's eyes welled up with tears. The meaning behind Ichigo's words was unmistakable. The existence of Dodo Kazahana poses a threat to our client's safety, so we should help you eliminate him. However, given that you concealed the true nature of the mission, we will continue, but the price will increase. Sandayu was overwhelmed with excitement. Absolutely. Once Princess Koyuki ascends to the throne, we will agree to any price you ask. Ichigo shook his head. I'm interested in the chakra armor those snow ninja were wearing. I want the snow village's technology and all related research data. The three ministers agreed without hesitation, for without this aid, reclaiming their land by their own strength alone was an impossibility. Rather than let them remain under the tyranny of Kazahana Dodo, it's better to use them as a bargaining chip. Very well, I'll help with this. Ichigo was quite pleased, as it had been a long time since he had brought something back for Orochimaru. As the group journeyed deeper into the Land of Snow, Ichigo captured the fleeing Kazahana Yuki for the fourth time. Finally, she broke down. Why? I never wanted to bear these so-called responsibilities. I just want to live in peace. Why did you have to bring me here? Ichigo said nothing, simply nudging Naruto forward. Freezing people was within his expertise, but the art of persuasive speech was decidedly not. Just as Naruto was about to unleash his signature talk no jutsu on Kazahana Yuki, the snow beneath their feet suddenly melted, revealing a set of iron rails. Ichigo hadn't expected the Land of Snow's technology to be so advanced. He could sense chakra emanating from the tracks. The fact that they had even built a chakra-powered train made this deal an absolute steal. A whistle sounded from afar. A black train approached, and from it echoed the voice of Kazahana Dodo. Yuki. Long time no see. Yuki was engulfed in fear at the sound of his voice, her body trembling uncontrollably. Hinata, having activated her Byakugan, stepped forward. Ichigo-sensei, those train cars are filled with countless kunai and men, along with many strange machines I don't recognize. Kazahana Dodo glared at Ichigo with a frown. Konoha shinobi, are you certain you wish to interfere in the internal affairs of the Land of Snow? Do you not fear starting a war between the Land of Snow and the Land of Fire? War? The Land of Fire is so far away, how could a war even be fought? And even if it came to that, do you truly believe your nation would stand a chance? Your world is so small, Kazahana Dodo, but don't assume everyone else is as small-minded as you. Kazahana Dodo's face darkened. Kill them all. The train's doors slid open, revealing a dense array of cannon muzzles. The men inside cranked their mechanisms, and a storm of kunai flew forth from every barrel. Ice-style ice crystal barrier. A wall of ice rose before the group, deflecting every kunai. Ice-style absolute zero. The entire train was encased in ice in an instant. Only Kazahana Dodo and his subordinate Fong managed to leap clear and escape. Kazahana Dodo's face was grim as he stared at his frozen train. It had cost him a fortune, yet it had been neutralized by a single technique. I won't be defeated so easily. A massive airship rose from behind him, and countless kunai, each tied to a small blue sphere, rained down from it. Each sphere that hit the ground erupted into a thicket of ice spikes. Ice-style mystical ice dragon. Ichigo stood atop the ice dragon's head, his eyes gleaming with delight as he looked at Kazahana Dodo. A train. An airship. What other surprises did the Land of Snow have in store for him? The ice dragon breathed a chilling mist towards the airship. Forced to leap from the doomed airship, Fong landed directly on Ichigo, pressing a small circular device against him. Curious about the device's function, Ichigo made no move to dodge. Ha ha ha. No matter how strong you are, it's useless. Once this chakra-limiting device we developed takes hold, no one can use chakra anymore. However, the device on his stomach began to crack under the immense influx of Ichigo's chakra, eventually shattering completely and falling to the ground. Ichigo picked up the broken device from the ground, a grin he couldn't suppress spreading across his face. The rewards from this mission were simply too bountiful. Looking at the two stunned men, Ichigo chuckled. The essence of a shinobi battle is a battle of chakra. This device has a limit to the chakra it can absorb. Exceed that limit and your so-called chakra-limiting device becomes nothing but a joke. Kazahana Dodo's eyes darted to the hexagonal crystal pendant lying on the ground. Ice-style black dragon blizzard. A fierce blizzard of snow obscured everyone's vision. When the snow settled, Kazahana Dodo had vanished, and with him the crystal pendant. Kazahana Dodo stared at the crystal pendant in his hand, his eyes burning with fervor. 10 years. He had finally obtained the key to the Kazahana clan's treasure. It was for this very treasure that he had murdered his own elder brother all those years ago. Ichigo leisurely followed, heading towards the Kazahana clan's ancestral grounds. He was curious to see what final treasure Kazahana Dodo would unwittingly reveal for him. Kazahana Dodo inserted the hexagonal crystal into a recess on a stone pedestal. The pedestal erupted with a blinding light which refracted against the surrounding ice walls into a spectrum of 7 colors. The temperature in the cavern began to rise, and the ancient ice started to melt. Just as the legends foretold, the spring of the land of snow was heralded by the appearance of a rainbow-hued ice wall. Seeing the land of snow finally experience spring, Kazahana Dodo was on the verge of madness. All these years of waiting, all this effort, and the Kazahana clan's great treasure was this. Just this. I don't believe it. The Kazahana clan must have another treasure. This thing is unworthy of the name. He frantically searched the area for any other potential weapons, but by the time Ichigo walked in, he had found nothing. So this is the fabled rainbow ice wall of the land of snow. Generations of effort, all to bring spring to this land. What a gentle family. Ichigo then glanced at the seething Kazahana Dodo. It seems even the gentlest of families can produce a black sheep or two. Perhaps driven mad by his fruitless endeavor, or perhaps stung by Ichigo's words, Kazahana Dodo surged to his feet and powered his chakra armor to its maximum output. Ice-style twin black dragon blizzard. Storm-style dragon storm return. Ichigo dared not use his ice-style here lest he accidentally refreeze the melting ice. Without this heating device, it would take decades to thaw the land again. Ichigo's storm-released chakra erupted, enveloping him in a dazzling spectacle of power. Kazahana Dodo had completely lost his reason. Ichigo had to put in considerable effort to avoid damaging the chakra armor he coveted. When the others arrived, they were all captivated by the breathtaking scenery. But when Kazahana Yuki saw it, the tears she had been holding back flowed freely, unstoppable. My father truly brought spring to the land of snow. And I, his own daughter, was nothing but a coward. As expected with Naruto's gift of gab, nothing was impossible. Kazahana Yuki finally embraced her duty as the feudal lord, liberating her people from the tyranny they had suffered. Ichigo meanwhile had amassed a treasure trove of experimental data and scientific technology, nearly filling Orochimaru's newly constructed laboratory. Due to its international implications, this mission was elevated to S rank. Meanwhile, 2 mysterious visitors from the future were already on their way to Konoha. When Orochimaru and Kabuto emerged from the laboratory after their experiments, they were greeted by the sight of trains, airships, and countless documents and technologies piled up. It seemed as if Ichigo had nearly moved his entire laboratory here. My God! Kabuto stared at the mountain of items, utterly overwhelmed. The stacks of documents towered even higher than he stood. Orochimaru flipped through some of the materials. These are all records on chakra-based mechanical constructs. Kabuto, store these away for now. They may prove useful later. Orochimaru felt a pang of weariness. His second disciple had finally quieted down for a while, only to unleash something on this grand scale. He himself was a researcher of biology. Mastering these subjects would take him years. But for a scientist, was there anything more tormenting than having knowledge right before one's eyes, yet being unable to grasp it? Just as Orochimaru was fretting over the mountain of chakra technology, 2 mysterious figures had already slipped into the village of Konoha at its gates. Sasuke-sensei, is this the old Konoha? Before Sasuke could even respond to Boruto, 2 streaks of light, one pink, one gold, flashed past. By the time Boruto realized what had happened, both he and Sasuke were pinned to the ground. Quite cooperative, huh? No resistance at all, Sasuke. How'd you get so weak? Did Kakashi infect you in the future? The Sasuke pinned beneath Ichigo's grip suddenly transformed into a wooden log. The real Sasuke stepped out from the side. Ichigo-senpai is as energetic as ever. Let's head into the village first and talk there. The group made their way toward the safest building in Konoha, Orochimaru's laboratory, while Ichigo kept sizing up the spiky-haired kid along the way. So this is the legendary unburnable object that even Amaterasu's black flames would extinguish upon touching. The future me actually let this thing be born. Seems I was far too merciful back then. Sasuke, didn't the future me, or Orochimaru-sensei, send anything for me through you? Sasuke produced a scroll. This is what the future Ichigo-senpai asked me to deliver to you. He said it's for dealing with Urashiki. Though Sasuke didn't fully understand why Ichigo would do something that altered the timeline, and all the time he'd known Ichigo the man had never made a wrong move. This time Sasuke chose to support him unconditionally as well. Sasuke's choice was correct. In fact, he himself originated from a timeline where Ichigo had received aid from the future. Urashiki's intended time of arrival should have been when Kushina was a child, but due to Ichigo's meddling, the Otsutsuki had been diverted to this era, delivering himself as a gift. Great uncle, why haven't you aged at all in the future? Ichigo didn't answer Boruto's question. Instead, he rapped the boy on the head. How does the future Konoha educate its children? Whether it's vigilance or raw strength at your age, this is simply pathetic. Sasuke, after Naruto became Hokage, did he hand over education to Manko? Great uncle. Ow, Ichigo rapped Boruto's head again. When adults are talking, children keep quiet. Boruto rubbed the spot where he'd been hit. Yes, that familiar touch and feeling. This was the very hand that had raised him through such knocks. Back at Orochimaru's laboratory, Kabuto was still tidying up the pile Ichigo had dumped there. Seeing Ichigo bring in 2 more test subjects, he looked as though he was on the verge of falling apart. Orochimaru-sensei, look what I brought you this time. A genuine Rinnegan. A rare treasure. Hearing Ichigo's words, Sasuke couldn't help but smile. He'd long heard that Ichigo had a habit of scouring the shinobi world for all kinds of valuable items to give Orochimaru for research. Now he knew it was true. In fact, by the time Sasuke had grown old enough to step foot into Orochimaru's laboratory, nearly every treasure in the shinobi world had already been stripped clean by Ichigo. So naturally, he'd never witnessed just how absurd Ichigo's talent for finding treasure truly was. Boruto looked utterly confused. Great uncle, how did you know Sasuke-sensei has the Rinnegan? It's still so long before he's supposed to get it in this era. Boruto, I don't know how they raised you into this in the future, but your great uncle is going to tell you right now, never underestimate sensory-type shinobi. On the battlefield, sensory and medical ninjas are always the primary targets to eliminate. He delivered another knock to Boruto's head, producing a sharp crack. Was that a pleasant sound? A pleasant sound makes a good head. Boruto's head cracked crisply enough, but pleasant it was not, clearly indicating there's nothing inside that skull. Orochimaru's dull gaze suddenly sharpened the instant he heard the words, Rinnegan. Ignoring Sasuke's reaction entirely, he grabbed the man and dragged him straight into the laboratory. Once safely inside Orochimaru's lab, Ichigo finally felt at ease enough to open the scroll sent by his future self. To my past self, Obito's left eye has already been fused with Kagami Uchiha's eye into an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Beware his Kodoame Tsukimi. I've tampered with the timing of Otsutsuki Urashiki's arrival. Defeat him and consume his power. Only then can you survive the crisis that lies ahead. At the end of this scroll, I've left you a barrier jutsu to help subdue Urashiki. I hope that when you reach my time, you will do the same to keep the timeline stable. After reading the scroll's contents, Ichigo retrieved a white zetsu from a cultivation tank and performed the impure world reincarnation to summon Madara Uchiha. Madara gazed at his cracked hands, instantly recognizing the jutsu. Madara-senpai, do you still remember me? Madara sat on the ground, propping his chin on his hand as he looked at Ichigo. That ice-release brat. What is it this time? Need me to fight your own people again? Madara-senpai, do you remember the question of peace we once discussed? Madara's expression turned visibly more serious. Oh, have you found the true path to peace? No, I don't want the shinobi world to achieve absolute peace. Madara's gaze turned dangerous. Madara-senpai, you must be familiar with the surname Otsutsuki. I can tell you now, the Otsutsuki are bandits. They are plunderers. If the power of the shinobi world isn't strong enough, they'll turn it into a fruit and devour it whole. Madara's eyes had already shifted into his Mangekyo form as he searched Ichigo's face for any hint of deception. Words are cheap. Why should I believe you? The very fact that Madara had asked the question meant he was already at least 60% convinced. Madara-senpai and Otsutsuki will arrive within a few days. Then you'll see that I speak the truth. Before Madara could press further, Ichigo sealed him away in a coffin. The time of Urashiki's arrival was unknown, and he needed to prepare in advance. First was the matter of the Nine Tails. The blue Nine Tails within Ichigo had borrowed nearly all of the beast's chakra, ensuring that when Urashiki arrived, his attention would be drawn solely to Ichigo. Turning himself into bait, the next step was to find a suitable location to lie in wait for the fisherman. He needed to make Pushur understand that a high-level hunter often appears as the prey. Accompanied by Sasuke and Orochimaru, Ichigo arrived at the Valley of the End. To prevent the other-tailed beasts from gathering too closely and attracting Pushur to Konoha, Ichigo directly brought all the tailed beasts over. With all 8 tailed beasts gathered here, Pushur would inevitably come to seize their chakra. Nawaki's skill in building wooden houses was improving. Now a single jutsu conjured a house complete with furniture. That night, Ichigo visited Sasuke's room. Sasuke, I've wanted to ask since we first met, why have you become so drained? Where did all your chakra go? Sasuke gave a wry smile. I was caught off guard by Pushur. He drained half of my chakra, and the other half was consumed during the time-space travel. Ichigo was full of questions. So your weakness wasn't due to the Rinnegan absorbing it. If your chakra capacity isn't the issue, then why are you always so depleted? What's that ringed eye in your socket for? Is the Preta path just for show? With all those tailed beasts in Konoha, couldn't you just trade some food for a bit of chakra? Could it be that Boruto, that unignitable thing, can even lower one's intelligence? Boruto Uzumaki is truly terrifying. The next day, Ichigo used the impure world reincarnation to summon the first Hokage. Nawaki and Hashirama infused their chakra into Sasuke. Wood-release chakra not only rapidly restored his reserves, but also accelerated the recovery of his ocular powers. In this regard, Sasuke truly paled in comparison to Madara. After all, Madara used the infinite Tsukuyomi, without his ocular powers being depleted to the point of uselessness. Alright, Black Zetsu stabbed him through the heart. Well, forget it, I take that back. After waiting for a few days, a fisherman clad in white robes with short white hair, holding a fishing rod and a basket at his waist, arrived at the Valley of the End. Although there's a slight discrepancy in the timeline, this era has no ice-release shinobi of significant power. Once I collect the chakra of those beasts, I wonder who will be able to stop me back in the future. At this moment, Otsutsuki Urashiki failed to realize that without his contribution, the Ichigo of the future wouldn't have become so powerful either. Sensing the powerful chakra approaching, Ichigo stepped outside. Otsutsuki Urashiki looked at him with disdain. Hand over the fox within you. Don't make me exert any more effort. Ichigo cupped his ear. Is that you, Roronoa Zoro? If I refuse, are you going to charge at me with 3 swords in hand? Fun fact, they share the same voice actor. Otsutsuki Urashiki, unfazed by Ichigo's nonsensical words, remembered being thoroughly beaten by this very man in the future. Returning to a time when he was weaker wasn't the perfect chance for revenge. The Urashiki, whose intelligence was lowered by that unignitable thing, never pondered why he could travel back in time right under the nose of a powerful Ichigo. Ichigo was oblivious to Urashiki's thoughts. To him, Urashiki was already halfway to being a test subject in Orochimaru's lab. Ichigo's gaze, as if looking at a lab rat, infuriated Urashiki. He cast his fishing rod, the hook flying rapidly towards Ichigo below. He intended to seize all of Ichigo's chakra. Only by making Ichigo die in despair could he avenge the suffering he endured in the future. Ichigo-senpai, be careful. Ichigo used the flying Raijin to dodge the incoming hook, then slammed his hands on the ground. Summoning Jutsu Impure World Reincarnation. 2 coffins rose from the ground before Ichigo. Madara Uchiha kicked the lid off his coffin. So this is the Otsutsuki clan you spoke of? Not even a fraction of my prowess. Ichigo stared at the shattered coffin lid with a dark look. So you're not planning on going back, old man. You destroyed your coffin, where are you going to stay? The lid of the other coffin fell, and Hashirama Senju stepped out. Wow, let me see who has summoned me this time. Is this a member of the Hyuga clan with such power? Hashirama. Madara. Madara-senpai, Hashirama-senpai, this is the Otsutsuki I mentioned before. If they succeed, the life force of the entire shinobi world will be plundered. The two who were on the verge of clashing turned their gazes towards Otsutsuki Urashiki upon hearing Ichigo's words, their intent becoming increasingly hostile. Ichigo added, beware of his fishing hook. If it hooks you, your chakra will be drained. Having said that, Ichigo unsealed a scroll sent back by his future self. A blue barrier covered the Valley of the End, completely cutting off Urashiki's escape. Not only that, but his fishing line was also affected by this barrier, losing its fluidity. Upon closer inspection, one could notice black layers hidden within the blue chakra, and that was the truly lethal component. With Sasuke's chakra fully restored, 3 beyond Kage-level shinobi, and 1 Sage of 6 Paths level fighter made defeating a weakened Urashiki almost trivial. Sage Art Ice Release, Eternal Sin Ice Prison. A crystal of ice enveloped Urashiki's body, expanding and growing until it shattered into powder, revealing the severely injured Urashiki within. Don't get too cocky. Urashiki devoured the chakra in his basket along with the basket itself. Not enough. Not enough. Urashiki then swallowed his own eyes. A golden rinnegan appeared on his forehead, and he stepped into a golden void. When he emerged, he was completely transformed. Is this a birdman? Sasuke threw a kunai at Urashiki, using a Minotajikara to swap places with it, just as it grazed Urashiki's body. However, he was swatted away by Urashiki's wing. Sage Art Ice Release, 10,000 Li Ice Seal. Sage Art Ice Release, Frozen World. Sage Art Ice Release, Ice Crystal Barrier. Combined with the barrier from future Ichigo, the fourfold field caused the temperature at the Valley of the End to plummet. This is the final blow, Urashiki. Hashirama charged forward. Watch my Sage Art Gates of the Great God. Madara and Sasuke both activated their Susanoo, firing the arrow of Indra and Yasaka Magatama towards Urashiki. Sage Art Ice Crystal Sword. A colossal ice sword formed above the barrier. As it descended and passed through the future barrier, it was dyed black by the dark chakra. Urashiki looked in despair at the black sword. This chakra again. This damned black ice. The ice sword fell, and Otsutsuki Urashiki was slain. Madara-senpai, this is the Otsutsuki. According to my intel, Urashiki is among the weaker ones. There are far stronger members in their clan. Madara's expression was calm, but inside a storm raged. So this kid wasn't bluffing after all. There were celestial beings beyond the shinobi world coveting it all along. Alright kid, I understand. If there are more enemies like this, you can summon me with the impure world reincarnation again. The black ice crystals vanished when the chakra was exhausted. Orochimaru looked at the well-preserved Urashiki with excitement. His student's ability was truly convenient. The bodies of defeated enemies were kept completely intact and fresh. He had witnessed the power of the Otsutsuki. Given enough time, he was confident he could unravel the secrets of Urashiki's body. However, since Urashiki wasn't considered a strong member of the Otsutsuki, it was hard to imagine what their truly powerful members would be like. Orochimaru and Kabuto quickly transferred Urashiki's body to the laboratory. For them, deciphering the secrets of the Otsutsuki was the top priority. A few days later, Orochimaru brought a chakra fruit to Ichigo. Ichigo, this was extracted from Urashiki. Without a doubt, this is the true purpose of your future self, sending him back. Ichigo noticed the faint outline of a fishing rod behind Orochimaru and couldn't help but marvel that Urashiki was such a good man. He not only delivered the goods, but also provided the tools for extraction. The moment the fruit touched Ichigo, it dissolved into energy and flowed into his body. Mamoshiki's chakra acted like a key, unlocking every ounce of Ichigo's latent potential. Orochimaru, seeing the fruit absorbed upon contact, knew something was wrong. As the temperature plummeted, an unprecedented sense of dread gripped him. At lightning speed, Orochimaru summoned a colossal serpent from the Ryuchi cave, had it swallow him, and made it slither out of the lab. Thanks to his quick reaction, the serpent had barely cleared the lab when it spat Ichigo out. The ground where Ichigo landed was covered in a massive patch of black ice, and even the serpent, which had only touched it briefly, was coated in a thin layer of the same. But even that thin layer of black ice was enough to immobilize the serpent. Curious, Orochimaru touched it, and his entire arm was instantly frozen and sealed by the black ice. Inside the black ice, Ichigo's ice-release, storm-release sage body and the newly awakened adamantine sealing chains were beginning to fuse together. Ichigo's very being was evolving towards a higher plane of existence. Once his transformation was complete, he would become a life form on par with the Otsutsuki. Sensing the disturbance, the seven-tailed beasts of Konoha arrived at the scene. Son Goku, the Four Tails, cautiously touched the black ice with a single claw. So cold. This black ice is on a whole other level. My lava release is nothing against this stuff. And it feels like it's getting stronger by the second. Kurama, perched on Kushina's shoulder, flicked his ears. I can't sense the other me inside that brat anymore. Chomei instinctively backed away from the increasingly frigid environment. Even a tailed beast couldn't defy the primal insectoid aversion to cold. The beasts usually had a good rapport with Ichigo and were grateful to him for their current lives. So they all channeled their chakra into the black ice to accelerate his evolution. Sasuke and Boruto arrived, and their pupils contracted at the sight of the familiar black ice. Sasuke murmured, so this is it. So this is when Ichigo-senpai gained this power. Boruto reached out to touch the ice, but Sasuke yanked him back. He was all too familiar with this black ice. It was a fusion of at least 3 Kekkei Genkai. If Boruto touched it with his current strength, he'd end up as a negative being. Sasuke, is the future of Konoha's education really that bad? Doesn't he have even the most basic sense of danger? As the voice trailed off, Ichigo shattered the black ice and stepped out. His skin was now unnaturally pale, and his hair had finally settled on a magenta hue. No, the kid's just a handful. Naruto asked me to take him along to help him mature a bit. Mentioning that brought Sasuke's thoughts to his own troublesome child. Sarada was perfect in every way except when it came to communicating with him, which gave him a headache. Sasuke had spent years away investigating the Otsutsuki and barely saw her. He'd never forget the feeling of discovering his own daughter was a member of the Father-Hater Alliance. To make matters worse, Itachi and his father doted on her. A single word of admonishment from him would have Itachi chasing him with a sword. At least they didn't spoil her rotten, and with Sakura's help they raised Sarada well. Meanwhile, in the hidden rain village, Nagato stared at Hiriko's corpse, his face contorted with rage. If Hiriko hadn't betrayed them at the last moment, the last attack on Konoha could have taken out at least 3 Kage. With that thought, a black rod materialized in Nagato's hand as he walked towards the bodies. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was running tests on Ichigo and Sasuke, particularly the latter. He could study Ichigo anytime, but he never knew when Sasuke might leave. On the outskirts of Konoha, several mysterious figures, each pierced with black rods, were slowly approaching. 5 of them then charged into the village from 3 different directions. Ichigo, still acting as a test subject in the lab, felt a slight twitch. We have guests. He relayed the information to the Umbu and headed towards the strongest presence. When it came to strategy, he'd leave that to the professionals. Arriving at the main gate, Ichigo wondered who was bold enough to walk through the front door. He got his answer when he saw Hiriko's figure. Hiriko, this chakra feels wrong. Uzumaki Ichigo, this time you won't get a chance to use the impure world reincarnation. Hiriko's voice was cold and stiff. It wasn't until Ichigo got closer that he saw the 6 black rods piercing his body and the 2 truth-seeking orbs floating behind him. After receiving word of the mysterious attack on Konoha, Nagato had rushed over to take advantage of the chaos. The human paths, Hiriko launched the truth-seeking orbs, which morphed into 2 short rods, hurling them at Ichigo. He then spat out a chakra dragon that flew straight for him. Ichigo's relaxed demeanor vanished, replaced by a look of seriousness. The human path and Preta path of the 6 paths of pain only seemed weak because they were usually isolated. Everyone, get out of here. Don't let that dragon touch you. A sword of black ice formed in Ichigo's hand, blocking the incoming rods. He then slammed the sword into the ground, and 4 walls of black ice erupted, sealing away the human path's chakra dragon. Black ice tomb. Ichigo slammed his hands on the ground, and countless shards of black ice encased the human path's Hiriko. Come out. Your hiding is meaningless before a censor. The Hell Path's Danzo and Nagato emerged from the other side. A Sharingan on Danzo's arm closed, and the sealed Hiriko reappeared before Ichigo. At the same time, the Sannin found themselves facing Hanzo the Salamander, who had been transformed into the animal path. Elsewhere, the reanimated Sasori of the Akatsuki had found his way back to Tsukumo Hataki. Orochimaru, seeing Hanzo in this state, couldn't help but lament. To think the legendary demigod would end up being used like this, his very corpse exploited to its limits. The animal path's Hanzo ignored Orochimaru's words, his hands moving through seals at incredible speed. From behind him, a tide of poisonous 6 paths summons emerged: crabs, lobsters, chameleons, splitting dogs, Yatagarasu, rhinos, buffaloes, pandas, centipedes. The Sannin exchanged grim looks and bit their thumbs in unison. Summoning jutsu. The 3 of them intoned. 3 giant toads, 2 colossal serpents, and a massive slug appeared before them. Orochimaru continued his hand signs. Summoning jutsu, impure world reincarnation. Several coffins rose from the ground before the Sannin. I've been waiting for you. Summoning jutsu. Hiriko appeared before Hanzo the Salamander. Human path soul extraction. The freshly summoned first Hokage, his consciousness still hazy, had his soul ripped from his body, forcibly dispelling the impure world reincarnation. Among the coffins, only the second Hokage managed to evade Hiriko's soul extraction with his flying thunder god technique. Uchiha Madara clearly saw Hiriko's movements, but had no reason to act against his own ally, so he offered no resistance. Without the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, I'd like to see what else you can use to stop me. As the smoke dispersed, all the pains were summoned to the entrance of Konoha. Counting the hungry ghost path and the Deva path represented by Nagato, the enhanced 6 paths of pain were once again assembled. Nagato was wary of damaging Yahiko's body, and also needed to reserve some power for his own defense. Uzumaki Ichigo. As a fellow clansman, I don't wish to kill you. Hand over all the tailed beasts, and we will leave Konoha immediately. A few days ago, Ichigo would have had no chance of victory against such a lineup. But now, having fused the black ice, he had truly reached the level of the 6 paths. Black ice crystal armor. Ice release absolute 0. As the crystal armor enveloped him, Ichigo's body transformed into black ice, and his entire body temperature dropped to absolute 0. Ichigo slammed his fists into the ground, and a vast expanse of earth was tainted with black ice. Every step the pains took and every contact they made with Ichigo accelerated the erosion of absolute 0 upon them. Except for Sasori, whose entire body was comprised of mechanical parts, all the pains made from corpses were rendered immobile. As another Sharingan in Danzo's hand, representing the Hell Path, closed, they were all restored to their initial state. Nagato was already contemplating retreat. He hadn't expected this guy to break through again. Was he raised on Hashirama Senju's cells? Ichigo gave Nagato no time to be shocked. He produced a dust-covered Kusanagi sword from a scroll and coated it with black ice. Seeing this, Nagato used the Deva Path's power to soar into the sky, then controlled Hanzo of the Salamander to remove the gas mask from his face. Summoning jutsu. Hanzo summoned the Salamander, which was pierced with giant black rods. In an instant, countless plumes of poison gas drifted from the village entrance toward the distance. Black ice crystal barrier. The ice barrier trapped both Ichigo and the pains together, and the poison gas quickly filled the entire enclosed space. Nagato looked at the barrier, which had turned purple, but there was no joy in his eyes. Just as he was inwardly cursing his own cowardice, the barrier was suddenly filled with water, and the gaseous poison dissolved into the water, which Ichigo then froze into ice. With the closing of another of Danzo's Sharingan, the pains trapped in the ice were once again returned to the village entrance. Neither the Azura Path self-destruction nor the Human Path soul attacks could harm Ichigo. When Danzo was down to just the Sharingan in his own socket, Nagato hesitated. He alone had been paying the chakra cost for all these attacks. If not for the injections of Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara's cells, Nagato would have been dead by now. Just as Nagato was pondering how to retreat, a spatial vortex appeared behind him. Without hesitation, he leaped into it. Thanks, Madara. Without your help this time, I might not have made it out of there. Oh. Obito's response was not a polite reply, but a hand reaching for his eye. A scream followed, and Nagato clutched his bloodied left eye socket. Obito swiftly placed the eye into a container he held. After losing one eye, Nagato experienced a sudden and violent surge in both his physical condition and chakra levels. In Kamui's dimension, Nagato looked at his hands with his remaining eye. Was the burden of that eye really so heavy? Was it truly his own eye? Nagato's Rinnegan had manifested in his childhood, and he had never known the ease of a life without it. The Kamui dimension forbade summoning jutsu, So Nagato, disregarding the Rinnegan stolen by Obito, immediately left that space and summoned the 6 paths of pain back to him. Returning to the Hidden Rain village, Nagato retreated to his chamber. Years of acclimation to the Rinnegan allowed him to wield the single remaining eye with effortless mastery. The moment his left eye was taken by Obito, he sensed something else dormant within the Rinnegan. 2 days later, Nagato finally discovered the powers lurking within, the Cataclysmic Star and the Limbo Border Jail. From that day forth, Nagato ceaselessly strove to awaken and unleash the true might of the Rinnegan. Meanwhile, Obito, having acquired the eye, did not transplant it into his own socket, instead intending to use it to initiate a powerful Genjutsu with his eternal Mangekyo. The Akatsuki seemed to vanish from the shinobi world entirely. Were it not for the intelligence relayed by Itachi and Kisame, one would have suspected the organization had disbanded. Back in Konoha, the Umbu were still cleaning up the remnants of the battle, particularly the poison left by the animal path Hanzo of the salamander. If even a fraction of the black ice melted, its lethal venom could slay dozens. With the threat of Otsutsuki Urashiki neutralized, Sasuke prepared to return to the future with Boruto. Watching them depart, Ichigo couldn't resist a taunt. "Boruto, I'll be sure to wait for you to be born, and then I'll teach you what it truly means to be a shinobi." At that moment, Boruto finally understood why his future great-uncle had always tormented him since childhood. It was all his own doing. Sasuke pulled Boruto along. "Ichigo-senpai, Konoha is in your hands. We're heading back." Just as Sasuke departed, Ichigo received a message from the Ryuchi cave, and Tsunade's brother Nawaki received it as well. Summoned in reverse, they arrived to find the white snake sage lounging on her chair, puffing on a pipe as before. Little Ichigo, little Nawaki, I've called you here regarding the upcoming Sacred Ground competition. As I've told you before, the 3 great sacred grounds are rivals. The Shikatsu forest only has the slug sage, and her demand for Senjutsu chakra is minimal, so it's almost always a showdown between Mount Myaboku and Ryuchi cave. We haven't won in a long time. If you two can help us defeat Mount Myaboku this time, I'll grant each of you a gift that will surely please you. Ichigo clearly saw the pride and anticipation on the white snake sage's face. It seemed that defeating Mount Myaboku was far more important to her than the victor's spoils. 2 days passed swiftly. Standing opposite Ichigo and Nawaki were Jiraiya and Minato. The white snake sage couldn't resist taunting the great toad sage. "Has Mount Myaboku run out of warriors? Our side fields the youth, yet you send an old man to fight. If you're truly short-handed, we might graciously allow you to send 2 more. The great toad sage remained silent. The prophecy from his dreams had already revealed the outcome. Even with all of Mount Myaboku's power combined, they stood no chance against Ichigo alone. As Ichigo drew near, the great toad sage spoke. "Uzumaki Ichigo, your future holds 2 extremes. You could be the savior of the shinobi world, driving out invaders and bringing new hope. But equally, you could become the one who plunges it into ruin, casting the entire world into eternal stillness. You will one day face a harrowing choice. If you choose wrong, the whole shinobi world will face annihilation." Jiraiya tugged at Ichigo's sleeve. "Ichigo, the great toad sage's prophecies are remarkably accurate. You must never stray from the righteous path." Ichigo nodded to Jiraiya, signaling him not to worry. The white snake sage, disdainful of Gamamaru's mystical posturing, said, "Don't worry, little Ichigo. This old toad merely glimpsed fragments of the future in his dreams. By the time he wakes, he'll have forgotten half of it. His so-called prophecies aren't always correct." The white snake sage's worries were entirely unfounded. The great toad sage's words had no effect on Ichigo whatsoever. After all, he had already encountered Sasuke in his prime. How could he not know what the future held? Standing on the vast expanse of Mount Myaboku, the 4 of them began absorbing natural energy to enter sage mode. Among them, only Jiraiya struggled, as he had always relied on the 2 sages Shima and Fukasaku to properly enter this state. "Jiraiya, after all these years, you still can't enter sage mode on your own." Gamabunta, standing behind the 2, couldn't resist flicking Jiraiya. At that moment, he truly wished he could slap some sense into this embarrassment. Across the field, Manda was struggling to hold back his laughter. Mount Myaboku truly had no one left if they sent someone who couldn't even master sage mode into battle. Sage Art Ice Release Armored Vessel. Behind Ichigo, both Manda and the other serpent were clad in crystalline ice armor. The weapons of the 3 toads struck them, but could only chip away minuscule fragments. "Damn it, we can't break through their defense, Jiraiya." Years of teamwork allowed Jiraiya to instantly understand Gamabunta's intent. Standing atop Gamabunta's head, Jiraiya formed hand seals. Gamabunta spat oil, while Jiraiya exhaled fire. Toad Oil Flame Bullet. The high-temperature flame projectile exploded upon impact, yet it failed to melt or shatter the armor encasing the colossal serpents. Any scratch Ichigo touched was instantly repaired, restoring the armor to pristine condition. How were they supposed to fight this? Jiraiya turned his gaze toward Minato Namikaze, his desperate eyes pleading, "Beloved student, use your brilliant mind and flying thunder god to think of something." Minato stared at the wooden giant and the ice giant before him in utter despair. If they weren't on Mount Myaboku, he could have teleported both colossal constructs away with Flying Thunder God. But the arena Mount Myaboku provided was only so large, and the utility of his technique was severely limited against such titans. In the end, Jiraiya and Minato suffered a crushing defeat on both fronts. The White Snake Sage watched the near-total domination unfold and couldn't help but laugh aloud. After all these years, the Ryuchi Cave had finally surpassed Mount Myaboku, in Senjutsu no less. Gamamaru. According to our agreement, the Ryuchi Cave will take the lion's share of natural energy for the next 40 years. The great Toad Sage nodded with a smile, then closed his eyes and drifted back into slumber, leaving uncertain what prophecy he might glimpse this time. After seeing off the White Snake Sage, Fukasaku and Shima sought out Jiraiya and Minato. Little Jiraiya, little Minato, Mount Myaboku hasn't had new disciples in a long time. If you find any promising talents in Konoha, like that ice release boy, you must bring them here to Mount Myaboku first. The moment he left Mount Myaboku, Ichigo sensed a call emanating from Kirigakure. Following the familiar path, he arrived at the hidden mist village and encountered a familiar face. "Hi, Ichigo, run." Obito's left eye spun. Kodo Amatsukami. Ichigo elementalized his entire body, evading the ocular jutsu of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Just as I thought, Kodo Amatsukami no longer works on someone who has reached the 6 paths level. Obito produced a crystal ball crafted from the chakra of Haiden and Pain, pouring the full ocular power of his left eternal Mangekyo into it. Within the moon reflected in the crystal ball, the image of a Rinnegan with Tomo appeared. Obito's left eye turned white. That eternal Mangekyo had lost its light forever. As the white light began to shine upon him, Ichigo immediately entered Sage mode. Sage Art Ice Element, summoning Ice Crystal Phoenix, Avinia. A colossal ice phoenix burst forth from its egg, letting out a crisp, resonant cry. The phoenix itself blocked the majority of the limited Tsukuyami's light. As the limited Tsukuyami took effect, Ichigo's consciousness grew increasingly hazy. Black ice frozen. Mausoleum. Black ice gradually enveloped his entire body. The ice crystal phoenix stood guard beside him, protecting both him and Terumi Mei. Obito clutched his agonized left eye, slowly approaching Ichigo. The ice crystal phoenix relentlessly unleashed frigid breaths at him, but every one was evaded through Kamui. Reaching the black ice encased Ichigo, the moment Obito touched the black ice, his entire white Zetsu arm was corroded by it. Had he not severed the limb in time, the erosion would have spread even further. Obito made several more attempts to use Kamui to transport Ichigo's body away, but the black ice's level was too high. Kamui lacked the power to contain the sealing ability of the black ice. Damn it. Fine then, Uzumaki Ichigo. By the time you escape from that world, our plan will already be complete. Just wait. I'll have a grand surprise in store for you. Obito's figure gradually vanished into a spatial vortex, leaving behind only the self-sealed Ichigo, the unconscious Terumi Mei lying on the ground, and, well, that ice bird. Days earlier, Yagura, recovering from his injuries sustained in Konoha, had returned to Kirigakure. However, when Haiden had gravely wounded them, Obito had already planted a mark on Yagura's body. Once the limited Tsukuyami was prepared, the mark left behind finally proved useful. No sooner had Yagura returned to the hidden mist than he was ambushed by Obito. That was why Kirigakure showed no signs of abnormality, and Ichigo's guard had been lowered to its minimum. Obito had also hidden within Kamui's dimension to evade Ichigo's perception. If there was one thing beyond Obito's expectations, it was Terumi Mei, who broke free of the Jinjutsu control the moment she saw Ichigo. Without that warning buying him time, Ichigo would never have been able to cast 2 jutsu to handle the ensuing situation before being struck. Whether as a Jinjutsu puppet or a converted Pain, Ichigo's body would have been an excellent choice. But Terumi Mei's warning cost Obito a 6 paths level puppet. The crystal ball in Obito's possession was now completely filled with black ice, and he himself could not enter the Tsukuyami world due to Ichigo's self-sealing. Inside the illusionary world, Ichigo still stood where he had been, but the figures of Terumi Mei and Obito had vanished, leaving only the traces of the earlier battle behind. So this is the world of limited Tsukuyami. Ichigo set off toward Konoha on foot. Since this was an entirely new world, the flying thunder god marks from his original world did not exist, leaving him no choice but to travel by land. Through observation and intelligence gathering along the way, Ichigo discovered that this world differed slightly from the movie version. The timeline was several years earlier than his original world. After days of travel, Ichigo finally returned to Konoha. To his puzzlement, the 4th Hokage carved on the Hokage rock was not Sakura's father, but Minato Namikaze. Ichigo expanded the sensory range of his Kagura's mind, yet throughout all of Konoha, he could not detect the chakra of Minato or Kushina. The chakra signatures of Kimimaro, Shursue, Itachi, and others had all vanished without a trace. Ichigo entered a rundown house where a blonde-haired child lay sound asleep on a bed, the 8 trigrams seal clearly visible on his exposed belly. The world of limited Tsukuyami was the original world, without Uzumaki Ichigo. As Ichigo approached Naruto, 3 Yanbu swiftly intercepted him. Who are you and why do you seek the Jinchuriki? Their hands had already stealthily moved toward their pouches. Stay calm. I merely came to confirm something. The Yanbu's increasingly taut bodies betrayed their growing wariness of Ichigo. Seeing this, Ichigo let out a resigned sigh. Gathering chakra in his left foot, he stamped the ground, and a thin layer of ice encased the 3 ANBU. Ichigo took a careful look at Naruto's dwelling. A dilapidated house, expired milk, and sparse clothing, all starkly revealing the hardships of its occupant's life. After sealing the ANBU's memories, Ichigo departed. He wasn't ready to reveal his existence, yet exposing himself prematurely in an unknown world was unwise. After several days of gathering intelligence, Ichigo discovered this was a world identical to the original story, a world where the person Uzumaki Ichigo did not exist. Sitting in Ichiraku Ramen, Ichigo challenged the shop's eating record while waiting for Naruto to arrive. Why hasn't the kid shown up? Didn't I secretly leave him some money before? With money, shouldn't he be happily coming to eat ramen? After waiting a long while, Ichigo finally heard a familiar voice. Uncle Ichiraku. 1 bowl of ramen. Ichigo turned to see the excited little blonde rush in. Naruto eagerly grabbed his chopsticks, waiting for his bowl of noodles. Have mine first. I haven't touched it. Ichigo slid his premium ramen toward Naruto. Eyeing the extra-loaded luxurious bowl, Naruto swallowed hard. Is this really for me? Never mind. I don't have that much money. Despite his reluctance, Naruto pushed the bowl back. Seeing the longing and caution in his eyes, Ichigo placed it before him again. It's fine, my treat. Naruto looked at the ramen, then at Ichigo's kind smile, his eyes brimming with happiness. In all of Konoha, besides Uncle Ichiraku Irika-sensei and the 3rd Hokage Grandpa, there was now another person who was kind to him. Thanks, big bro. I'll dig in. Naruto clasped his hands together, his face full of reverence for the ramen. In the blink of an eye, he had devoured the entire bowl. Owner, give him another premium bowl. After saying this, Ichigo clearly saw the sparkle in Naruto's eyes. Ichigo quietly finished the plain bowl Naruto had originally ordered, listening as Naruto shared stories about himself. When Naruto finished his 4th bowl of premium ramen, he finally patted his belly in satisfaction. Ichigo took out a napkin and wiped Naruto's mouth. Big bro, why are you so good to me? Naruto's eyes were full of hope. If possible, he yearned for a family member. Ichigo ruffled Naruto's hair. Little Naruto, my name is Uzumaki Ichigo. Naruto's eyes grew moist. Uzumaki. Uzumaki. Are you my family? Naruto clutched Ichigo's sleeve tightly, his intuition growing stronger. Years of contemptuous glares and lonely nights had been unbearable. You can call me uncle. Naruto stared wide-eyed at the pink-haired man, then burst into louder sobs. Ichigo was glad he hadn't received a punch like the one he'd given Minato the first time they met. Gently patting Naruto's back, Ichigo gradually calmed him. Noticing the ANBU appearing before them, Ichigo patted Naruto's shoulder. Naruto, head home first. I'll come find you soon. Though young Naruto was heartbreakingly understanding. Even unwilling, he let go of Ichigo's hand. Following the ANBU to the familiar Hokage's office, Ichigo found the 3rd Hokage seated inside, holding a lit pipe. Who are you and why do you approach Konoha's Jinchuriki? The 3rd Hokage's pressure laced with chakra bore down on Ichigo. Ichigo was surprised by his stern demeanor. Shouldn't the 3rd be more passive at this point? Could it be because Ichigo, also from Konoha, had triggered his Civil War phantom, passive? Ichigo sat calmly across from the 3rd. I am Kushina, Uzumaki's younger brother. I came to see how my nephew is doing. After days of observation, I see Naruto isn't faring well. Since you can't take care of him, I will. Ichigo unleashed a hint of his own chakra to counter the 3rd, chains extending from behind him. Seeing the adamantine ceiling, chains, the 3rd paused briefly before retracting his chakra. While it's clear you're from the Uzumaki clan, your identity can't be verified. The Jinchuriki is too vital to the village for us to allow unrestricted contact. The 3rd smoked his pipe, his face etched with worry, but Ichigo wouldn't indulge him. He placed a hand on the 3rd's shoulder, pressing down with his chakra. At that moment, the 3rd felt as if a tailed beast stood before him. He hadn't expected this man to possess such an immense amount of chakra. The 3rd dared not gamble. There was no other Kage-level shinobi in Konoha. Even if he took this man down with him, the Hokage seat would likely fall to Danzo, and that would spell doom for the village. Besides, would the dead demon consuming seal even work against this Uzumaki? I agree. You may have contact with Naruto. After a moment of struggle, the 3rd consented to Ichigo's request to care for Naruto. Having gotten what he wanted, Ichigo turned and left, paying no mind to Danzo lurking outside. Without a doubt, those two would soon be at each other's throats again. Back at Naruto's place, Ichigo opened the door to find Naruto beaming. Uncle. Ichigo scooped him up. The malnourished blonde was far too light for his age. Ichigo's feelings for this Naruto were complex. In his original world, he had watched Naruto grow up. Here, this Naruto, identical to the one in the anime, was equally heart-wrenching. Naruto, do you know about your own origins? Do you want to know why the villagers despise you so much? Naruto looked at Ichigo, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face, before he nodded firmly. He feared hearing he was the fox demon, but he yearned for the truth even more. Years ago, when the 4th Hokage's wife was giving birth, a masked assailant attacked. The 9 tails sealed within my sister was unleashed. To save the village, the 4th Hokage gave his life to seal the 9 tails into his own son's body. Honestly, he just wanted to give his wife a chance to see their son again. It breaks my heart. He truly loved Kushina. To be fair, the original fourth Hokage was impeccable as a Hokage and a husband, but as a father, it's a bit complicated. So Naruto, you are the son of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. I'm the son of the fourth Hokage. I'm the son of the fourth Hokage. Naruto's tone shifted from shock and anguish to confusion, loss, and doubt. Then why was I hated by so many people? Why was I called the fox brat? Naruto's voice was hysterical, and the Nine-Tails chakra had already begun to seep from his body. Ichigo placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, using his ice-release chakra to cool him down. Inside Naruto's seal space, the Nine-Tails was relentlessly tempting him to break the seal, and Ichigo did nothing to stop it. In the anime world, Naruto was one of the protagonists most deserving of falling to darkness, but in Ichigo's view, the choice had to be Naruto's own. Ichigo had only told him the truth. Tearing open the seal to let Minato and Naruto talk things through, he believed Naruto would make his own decision. There was still no way to leave this world, so all Ichigo could do was push the plot forward and find the key to escaping somewhere within it. Telling Naruto the truth wasn't just to save him from the third Hokage's brainwashing, but also to find a way back. At that moment, under the Nine-Tails goading, Naruto's left hand had already peeled back a corner of the seal, and the Nine-Tails' eyes had widened in anticipation. Just as Naruto was about to tear it further, a hand stopped him. "You can't tear that off, Naruto." Minato Namikaze's chakra appeared beside Naruto, pulling him into a tight embrace. "It's earlier than I expected, but I'm still so glad to see you, my son." Naruto, as in the original story, punched Minato, but Minato, having seen Naruto's suffering in the seal space, said nothing and simply wiped away his tears. "Naruto, I'm sorry. It's because of me that you had such a miserable childhood." Minato held Naruto tightly. In that moment, he wasn't the fourth Hokage, he was just Minato Namikaze, just a father. Ichigo formed hand signs and pulled Kushina's chakra from the depths of the seal with his own. Kushina stared in bewilderment at the father and son hugging before her. Wasn't her chakra supposed to appear only when Naruto controlled the Nine-Tails' power? What was happening? And who was that man beside her who looked so much like her? Countless questions filled Kushina's chakra. While the father and son were still crying, Ichigo approached Kushina. "Sis, do you remember me?" Kushina looked at the pink-haired man in confusion. "Your chakra feels really familiar, but I truly don't remember where I've seen you before." "Wait." Ichigo's sis awakened a long-buried memory in Kushina. Ichigo." Ichigo explained his current situation to Kushina, and she let out a sigh of relief. "I knew it. Ichigo died years ago. How could he suddenly appear in front of me?" Kushina told Ichigo that in this world he hadn't come to Konoha with her, but had died in the battle to defend Uzumaki. Ichigo was deeply troubled. A limited Tsukuyomi, forcibly activated without the Rinnegan, shouldn't be able to trap a six-paths-level powerhouse for long. If his counterpart in this world had died so long ago, then what exactly was the way out of here? What Ichigo didn't know was that this limited Tsukuyomi modified by Obito had only been activated by sacrificing an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It had also sacrificed the original limited Tsukuyomi's control over the world to make it impossible for anyone to break free midway. Inside the seal space, Naruto's family of three engaged in a heated discussion about whether to take revenge on Konoha. As for forgiving the villagers, sorry, that wasn't an option. Even if the villagers didn't know the truth, the harm was already done. What was there to forgive? It was just that Naruto's kind nature meant he had no intention of retaliating against them. Though Kushina's heart ached for her son suffering, a mother would always support her child's choice. "Naruto, when we're not around, you can always go to your uncle for anything. Mom really wishes she could watch you grow up, get married, and have children. Scratch that, just have a daughter. If you have a son, the ninja world would go up in flames." Kushina bid Naruto farewell through her tears. Ichigo then resealed both their chakras, waiting for the moment they would be needed in the future. Returning from the seal space to the real world, Naruto's face was streaked with tears and snot. "Uncle, thank you. So I really do have parents who love me. So that's the reason I was shunned by the village." Ichigo patted Naruto's head. "No matter what choice you make, your uncle and your parents will always support you." True to his role as a protagonist, all the suffering hadn't tainted Naruto's pure heart. In the end, he chose to stay in Konoha and gave up any thought of revenge against the ignorant villagers. "Uncle Ichigo, I still want to become Hokage. My father gave his life for the village, and I want to protect the people who've been good to me. I want to tell everyone in Konoha that I'm not the fox demon. I'm Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha." At this moment, the Nine-Tails, still trapped within the seal, felt as uncomfortable as if it had swallowed a fly. "So even I, the great Nine-Tails, am just a piece in your family's little game. This is utterly disrespectful to a fox. You don't even bother to keep your schemes secret from me, the fox directly involved." Of course, what made the Nine-Tails most wary was the man outside the seal. Within the sealing space, it could sense Ichigo's terrifying power, surpassing even Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha from the past, and even reaching the level of the old sage of six paths. Moreover, for some reason, the Nine-Tails always felt a familiar aura from Ichigo, yet it also seemed somehow different. Before the Nine-Tails could ponder further, Ichigo appeared once again within the sealing space. Seeing that it was Ichigo, the Nine-Tails immediately sprawled on the ground, pretending to sleep. Ichigo approached, looked at the Nine-Tails lying on the ground, and couldn't help but laugh. Ninetales, if you're going to fake sleep, at least put in some effort. Your ears and eyelids are twitching. The Ninetales continued to fake sleep. Ichigo began to bang on the sealed iron door. Hey. Ninetales, wake up. If you don't get up now, I'm going to get rough with you. The Ninetales ignored Ichigo and kept feigning sleep. What are you going to do? Come in here and wake me up yourself. Seeing the Ninetales ignoring him, Ichigo simply walked straight into the seal and stood before it. He then jumped onto the Ninetales' face and pried its eyelids open. Human, you go too far. The Ninetales swatted Ichigo off its face with a claw, then lunged at him. Ichigo didn't dodge. Instead, he immediately activated Sage Mode. Seeing Ichigo not dodging, the Ninetales felt a surge of joy, but what happened next wiped the smile right off its face. Its attack only managed to push Ichigo back a short distance before it could no longer force him back, even half a step. Ichigo, having caught the Ninetales' attack, began to emit ice-natured chakra from his hands. The biting cold ice caused the Ninetales immense pain. If having its attack caught was just a shock, what happened next was horrifying. The piercing cold ice on the Ninetales' claw lasted for a moment before turning into searing steam and the tingling numbness of lightning. Storm release armor. Boil release uncanny strength. Monster strength. With each technique used, Ichigo's strength increased, significantly forcing the Ninetales to retreat a few steps. After all three techniques were unleashed, the Ninetales' power was completely outmatched by Ichigo's. Overpowered in strength, the Ninetales was slammed to the ground and pummeled by Ichigo. Its eyes were wide open in shock. This was the first time it had ever seen a human surpass a tailed beast in pure physical power. Enough! The Ninetales performed a kip up and leaped into a corner. Yin and Yang chakra gathered in its mouth, forming a massive black sphere that grew larger and larger. Ichigo, not daring to use a high-powered jutsu inside Naruto's body, directly used the god of the underworld gate to pin the Ninetales to the ground. The massive tailed beast ball in the Ninetales' mouth shattered due to the loss of its chakra source. Ichigo walked step by step towards the Ninetales' chakra, growing stronger with each step. By the time he stood before the Ninetales, the chakra he radiated had surpassed the Ninetales' own. Looking at the approaching Ichigo, a rare flicker of panic appeared in the Ninetales' eyes. Its strength and chakra were both crushed by Ichigo, and this bastard even knew sealing jutsu. The Ninetales wished it could drag out Minato's chakra, grab him by the collar, and accuse him of making the gap in the sealing gate so wide. How is this gate design supposed to protect a poor weak little fox like me? Ichigo once again stood on the Ninetales' face, just 2 steps away from its eye. Kurama, calm down yet. The Ninetales' pupils contracted. Both the six-path sage art and its true name were not things one could casually learn or know. A blue Ninetales slowly materialized on Ichigo's shoulder. Ever since it had changed color, it had become increasingly reluctant to come out. The blue Ninetales jumped onto the red Ninetales' face, connecting its chakra with the red Ninetales. A portion of the blue Ninetales' memories was shared with the red Ninetales. So that's it. I never expected that I was merely a part of an illusion, and that even this entire world is a falsehood. The Ninetales seemed utterly dejected, the news hitting it hard. Ichigo rubbed his chin and said, although this is a world of illusion, the people here and everything in it are not fake. Everyone's thoughts and actions are not controlled by the illusion. This place is both an illusion and reality. After we defeat Kaguya, we can remodel the infinite Tsukuyomi into a network using this world as a platform to log in. Then when the two worlds are connected, this world will be no different from the real one. The Ninetales had no mood to comprehend Ichigo's words. Its ears drooped, and the whole fox remained dejected. I understand your purpose. Don't worry, I have no intention of interfering with that brat anymore. You can leave now. I want to be alone. Seeing the Ninetales in this state, Ichigo didn't say anything more. Such a revelation would be hard for anyone to accept. Back in the real world, Ichigo ruffled Naruto's hair. Naruto, that fox won't bother you anymore from now on. Starting tomorrow, your uncle will train you. Naruto was initially excited, but then gradually became conflicted. Uncle, what about the Ninja Academy? I have friends in my class. I don't want to lose them. Ichigo thought for a moment. Then let's start training right now. Naruto, the first technique I'll teach you is called the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Unlike the clone jutsu you're learning now, shadow clones are solid. They have their own consciousness and can use jutsu. When they disappear, they send their memories back to the original. This technique can solve your current problem perfectly. Naruto's eyes lit up. Uncle, I want to learn this. Without the Ninetales interfering, Naruto's chakra control was still a mess, but thankfully the Uzumaki clan's vast chakra reserves were now unsealed. At this point, Naruto could be considered a bit of a prodigy. Shadow Clone Jutsu. As Naruto formed the hand signs, over a dozen clones appeared behind him. How about that, Uncle? I learned this jutsu in just an hour. A dozen Narutos spoke in unison, giving Ichigo a headache. Naruto, don't make this many clones next time. When the shadow clones are dispelled, the memories they return can be a huge burden on the original. Your mind is still young and can't handle the shock of too many clones' memories. Naruto nodded at Ichigo, looking confused. It was evident that out of everything Ichigo had said, the only thing he had heard was don't make too many clones. From that day on, one of Naruto's clones went to school, while the original and another clone trained with Ichigo. Danzo in the Hokage's office was furiously berating the third Hokage. Monkey, why would you let a stranger have free access to the Jinchuriki? You're clearly too old for this position. If Tobirama-sensei had chosen me back, then Konoha would never have come to this state. The third Hokage took a puff of his pipe. Enough, Danzo. I've already sent word to Jiraiya. We'll wait until he returns to the village before making any decisions. If we make a move now and fail to kill him, you know full well how dangerous a Kage-level shinobi with no ties can be. Monkey, you're too soft. If anything happens to the Jinchuriki, it will be a disaster for Konoha. Hiruzen, you'll regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage. This matter ends here. I forbid you and your men from contacting them. The only response the third Hokage received was the sound of Danzo slamming the door in a fit of impotent rage after hearing that he was the Hokage. Time flowed swiftly. After a year of training with Naruto, his graduation from the Ninja Academy was finally at hand. Throughout that year, the rude operatives who had perished at Ichi's hands were too numerous to count on both hands. Yet mindful of Naruto's situation, Ichi chose not to intervene. Let Danzo live a few more days. Jiraiya had observed Ichi for a period. He had always been deeply dissatisfied with the third Hokage's treatment of Naruto, so he was naturally pleased that someone was properly caring for the boy. However, since Ichi was ultimately not a native of Konoha, Jiraiya remained wary. Throughout the year, he would stealthily trail behind them every few days, keeping a watchful eye. Though Ichi sensed Jiraiya's presence, he chose not to acknowledge it. In both the original world and the original story, Ichi held immense respect for this hero. In the original tale, only Iruka and Jiraiya truly served as Naruto's elders, so his concern and his shadowing were understandable. It was the day of the Ninja Academy graduation. For the first time in a year, Naruto attended class in his physical form. Iruka stood at the podium, his face beaming with pride as he surveyed the students below. Among them, none was more surprising than Naruto. This year, Naruto had ceased his daily pranks and his grades had soared dramatically. Today is your examination day. Successfully perform the clone technique to earn your forehead protector and graduate. Shadow Clone Jutsu. At Naruto's command, 2 identical clones materialized beside him. Naruto Uzumaki Pass. Naruto joyfully picked up his forehead protector, but unlike the others, he didn't put it on immediately. Instead, he dashed home, eagerly waiting for Ichi's return. The sound of the door opening echoed. Naruto rushed to the entrance and embraced Ichi. Uncle, today, I became a shinobi. Will you put my forehead protector on for me? Ichi took the protector from Naruto's hands and gently placed it on his head. Naruto, congratulations. From today onward, you are a shinobi. In the distance, Jiraiya watched the scene, tears involuntarily streaming down his face. Minato. That same evening, a student who had failed the exam was caught stealing the scroll of seals. The instigator Mizuki was arrested by the Umbu, and the student who stole the scroll was permanently stripped of his shinobi status. Ichi was already proficient in most of the techniques contained within the scroll of seals, so he saw no need to have Naruto play along with the third Hokage's scheme. Better to use that time to teach Naruto more jutsu. The next morning, while Naruto was in class listening to Iruka's team assignments, Kakashi, accompanied by the third Hokage, arrived at Naruto's home. It was far from the chaotic mess depicted in the original story. Under Ichi's guidance, the house was immaculate and bright, with a refrigerator stocked full of fresh meat and vegetables. Kakashi took out a half-empty carton of milk from the fridge. Quite surprisingly tidy. Your child takes after you, sensei. Entering someone's home uninvited and rummaging through their things isn't a very good habit, is it, Kakashi Hitaki? Just as Kakashi was lost in nostalgia, a hand landed on his shoulder. Startled, Kakashi immediately put distance between himself and Ichi. No need to be so tense. Kakashi stared at the stranger who had managed to approach him undetected, and without hesitation, he pushed up his headband, revealing the Sharingan hidden beneath. Kakashi had never witnessed such a colossal amount of chakra. Through the lens of his Sharingan, the man's body seemed almost entirely composed of chakra itself. Kakashi's clothes were soaked through with cold sweat. Years ago, he had encountered the Nine Tails, but the man before him was even more terrifying. So was this the Nine Tails inside Naruto, having cultivated into human form and escaped? But shouldn't a nine-tailed fox spirit turn into a cute girl? This proves that Jiraiya-sama's books are definitely flawed. No, wait. Kakashi quickly slapped his cheeks, shaking those nonsensical thoughts out of his head. But speaking of which, even though this man is male, he's rather handsome. I could use his appearance dressed in women's clothing to adapt Jiraiya-sama's novels into a manga. Whoa, what the hell are you thinking, Kakashi? Such a dangerous guy is standing right in front of you, and you're still daydreaming. Kakashi mentally berated himself. Ichi simply assumed Kakashi was just nervous from sensing his immense chakra. If Ichi had known Kakashi's true thoughts, he would have shown him what real terror meant. Relax, Kakashi. I'm Naruto's guardian, Ichi Uzumaki. I was just joking with you earlier. Uzumaki. Upon closer inspection, Kakashi noticed the man bore at least a 60% resemblance to his late master's wife, Kushina Uzumaki. Yet even so, Kakashi remained on high alert. Jiraiya-senpai, come and talk to Kakashi, would you? I'm afraid he might attack out of pure stress if I take another step closer. As Ichi's voice faded, Jiraiya slipped in through the window. The moment Kakashi saw Jiraiya, nothing else in the world mattered to him. Jiraiya, the living legend. Kakashi's excitement was palpable, even visible, through his mask. To him, Jiraiya was a beacon of light in the darkness of despair. If it weren't for the dangerous man he still had to deal with, he would have asked Jiraiya for an autograph right then and there. Jiraiya, now standing before Kakashi, suddenly turned and patted his shoulder. Relax, Kakashi. Ichi has been looking after Naruto for over a year now. He's not an enemy. Though Kakashi hadn't completely let his guard down, he was significantly more at ease than before. Seeing this, Jiraiya produced 3 books and shoved them into Kakashi's arms. This is the legendary Platinum Collector's Edition of the Makeout Paradise Trilogy. Gazing at the 3 books in his arms, Kakashi felt as if he were floating on Cloud 9. Let's end this home visit here, Kakashi. You've seen Naruto's situation for yourself. Kakashi happily left with his books. He trusted Jiraiya's strength implicitly. Even if things went south, he could always escape. After seeing Kakashi off, Jiraiya returned to Naruto's home. Thank you for taking care of Naruto this past year. I've been a terrible master. I failed to protect my own student, and I was oblivious to the suffering Naruto endured in the village. Ichi patted Jiraiya on the shoulder in a gesture of consolation. This hero had spent his entire life chasing the so-called child of prophecy, losing everything and everyone he held dear forever in pursuit. They talked for a long while until Naruto returned home. Ichi offered to let Jiraiya meet the boy, but the Sannin declined. He feared that if he saw Naruto, he would never be able to leave Konoha again. He could not afford to stop his journey until his mission was complete. Uncle, we got our team assignments today, and I'm in the same squad as Sakura. Though he couldn't fathom exactly why Naruto was drawn to Sakura, he knew that Naruto would eventually come to his senses. It was said that the final battle between Naruto and Sasuke had 2 purposes. One was to replace the stone statues of Madara and Hashirama. The other purpose was to settle their rivalry once and for all. The victor would become Hokage while the loser would marry Sakura. Since Naruto aspired to be Hokage and marry Hinata, he held nothing back against Sasuke. Such talk was pure nonsense and not to be believed. Whether in his original world or here, Ichigo had no intention of interfering with Naruto's choices. Such matters were best left to take their natural course. The next day, Naruto headed off to the Ninja Academy in high spirits, only to return home with a look of deep disappointment. Uncle, our teacher, doesn't seem to have any drive at all. He showed up late to meet us. Can he really teach us anything? Don't worry. He was once a subordinate of your father, and a remarkably powerful ninja, though a bit unreliable. Capable of wielding Susanoo against Kaguya one moment, yet losing to Zabuza the next. Naruto, if he tells you to come in the morning, just leave at noon. If he asks why, tell him a black cat crossed your path and you lost your way on the road of life. And remember, before you head out tomorrow, strap a steel plate to your rear. Though Naruto didn't fully grasp Ichigo's reasoning, he trusted him completely. The next day, he slept and lounged at home until noon, and even ate a meal before patting himself with the steel plate. When Kakashi arrived at the meeting spot, he found only an irritated Sasuke and Sakura. Before he could ask where Naruto was, Naruto appeared right behind him. Naruto, why are you late? Don't you know how crucial punctuality is for a ninja? Sorry, Kakashi-sensei. On my way here, a black cat crossed my path, and I lost my way on the road of life. That excuse was all too familiar to Kakashi. He assumed Naruto had somehow uncovered his old habits, so he refrained from pressing the matter further. Let's begin the test. You pass if you can snatch the 2 bells from me. At the signal, Sasuke and Sakura immediately vanished into hiding, leaving Naruto alone in the open. Kakashi stared at Naruto in astonishment. His earlier behavior had made Kakashi think he might be as meticulous and sharp as Minato-sensei, but now it seemed he'd inherited more from his mother. Naruto split into a dozen shadow clones and charged at Kakashi. Even with a year of Ichigo's training, there was still a vast gap between Naruto and Kakashi's skill. Kakashi pulled a little orange book from his pouch, and while reading it, casually dismantled each of Naruto's clones one by one. Seeing his clones dispersed with a single blow each, Naruto summoned more and shouted, "Wind-style gale palm." 12 bursts of fierce wind sent Kakashi flying, and Naruto leaped with excitement, until he noticed the airborne Kakashi had turned into a wooden log. Naruto, don't get too cocky. Leaf Village, secret taijutsu, 1,000 years of death. Kakashi appeared behind Naruto, hands forming the tiger seal, and thrusting toward his rear. But instead of Naruto's expected yelp of pain, a searing agony shot through Kakashi's fingers. Naruto patted the steel plate on his backside and grinned at Kakashi. Seeing that infuriating expression, Kakashi slammed him to the ground and bound him tightly with rope. Watching from a distance, Ichigo couldn't help but laugh. Reaping what you sow. That hit probably nearly broke Kakashi's hand. After dealing with Naruto, Kakashi turned his attention to the remaining 2. He deliberately left an opening to lure Sasuke out. Having witnessed Naruto unleash 12 C-rank jutsu simultaneously, Kakashi was hardly impressed by Sasuke's fireball jutsu either. He pulled Sasuke underground with an earth-style technique, ending the fight. Sasuke had lasted even less time than Naruto. Sakura, betraying her position with a gasp for Sasuke, was quickly caught by Kakashi and defeated with a simple illusion. Thus all 3 were thoroughly trounced by Kakashi. Naruto's steel plate stunt led Kakashi to bind him up, just as in the original story. We'll try again this afternoon. Sasuke, Sakura, these bento boxes are for you too. Don't share any with Naruto. If you do, everyone fails and has to repeat a year at the Ninja Academy. Kakashi's threat didn't weigh heavily on Sakura and Sasuke. Regardless of their reasons for sharing their food with Naruto, the very act set them apart from most. You three. Pass. Kakashi's eyes gleamed with pride. After all these years, he'd finally found students with at least a shred of team spirit. Team 7 was officially formed. With Kakashi handling the kids, Ichigo only needed to check Naruto's training progress every few days, teaching him new techniques as he mastered the old ones. The peaceful days didn't last long. It was the familiar Tsuno again, but this time Ichigo didn't have to worry about so many complications. When Kakashi was trapped in the water prison technique, Naruto quietly channeled chakra into a kunai marked with a special seal. Just as Zabuza's water clone lunged at the group, Naruto and Sasuke unleashed their jutsu to disperse it, then charged at Zabuza together to free Kakashi. But even with one arm incapacitated, Zabuza was still more than the two of them could handle. With a single arm, Zabuza utterly dominated the pair, grinding them into the dirt. Zabuza, the pinnacle of my career. Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi all defeated by my hand. Even Kaguya herself couldn't boast a record as glorious as this. Just as Zabuza's blade was about to descend on Naruto's neck, an ice spike sent the massive sword flying. The crisp echo of footsteps rang through the hall, and as he laid eyes on the man with magenta hair, Zabuza asked the fatal question. Who in the hell are you? Ichigo used the flying thunder god technique to appear beside Naruto and kicked Zabuza away. I'm just a passing Cayman. Ahem. Just a passing traveler. Remember that well. Ice-style crystal armor. Zabuza pulled several kunai with explosive tags from his ninja tool pouch and hurled them toward Ihu, the tags detonating around him. As the smoke cleared, the explosive tags hadn't even left a mark on the armor, so who exactly would be killed by explosive tags? Obito, I have no idea. A sea of explosive tags couldn't kill me. Can this thing actually kill anyone? A certain Senju Shirsue. In a sense, Nawaki is truly a benefactor to explosive tags. Were it not for his death by an explosive tag trap in the original story, they would have been on par with the Great Fireball and Amaterasu. Great Fireball, Amaterasu, that's a nasty insult. Ice release frozen 1,000 miles. Ice-natured chakra erupted, freezing the entire expanse of water, including the water prison technique that had trapped Kakashi. The completely frozen sphere of ice rolled away from Zabuza's control. Zabuza, looking at Kakashi, who had lost all combat capability, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The pink-haired one before him was far more dangerous than Yagura had been. Watching Ihu slowly approach, Zabuza felt no sense of security even after picking up the executioner's blade from the ground. Using the flying thunder god mark hidden within the ice layer, Ihu flashed behind Zabuza and immediately pressed him to the ground. Momochi, Zabuza, rogue ninja of the hidden mist. Let me think. Alright, you fled the village after failing to assassinate the fourth Mizukage. Before Ihu could finish his sentence, several Senbon needles flew from the shadows. Momochi, Zabuza is a rogue ninja of our hidden mist. Please hand his corpse over to our mist tracking force. Ihu extended his hand towards Haku, revealing the Senbon needles in his palm. With this level of force, you couldn't kill him. Besides, I've never seen an Umbu operative act alone and use such low-powered weapons. Hearing Ihu's words, Haku's heart sank. He and Zabuza-sama would likely meet their end here. Don't be nervous, you two. The hidden mist is different now. The fourth Mizukage has stepped down, and the current fifth Mizukage has already abolished the Blood Mist Village policy. Go back. The hidden mist village needs you. Hearing Ihu's words, Zabuza even forgot to struggle. Yagura has stepped down. The tears of this fiercely proud demon couldn't be stopped. Haku, come back to the hidden mist with me. I want to see what the village has become now. The man known as the demon had killed all his classmates during his academy days, but unknown to many, Zabuza deeply despised this rule. After his failed assassination of the Mizukage, he had constantly sought a chance to make a comeback. To fund another rebellion against the mist's brutal rule, he even accepted employment from scum like Gato. So-called rules are made for those who cannot survive without following them. Go back. Go back to the end of the rules. This was the first time Ihu's talk no jutsu had worked. In truth, Zabuza's obsession with breaking the Blood Mist Village was too deep. With or without Ihu's words, he would have returned to see it. Zabuza and Haku left the Land of Waves, embarking on their journey back to the Hidden Mist Village. Ihu finally remembered Kakashi still frozen inside the ice sphere and released him. Without Zabuza and Haku, Gato was left with only a few rogue samurai who couldn't stop Kakashi and the others. Thus the Land of Waves mission came to a hasty end. Back in Konoha, the Chunin exams were approaching. Ihu eagerly anticipated his first meeting with the snake sage of this world. He could feel the suppression of the limited Tsukuyami on him weakening. Soon it would no longer be able to confine him here. The Chunin exams proceeded exactly as in the original story, and Ichigo did not interfere with these events. For Naruto, Sasuke, and the others, this was an opportunity for growth. For the third Hokage, it was also a form of atonement. Knowing that Kurama would protect Naruto from any harm, Ichigo seized this opportunity to once again approach the entrance to Route. Familiar with the path now, Ichigo slipped deep into the base undetected. Lord Danzo Konoha is currently under attack by Orochimaru and the Suna ninja. Is it truly wise for you to simply sit here and watch? Ichigo's words were filled with respect, but his tone dripped with sarcasm. How dare you? To show such disrespect to Lord Danzo. Yamanaka Fu, who revered Danzo as his faith, could not tolerate anyone speaking to him in such a manner. He drew his short blade and charged at Ichigo. Fu, leave him alive. The Uzumaki blood flowing through his veins is still of use to us. Even though over a dozen root members had already fallen to Ichigo, Danzo still believed Ichigo was at best an elite jonin. After all, the root operatives he had sent out over the past year were only chunin. Achieving the level of a Kage was exceedingly difficult. If any random brat could be Kage level, the entire world might as well be a mere illusion. But Danzo's response was the sight of Yamanaka Fu's lifeless body hitting the ground. Against overwhelming power, Fu didn't even have the chance to cry out. It was only then that Danzo truly regarded the man before him. You there, hold him off. I need to undo the seal on my arm. While effortlessly dispatching the remaining root ninja, Ichigo casually chatted with Danzo. No rush, take your time. I won't make a move until you've taken that thing off. You know, Tsukuyami is quite a handy jutsu, Danzo. It lets me kill you all over again. Ignoring Ichigo's taunts, Danzo focused on dismantling the sealing device on his arm. By the time Ichigo had dealt with most of the root operatives, Danzo's arm was finally fully exposed. I care not for your riddles, boy, but today I will bury you here forever. Danzo's life was the second proof that no amount of extra lives can compensate for a lack of strength. After wiping the blood and dust from his clothes, Ichigo left the root base. As a parting touch, he tossed 2 forehead protectors, one from Suna and one from Odo, at the entrance, distancing himself from the scene. Having killed Danzo once more, Ichigo was in high spirits. By the time he reached the battlefield, the fight was in its final stages. Shikaku had already been forced back by Naruto, and the third Hokage had just activated the dead demon consuming seal, preparing for a mutual destruction. Seeing this, Ichigo quickly retreated. The last thing he needed was for the old third Hokage to take him along in his dying moments. As the third Hokage watched Ichigo move away, a flicker of regret passed through his eyes. He had genuinely considered eliminating this unpredictable factor before he died. If possible, he would have even taken Danzo with him as well. There's no other way. My time is running out. Orochimaru, the man you have become, is a failure of my teachings. Today let me correct this mistake. The death god behind the third Hokage seized Orochimaru's soul, but having already sealed the first and second Hokage, the old man was spent. In the end, he could only sever the souls of Orochimaru's hands. Orochimaru, in my current state, I can no longer take you with me. So instead, I will strip you of the hands you use for hand signs. I imagine that is a punishment far worse than death for you. As his words faded, the death god behind the third Hokage cut off the souls of Orochimaru's arms and devoured them. Orochimaru's hands instantly turned black and lifeless, while the third Hokage's eyes slowly lost their focus. All that remained on the battlefield was Orochimaru, consumed by futile rage. Orochimaru-senpai, a pleasure to meet you. This is a gift from me. Ichigo tossed a scroll towards Orochimaru, who given his current state was hardly in a position to accept unknown objects without caution. You see, senpai, your hands were sealed by a forbidden jutsu from my Uzumaki clan. That scroll contains the method to undo the technique. Hearing this, Orochimaru spat out a small snake, which then swallowed the scroll many times its size. I shall accept your kind offer. I will repay this debt of gratitude someday. As the snake slithered back into Orochimaru's mouth, all the Otogekure ninja on the field retreated, leaving only the hapless Suna ninja to continue their futile resistance. With the war over, Ichigo brought Naruto to Jiraiya. Naruto, your uncle will be leaving soon. After I'm gone, Jiraiya-senpai will be your guardian. From now on, you can ask him about anything except for matters regarding money. You can't trust him with that. Naruto understood that his uncle was returning to his own world. Seeing the look on Naruto's face, Ichigo ruffled his hair and said, "Don't worry, Naruto. Once I've settled things back home, I'll come back." Ruffling Naruto's soft hair once more, Ichigo added, "And remember, Naruto, don't ever cut your hair short. It won't look good, and it's prickly to the touch." The somber mood was lightened by that remark. Meanwhile, outside the village, 2 members of the Akatsuki organization had secretly slipped into Konoha. Sensing their chakra, a smile crept onto Ichigo's face. Finally, the last target had walked right into his trap. Leaving Naruto in Jiraiya's care, Ichigo headed towards the location of Kisame and Itachi. By the time he arrived, Kakashi had already been taken down by Itachi's Tsukuyami. Kicking aside Kisame, who tried to block his path, Ichigo stood before Itachi. "I've wanted to beat you up for a long time. Finally got my chance." Through his Mangekyo Sharingan, Itachi saw only a massive, monstrous chakra aggregate, more beast-like than any tailed beast, approaching him. As Ichigo finished speaking, Itachi's ocular jutsu was already prepared. Tsukuyami. Within the Tsukuyami realm, Ichigo was bound to a cross while Itachi held a long blade in his hand. In this world of Tsukuyami, time, space, and matter are all under my control. For the next 72 hours, I will continuously pierce your body with this sword. Before Itachi could finish, Ichigo had already broken free from the cross. "Itachi, this Tsukuyami of yours is truly. Can't you come up with a new trick?" If you've run out of ideas, why not go by the lighter? Witnessing Itachi's bewildered and shocked expression, Ichigo calmly explained, the essence of a shinobi's battle lies in the clash of chakra and spiritual energy. Especially in Jinjutsu with such frail spiritual energy, how dare you pull me into this realm? As Ichigo finished speaking, the blood-red Tsukuyomi space turned pitch black and the entire realm became saturated with aggressively invasive black ice. Now time, space, and matter in this realm are all under my command. For the next 72 hours I will plunge this blade into your body. Although 72 hours passed within the Tsukuyomi realm, only a mere instant elapsed in the real world. Itachi clutched his bleeding eye in agony, while his other Mangekyo Sharingan stared intently at Ichigo, who wore a broad smile. Itachi-san, are you alright? Kisame was the first to steady the staggering Itachi. Despite his feigned weakness, Itachi secretly channeled chakra into his right eye. Amaterasu. Witnessing the blood tears streaming from Itachi's right eye, Ichigo knew that the legendary, inextinguishable, and perpetually non-lethal black flames were about to descend. A wall of ice rose to block Itachi's line of sight, containing the black flames of Amaterasu outside. Subsequently, the ice wall along with the Amaterasu flames was sealed and enveloped by the black ice. What? Itachi's composure finally cracked as the black flames of Amaterasu, capable of consuming all matter, were extinguished within the black ice. Before Itachi could react, Ichigo appeared behind him. With the power of monstrous strength, a single punch from Ichigo sent Itachi crashing into a crater. Yet Itachi still retained his combat capability. Just before Ichigo's fist connected, a series of crimson ribs materialized to block the attack, though the sheer impact still forced a mouthful of blood from Itachi. Water-style Great Shark Bullet Technique. The straightforward Kisame dutifully formed hand seals and called out the technique's name. Ichigo shot him a glare, and the shark in the air was instantly frozen solid, plummeting to the ground. The Susanoo beside Itachi grew an arm to swat Ichigo away, but Ichigo seized the skeletal limb and snapped it. Ichigo continuously pummeled Itachi beneath him, each strike adding more cracks to the Susanoo's form. After several assaults, the Susanoo was on the verge of collapse. Ichigo's fist descended once more, and if this blow landed, Uchiha Itachi would surely meet his end. However, instead of the crisp sound of shattering, Ichigo's fist passed harmlessly through the Itachi lying on the ground. Ichigo himself became increasingly translucent in everyone's sight. It seems my time is almost up. Gazing at his fading hands, Ichigo spoke a few words to Jiraiya, who was rushing over from a distance. Despite the distance, the Master of Intelligence read Ichigo's lips and understood the message. Take care of Naruto for me. As Ichigo left the battlefield, Kisame quickly carried Itachi and fled Konoha. Although Naruto had mentally prepared himself for Ichigo's departure, the reality of the moment was still heartbreaking. After a long while, he finally stopped crying and turned his gaze to Jiraiya. Are you the perverted sage my uncle mentioned? Boundary, Tsukuyomi, temporary conclusion. In the mist village of the real world, a crack appeared on the black ice tombstone guarded by the ice crystal phoenix. Ichigo, having awakened, broke free from the ice. The flow of time within the Tsukuyomi boundary matched that of the real world. Over 2 years, the shinobi world's landscape had been utterly transformed. After confirming Mei Terumi's safety, Ichigo rushed back to Konoha without a moment's delay. Konoha was now a village built within a crater. With his sage arts hearts, I fully expanded. Ichigo sensed only the chakra of the 3 tails and 9 tails remaining in the village. All other tailed beast chakras had vanished. At the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze was deeply troubled by the latest intelligence report from Itachi. The Akatsuki's current power was enough to threaten the entire shinobi world, yet as Hokage, he felt utterly helpless against this looming crisis. Ichigo, if only you were here now. Yo, you miss me that much, Minato? Yeah, if only you were. Ichigo. Minato snapped to his senses and rushed forward to embrace Ichigo. Thank goodness. Thank goodness you're back. Through their conversation, Ichigo finally learned what had transpired in the shinobi world during the 2 years he was trapped in the Tsukuyomi boundary. The ice crystal phoenix and black ice he had summoned at the end managed to drive Obito out of the mist village. After regaining her mobility, Mei Terumī immediately sent word to Konoha. Kushina Uzumaki was the first to arrive at the mist village to check on Ichigo's condition. In the end, it was the 9 tails that informed everyone of his state. From that day onward, Konoha's alert level was raised to its maximum. But the Akatsuki seemed to vanish from the shinobi world, never showing themselves again. It wasn't until a year later, after Obito had adapted to the Rinnegan in his left eye socket, that he led his forces in an assault on Konoha. With Obito himself along with the human path Hiriko taken from Nagato, one a pseudo-6 paths, and the other a Super Kage-level threat, the attack was a catastrophic disaster for Konoha. The human path's abilities rendered the impure world reincarnation useless, and Danzo's dual resurrection, via the Hell Path, made resistance incredibly difficult. All the tailed beasts living on the outskirts of Konoha were knocked unconscious by Obito and transported to the Rain Village via Kamui. His remaining targets were only Rin, the 3 tails Jinchuriki, and Kushina Uzumaki, the 9 tails Jinchuriki. With the suppression of Shirsue's eyes gone, Obito's split personality began to resurface. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't bring himself to land a blow on Rin. In his mental confusion, his attack veered towards Naruto instead. Naruto. Hinata shielded Naruto, and Kushina shielded Hinata. When the attack ended, Naruto looked at Hinata and Kushina lying on the ground, consumed by fury and self-reproach. This extreme emotional turmoil triggered the awakening of the chakra within him. Naruto walked towards the fallen Kushina. Kurama, lend me some chakra. The Nine-Tails, who was frantically pouring chakra into Kushina to keep her alive, froze at the sound of the voice. Azura, why are you inside Naruto's body? Naruto's eyes narrowed, a resolute smile spreading across his face. It's a long story, Kurama. But first, can you lend me the chakra? The guy in front of us won't give me time to explain. As Naruto finished speaking, a surge of immense chakra from Kushina's body flowed into him. Your aura reminds me a bit of my brother's. Naruto, or rather Ashura as he was now more aptly called, forcibly activated his Nine-Tails link mode by drawing on Kurama's chakra. A golden fox materialized, blocking Obito's path. I don't know why my brother's aura clings to you, but the person behind me is of utmost importance to that child. I cannot allow you to take another step forward. Ashura's Nine-Tails link mode was formidable, but since Kurama was no longer sealed within him, the supply of Nine-Tails chakra was ultimately finite. After Danzo in his Hell Path form paid the price of 4 Sharingan, Ashura's chakra reserves finally bottomed out. Just as Obito prepared to press his advantage, a fishing hook pierced through his body. His combat instincts kicked in, and he instinctively activated Kimui to phase through the attack. When Obito turned around, he discovered that his assailants were none other than Orochimaru the Cold-Blooded and Nawaki. Though Orochimaru's appearance had not changed drastically, the horn upon his forehead signaled to all that he was no longer the man he once was. Ashura's eyes lit up with surprise at the sight of Nawaki. The arrival of Wood-Style was a godsend at this critical moment. Ashura stood behind Nawaki, guiding him to channel his Wood-Style chakra. Wood-Style true, several thousand hands. Unfortunately, Ashura's condition was far too depleted. With only Nawaki's chakra to draw upon, he could only manifest a wooden Buddha barely larger than a tailed beast. In the distance, Shursui and Fugako leaped onto the Buddha's shoulders simultaneously, their Susanoo gradually enveloping the colossal statue. Orochimaru repeatedly cast his fishing rod toward Obito, yet due to the power of Kimui, the hook, capable of draining a person's chakra, failed to land a single hit. Having already captured 5-tailed beasts, Obito looked upon the Susanoo-clad Buddha before him, and Orochimaru wielding his fishing rod, and began to contemplate retreat. Yet the thought of taking Rin the Three-Tails Jinchuriki with him before he left vanished the moment he saw the smile upon her face. I have achieved my objective. Until we meet again, people of Konoha. A spatial vortex swallowed Obito, and with him vanished the 6 paths of pain under his control, as well as Kakuzu and Haiden imprisoned within the village. Though Konoha had repelled Obito's assault, the cost was severe. Nearly all the tailed beasts had been captured. Minato dispatched word to the Hidden Cloud village immediately and prepared to convene a 5 Kage summit in the Land of Iron. But Minato, lacking a marker in the Hidden Cloud, could not match Obito's speed. By the time the message arrived, it was already too late. Killer Bee, in the middle of a concert, immediately distanced himself from the man who emerged from the spatial vortex before him. You folks in the audience need to clear out now. A major battle is about to erupt here. Killer Bee drew his 7 blades, clamping them between various parts of his body, and launched a relentless ultra-high-frequency assault against Obito, his entire form spinning like a human blender. This time Obito did not evade with Kimui. Instead, he raised Uchiha's Gunbai and deflected Killer Bee's attacks one after another. Enough. I'm done playing. From out of nowhere, the human path, Hiriko, appeared behind Killer Bee, striking him on the neck and knocking him unconscious. However, the unconscious Killer Bee's injuries were not severe. The 8 Tails did not need to expend most of its chakra merely to sustain its Jinchuriki's life. Crimson chakra erupted from the unconscious Killer Bee's body. As the chakra swelled, Gyuki the 8 Tails made his grand entrance. No sooner had he appeared than a tailed beast ball began to form in his mouth, but before it could be fired, a chakra longsword pierced straight through his chest. From the 8 Tails' perspective, the Obito before him slowly dissipated. The real Obito, clad in a blue skeletal Susanoo, grabbed hold of the beast's horn and dragged him away. The weakened 8 Tails realized its fate as its body was drawn into the spatial vortex, its gaze falling upon the Rinnegan in Obito's left eye socket. The spatial vortex consumed the 8 Tails, leaving only a severed octopus tentacle on the ground. Obito's eyes swept across and spotted the unconscious Killer Bee wrapped within it, yet over 90% of the 8 Tails chakra was already in his grasp, making the remnants on Killer Bee not worth the effort to retrieve. When Minato Namikaze arrived at the Hidden Cloud village, he found only a listless Killer Bee lying on a sick bed. The 4th Reikage and Minato saw eye to eye, and the Hidden Cloud became the 2nd village after Konoha to request a 5 Kage summit. The unprecedented joint request from 2 villages drew even the Hidden Stone village, which had been thrown into chaos by the Akatsuki, to the Land of Iron at once to witness the spectacle. Within a mere 3 days, the 5 Kage gathered in the Land of Iron. Due to Yagura's alarmingly frequent injuries, he was once again hospitalized after being caught in a Genjutsu attack. This time the wounds from his previous recovery were compounded by Obito's second assault, forcing him into official retirement. Mei Terumī formally succeeded him as the 5th Mizukage while Yagura stepped into the background. At this summit Yagura and Ao stood behind Mei. The 5 Kage summit proceeded smoothly with no Sasuke crashing in to pick a fight and no Obito declaring war. After all, he had just captured the tailed beasts and would be occupied with sealing them for quite some time. The 5 villages reached a consensus on opposing the Akatsuki, yet the organization vanished into silence. Obito made no further moves to capture the 9 tails or 3 tails, and even after Ichi returned, the Akatsuki remained nowhere to be seen. Back in the present, Black Zetsu stared helplessly at the countless idle members within the Akatsuki, baffled as to how these infamous S-rank missing nin had degenerated into such a state. I've just gathered intel. The 6 tails will revive within the Land of Water in 3 days. The leader will now assign the mission. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze handed a scroll of intelligence to Ichi. It's a message from Itachi. The 6 tails is about to revive and the Akatsuki is preparing to make its move. Ichi pondered the intelligence in his hands, contemplating just how he could hold back subtly enough to let the Akatsuki take the 6 tails without raising suspicion. In the Pure Land, Madara Uchiha was likewise deliberating whether the Moon Eye plan was even worth pursuing any longer. As things stood, the so-called plan seemed far more likely to bring about the shinobi world's ruin. Obito, perched atop a high platform in the Hidden Rain village, stared blankly into the distance. He had little interest in the Moon Eye plan. Ever since the light faded from his left eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he had drifted through life in a dazed hollow haze. Especially when he had seen the girl who served as the 3 tails Jinchuriki during his last visit to Konoha, Obito had sunk into a spiral of self-denial. In his eyes, the stir of emotion he felt upon seeing her was a betrayal of Rin herself. Nagato, meanwhile, didn't even know what the Moon Eye plan was, let alone how to carry it out. Poor Black Zetsu could never have dreamed that the only one among the shinobi world's top-tier combatants who truly wanted the Moon Eye plan to come to fruition was his enemy Ichi. After much deliberation, Konoha decided to dispatch Ichi, Shisui, Sasuke, and Naruto to the Land of Water to stop the Akatsuki's operation. Sasuke set off on the journey to the Land of Water with barely contained excitement, his years of grueling training under Shisui and Fugaku all leading to this moment. The chance to bring back his elder brother who had abandoned Konoha in pursuit of power. Flying Thunder God, activate. Brother. The moment he arrived at the outskirts of the Land of Water, Sasuke spotted Itachi Uchiha standing in the distance. Seeing Sasuke rushing toward him, Itachi lured his younger brother in another direction, only stopping atop a high mountain far from the battlefield. Itachi, how much longer will you keep avoiding me? Is power truly that important to you? So important that you'd abandon the village? Abandon your family? Seeing Itachi unmoved, Sasuke activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. Since I can't convince you, I'll defeat you and drag you back to Konoha. Sasuke hurled a folded giant shuriken into the air. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Countless oversized shuriken materialized and hurtled toward Itachi. Facing the dozens of blades, Itachi calmly activated his Sharingan to sharpen his perception, evading every single one through sheer physical prowess. Amid the successive pops of dispelling clones, smoke blanketed the entire field. Sasuke yanked the concealed wire on his arm, sending the shuriken on the ground. Now laced with lightning-natured chakra, slicing toward Itachi from behind, just as he dodged the initial barrage. Yet the chakra on the wire was still caught by Itachi's Sharingan. With a light leap, he evaded the attack, and as his Mangekyo Sharingan blazed to life, Sasuke was dragged into a world of Jinjutsu. Itachi dispersed into a flock of crows before Sasuke's eyes. Realizing he had fallen under a Jinjutsu, Sasuke attempted to disrupt his chakra to break free from Itachi's illusion. You're too naive, Sasuke. Shisui and father possessed the same eyes as mine. Haven't all these years made you realize the gap between the 3-tomo and the Mangekyo? The crows reassembled behind Sasuke, forming the upper body of Itachi, who locked Sasuke's neck tightly with his arm. The 3 fingers of his other hand slowly reached towards Sasuke's eyes. By now you must know of the curse of blindness that comes with the Mangekyo. But there was one in the Uchiha clan who broke this curse. It was Madara Uchiha of old who took his brother's eyes to gain the eternal Mangekyo. Though your Mangekyo has yet to awaken, I can no longer wait for that moment. As Itachi's fingers drew ever closer to Sasuke's eyes, Sasuke erupted with lightning-natured chakra. The searing pain of lightning enveloping his body broke Itachi's Jinjutsu. The Itachi restraining him from behind vanished. The real Itachi extended his fingers and walked slowly toward him. Having regained his senses, Sasuke immediately formed hand signs, and Itachi followed suit. Fire-style Fireball Jutsu. The twin fireballs clashed, but Itachi's was several times larger, and it consumed Sasuke's completely in an instant. The disparity in their power was evident even from the simplest of jutsu. Seeing the fireball hurtling toward him, Sasuke hurriedly dodged to the side. Sasuke gathered lightning chakra in his hand, forming the Chidori blade. Meanwhile, in the real world, Ichigo was calmly drinking tea and conversing with Itachi, while a frenzied Sasuke attacked the empty air beside them. Teacher Ichigo, is it truly wise to leave the Akatsuki now? Their power has grown formidable. Without intelligence, the entire shinobi world could be destroyed by this organization. Ichigo nonchalantly patted Itachi's shoulder. You and Kisame were discovered long ago. If I'm not mistaken, the Six Tails resurrection site is a decoy. Returning to the Akatsuki now would be suicide. Itachi's pupils contracted. Damn it, Kisame. Ichigo shook his head. Relax, I've already flash-frozen Kisame and sent him back to Kirigakure. At that moment, Sasuke, who had been fighting the air, stopped. He looked at Itachi and Ichigo, who were still calmly drinking tea, his eyes filled with confusion. Brother, how could you? Uncle Ichigo. The next instant, Sasuke collapsed. No longer needing to maintain his facade, Itachi instantly appeared beside him and caught him. Seeing the familiar concern in his brother's eyes, Sasuke knew that the Uchiha Itachi he remembered had returned. Looking at the weakened Sasuke, Itachi's face was etched with pain. Sasuke felt a strange sense of familiarity at Itachi's expression. Then a spatial vortex swirled open before him. A masked figure emerged from the vortex. A flash of cold steel. Sasuke, watch out. Itachi shielded Sasuke as a bloodstained blade pierced through his chest. Sasuke stared blankly at the blood-soaked Uchiha Itachi before him, his three tomo swirling together into a single six-pointed star. Itachi. Blood tears streamed from Sasuke's eyes as he let out a despairing scream. He staggered to his feet, the six-pointed star in his eyes gleaming with an eerie light. Seeing Sasuke in this state, the masked man quickly tore off his mask. Sasuke, calm down. This is all fake. Okay, Kakashi-sensei. Meanwhile, Itachi, who had been lying on the ground, stood up nonchalantly, casually wiping the fake blood from his body. It was then that Sasuke remembered Itachi's expression. It was exactly the same as Mikoto's at the hospital. Using the same tone Shursui had once used with him, Itachi said, Sasuke, if your comrade is gravely injured, the first thing you should do is check if they are still alive. No matter how severe the wounds look, you should at least try to check for breathing and pulse. Hearing this, Sasuke completely broke down. So what I saw before you left the village wasn't a genjutsu, but a play you and Shursui put on together. Itachi calmly nodded. Sasuke, we did it for your own good. Shursui and I went through the same thing. You must not tell the clan about this, or it won't work anymore. Utterly devastated, Sasuke wished he could immediately put on a mask, join the Akatsuki, and create a world without deception. But before his plan could even begin, he was dragged back to Konoha by Ichigo. As Ichigo had predicted, the Six Tails resurrection site was a decoy. Only Kisame and Itachi were dispatched. Furthermore, Kabuto had also been captured by Obito. As Sasori's spy, although his memories had been purged by Orochimaru, Kabuto still bore traces left by Sasori on his body. Using these marks, Obito tracked down Kabuto and captured him at the orphanage while he was visiting the director. By the time Orochimaru arrived, it was too late. The only thing left on the orphanage floor was the severely injured Yakushi Nono. Orochimaru looked at the ruins of the orphanage with deep regret. The Otsutsuki blood agent he had prepared for Kabuto was complete. He had come to call Kabuto to the lab for the injection. Be careful. Although Kabuto's own combat ability isn't formidable, he holds the control of the impure world reincarnation over the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha. If Kabuto falls under the enemy's Sharingan control, the consequences would be unimaginable. After successfully seizing the power of the Kagaya clan, Orochimaru had transferred the control of Hashirama and Madara to Kabuto. He never expected them to be stolen at this critical moment. Ichigo also hadn't expected that after all the twists and turns, Kabuto would still end up fulfilling his destiny as the great unifier of dreams. At this moment, phantom images of the reanimated Madara appeared across all 5 great shinobi villages. I am Madara Uchiha. After I and Hashirama founded Konohagakure, the chaos of the shinobi world ceased, but the wars only intensified. To achieve true peace, I will merge the 9-tailed beasts into their original form and use their power to cast an infinite genjutsu upon the moon, bringing true peace to the shinobi world. Come and try to stop me from obtaining the last 2-tailed beasts. The 4th Great Ninja War begins now. In the Hidden Rain village, Black Zetsu was in utter despair. Are all Uchiha so utterly insane? All we had to do was feed them chakra, combine the 10 tails, and activate the infinite Tsukuyami, and we would have won. Why did you have to start a 4th Great Ninja War? Having lived for millennia, Black Zetsu had enough emotional control to compose himself. Lord Madara. We failed to capture the 3 tails, so we substituted it with a portion of its chakra. The 6 tails we just captured, along with the 7 tails and 8 tails we had imprisoned, are all sealed. The 9 tails chakra makes up the largest portion of the 10 tails. Should we hunt it down, or use a chakra substitute like we did with the 3 tails? Lost in his own world, Madara paid no heed to Black Zetsu behind him. For him, now the Moon's Eye plan was no longer of importance. According to intelligence Konoha obtained from the Otsutsuki clan, the so-called Divine Tree was merely a tool used by them to plunder the life force of the ninja world, which they saw as nothing more than sustenance. The Otsutsuki members encountered were but minor figures from a branch family. The true powerhouses of the Otsutsuki had yet to appear. Peace within the ninja world was worthless compared to its very survival. The ninja world needed a formidable enemy to unite it. Rather than waiting for the true Otsutsuki powerhouses to arrive and annihilate everything, let me Uchiha Madara administer a preventive measure to this world. Ha! Madara-sama. Madara-sama. Black Zetsu's persistent calls finally snapped Madara out of his reverie. Turning to see the pitch-black figure, Madara felt nothing but disdain. Before, all his thoughts were focused on preparing the Moon's Eye plan. Now that he had leisure, he wondered if this creature was truly the embodiment of the great Uchiha Madara's will. Absorbing up to the 8 tails is sufficient for now. We'll capture the 9 tails during the upcoming war. How is the White Zetsu Army's preparation coming along? Rest assured, Madara-sama. With Hashirama Senju hastening the process, we now have 150,000 White Zetsu soldiers, and they are still being generated ceaselessly. Over these years, I have also collected the flesh and blood of many powerful warriors. The Impure World Reincarnation Army is ready as well. Madara nodded in satisfaction and entered Nagato's chamber. Inside, Nagato was still acclimating to the Rinnegan. Through his reincarnated eyes, Madara could see one shadow of Limbo behind Nagato, with a second slowly forming. Sensing the unfamiliar chakra approaching, Nagato opened his one living eye. The mechanical eye on the other side also flickered to life. Uchiha Madara, why are you here? Nagato's voice was icily cold. Madara hadn't deliberately hidden his Rinnegan within the Akatsuki. Being an impure world reincarnation with the Rinnegan, coupled with the immense strain the eye placed on his own body, allowed Nagato to piece together the truth. Uchiha Madara was the owner of this one. Well, no. He was the owner of this single Rinnegan now. He had merely been a pawn for Uchiha Madara all along. Uzumaki Nagato. Madara's persuasion of Nagato can be left to the imagination, as dwelling on it might risk mischaracterizing him. After some time, Madara walked out of the room with satisfaction. Nagato watched his departing back with profound admiration. This was the Uchiha Madara worthy of his allegiance, and such actions were worthy of the name Akatsuki. The same happened with Obito. The clarity returned to his eyes, and that pure foolish gaze was exactly as it had always been. That night, while on duty at the hospital, Rin spotted a masked figure in the distance, silently watching her. She wouldn't have noticed him at all if it weren't for her heightened sensory abilities awakened after manifesting with style. Obito. Hearing Rin's voice, Obito quickly activated Kimui. As the spatial vortex began to draw him in, Rin cried out, "Obito, don't go." She grabbed a scalpel from the table and pressed it against her own neck. Looking closely, it seemed there was even blood trickling from her throat. Seeing this, Obito immediately halted the Kimui transfer. "Rin, don't be rash. Put the knife down, let's talk about this." Towards anyone else, Obito was ruthless and decisive, but in front of Rin, he was like a flustered child. He began to approach Rin cautiously, step by step. As he drew closer, the blind spot was revealed. There was no scalpel at all. She was holding a pair of steel chopsticks smeared with tomato sauce. It was too late for Obito to escape. He couldn't use his intangibility while performing the Kimui transfer. Helplessly, he watched as Rin burst into tears and clung to him. He could only gently pat her back. "Rin, I'm sorry." Rin wanted to tell him she didn't blame him or that she loved him, but the more she tried, the more she sobbed. In the end, she could only hold on to him tightly. Inside Rin, the Three-Tails Isabu was unusually awake. Watching the scene, the giant turtle was overjoyed. Yes, that's it, Rin. Kiss him. Snag him." If it weren't for the fact that all the other tailed beasts except Kurama were sealed within the demonic statue of the Outer Path, Isabu would have loved to hold a meeting to emphasize the importance of choosing a good Jinchuriki. "Rin, I have to go." Hearing this, Rin held on even tighter. With tears in his eyes, Obito gently pried her hands away. She tried to grab him again, but a red glint flashed in his eyes, and her movement ceased. Obito stepped forward and wiped the tears from her face, but his own tears flowed even faster. "Rin, if I survive this war, I will definitely come back and marry you." The spatial vortex appeared in his eye. In his final moment, he touched her cheek. "If there is a next life, I will confess to you much sooner. I'm sorry for making you wait so long for me." Returning to the Akatsuki hideout, Obito walked slowly towards the depths. With each step, his resolve solidified. War brings casualties. The ninja world not only needed unity, but also needed to preserve its strength to fight the Otsutsuki. Obito touched the Rinnegan on his left side. "Rin, I'm sorry. It seems I will be late and break my promise again this time." Every village witnessed the impure world reincarnated Madara declare war on the shinobi world. Less than a year later, the 5 Kage summit convened once more. Minato held Kabuto's intelligence file in his hands. "This is our Konoha ninja Kabuto Yakushi, who was recently abducted by the Akatsuki organization. Kabuto once studied the forbidden jutsu of the impure world reincarnation. In the coming war, the enemy may very well use this technique to summon powerful deceased ninja." The other 4 Kage fell into silence. In recent times, graves in every village had been disturbed, and these individuals would be resurrected to stand against them in the future. The Akatsuki crisis cannot be resolved by a single village. If their plan succeeds, everyone will be trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi that Madara spoke of. At this moment, we must unite to win the coming war. Even the most stubborn Inoki did not object. The psychological shadow Uchiha Madara had cast upon him was immense. Seeing Madara's projection reignited the same trepidation he felt all those years ago. Yet Inoki still sought to gain some advantage. Then fourth Hokage, who do you think should command the allied forces of the 5 villages? Mifune, who had maintained a neutral stance, stepped forward. The Kazekage is too young. That Tsuchikage has a history of collaboration with the Akatsuki, and the 4th Mizukage was once under their control. Therefore I suggest the position of Supreme Commander be chosen between the 4th Hokage and the 4th Raikage. Irika, standing behind Minato, mentally grumbled, "Thank goodness we didn't reveal all the intelligence. Counting the 2 big bosses Uchiha Madara and the like, they're all from Konoha." Seeing no objections, Mifune spoke again. "For fairness, let us put it to a vote." Mei Terumī was already half a Konoha supporter. She voted for Minato without hesitation. She wouldn't believe in a million years that the big, simple-minded 4th Raikage could command an army. Seeing this, Inoki chose to vote for A. Offering timely help is better than adding flowers to brocade. If A were elected, he would remember Iwa's support. The final choice fell to the 5th Kazekage Gaara. Looking at Minato Namikaze, he was reminded of the boy who stood protectively before him during the Chunin exams. Coupled with A's imposing figure and straightforward personality, which hardly seemed suited for tactical command, Gaara weighed his options and ultimately voted for Minato. With the Supreme Commander chosen, each Kage immediately returned to their village to mobilize their ninja forces. Back in Konoha, Sasuke was preparing for his eye transplant surgery. Ever since awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasuke's ego had soared. A dog on the street would get scorched by Amaterasu for merely looking at him, and a cat meowing would provoke a Susanoo strike. Ahem. Just kidding. With the Great War looming, maximizing combat power was crucial. Under Itachi's persistent insistence, Sasuke was to receive the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi, who had taken the spare 3-Tomo Sharingan, felt a strange sensation. He could sense a shackle within his eyes, an unyielding barrier preventing him from ever reaching the Mangekyo level again. As Itachi continuously channeled his ocular power to break the shackle, a single red rib cage manifested beside him. With each successive surge of power, a third rib appeared, but his ocular power was completely depleted, forcing his Sharingan to deactivate. Irika patted Itachi on the shoulder. "Don't be disheartened. Once Sasuke adapts to the new eyes, have him channel some ocular power to you. It should allow you to temporarily activate the Mangekyo." While Sasuke was acclimating to his new eyes and Naruto had long gone to Mount Mayaboku for training, Minato led the remaining Konoha ninja to the Allied Forces headquarters. Gaara, the general commander of the Allied Forces, delivered a passionate speech from the high platform, elevating the morale of the assembled troops to its peak. The assembled shinobi and a small number of samurai numbered nearly 100,000. This alliance of 6 nations represented roughly 60% of the entire shinobi world strength. It wasn't that their numbers were small, it's just that the remaining force was on the opposing side. The forces were divided into the 5th Division of Samurai along with the Sensory Division Headquarters and Surprise Attack Division. It was only upon this division that the other nations realized how absurdly powerful Konoha was. Every division had Konoha experts at its core, and Konoha's elite outnumbered those of all other nations combined. Irika stepped to the front of the formation. "You've all heard General Commander Gaara's words. My name is Uzumaki Irika, and I am the captain of the 3rd Division. What we are about to face may be your former mentors, your comrades. I want you to be psychologically prepared. Move out." After a 2-hour march, the unit arrived at a dense forest. Countless white Zetsu emerged from the earth. Looking closer, they saw numerous impure world reincarnated ninja hidden among them, with Irika spotting many familiar faces. Due to the unique nature of Irika's jutsu, the 3rd Division was small, but composed entirely of elite ninja. They handled the mid-tier white Zetsu with ease. As a sensory-type ninja, Irika stood at the center of the battlefield, assessing the situation. Suddenly, several figures slowly approached him. "Yo, old acquaintances. I didn't expect all 7 of you to be brought back by the impure world reincarnation." Of the 7 ninja swordsmen, only Mangetsu Hozuki held his longsword Nuabari. The others were empty-handed. The group felt the thrill of their resurrected bodies, but as they looked up, they saw Irika, that harbinger of doom, smiling at them. Kisame, watching from a distance with Samahata, felt a chill run down his spine. The trauma Irika had inflicted on the 7 ninja swordsmen was so deep, it even affected the next generation of swordsmen. Just as Irika was about to send the 7 ninja swordsmen back to the afterlife, a cold voice echoed from the front. "Ninja art, hidden mist, jutsu." The forest terrain was perfect for the silent killing technique. Within the thick fog, no one could distinguish a tree from a person. The 3rd Mizukage stepped out from behind the 7 ninja swordsmen. "Atsu, the little one from back, then has grown so much. I never thought I'd have the chance to cross blades with you again. Be careful this time. My body bears no hidden wounds." As the 3rd Mizukage's words faded, the mist thickened, reducing visibility to almost nothing. All the troops could hear were the screams of their comrades. "Ice release, ice age." In the astonished gazes of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the dense fog vanished within a few breaths. How is this possible? Even wind release couldn't dispel the fog. Why did it just disappear with a single ice release jutsu? Looking at the bewildered group, Ihu patiently explained, the essence of the hidden mist technique is still water release. The mist is merely tiny water droplets suspended in the air. By freezing these droplets with ice release they fall to the ground, naturally dispelling the fog. The third Mizukage nodded upon hearing Ihu's words. It was the first time he had heard such an explanation, but the 7 ninja swordsmen refused to believe Ihu's nonsense. The 7 continued to use the hidden mist technique, but on Ihu's frozen battlefield, no matter how much chakra they output, not a wisp of fog appeared. Ihu shook his head at the sight. Now he truly understood Orochimaru's frustration. When he tried to discuss science they talked about bonds, when he reasoned with them, they spoke of dreams. Too lazy to argue with these ignoramuses, Ihu called Kisame and the others over. Don't resist for a moment. I have something interesting to show them. Before the 7 ninja swordsmen, Ihu produced a scroll. That's... Amid their exclamations, Ihu unrolled the scroll revealing the characters, for sever great long blunt explode thunder and pair. A flash of yellow light later 6 swords flew out from within. Kakashi held the thunder sword while Suigetsu and Mangetsu took the explode sword and pair sword. Kisame grabbed the greatsword Samahata. Ihu looked at the remaining sever sword and blunt sword pondering what to do with so many swords. The opposing 7 ninja swordsmen watched with envy as 2 of their legendary swords lay unclaimed on the ground grinding their teeth in frustration. Some had too many, others none at all. Ihu noticed the bandaged man beside him staring longingly at the 2 swords. You're Zabuza, right? Mei has told me about you. Come choose a sword. From today you are one of our 7 ninja swordsmen. Zabuza looked at Ihu with disbelief and excitement. Ihu-sama, is this really okay? After seeing Ihu nod, he eagerly walked towards the swords. Hesitating between the executioner's blade and the blunt sword, he finally picked up the broken executioner's blade. It had been broken by Shursui when he first awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. Ihu had once hoped to mass-produce the executioner's blade using its self-repairing ability, but most of its restorative metal was concentrated in the hilt, leaving the broken blade with little capacity to regenerate. Zabuza swung his newly acquired broken sword, a satisfied smile on his face as he walked over to stand beside Suigetsu. Ihu picked up the remaining blunt sword Kabutawari from the ground. If no one chose it by the end, he would give it to Marino Ibiki, so he wouldn't have to resort to hitting people with stones. Watching the scene unfold, a shinobi from a Wagakure couldn't help but comment. For a moment, I couldn't tell which side was the real 7 ninja swordsmen. These guys were said to be capable of assassinating Kage, so why are they dying so uniformly, even their swords lost, in an orderly fashion? A Konoha shinobi beside him patted his shoulder. You wouldn't know this, but during the Third War, Ihu-sama single-handedly took down 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen. All these swords are his trophies. The 7 ninja swordsmen couldn't stomach such humiliation and immediately charged forward to reclaim their swords. Ihu wanted to stop them, but the third Mizukage drawing his sword blocked his path. Last time my old injury flared up, and I lost control of the Six Tails power, allowing you to seal my chakra and defeat me. It won't be so easy this time. After being reincarnated with the Impure World reincarnation, the third Mizukage's combat ability had skyrocketed. From Ihu's perspective, his swordsmanship alone was now on par with the White Fang. I wonder how you were reincarnated. I thought I had taken proper care of your body. The third Mizukage shook his head. For me, this is a good thing. Losing to you like that was truly unsatisfying. You all be careful. I saw other powerful reincarnated ninja like the third Kazekage and Hanzo the Salamander. Don't let a bunch of dead men like us defeat you. Ihu had been wondering how the 7 ninja swordsmen he killed and the third Mizukage had been reincarnated. Now with the third Kazekage also appearing, it was likely that Orochimaru's lab had been broken into. This level of security reminded Ihu of 2 places that were absolutely theft-proof. One was Sector 13-0, and the other was a lab belonging to the Hikari family. The biggest question on Ihu's mind now was whether someone like Hoshigaki Kisame could even be reincarnated. Did foreign species go to the Pure Land? Black lightning crackled around Ihu as he drew his dusty Kusanagi sword and clashed with the third Mizukage. Crimson Ice Crystal, you've grown stronger. It seems I've been dead for too long. Even in my best skill swordsmanship, I can no longer match you. Meanwhile, the only remaining swordsman Kurireir Kushimaru sneaked up behind Ihu. Die Crimson Ice Crystal. Ihu sidestepped the thrust of his sewing needle and sealed him with a single technique. How foolish trying to sneak up on a sensor-type shinobi. No wonder you all got wiped out. With that kind of intelligence, it's a miracle you survived at all. The third Mizukage picked up the long sword sewing needle and charged again. In his hands, its power was several times greater than when Kushimaru wielded it. It was said that the third Mizukage was a powerful shinobi proficient in all 7 swords, and it seemed the rumors were true. Too bad this is a battlefield. Otherwise I would have loved to duel you with all 7 swords. The third Mizukage looked at Ihu with a calm expression. This body lacks a bit of finesse for a real fight, but even so I am satisfied. You have won again. Uzumaki Ihu. A sealing array Ihu had laid down during the battle began to glow on the ground, slowly sealing the third Mizukage within. Having dealt with him, Ihu separated his allies from the remaining 6 swordsmen. You go deal with the other enemies. Leave these old friends to me. Before the remaining 6 swordsmen, Ihu sheathed the Kusanagi sword and casually picked up a kunai from the ground. Unlike a beast that uses its full strength even against a rabbit for U6. I apologize, but I couldn't find a shorter weapon than this. Damn you. Ihu looked at their furious expressions with immense satisfaction. Their inability to stand him, but also their inability to defeat him, was truly a joy to behold. Ice release, ice crystal barrier. Several walls of ice sealed off Ichigo and the remaining members of the Mist 7 swordsmen together. Now enjoy the gift I've prepared for you all. Ichigo's body merged into the ice wall behind him, while the ice-natured chakra within the barrier grew increasingly dense until ice crystals filled the entire enclosure. The addition of many powerful Konoha shinobi had made all battlefields proceed smoothly except for the 4th Division. Lord Ichigo. The 4th Division's Captain Gaara requests backup. The enemy has used the Impure World reincarnation to summon the first 5 Kage, the second 5 Kage, and the 3rd and 4th Kazekage. The allied shinobi behind Ichigo were all stunned. Their long-dead ancestors were now truly attacking them. Ichigo was quite surprised to hear this news. Only Black Zetsu, that sly old fox, could have obtained the tissue samples of the first Kage. It seemed that old grave robber had been digging up tombs all over the ninja world for years. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, Ichigo arrived at the battlefield where Shursui and Fugaku were using their Susanoo to desperately block the attacks of the reincarnated shinobi. Fortunately, Kabuto's strength wasn't yet formidable enough to forcefully control multiple reincarnated shinobi simultaneously, otherwise they would have been annihilated long ago. The second Tsuchikage unleashed a barrage of dust release. The only jutsu the 2 Susanoo had to actively dodge. Fugaku's ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan now wept tears of blood from prolonged use. The second Raikage closed in on Fugaku at incredible speed. Fugaku intended to block the attack with his Susanoo, but his heavily drained ocular power could no longer sustain it. Before the second Raikage's hand blade even touched him, the Susanoo dissipated on its own. Fugaku, his eyes now reverted to 3, Tomo watched the second Raikage strike and slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, there was no chance of survival. The sound of a hard collision echoed beside him. Fugaku opened his eyes to see Ichigo's Kusanagi sword blocking the second Raikage's hand blade. Uchiha Fugaku coughed up some blood. Tsunade, brought there by Minato, rushed forward to treat him, while Orochimaru and Jiraiya moved ahead to hold off the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage's attacks. In the distance, the first Kage were still cheerfully watching the spectacle. Hashirama held a pair of dice. Kazekage, let's play another round. If I lose this time, I'll create another oasis for the Land of Wind. However, the first Kazekage, Redo, shook his head. Lord Hashirama, you already owe the Land of Wind over 20 oases. I'm quite curious how you plan to repay these debts, especially since we are all under the control of the Impure World reincarnation and lack freedom. Hashirama burst into laughter unhesitatingly, throwing his grandson under the bus. Don't worry, my grandson has also awakened the wood release, and he's in Konoha right now. Speaking of which, the first and second Kage are here, but where has Tobarama gone? Meanwhile, at the daimyo's residence, 1,000 miles away, Tobarama Senju and Obito Uchiha emerged from a spatial vortex. Kid, are you sure you want to do this? You'll become the enemy of the entire ninja world. Obito scratched his head with a foolish grin. Some things just need to be done right. Besides, wasn't it you, Lord Second, who didn't object after hearing our plan? Tobarama looked at Obito Uchiha with eyes full of approval. He swore it was the first time in his life he had ever looked at a member of the Uchiha clan with such a gaze. Regardless of the outcome of this operation, Obito Uchiha would forever be branded as the most heinous criminal in the ninja world for assassinating multiple daimyo. Terumi, Mei Shinju, and Yagura approached as well. Second Elder, everyone is inside. When do we make our move? Shinju was brimming with excitement. Having been an obedient child all his life, this was clearly a thrilling mission for him. Tobarama Senju glared at Shinju. Make our move. Have all the ninja been cleared out? Our mission is to protect the noble daimyos with a barrier, isn't it? Shinju looked utterly bewildered. Seeing this, Yagura behind him patted the back of his head. If you don't understand, just follow orders. Do as you're told, and it'll be fine. Tobarama let out a helpless sigh. If the Senju clan were ever truly handed over to Shinju, it would be doomed. But then he thought, aside from Shinju, the only other family member left was Tsunade. Perhaps they should focus on Shinju's issues for now. Ninja Art 4 Red Yang Formation. Although Yagura's strength was somewhat lacking, this barrier didn't need to be as large, and they managed to activate it after all. Obito, looking at the barrier that also protected him, revealed a cruel smile. Daimyos, sacrifice yourselves for the greater cause. As screams echoed from within, flames ignited the building inside the barrier. These individuals who stood at the pinnacle of power in the ninja world all perished there. Even if someone tried to hold them accountable in the future, they couldn't say much. They had activated the 4 Red Yang Formation, and even 4 Kage-level ninja couldn't protect them. Besides, with the daimyos dead, who would be left to demand accountability? The slaughter concluded, he walked out of the barrier covered in blood. Obito then released Konan, whose chakra was sealed from the Kimui dimension. Second Hokage, the talisman controlling you was removed by me earlier. Please take her to Konoha and ensure her safety. This is Nagato's request. Tobarama had to admit that Madara Uchiha might not be a great person, but he certainly had good judgment. Both Nagato and Obito were fine young men, and he could see that both were prepared to sacrifice themselves. On the other side of the battlefield, the first generation 5 Kage who were initially just watching began to lose control of their bodies, except for Hashirama. Be careful. The control of the impure world reincarnation has suddenly strengthened. In a distant cave, Kabuto's half-body was now covered by black Zetsu. What useless trash. These reincarnated ninja are wasted in your hands. As long as I have this piece, the final victor will surely be me, Otsutsuki Agura. Black Zetsu, looking at the man beside him clad in a white, jade-marked robe, began to laugh maniacally. Watching the 4 first-generation Kage reluctantly approach him, Ichigo entered Sage mode after briefly accumulating natural energy. Ice Element Summon Absolute Zero Guy. Ice Element Summon Crystal Phoenix Avinia. Ice Element Summon Blue Ice, White Knight Dragon. Ice Element Summon Ice Barrier Dragon. Trident Dragon, a warrior clad entirely in white, stepped out from a gate of ice energy. It is well known that capes and flowing robes are symbols of the powerful. As the Absolute Zero Guy's cape fluttered behind him, his aura surged with each additional ice elemental creature summoned. A layer of chakra covered the Blue Ice, White Knight Dragon's body, capable of blocking all ninjutsu. The Trident Dragon Crystal Phoenix Avinia, upon appearing, immediately activated a snowstorm, further enhancing the strength of the ice elemental creatures. The Trident Dragon's ice elemental power permeated the entire battlefield. With these multiple enhancements, the Absolute Zero Guy's presence now rivaled that of the Nine Tails, and the other 3 colossal beasts were each stronger than the 8 Tails. The 4 first-generation Kage stared in disbelief at the 3 colossal beasts and the Absolute Zero Guy. Are the young people of today this incredible? Even at our peak, defeating these creatures would be no easy feat. The first Mizukage looked upon the Ice Titan before him with great satisfaction. This is clearly a genius from the Yuki clan of our Kirigakure. It seems our village has truly risen in the ninja world. Ha, you 3 don't need to show me any respect, don't hold back. The first Tsuchikage stared gravely at the Trident Dragon before him. This wasn't a question of going easy, this creature's power was already very close to his own strength and life. The first Kazekage Retsu remained silent. As a master of ninjutsu, facing the Blue Ice White Knight Dragon that was immune to ninjutsu meant his own abilities were weakened by at least 60%. A guaranteed loss, my friend. Obito, having just dealt with the daimyos, arrived at the battlefield via Kimui only to witness this scene. Ichigo, go easy on them. The others from the other battlefields haven't arrived yet. If you finish this so quickly, how are we supposed to execute our plan? Ichigo, who had already consumed 30% of his chakra in one go, heard Obito's words and decided to start slacking off. If he kept fighting like this, the allied forces probably wouldn't even get a chance to see the 10 Tails. Seeing the one-sided battle, Obito quickly sealed the tailed beasts from the demonic statue of the outer path into the reincarnated ninjas' bodies temporarily. The appearance of the 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 Tails on the battlefield greatly relieved the pressure on the first-generation Kage. However, he didn't dare to help too overtly. If these 4 were defeated and Ichigo summoned something even stronger, he wouldn't be able to protect these Kage anymore. After neutralizing the first-generation 4 Kage, Ichigo went off to find other reincarnated ninja. Seeing this, Obito was rather frustrated. Ichigo, don't leave me to balance the battlefield alone. You should put in at least a little effort. Meanwhile, at the headquarters, Sarutobi Shinzo, who was processing intelligence, inexplicably felt a great deal better. Black Zetsu was spending most of his energy controlling the first-generation 4 Kage, leaving the other reincarnated ninja with a high degree of freedom. The second Mizukage was having a great time playing with a group of allied forces ninja. Jinjetsu Hozuki, while toying with the allied ninja, watched the situation on the main battlefield. Having initially wanted to be sealed quickly, he now just wanted to continue watching the spectacle. Ichigo ignored this amusement seeker. His primary target was the Slime Mu. In Sage mode, Mu's dust release and his ability to erase his presence for sensory evasion were rendered a joke. In an instant, Ichigo had already sensed Mu's location. Approaching the Trident Dragon, Mu's darkened eyes indicated he was now thoroughly under control. Dodging the ice spear thrown by Ichigo, Black Zetsu looked at him in shock. How is this possible? His dust release should make him immune to sensory techniques, and combined with the earth release camouflage, no one should have been able to find me. Seeing Mu revealed, Ichigo couldn't help but lament that Gecko Hiate's transparent escape was a complete joke now. With earth release granting invisibility, his bloodline limit had plenty of imitations with similar effects. Mu had barely dodged Ichigo's attack when the Trident Dragon beside him reached out and seized him midair. 4 chains shot out from behind Ichigo, piercing Mu's body held in the dragon's grasp. Under the adamantine sealing chains, all are equal. After subduing Mu, Ichigo immediately sealed him away. In that opening, the third Raikage seized the chance to sever one of Trident Dragon's arms. Ignoring the wounded Trident Dragon, these were merely offerings for the enemy to strike down. Only after they obliterated Absolute Zero would they comprehend what true terror meant. On the other side of the battlefield, Gaara was severely suppressed in his fight against Raza, let alone contending with the even more formidable third Kazekage. Had Onoki not been assisting Gaara, would have long been captured. Before Ichigo could make a move, Pakura, who had heard she could brutally beat Raza, arrived on the battlefield riding Hashirama's wooden golem. Raza, finally I've got the chance for revenge. Pakura's scorch release, or blazing like a sun, hurtled towards Raza, who manipulated his gold sand. The extreme heat melted his gold sand into liquid. Had it not been for his reanimated body, Raza would have been disfigured like Mu. The Suna shinobi behind Gaara were filled with excitement upon seeing Pakura leap down from the wooden golem. It's Lady Pakura. Lady Pakura is alive. Gaara looked on with curiosity. Is she also a ninja from our hidden sand village? Lord Kazekage, you may not know, but Lady Pakura was a hero of Sunagakure who fell during the Third Great Ninja War. But the facade crumbled in an instant as Pakura's voice thundered across the battlefield. Raza, you bastard. I risked my life for this village, and you sold me out to the hidden mist village. Pakura said this deliberately, and her words struck home. The Suna ninja quickly turned to the mist ninja, their recent camaraderie having fostered a basic level of trust. It's true. When we signed the peace treaty with Suna, it was agreed that Pakura's life would be the price for peace between our villages. Upon hearing the mist ninja's confirmation, the faint hope within the Suna shinobi was utterly shattered. Coupled with the earlier revelation of the fourth Kazekage blaming the fifth for his wife's death, and his egregious actions against her, the fourth Kazekage's reputation plummeted to rock bottom. Raza would surely die with no peace. Molten gold sand encased most of Raza's body as Pakura fought with growing fervor. The temperature of her scorch release escalated, liquefying nearby gold, sand, while demagnetizing the rest into piles on the ground. As more and more droplets of molten gold fell upon him, the man who had dedicated his life to manipulating gold sand found himself imprisoned within his own weapon in death. The third Kazekage was dealt with by the reinforcing Hashirama and Orochimaru, who was keen on keeping his secrets. The second Raikage was successfully sealed under the combined assault of Ai and Shursui. With nothing else to do, Ichigo chose to confront the second Kazekage Seimin. As the founder of puppetry, his skill was nothing short of masterful. Unfortunately, Kabuto hadn't provided him with any puppets. As expected, Seimin didn't last long before being sealed by Ichigo. The only remaining second Kage on the field was Jinjetsu Hozuki, who was hiding his body within Gaara's pyramid. Just then several figures came running from the distance. The third company has arrived for reinforcement. No matter who stands before us today, they shall fall to my exploding blade. Great-grandfather. Suigetsu recoiled at the sight of Jinjetsu Hozuki before him. Jinjetsu's name was legendary within the Hozuki clan. His mastery of the hydrification technique and the steam imp and the perilous one remained unmatched by any successor. Oh, a young lad from the Hozuki clan, full of spirit. Suigetsu laughed nervously while subtly tucking in the Leaf Village emblem on his clothes. If Jinjetsu discovered he was fighting for Konoha, a scolding was inevitable, though being disowned was unlikely given the clan's dwindling numbers. Jinjetsu then asked a fatal question. So how is the Hidden Mist Village faring? Which generation is the Mizukage now? How was Suigetsu supposed to answer that? Should he say the village was ravaged by the bloody mist? Or that most of the 7 ninja swordsmen's blades were lost? Or perhaps that the village's Kekkei Jinkai users were nearly wiped out? Or maybe that the 4th Mizukage was so frequently hospitalized that he passed the title to the 5th? Great-grandfather, rest assured the village is fine. The title of Mizukage has passed to the 5th. Suigetsu hesitated, wanting to say something pleasant to appease his ancestor. But after racking his brain, he couldn't find a single good thing to report. Finally, under Jinjetsu's expectant gaze, he managed to blurt out those 2 sentences, and then fell silent. After hearing those 2 sentences, Hozuki Jinjetsu waited for Suigetsu to continue. Seeing that he couldn't produce a third sentence after a long while, he offered comfort. I already know everything. I just want to hear some details. Don't worry, your great-grandfather's mental fortitude is quite strong. Go ahead and say it. Hozuki Jinjetsu thought to himself that even if the village's pillar wasn't the Hozuki clan, it didn't matter. Judging by the combat prowess displayed by that one individual, no other force in the entire shinobi world would be a match for Kirigakure. Regardless, it was still beneficial for the village. Hearing Jinjetsu's words, Suigetsu decided to come clean completely. Since you already know, great-grandfather, I won't hide anything. Ever since the 3rd Mizukage implemented the Blood Mist policy, Kirigakure has had the fewest shinobi of all the villages. During the 3rd Great Ninja War, the 3rd died in battle. The 7 swordsmen of the mist became a thing of the past, leaving only 2 swords in the village. The 4th took command in a time of crisis, but spent most of his time hospitalized. The Kagaya and Yuki clans staged successive rebellions which ruined the reputation of Kekkei Jinkai users in the village. Recently, the 4th was gravely injured and hospitalized again. The 5th succeeded him, but thankfully the Blood Mist policy was lifted and the village has improved considerably. Hozuki Jinjetsu's face turned from red to black, and then back to red. He then pointed at Ippo and demanded, what about him? Isn't he from the Yuki clan of our village? At that moment, Ippo also arrived on the scene. My apologies, Jinjetsu-senpai, but my surname is Uzumaki. With the activation of a sealing technique, both Ippo and Hozuki Jinjetsu, who were before Suigetsu, gradually dissipated. What stood before them had been a mirage all along. Genjetsu's Genjutsu was indeed formidable, but unfortunately, he had to face Ippo. After dealing with the scattered impure world reincarnation, Shinobi, the chaotic battle between the colossal beasts and the first Hokage elsewhere was also nearing its conclusion. Having lost an arm while handling the second Tsuchikage, the trident dragon was gradually pushed onto the back foot and was ultimately felled by the first Reikage Taijutsu. The power of Absolute Zero, which had been overwhelmingly suppressing the group, suddenly dropped a notch. His power is decreasing. It seems that for every beast that gets taken down, his strength wanes significantly. The other two Kaguya promptly left the first Mizukage behind to assist the first Reikage against the tailed beasts. Since the man was from your village, it was only fitting that you, as the Mizukage, handle the strongest one. First Mizukage, what the? Mie. The White Knight Dragon of Blue Ice and Avinia, overwhelmed by the combined assault of the six-tailed beasts, and the three Kaguya, could not put up a fight. The White Knight Dragon had its wings broken and crashed to the ground, while Avinia was shattered, transforming into a ball of ice known as the Eggvinia. As the White Knight Dragon was smashed to pieces, Absolute Zero's power dwindled to the level of an ordinary tailed beast. By the time the trio and the six beasts reached Absolute Zero, the first Mizukage had already been frozen solid. Without any enhancements, Absolute Zero was no match for any single Kaguya and was defeated without much resistance. Seeing Absolute Zero kneeling on the ground, the group prepared to deliver the finishing blow. A crisp cracking sound echoed in everyone's ears. Since his appearance, Absolute Zero had been absorbing the cold air from his summons and the battlefield, compressing and storing it within his body. His defeat triggered the release of true Absolute Zero. A blinding white light intensified within the cracks, spreading across Absolute Zero's body. An explosion erupted, and the six-tailed beasts and the three Kaguya were instantly frozen solid by the Absolute Zero. So that's what Absolute Zero meant. Uchiha Madara leaped down from a distant hillside. Although he was speaking to Ippo, his gaze kept drifting towards Hashirama, who was grinning foolishly nearby. Madara couldn't help but mutter inwardly, if only that guy were on the other side. If I ever get the chance, I'd love to fight him again. At that moment, Obito used Kemui to appear beside Madara. Forming hand signs, he drew the six frozen-tailed beasts back into the belly of the demonic statue of the outer path. Obito then fed the purple gold gourd, the jade vase, and a large sealing scroll into the demonic statue's mouth. Having previously transformed into an incomplete Ten Tails, the statue's evolution into the Ten Tails was significantly faster this time. Just then, the other four divisions of the allied shinobi forces finally arrived. Seeing this, Obito breathed a huge sigh of relief. They had made it just in time. He was genuinely worried that the Ten Tails wouldn't last long enough before being taken down. Entering the battlefield alongside the allied forces was a man wearing a mask. The exposed eye clearly marked him as an impure world reincarnation shinobi. The masked man, clad in robes adorned with tomo, looked down upon the allied forces with disdain. Even though he had lost to the power of bonds, he still looked down on those who relied on power borrowed from others. Just as Kaiba, the president, was forever defeated by Kirubo, a so-called weak monster, and never thought of creating a blue-eyes Kirubo, even after all these years he never understood the power of Kirubo, the divine dragon, even by the end. In the face of true power, no matter how many ants there are, they are still just ants. Madara below looked up at the man on the peak with displeasure. For some reason, this person gave him a familiar yet detestable feeling, as if another version of himself was standing up there. Before Madara could ponder further, the demonic statue behind him let out a roar and transformed into the first form of the Ten Tails. The Ten Tails, sensing the Nine Tails within Kushina below and the vast chakra within Ippo, became restless. Obito and Madara quickly leaped onto its head, using the Hashirama cells within their bodies to connect with and control the beast. Without any warning, a conical-tailed beast ball began to form in the Ten Tails' mouth. The Nine Tails within Kushina saw the sphere, and his expression turned grim. Kushina, get out of the way. That thing is beyond us. Nara Shikaku quickly contacted Inoki. Tsuchikage-sama. We need the IWA shinobi to manipulate the ground beneath the Ten Tails to counter this tailed beast ball, or everyone will die to this attack. Inoki understood the gravity of the situation. He relayed the orders to all IWA shinobi through the sensory-type ninja on the field. My fellow IWA shinobi, the Earth is our most reliable ally. Push the ground beneath the Ten Tails to disrupt the trajectory of that tailed beast ball. The ground beneath the Ten Tails suddenly rose, causing the tailed beast ball to fire off into the distance. Seeing this, Minato sheathed his flying thunder god kunai. It was best to resolve the unstable tailed beast ball with such a safe method. Shikaku continued to direct the battle. The elevated ground suddenly dropped, trapping the Ten Tails in a pit. The IWA shinobi poured lime and sand into it, while the Kiri shinobi flooded it with water. The Konoha shinobi then used fire style to bake it dry, sealing the Ten Tails within a hardened concrete prison. Heaven knows how grim the expression beneath Obito's calm mask truly was as he struggled desperately to suppress the Ten Tails' overwhelming power. Were the allied shinobi forces truly joking? This concrete alone was enough to completely submerge the Ten Tails. Madara cast a disdainful glance at Obito, yet he too exerted his own strength to control the Tin Tails from behind. But it was precisely at moments like this that some attention seeker had to stir up trouble. The Tin Tails is trapped. Everyone charge. A voice from within the allied forces shouted this, and the shinobi actually surged forward, hurling countless shuriken and kunai towards Obito and Madara. As an impure world reincarnation with his Susanoo, Madara paid these projectiles no mind, but Obito had no such defenses. With most of his chakra dedicated to restraining the Tin Tails, and the little that remained being drained by the Rinnegan, he was forced to use Kimui to evade the hail of shuriken and kunai. At that moment, an ambitious kunai severed the connection between Obito and the Tin Tails. You shouldn't have cut that. Madara shook his head as he watched the now uncontrollable Tin Tails beneath him. The rampaging beast forcibly broke its link with Madara as well. The seemingly sturdy concrete crumbled like tofu before the Tin Tails. It easily leaped out of the pit the allied forces had created, its body shifting from a crawl to a standing stance, and let out a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. Ichigo, witnessing the Tin Tails about to charge at the allied forces, ceased his lazy attitude. Ice Element Fusion Ice Prison Dragon, Trident Dragon. The egg-shaped Venia and the corpses of the two ice dragons on the ground seemed to sink silently into the energy gate. The next moment, the energy gate on the ground shot into the sky. A three-headed ice dragon eerily similar to the Trident Dragon flew out from within. The Trident Dragon had been reborn from the depths of hell, empowered by the other two ice beasts. Though the standing Tin Tails had become gaunt and skeletal, its chakra had grown even more potent. In the distance, Hashirama Senju, still in his free state, entered Sage Mode, preparing to assist Ichigo with Myojinmen. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu, controlling Kabuto in the cave, seized the opportunity to restrain Hashirama. Hashirama Senju, did you truly believe I couldn't control you? I've been waiting for this moment all along. The mysterious masked man who had been idly watching from the battlefield's edge slowly approached the now imprisoned Hashirama. Black Zetsu, bro, can you stop with the act? No wonder Sasuke is such a drama queen, it clearly runs in the family. Hurry up, your uncle here can't hold on much longer. A red glow emanated from the hole in the masked man's hand, and the black markings on Hashirama's face began to fade. Not only the Senjutsu chakra, but Hashirama's very own chakra was drained completely. Using the last of his strength, Hashirama struck the man's mask, who couldn't be bothered to dodge. The mask shattered under Hashirama's final blow, revealing a face strikingly similar to Madara's. You are. My name is Indra Otsutsuki. Indra looked with satisfaction at the void-like hole in his hand. This pseudo-predapath was surprisingly effective. His goal achieved, Black Zetsu detached from Kabuto's body and attached itself to the incapacitated Nagato lying nearby. Black Zetsu, what are you? Oh. Black Zetsu forcibly manipulated Nagato's hands to form the seals for the Rinne rebirth jutsu. Nagato, gravely wounded by Indra, was powerless to resist Black Zetsu's control. As Nagato completed the seals, a figure representing the Uzumaki clan's life force began to turn white. A ring of white light enveloped Indra in the distance. As the light grew brighter, his impure world body transformed into one of flesh and blood. The chakra Indra had absorbed earlier merged with his body the instant he was granted a new life. Indra sat cross-legged, allowing the new chakra to wash over him. Every cell, every meridian in his body greedily absorbed the newly generated chakra. After circulating through his body, the remaining chakra flowed into his eyes. When Indra's eyes opened once more, a pair of Rinnegan with 6 tomo gleamed within them. The Sage of 6 Paths, who had been observing the ninja world, was drawn to Indra's immense chakra. The moment he saw the 6 tomo Rinnegan in Indra's eyes, he knew the ninja world was in for another great calamity. Without hesitation, the Sage of 6 Paths pulled Naruto, who was training at Mount Myoboku, Sasuke, who was adapting to his eyes in Konoha, and Ichigo, who was blatantly slacking off on the battlefield, into a separate dimension. The Sage of 6 Paths began to recount the story of Kagaya and himself. Hold on. Ichigo's voice cut off the sage's recollection. Old man Sage, the one who told me this before was just a chakra remnant of yours that couldn't answer my questions. But now I have some doubts I hope you can clarify for me. I'm sure you've noticed Urashiki, who came back from the future during your observation of the ninja world. Isn't it possible that Kagaya did all of this to defend against the other Otsutsuki, who are coming? And honestly, based on what I've gathered, I think you and your mother might need a little chat rather than just jumping straight to a fight. An enemy of my enemy is my friend. Urashiki might be a letdown, but we don't know the strength of the other Otsutsuki. Maybe we can try to bring Kagaya over to our side. Hagoromo Otsutsuki pondered Ichigo's words. He had once believed his mother was simply paranoid and wanted to hoard all the chakra for herself. But considering her past and Urashiki's arrival, perhaps she was merely insecure. Perhaps if we had tried a gentler approach to persuade mother back then, things wouldn't have turned out this way. The Sage of 6 Paths' gaze shifted from hesitation to regret. Though both parties bore fault in this matter, as a son, he had failed to notice the obvious unease in his mother's eyes. How painful must it have been for her, sealed away by her own son for so many years. Perhaps I was the one who was wrong. Behind Ichigo, the 10-tailed beasts, including the blue nine-tails, emerged from the water. Old man, don't be too disheartened. Everyone makes mistakes. What matters is to correct them and make amends. Don't worry, old man. Based on my years of observing humans, she'll surely forgive you after beating you a couple of times. Well, given your situation, I reckon it might take a dozen or so beatings to calm her down. Probably. Initially, the Sage of Six Paths was touched by the Nine-Tails' words, but as the speech continued, the tone shifted dramatically. A beautiful young matron beating up a brown-haired old man. The Sage of Six Paths used his chakra to seal the Nine-Tails' mouth, then beckoned Naruto and Sasuke to his side. I shall pass the power of the Six Paths to you. I hope you will use this power wisely to protect the ninja world. Afterwards, the Sage of Six Paths cast an apologetic glance towards Ichigo. After all, asking someone to work without pay was indeed not a good thing. Ichigo, you have already carved out your own path of strength. My chakra would only be a burden to you now. However, there is a piece of intelligence that I'm sure you will find interesting. I once sensed chakra similar to my mother's within a monk who cultivated natural energy. Initially, I assumed he had merely absorbed the chakra of the divine tree. But with the current intelligence, I suspect he may have come into contact with another member of the Otsutsuki clan. Ichigo understood immediately that the sage was referring to Ishiki. He had already planned to eliminate Ishiki after dealing with Kaguya, and this intelligence from the sage was a tremendous help. The Sage of Six Paths looked at Naruto and Sasuke with profound emotion. Every reincarnation of Azura and Indra's chakra, no matter how close their bond at the start, ultimately ended in bitter enmity. Naruto, Sasuke, you two are different. Perhaps you can break the cycle of fate that has plagued the reincarnations of Azura and Indra. The ninja world is in your hands. In the real world, the Ten-Tail's body had become full and plump, and a colossal flower bloomed from its mouth. Meanwhile, the three-headed dragon lay defeated at its feet. Obito and Madara watched as the Ten-Tails finally transformed into this state, their expressions turning grim. We can't let the Ten-Tails evolve any further. If it reverts to the divine tree, it will be uncontrollable. Obito immediately used Kimui to appear above the Ten-Tails' head again. Just as Madara expected Obito to become the Ten-Tails, Jinchuriki, Obito halted his actions. What the hell are you doing? Madara deliberately refrained from calling Obito's name. The proud Madara would never allow Obito to become a sacrificial pawn for the plan. As long as his identity remained hidden, Obito could live openly in the ninja world later. Obito, who had already crouched down in preparation to merge with the Ten-Tails, stiffly stood up. No one noticed the black mark shaped like an eye that had appeared on the back of his head. A swirl from Kamui materialized beside Obito, and Indra appeared. He mimicked Obito's previous actions, and the Ten-Tails' colossal body was sucked into Indra's own. Impossible. That face. Those eyes. As the Ten-Tails vanished completely and Indra, now pure white, floated in the air, several truth-seeking orbs appearing behind him. At that moment, Ichigo's voice echoed in everyone's mind via sensory jutsu. Everyone, I am Uzumaki Ichigo of Konoha. Uchiha Madara is not the enemy. All actions have been taken to draw out the true mastermind lurking in the shadows. If we win this war, all fallen shinobi will be revived. But if we fail, everyone and every living being in the entire ninja world will perish. Ichigo did not rush forward. He watched Obito's condition closely. The moment Obito stood atop the Ten-Tails, Ichigo had sensed his chakra change, becoming eerily similar to the Indra beside him. Judging from how Indra had appeared, he had not only taken control of Obito's body, but had also stolen his abilities. The only uncertainty now was whether Indra could control Obito's movements, and if Obito's own powers remained. While the allied shinobi forces hesitated in fear, two green figures moving steadily forward stood out starkly against the static crowd. Son, little Ichigo must not act rashly until we fully understand the enemy's abilities. Now is the time for Konoha's blue beast. No. It is the time for the crimson beast to strike. Guy took off his Jonin vest and looked back at Kakashi. Kakashi, this technique was originally meant for you, but using it now is just as fitting. It hasn't been in vain that I prepared it for so long. Watch closely, Kakashi. This is my final 8 gates. 8th gate of death. Open. The 8 gates formation. Two Might Guy and Might Die, father and son, kicked off the air, charging towards the floating Indra. Despite their speed, any attack was futile against Kamui. Don't stop. His ability has a time limit. Don't give him a moment to breathe. Ichigo's voice echoed in the ears of Guy and Dai. Guy looked at Dai, who nodded back. Elephant stomp. 2. First stomp. 2. 5th stomp. 2. 10 shockwaves of compressed air shot towards Indra from different directions. With Kamui's time limit, Indra tried to block them with truth-seeking orbs. Kamui. Kakashi warped away the truth-seeking orbs in front of Indra. Forced to rely on Kamui to fend off the shockwaves, Indra continuously summoned orbs to fill the gaps, while Kakashi persistently used Kamui to warp them away. The next moment, a black eye-shaped mark appeared on Kakashi's face as well. Without Kamui's support, the truth-seeking orbs finally enveloped Indra, managing to block the combined attack from Guy and Dai. I see. So your eyes are a pair. Too bad you were just a moment short of Kamui's limit. Obito and Kakashi, under Indra's control, were drawn into the Kamui dimension. Madara approached Ichigo. Ice Release Boy. According to the stone tablet, when one who possesses the power of the Rinnegan approaches the moon, the eye used for the infinite Tsukuyomi will be unlocked. Senior Madara, the power of the 8 gates is far more than this. Watch closely, they will show you what it means to be a genius of hard work, a mere mortal slaying a god. Dai's body was the first to succumb to the side effects of the dead gate. In the distance, Dai assumed a starting sprint, pose his final chakra burning fiercely. A blood-red dragon came crashing towards Indra. The truth-seeking orb shattered under this stomp, and even space began to distort, preventing the normal use of Kamui. As the smoke cleared, Dai lay on the ground, his body charred and carbonized with only a faint wisp of chakra barely sustaining a thread of life within him. Night Guy. Before Indra could catch his breath, a second, even larger crimson dragon hurtled toward him. The truth-seeking balls were too slow to form, and Kamui could not be used within the distorted space. The crimson dragon engulfed the already wounded Indra. At the end of the deep ravine carved into the earth, only half of Indra's body remained collapsed on the ground. A puddle of black liquid swiftly covered his remaining half. Indra's fading life force stabilized, and the missing half of his body began to slowly regenerate. A Beto emerged from the Kamui dimension and transported the gravely injured Indra into it. I see. The 8 gates released formation. A suicidal technique. Who would have thought such an interesting thing would appear after thousands of years? Too bad it can only be used once. What else do you have to stop me next time? Inside the Kamui dimension, Indra finished reading Obito's memories and finally felt at ease. The only ones in the entire shinobi world who could open the gate of death were those two. Once his injuries healed, he would fly into the sky and initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi, claiming all chakra for himself. Outside the Kamui dimension, the allied shinobi forces were still in awe of the incredible combat prowess of Dai and Guy. So strong. And I used to mock his outfit. Are all Konoha shinobi this absurd? Alright, snap out of it, and follow us. This battlefield is beyond our league. We must head to a fight we can contribute to. Led by the 4 Kage excluding Minato, the allied shinobi forces moved away from the main battlefield. Meanwhile, the light in Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan faded silently. Dai and Guy, who had been lying on the ground like charred corpses, now stood beside him, completely unharmed. Guy curiously swung his arms. Lord Orochimaru had mentioned it, but experiencing it firsthand is truly astonishing. Seeing the technique succeed, Tsunade quickly approached to replace Itachi's eyes. Behind her, Fugaku held a sealing scroll containing at least 20 spare 3-tomo Sharingan. Itachi used them without worry. I brought the entire clan stock. We have plenty of Sharingan. Madara was itching to fight these two seemingly comical taijutsu masters, but since he wasn't helping, he couldn't very well get in the way. Figuring it would be a while before that guy emerged, Madara decided to check on Hashirama and Nagato. The allied shinobi forces led by the 4 Kage arrived at a mountain. A massive blue chakra cannon stood at its peak, with Orochimaru pulling countless tubes from behind it. All you need to do is inject your chakra into these. Leave the rest of the operation to me. O was the first to grab a tube, laughing as he spoke to Orochimaru. You truly are a master teacher, Lord Orochimaru. You've completely transformed this chakra cannon in just a few days. Orochimaru took his seat at the console and began calibrating the cannon. Thanks to the research samples Ichigo brought back from the land of snow, I was able to modify this cannon in a matter of days. The chakra from the allied forces combined with the chakra of the 3 tails and 9 tails is enough to condense 3 powerful chakra shells. Following the Raikage lead, the shinobi behind him began channeling their chakra into the tubes. The combined chakra of everyone present was only enough to form a single shell. Kushina, let me handle this. Today I'll teach this brat a lesson for the old man. Kushina and Rin stepped forward, grabbing the chakra tubes to power the cannon. As the last bit of tailed beast chakra was injected, the cannon was finally fully charged. The tens of thousands of shinobi in the allied forces collapsed onto the mountain, their chakra reserves completely depleted. Even the 9 tails inside Kushina was reduced to skin and bones from the massive chakra drain, and the 3 tails fell into a deep slumber. We're truly tapped out now. The 9 tails lay exhausted within the seal's inner space as Kushina gently stroked its fur to comfort it. Meanwhile, Madara arrived at Hashirama's side. Hashirama knelt on the ground, his condition so poor he couldn't even stand. Impure world reincarnation doesn't provide unlimited chakra. Hashirama's chakra had been completely drained by Indra, and he still hadn't recovered enough to move. How pathetic you look, Hashirama. Madara slumped down beside him. Black Zetsu's actions had clearly revealed his traitorous nature. In the end, everything had been a lie. The infinite Tsukuyomi was a lie, the contents of the stone tablet were a lie, and even his so-called will was a lie. Reflecting on his life, the only thing that had ever been real was the village he had abandoned. Hashirama merely looked disheveled, but Uchiha Madara was truly pathetic. Hashirama, this time I was wrong. It was the first time Hashirama had ever seen Madara like this. Regret was an emotion the proud Uchiha had never shown before. Come back. Madara. Konoha has never had a missing nin named Uchiha Madara. Mustering strength from somewhere, Hashirama placed his hand on Madara's shoulder, his eyes filled with anticipation. Madara turned his head away from Hashirama's intense gaze. Fine. If Hashirama hadn't been sitting right beside him, he might not have even heard the word. Ha ha ha. It's settled then. When this war is over you will return to Konoha as a Konoha shinobi. Madara stood up, placing his hand on Hashirama's shoulder and nodding. A powerful surge of chakra flowed from his arm into Hashirama's body. With the chakra infusion, Hashirama gradually regained his ability to move. Let's go. Let's show them the power of the god of shinobi and the ghost of the Uchiha. Because Indra had only absorbed a large amount of Hashirama Senju's chakra, without transplanting his cells, his recovery was considerably slower than Madara Uchiha's in the original timeline. When he emerged from the Kimui dimension, he found Guy and Dai staring at him with fierce intensity, already poised to open the 8th gate and unleash the 8 gates released formation once more. Cursed I monk. Guy and Dai, who were about to activate the 8 gates released formation, halted their movements. They slowly turned toward Ichigo and Itachi, still maintaining the hand seal for the Gate of Death. Obito and Kakashi, who had also emerged from the Kimui dimension, understood what was happening. Just as they were about to transport everyone into Kimui, Ichigo interrupted them. Don't send us in yet. Itachi once again formed the hand seals for Izanagi, weaving the controlled state of Guy and Dai into a dream, as if nothing had ever occurred. A colossal ice wall enveloped everyone. Seizing this opportunity, Ichigo urged Obito to send them all into the Kimui dimension. By now Ichigo had nearly deciphered the enemy's technique. Ichigo had intended to spar with Indra for a while longer, but Indra showed no desire to continue the fight. He turned and soared toward the sky. As he neared the moon, a Rinne Sharingan emerged on his forehead. All chakra belongs to me now. Father, I will prove to you that I am your greatest son, the one most worthy of inheriting the Ninshu. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Sage Art Ice Crystal Armor. Ichigo preemptively cloaked himself in armor to resist the infinite Tsukuyomi. At that moment, Indra's Rinne Sharingan materialized on the moon, which then emitted a dazzling white light. From the ground, colossal trees sprouted, ensnaring those ensnared by the infinite Tsukuyomi and suspending them upside down. Their chakra flowed through the trees and into Indra's body. Chakra. The chakra keeps surging into me. Father, do you see this? I am the strongest. In the distance, Orochimaru, seated inside the chakra cannon, took aim at Indra in the sky. I see it. As Orochimaru pressed the button, an immense amount of chakra converged at the cannon's muzzle, and a chakra shell was fired. The high-velocity chakra shell struck Indra in the sky with pinpoint accuracy. The blast was several times more powerful than the Ten-Tails-tailed beast ball. Even the shockwave from the mid-air explosion sent Ichigo flying a considerable distance. Indra survived the blast, but was gravely wounded, plummeting rapidly from the sky. Black Zetsu spread from his sleeve and enveloped his entire body. Believing Black Zetsu was healing him, Indra offered no resistance. It wasn't until a searing pain shot through him that Indra realized something was wrong. With the majority of the shinobi world's chakra, the Yin-Yang release, and the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki form, I've finally fulfilled all 3 conditions. Mother, you are about to be reborn. Indra, now swollen into a sphere, was filled with hatred and regret. He had always known his uncle harbored ill intentions, yet his hunger for power had dulled his vigilance, allowing him to be deceived. With Indra's downfall, the final boss entered the 3rd stage. Kagaya Otsutsuki made her appearance. Though the strength of Ishiki and Momoshiki was unknown, Kagaya's sheer presence alone exuded a pressure 10 times greater than Ishiki's. Lady Kagaya, I know your story. I believe we can have a proper discussion. About the other Otsutsuki. Kagaya's pupils contracted as she faced Ichigo, but her hands did not stop. More chakra flowed through the tree branches and into her body. There is nothing to discuss. I will turn you all into white Zetsu, into my army against my clan. All you need to do is obediently provide me with chakra. Since you won't listen to reason, I'll just have to beat you into submission first, and then we'll talk. Sage Art Ice Release Eternal Sin Ice Prison. Ice crystals began to envelop and expand around Kagaya, but she shattered them with her physical prowess almost instantly. If the Hyuga clan had inherited even a fraction of Kagaya's taijutsu, they wouldn't have been suppressed by the Uchiha for so many years. Even without the Mangekyo Sharingan, the Hyuga would still find it difficult to defeat an Uchiha of the same level. Sage Art Ice Element Restoration Ice Prison Dragon, Trident Dragon. With the infusion of chakra, the Trident Dragon that had fallen to the ground was reborn like an immortal phoenix. At the same time, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha arrived on the battlefield. Naruto and Sasuke watched the battle from afar. If Ichigo's group were to fail, they would use the 6 Paths Sage's chakra to overdraw their potential and forcibly enhance their power to seal Kagaya. 80 Gods Vacuum Fists. Madara's Susanoo was obliterated by Kagaya's attack before it could even land. Madara and Hashirama, who were inside the Susanoo, tumbled from the sky. Madara, this enemy is something else. This is the first time I've seen a Susanoo get physically smashed apart. Madara turned to look at Hashirama, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. Forget it, I can't be bothered to argue with a simpleton like you. Kagaya raised her hand and shattered the nearby Trident Dragon, then swiftly seized Madara and Hashirama. Hamura Hagoromo, my children. Witnessing this, Ichigo shouted toward the sky. See, old man, 6 paths. There's no mother who doesn't love her children. Even after all these years, she still loves you both. As Ichigo's words faded, Madara and Hashirama and Kagaya's grip were crushed to pieces by her hair. Alright, maybe the hatred outweighs the love right now. Ichigo's remark seemed to provoke Kagaya. Several protrusions emerged from her back, and a bone shot from her hand directly toward Ichigo. All-killing ash bone. Black Zetsu hiding within Kagaya's sleeve began to boast with his mother's authority. This is the truth-seeking ball formed by the fusion of all chakra natures, far surpassing your petty Kekii Genkai, or Kekii Toda. Kagaya wondered why Black Zetsu felt the need to explain her technique to Ichigo, but since he had already said it, she let him be. The all-killing ash bone was intercepted mid-flight by an ice wall. As soon as the bone touched the barrier, it crumbled to ash, and the ice wall disintegrated along with it. This thing is truly terrifying. Perhaps it was Kagaya's momentary mercy that she hadn't used her six-paths chakra when shattering Madara and Hashirama, allowing them to recover. Hashirama, holding a twig, crouched down and poked at the ice debris on the ground, his eyes filled with wonder. Both Madara and Hashirama knew the hardness of Ichigo's ice crystals. Even a Susanoo would struggle to cleave through such a wall, yet it shattered so completely against this tiny bone. In the distance, Orochimaru, sensing Kagaya's immense chakra, licked his lips in excitement. With his aim locked, he fired his remaining 2 chakra orbs at Kagaya's location, then grabbed his fishing rod and hurried towards the battlefield. The legendary rabbit goddess, the progenitor of chakra. He desperately yearned to study her. On the battlefield, Kagaya's body suddenly sent her a warning signal, as if something terrible would happen if she didn't leave immediately. The next moment, a piercing sound of something breaking through the air arrived. Black Zetsu, hidden in Kagaya's sleeve, recognized the sound all too well. It was the same sound he heard just moments ago when he ambushed the wounded Indra. Mother, get away from here. That's a weapon created by those ninja. The chakra shells were now visible in the distance. Seeing Kagaya about to use Amenominaka to evade, Ichigo smiled and spread his hand towards her black ice-frozen mausoleum. Before Kagaya could even raise her hand, she was frozen in place by the black ice. Her chakra flow was obstructed and Amenominaka was interrupted. Kagaya tried to shatter the black ice, but its sealing power drastically slowed her jutsu casting. Ichigo's entire body became elemental layers of armor and ice walls forming around him. Sir, the times have changed. As the layers of defense were completed, the first chakra shell landed. Kagaya used every ounce of chakra she could muster to shield herself. An explosion echoed, carving a massive crater into the earth. Kagaya gasped for breath. Blocking that shell had drained a significant amount of her strength. She needed to absorb more chakra through the infinite Tsukuyami. But before she could catch her breath, the second shell was already upon her. At this distance, Amenominaka was too late. Kagaya was forced to mobilize her chakra once more to block the attack. Another explosion resounded. Ichigo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and leaped out of the gourd-shaped crater. The shockwaves from the 2 explosions had taken a toll on him as well. Ichigo slammed his hands on the ground, and black ice filled the entire crater. Hashirama and Madara, having fully recovered, looked at the massive pit below with numb expressions. Too many new things had emerged in the ninja world since their deaths. When Orochimaru arrived, he saw Ichigo recovering nearby, and the crater filled with black ice. It seems the battle is over. I believe my laboratory will gain a satisfactory test subject after today. But Ichigo shook his head. With his Kagura's mind's eye fully active, he clearly sensed that Kagaya's and Black Zetsu's chakra had already left the crater below. Come out, Lady Kagaya. Your concealment is meaningless before a censor ninja. As soon as Ichigo's voice faded, Kagaya emerged from the ground beside them. The mayfly technique. Black Zetsu had never found it so useful. Kagaya had tried to destroy the black ice with her all-killing ash bone. But the black ice pressing down on her was in no way inferior to her all-killing ash bone in rank. The bone had no effect upon touching the black ice. In the end, they could only escape the crater using Black Zetsu's mayfly technique. Back on the surface, Kagaya's gaze immediately fell upon Orochimaru. Momoshiki. No, you are not him. Kagaya was startled and took a few steps back, then quickly steadied herself, her eyes filled with caution as she stared at Orochimaru. Ichigo, what's this about? Lady Kagaya is clearly powerful, yet she doesn't realize it herself. Lady Kagaya Momoshiki is already dead by our hands. Now I believe we can discuss more interesting matters, for instance Ishiki Otsutsuki. Lady Kagaya, have you never wondered? The Ten Tails is a tool for your Otsutsuki clan to devour planets. Why does the ninja world still exist after the fruit has already been harvested? The 2 of you should have brought 2 Ten Tails here. So where is the other one? With every word Ichigo spoke, Kagaya's expression grew more serious. After ambushing Ishiki and taking the fruit, she had focused solely on defending against other clan members. She had never truly considered these questions. Ishiki's ability is to enlarge or shrink himself and non-living objects. After you ambushed him, he survived with his crippled body shrinking himself and parasitizing a monk. Because the Ten Tails didn't fully devour an Otsutsuki, it couldn't absorb all the energy of the ninja world. The hostility in Kagaya's eyes as she looked at Ichigo had diminished, significantly replaced by confusion. How do you know all this? Ichigo didn't answer her question but continued on his own. Don't you think using the infinite Tsukuyomi, a jutsu meant to gather chakra, in such a way, is irrational? Kagaya obedient nod. Firstly, turning all humans into white zetsu cuts off the sustainable development of chakra. Moreover, the potential of white zetsu is far inferior to that of humans. They are less useful than humans when facing other Otsutsuki. Kagaya looked at Ichigo and Orochimaru, then nodded firmly. I think we can transform the infinite Tsukuyomi into a platform that requires chakra to use leveraging Jinjutsu to achieve functions that are impossible in the real world. Not only can we harvest the chakra of the strong, but we can also enhance the ninja world's strength to fight against the invading Otsutsuki clan. Kagaya's eyes sparkled. It was clear she was intrigued. Ichigo's existence showed her the potential of humanity. Tens of thousands of white zetsu couldn't compare to a single Ichigo. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Perhaps humanity truly could stand against her kin. Besides that, there's someone who has a few words for you. Kagaya tilted her head. Honestly, she was the epitome of a sweet and naive person. As Ichigo's voice faded, Hagoromo Otsutsuki appeared before Kagaya. Hagoromo. Tears welled up in Kagaya's eyes the moment the Sage of Six Paths appeared. Thousands of years of longing for her son had finally overcome her hatred. Mother, I'm sorry. The Six Paths Sage had prepared many words beforehand, but the moment he saw his mother, all of them caught in his throat, ultimately condensing into a single apology. Kagaya's eyes were filled with heartache upon seeing the Six Paths Sage who existed only as a soul and chakra. However, once she realized he was still in decent condition, her affection for her son began to wane rapidly. While the Six Paths Sage was still contemplating how to apologize to his mother, Kagaya's palm wreathed in the chakra of the Six Paths came smashing towards him. Before the Uchiha suplex and the Otsutsuki elbow, the first technique to emerge in the ninja world was the Palm of Love created by Kagaya. It was said to have an effect similar to Garp's Fist of Love. After a few slaps, Kagaya grew more and more vigorous, pouring out thousands of years of pent-up fury in that moment. The blue ninetails inside Ichigo was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Yes, hit the face. I remember when Mito caught her granddaughter at the gambling den, she did the same thing. I think she called it making up for a missing childhood. Haha. Kagaya had not gathered much chakra in her hand. The slaps, though painful, could not actually harm the Six Paths Sage. Ichigo didn't intervene either. If Kagaya could vent her millennia of anger and resentment this way, it was for the best. Hours later, Kagaya climbed off the Six Paths Sage. After dusting herself off, she approached Ichigo again. You said Ishiki is alive. Where is he? Ichigo pointed at the Six Paths Sage who was still lying on the ground. He knows. Kagaya kicked the Six Paths Sage. I didn't use much strength. Stop playing dead on the ground. The blue ninetails was howling with laughter inside Ichigo. After 2 kicks, the Six Paths Sage quickly got up and began leading the way for Kagaya. Along the path, he patted Ichigo on the shoulder, expressing his approval and gratitude. Though outwardly the Six Paths Sage was still guiding Kagaya, and Ichigo, his chakra, had secretly entered Ichigo's body. Having a good laugh, are we, Kurama? Today this old man will also help you make up for that missing part of your childhood. Within the sealed space, the not yet grown blue ninetails was utterly powerless in the Six Paths Sage's hands. With his left hand gripping its neck, he used his right hand to spank its rear. Ichigo watched the show as he followed them towards Ishiki's location. Because of the infinite Tsukuyomi, Ishiki's chakra was easy to distinguish. Entering Sage mode, Ichigo slammed his hands on the ground. Sage Art Ice Element Summoning. Ice Boundary Dragon. Heavenly Spear Dragon. Sage Art Ice Element Summoning. Ice Boundary Dragon. Light Spear Dragon. Sage Art Ice Element Summoning. Ice Boundary Dragon. Trident Dragon. Under Ichigo's deliberate control, the 3 dragons were summoned at 3 corners of the battlefield. The dragons stepping forth from the frost gate released a frigid breath towards the sky at the center. The 3 dragons created a hemispherical barrier, and having learned from Kagaya's previous emergence from beneath the earth, the ground was also covered by the barrier. Sage Art Black Ice. The entire barrier turned black upon Ichigo's touch. Orochimaru, seeing this, recalled the barrier that had trapped Hozuki in the past. It felt exactly the same. This barrier nullifies all space-time ninjutsu. Let's go find Ishiki. Using Ichigo's Kagura's mind's eye, they located Ishiki's vessel Jigen. Ishiki was seated in a high place holding a cup of wine, looking utterly elegant. Kagaya, I never thought you'd manage to break your seal. I thought you'd be sealed away by your son for eternity. Back when you ambushed me, did you ever imagine you'd end up like this? Ishiki gently set down his wine cup and stood up. Uzumaki Ichigo. What a perfect vessel. I hadn't even gone to find you yet you've delivered yourself to my doorstep. Ichigo shuddered involuntarily. In this life, Orochimaru hadn't coveted his body, but Ichigo forgot that in the ninja world there were plenty of other freaks who desired others' bodies. Ishiki waved his hand towards Ichigo, and the others in black rods pierced through each of their bodies. Madara and Hashirama in their impure world reincarnation forms were especially affected. The rods disrupted their chakra flow, causing their resurrected bodies to begin crumbling. Ishiki leisurely walked towards the restrained Ichigo. I've had my eye on you for a long time. Your body has great potential. After all this time growing, your vessel has finally matured enough to withstand my power. Now I shall reap the fruit that belongs to me. Though I must say, I never planted anything. Ishiki touched Ichigo's face as if admiring a work of art. But time was of the essence. The black rods in this state could only hold Kaguya for a few minutes. Ishiki immediately inscribed his chakra onto Ichigo's body, forming the karma mark upon him. Your body is mine now. The next moment, Ichigo, who had been kneeling and immobile, transformed into black ice. Ishiki's hand, which had touched the black ice, was sealed by it. The ice clone technique. This was a jutsu that could only be used after fusing tailed beast chakra and god tree branches, granting the ability to manipulate ice-based summons. It was unusable before and unneeded later. Unexpectedly, its first use proved remarkably effective. Seeing Ishiki trapped, Kaguya dropped her pretense. She shattered the black rods binding her and struck out at Ishiki. 80 God's vacuum fists. Ishiki's pupils contracted sharply. With half his body already sealed by the black ice, he couldn't use Sukune Ekona to shrink his body. The 80 God's vacuum fist struck Ishiki, and Jigen's body instantly collapsed. Ishiki had not placed a karma on anyone else. With no other options, he was forced to inscribe the karma directly onto Jigen's body. Otsutsuki Ishiki had officially acquired a true body. Otsutsuki Ishiki had been resurrected. As he regained his true power, Ishiki reverted to his alien form. One black eye and one white eye, an eerily unsettling sight. Though forced to complete his reincarnation, Ishiki remained utterly composed. I never expected this planet to be so rich in energy. Even a mere servant like you has grown this strong. Once I take that boy's body and devour you, I'll use my 10 tails to consume the remaining energy of this world. Back in my clan, even the elders will be no match for me. I will become the god of the Otsutsuki. Ishiki moved with blinding speed. With his power restored, he immediately summoned black cubes through Daikokutten, suppressing the still-bound Madara and Hashirama beneath them. Lady Kaguya, buy me some time. I'm about to hit him with something massive. Through her Byakugan, Kaguya could see the colossal amount of chakra converging within Ichigo. She instantly assumed the gentle fist stance and lunged at Ishiki. If Kaguya could perceive the scale of Ichigo's charging technique, Ishiki certainly could as well. Yet sometimes the art of words is a curious thing. Ichigo's plea for time led Ishiki to instinctively believe the attack required a lengthy chakra charge before release. Thus Ishiki's initial aggression toward Ichigo was far less intense. Forbidden art Bankai. What a... Ishiki's eyes brimmed with disbelief and sheer loathing. Wasn't he supposed to be buying time? Your technique needs a wind-up for this. As Ichigo's voice faded, an icy aura flooded the entire barrier. 3 4-petaled ice flowers floated behind his head, yet aside from that nothing within the barrier changed. Quit your tricks. Ishiki lunged to seize Ichigo's body, but the boy before him launched relentless assaults at a speed he simply couldn't comprehend. Even the lightning-fast shrinking black rods and Daikokutten's cubes failed to land a single hit on Ichigo. How is this possible? What have you done? Seeing events spiral beyond his understanding, Ishiki began unleashing indiscriminate attacks in every direction. But Ichigo dodged them all, and in turn seized opportunities to strike Ishiki multiple times, leaving him gravely wounded. Sprawled on the ground, Ishiki gradually calmed. He scrutinized everything within the barrier, from Kaguya caught in the crossfire to a single falling leaf. The instant that leaf touched the ground, Ishiki's pupils contracted. I see now. It's not that your speed has increased. It's that we've become incredibly slow. A cracking sound echoed, and another petal vanished from the ice flower behind Ichigo. Ishiki reverted to his initial smug demeanor. Ever since you cast this jutsu, the petals behind you have been crumbling. If I'm not mistaken, once all the petals are gone, your technique will be undone. Ichigo feigned a startled expression as if asking, how did you figure that out? Hilarious. He had made the ice flowers so conspicuous precisely to mislead his opponent. So what? Haven't you spent thousands of years without directly taking Jigen's body because it wasn't strong enough? How long can you last in my heavy acceleration now? Heavy acceleration. A fine name. Rest assured, once I claim your body, I'll spread this technique far and wide. Ishiki shrank his body, deftly evading Ichigo's strikes to buy time. As the final flower's petals began to shatter, Ichigo's attacks grew noticeably more frantic. Ishiki had just been revived, and Jigen's body could sustain him for at least 2 more days. How much longer could Ichigo maintain this form? In Ishiki's eyes, Ichigo's body was already his prize. At last, after enduring the heavy acceleration space for what felt like an eternity, Ishiki heard the sound of the very last petal crumbling. Ishiki, when that final petal breaks, it means the technique is complete. I never once agreed to your little theory. And thanks to your arrogance, not even putting up a fight, this jutsu came together flawlessly. Watch closely, Ishiki. This technique is called Eternity. Within the barrier, time and space around Ishiki slowed to a crawl. In his perception, every move Ichigo made seemed to drag on for eons. Each syllable he uttered felt like a lifetime. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, who had been idly lingering in the distance, stepped in from the barrier's edge. Carefully, he stowed away the scroll controlling the barrier's self-destruction. If detonated, it would unleash an absolute zero bomb, a true final gambit of mutual annihilation. So this is Otsutsuki Ishiki. He looks quite valuable for research. And that move of yours earlier. Have you developed ice release to the point of touching time and space? Glancing at Kaguya, who was still poking Ishiki's body, Orochimaru couldn't help but sigh. He truly was getting old. It had been ages since he'd contributed anything to Ichigo's training. Now, it was Ichigo who kept gathering research materials for him. Lady Kaguya, since the enemy is dealt with, how about we undo the infinite Tsukuyomi first? Kaguya clasped her hands and released the infinite Tsukuyomi that had enshrouded the entire shinobi world. Everyone was expelled from the illusion, and the tree vines that had cocooned people like dumplings loosened their grip. Is this over? We won. Cheers erupted across the battlefield. Obito and the others emerged from Kimui's dimension. The war is over. It's time I did what I must. Obito clasped his hands in a seal. Outer path. But Orochimaru's fishing hook cut his jutsu short. The Rinne rebirth isn't all-powerful. Many who fell in this war no longer have intact bodies. Even if their souls return, true resurrection is impossible. Just revive the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and Uchiha Madara. I'll handle the rest. Obito nodded with difficulty. Normally Rinne rebirth can only directly resurrect one person from an Edo Tensei vessel, but his body, composed mostly of white Zetsu, possessed extraordinary vitality. Perhaps he could manage 3. He summoned the second Hokage and resumed the incomplete technique. Outer path Rinne rebirth. 3 beams of white light enveloped the Edo Tensei figures. With a guttural roar from Obito, the trio was successfully brought back to life. Orochimaru produced Kaguya's Rinnegan and offered it to Madara. Madara-san, I entrust the Izanagi to you. This I began recording from the moment before the war started. However, the scale and number of people to cover demand an immense amount of mental energy and chakra, beyond what ordinary people can bear. So we'll need your help, Madara-san. Uchiha Madara didn't protest. He'd mostly been coasting through this war, so having something to do wasn't so bad. Izanagi. As Madara activated the Rinnegan of Kaguya's kin, the fallen shinobi of the war were converted into dreams, and that Rinnegan lost its light. Every single part of Otsutsuki Kinshiki's body was put to good use by Orochimaru without a shred of waste. As things stood, Ishiki should not escape the same fate. The revived Akatsuki members were immediately taken into custody by the allied shinobi forces. Their final judgment was to be decided after the 5 Kage reached a consensus. In the war council room, A grew impatient as the Hokage continued to be a no-show. What's the meaning of this Minato Namikaze? Don't think that just because Konoha contributed the most to this war you can disrespect the other 4 villages. Given my friendship with Ichi, I can at least guarantee he won't go all out against me. The other 3 Kage couldn't help but roll their eyes. How could he say such a thing with such pride? I heard someone has some grievances with Konoha. A tall, imposing man walked in from the doorway, followed by a clearly displeased Tobirama Senju and a nonchalant Ichi. Inoki's eyes widened as he heard that familiar voice. Indeed. When the man sat down and removed the Hokage's straw hat that had covered his entire face, the stern visage of Madara Uchiha stared back at the 4 Kage. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, officially retired over 10 minutes ago. The current Hokage of Konoha is the 5th Hokage, Lord Madara Uchiha. Ichi helpfully explained to the 4 Kage, while Tobirama Senju rolled his eyes so hard they nearly got stuck. He silently shuffled a few steps away. He had initially thought Ichi was a decent person, but now he might have to reconsider. Tobirama stared blankly at the ceiling, wondering why he had ever agreed to be Madara's bodyguard. Right? It was because his older brother Hashirama insisted on coming, and he was afraid his brother would do something embarrassing like bowing his head again, so he forced himself to take his place. Fifth Hokage. Inoki stared the Madara before him, seemingly overlapping with the Madara he had seen during the negotiations in Konoha all those years ago. Madara, pleased with Inoki's reaction, reached back and touched the cloak he wore. It had been hastily made for him by a highly respected elder of the village, even though to Madara that elder was probably younger than him. To show their respect for Madara, they had completed the Hokage succession ceremony in Konoha before coming to the meeting, which was why they were so late. After all, they were the Kage of their villages, so they quickly composed themselves. Regarding the judgment of the Akatsuki members, I believe that most of them were originally S-rank missing nin from various villages. Furthermore, Akatsuki has repeatedly attacked Konoha Sunagakure and Awagakure to seize the tailed beasts. Their actions are extremely heinous. These people must be punished. Inoki and A made no effort to hide their animosity towards Akatsuki. Awagakure had lost the 4 and 5 tails to Akatsuki, the village had been ravaged, and even Inoki's carefully chosen successor had almost been lured away. As for Kumogakure, Killer B was like a younger brother to A. As a brother, he naturally had to stand by his side. Madara's brow furrowed at this point. Ichi, ever the eloquent spokesperson, stepped in. Gentlemen, this war orchestrated by Akatsuki not only fostered unity among the shinobi villages, but also exposed the mastermind coveting the entire shinobi world. Moreover, it was Akatsuki members who revived the shinobi who died in this war. Had they not triggered these hidden threats earlier, the future of the shinobi world might have truly been devoured by the Otsutsuki clan. With that, Ichi unrolled the intelligence scroll on the Otsutsuki clan and placed it on the conference table. The more they read, the more horrified they became. The detailed information left the four Kage in a cold sweat. Ichi, is everything written here true? A powerful clan that steals the energy of the entire shinobi world, where every single member possesses strength comparable to the Sage of Six Paths. Ichi shot a look. The goddess of the moon is just outside. Want me to invite her in so you can make her acquaintance? There are also two Otsutsuki lying in the lab. Should I take you on a tour? A quickly waved his hands, indicating he believed Ichi. He didn't want to mess with the goddess of the moon, and he had no desire to step foot in Orochimaru's lab again. Madara tapped the table, pulling the conversation back on track. Akatsuki has both merits and faults. As such, let them serve as a neutral organization in the shinobi world to atone for their actions. There was no room for negotiation in Madara's tone. However, the four Kage's attention was entirely consumed by the Otsutsuki intelligence. Akatsuki was now irrelevant. Ichi added, this war is just the beginning of breaking down the barriers between the great villages. Unfortunately, even though we dispatched 4 Kage-level fighters to erect the 4 Crimson Ray formation during the war, the daimyo of each nation still fell to a mysterious assailant. We suspect there are still hidden Otsutsuki powerhouses in the shinobi world. To prevent our esteemed daimyo from being killed by mysterious enemies again, Konoha has decided that from this moment onward the land of fire will be self-governed by Konohagakure. The position of daimyo will be abolished. From this moment onward the land of water will be self-governed by Kirigakure. The position of daimyo will be abolished. Mei Terumī reacted quickly. She had initially thought Ichi killed the daimyo to install easily controlled puppets, but she hadn't expected him to completely overturn the system that had persisted in the shinobi world for ages. Trusting Ichi, she was the first to step forward and support his decision. Seeing the situation, A gritted his teeth and declared, the land of lightning will be self-governed by Kumogakure from this moment onward. The position of daimyo will be abolished. Seeing 3 villages make this decision, Inoki, realizing a massive transformation was imminent, also made the right choice. Finally, Sunagakure, Gara, pressed by circumstances, also chose national self-governance. With the 5 great villages leading the way, the smaller villages would gradually follow suit, forming a system of shinobi self-governance across the land. In the future, everyone in the shinobi world would have the right to become a shinobi and gain chakra. Chakra would be used for daily labor like farming, and the chakra technology brought from the land of snow would gradually spread throughout the world as a production tool. The 4 Kage left the meeting room in a daze, clutching Ichi's proposal. They didn't think he was giving them empty promises. Even though they hadn't witnessed the chakra cannon's power firsthand on the battlefield, the sheer size of the craters left on the ground was enough to be deeply unsettling. Orochimaru truly had the ability to popularize chakra across the entire shinobi world. In just a few short minutes, their worldview had been shattered and rebuilt countless times. Looking back now, the Akatsuki, whatever, let them be. Back in Konoha, Hashirama looked at Madara clad in the Hokage's Haori with excitement in his eyes. Madara, this robe suits you perfectly. Sorry it took so long for you to wear it. Madara embraced Hashirama as he stepped forward, his Sharingan scanning over everyone present. Images of shinobi from all villages uniting during the 4th war flashed through his mind. No, Hashirama, I think this is the perfect time for me to wear it. In the Hokage's office, Madara, his Mangekyo Sharingan active, was swiftly processing the mountain of documents accumulated during the 4th Great Ninja War. The stack of papers on the desk was disappearing at a visible rate. Madara, a new casino just opened in the village. Let's go check it out. Hashirama barged in without knocking. Madara deactivated his Mangekyo Sharingan and wearily pinched the bridge of his nose. Hashirama, I've been meaning to ask for a while now. The Hokage's workload isn't that heavy, even with the war dragging on. This is all the paperwork. But how did you manage to wander around all day without ever seeming to work? How did you ever get anything done? Hashirama looked at the 3-meter-high pile of completed documents and broke into a cold sweat, remembering how he used to cling to Tobarama's leg and beg for help. He averted his gaze and stammered, well, it was all my hard work and sweat. Yes, I completed everything on my own through sheer effort. Madara knew Hashirama too well to be fooled. He understood exactly what that demeanor meant. He chose not to call him out, sparing his friend's pride. Just wait a moment. Once I finish these, I'll go with you. Madara activated his Rinnegan and cleared the remaining documents in an instant, then left the Hokage's office with Hashirama. Before leaving, he cast a glance at Nawaki, who was struggling in a small sea of paperwork. Looks like we'll need to find a couple more people to help out here. Back on the streets, people greeted Madara enthusiastically. Their loved ones had been revived by him on the battlefield, and over the past 2 years the Uchiha clan's reputation in the village had improved. The villagers now understood that these seemingly cold Uchiha were actually just tsundere at heart. Although Madara tried to suppress his delight, Hashirama noticed the corners of his mouth turning up. When they arrived at the casino, Tsunade was already on a losing streak, while Jiraiya nervously clutched the box of money. Grandpa, come here, quick. For Tsunade, the only time she could win was when Hashirama was with her. The gambling fortunes of the two were equally terrible. Open. Lost again. Open. Open. After a night of gambling, Madara stared at the mountain of winnings before him speechless. He swore he hadn't used his Sharingan to cheat. These two were practically throwing their money at him, leaving him no chance to lose. After a long night, Hashirama and Tsunade left the casino with satisfied smiles. They had lost their money but gained happiness. The others followed them out dejectedly. That night, the newly crowned gambling god Uchiha Madara was the only winner. Meanwhile, back in the village, Tobirama immediately dove into Orochimaru's laboratory. It had been a long time since his death, and this was the first time he had seen such a lavish and comprehensive facility. The collection of experimental subjects was unheard of, sourced from all over the ninja world. Judging by the quantity, it seemed that anything of research value had been brought here. Orochimaru, you found a fine disciple. Ito, standing nearby, scratched his head awkwardly. In the ninja world, anything that caught his eye would eventually end up in Orochimaru's lab. Even a stray explosive tag on the ground would become the property of the Uzumaki clan. Alright, Ito. Are you sure about teaching that woman the mutual multiplication explosive tags technique? She claims to have 600 billion tags. If they all detonated, the altitude of an entire country would drop by 10 meters. Ito smiled nonchalantly. As a neutral organization maintaining balance, they need some form of deterrence, don't they, eh? Obito's clothes were soaked with cold sweat. He was glad he had only taken one of Nagato's eyes and hadn't pushed further, otherwise he would have been drowned in a sea of explosive tags. Meanwhile, Nagato, now living in Konoha with a pair of ordinary eyes, watched as Konan demonstrated the sea of explosive tags. He fell into deep thought. Isn't this much more useful than the 10 tails? Alright, Obito, bring out the medium you used for the infinite Tsukuyomi. We're going to transform that world into an online world. Obito produced the eternal Mangekyo that had lost its light, and the crystal ball condensed from the 10 tails chakra. I'm sorry, Shirsue's eye has already gone dark. Kagaya took the eye and connected it to the crystal ball, linking the nodes of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Although the moon outside remained unchanged, the lifeless trees in Konoha suddenly regained their vitality. Hashirama, on his way home, saw the revived trees and excitedly ran towards them. Madara reluctantly followed. Tsunade, exhausted from her long gambling session, lacked the energy to join the commotion and went home with Jiraiya. Sensing Hashirama's immense chakra, a branch extended from the Tsukuyomi tree. As his chakra flowed into it, a bandage-like substance wrapped around him. Once the cocoon was complete, he entered the online Tsukuyomi world. When Hashirama opened his eyes again, he was still in Konoha, but the great tree had vanished. Behind him, the Hokage rock, which should have featured Madara's face as the fifth, now bore the likeness of Tsunade. Before Hashirama could explore further, Madara, Ito, Tobirama, and Obito entered the online Tsukuyomi one after another. Kagaya, as the caster, seemed unable to enter and could only watch their actions from outside. Welcome everyone to the world of the online Tsukuyomi. This is a world where Uzumaki Ito does not exist. Hashirama looked up at Tsunade's face on the Hokage rock with a deeply conflicted expression. Is this Konoha really alright? Hasn't Tsunade gambled the entire village away by now? Worried, Hashirama immediately activated his sensory perception at full power. The Konoha of this world had no shinobi in the village save for civilians and young children. Hashirama slumped to the ground in despair, a dark cloud seemingly hanging over his head. It's over. Konoha must have been ruined by Tsunade. The village we worked so hard to build. Ito gave them a brief overview of this world's background. What? The Uchiha clan was wiped out. What? The Uchiha clan was wiped out. The first voice was Hashirama's, filled with rage. The second, Tobirama's, betrayed a barely concealed sense of delight. Ito pointed at Obito, who was standing nearby, and added, and also an Uchiha named Itachi. Tobirama looked at Obito with immense satisfaction, his eyes showing unprecedented kindness. Obito. Good lad. I knew from the moment I saw you that you were promising material. Don't worry, the position of the 6th Hokage is definitely yours. Anyone who dares to compete with you will have to answer to me. I couldn't help but cough. In the original story, the village's higher-ups were all complicit in the Uchiha clan's annihilation. Danzo in particular was the vilest of them all. However, since the 3rd Hokage and the others in the real world hadn't done anything yet, I decided not to expose them. Let them enjoy their twilight years in peace. The chakra we expend here is collected by the tree of Tsukuyomi in the real world. A portion is paid to Kagaya to maintain the technique, while the rest is gathered to power chakra mechanisms and weapons. First, let's test the arena function. I tapped on the ethereal panel. After the invited few confirmed, we found ourselves in a virtual coliseum. By paying chakra, one could select various opponents for sparring, including anyone from the original world. Madara leaped down from the spectator stands and immediately selected Might Guy from the panel. I've long wanted to face the Crimson Dragon of the 8 Gates. Let me test the arena's capabilities. Seeing Madara's intense fighting spirit, I graciously hopped onto the stands, leaving the battlefield to him. As Guy appeared before him, the arena expanded immensely. Madara, brimming with anticipation, stared at Guy, whose body was emanating crimson steam. Come on, show me your strength. Night Guy. The next second the Madara who had been kicked to death by Guy reappeared in the spectator stance. 5 minutes. I win. Tobirama, you owe me 1 billion in gambling funds when we get back. Tobirama crossed his arms scowling and spat on the ground. Pathetic. Madara, you couldn't even last 10 minutes. As expected, the wicked Uchiha are untrustworthy. It wasn't that Tobirama begrudged the billion Ryo, it was the humiliation of losing a bet to Hashirama that stung. I finally trusted you, and you let me lose so thoroughly. Damn it all. Next they experimented with other functions like the differential time training room. More importantly, the online Tsukuyomi was essentially the infinite Tsukuyomi. Surplus chakra was channeled to the moon to erect a reconnaissance barrier capable of detecting any intruder, no matter how subtle. After completing their tests, they decided to visit the Fourth War battlefield out of curiosity. They wondered what the war would have become without Ichi's intervention. At that moment, Naruto, locked in a desperate struggle, felt that familiar chakra and froze. Uncle. Six Paths Obito seized the opening and hurled a truth-seeking orb directly at him. Naruto. Snap out of it. Dodge. Kurama's frantic warnings echoed in his mind. Just as Kurama was about to forcibly move Naruto, a hand reached out and caught the incoming orb. Long time no see. Naruto. You can't afford to be distracted on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Madara and Hashirama were released from Kemui's dimension by Obito. Is this Obito? A Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. What a weak sage of 6 paths. Hashirama couldn't help but remark, looking at Obito's pale white form. Having seen the likes of Indra, Kagaya, and Ishiki, who were among the strongest in the 6 paths tier, Obito indeed seemed lacking. After becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, he lost access to his own abilities. Apart from truth-seeking orbs and chakra rods, he was barely stronger than a typical Kaga-level shinobi. Just then Kagaya's voice echoed in their ears. I've come to an agreement with my counterpart in this world, and that unfilial son of mine. Release me from this world, and the Inyan chakra will be used to seal Ishiki. They hesitated, pondering whether to use the Obito before them as a sacrifice. Let him be the one. This world's Obito is a beast who killed his own master and mistress. Serving as a sacrifice will be his penance. Hearing this, they all nodded in agreement. Their chakra converged, and 5 colossal entities, an ice golem, a wooden golem, 2 Susanoo, and Kurama, surrounded the 6 paths Obito. Under the combined assault, Obito was quickly overwhelmed. Madara and Hashirama lifted his unconscious body into the air. As they channeled their chakra into him, a Rinnegan with Tomo marks emerged on his forehead. Under Madara's control, the infinite Tsukuyomi was activated, and countless trees of Tsukuyomi burst forth across the shinobi world. Perhaps due to the prohibition of layering the infinite Tsukuyomi, the trees ignored them entirely, even without any resistance from the group. A massive amount of chakra surged into Obito's body. Before he could regain consciousness, Black Zetsu swiftly took over. Kagaya Otsutsuki was officially resurrected within the online Tsukuyomi. With Kagaya's resurrection and the release of the infinite Tsukuyomi, they exited the online Tsukuyomi. The modification of the online world had been a resounding success. Upon returning to the real world, I found Kushina waiting for me at home, and she didn't look pleased. Ichi. Today I went to the Hyuga clan to propose, and those elders kicked me out. They even said that not even the 4th Hokage himself could force the Hyuga bloodline to leave the clan. I don't care. Uzumaki Ichi. Your nephew and his future wife are deeply in love, and a bunch of old fossils are trying to keep them apart. Minato is too kind-hearted to be a deterrent. This is your job. I stroked my chin, my eyes gleaming with excitement. I always enjoyed playing the villain. Meanwhile, Hayashi was pacing in his room with his wife, trying to comfort him. Thanks to Tsunade remaining in the village, Hayashi's wife was alive and well. Those stubborn old fools are causing trouble. What's wrong with Naruto? Even if they don't fight, they should at least understand what happened in the 4th war. Hayashi's expression softened only when he thought of Hinata. If it weren't for her own choice, he would never dream of letting his daughter marry. His little Hinata was so kind, pure, and beautiful, though she did eat a bit much. Before Hayashi could ponder further, a chilling aura enveloped the entire Hyuga compound. I heard that the women of the Hyuga clan are never allowed to marry out. As I spoke, over a dozen colossal ice giants encircled the entire compound. 2 young people are in love. What business is it of you old geezers? Where were you when the shinobi world was on the brink of destruction? Now you're here guarding the purity of the bloodline. My overwhelming presence pressed down on the Hyuga elders, making it hard for them to breathe. Paralyzed with fear, they could only turn their hopeful gazes to Hayashi. Hayashi let them stew for a long while before stepping in to intervene. These elders were too accustomed to a life of ease. It was time they learned a lesson and remembered their place. With a certain someone playing the stern parent, things went smoothly for Naruto and Hinata. As they were still young, they were only formally engaged for the time being. The true couple to be wed were Terumi, Mei, and a certain someone. After dating for so many years, their relationship deserved this next step. At that moment, a certain someone sat before Mei's parents. The sealing scroll on the floor was laden with treasures, while Orochimaru conversed with Mei's father. This young man has been with Mei for years, and we've come to know his character. After guarding her all these years, he's finally come to claim her. Mei's father cut off her mother's pleasantries, but a close look revealed no malice in his eyes, only barely concealed reluctance. Uncle Auntie, please give me the chance to care for Mei. After a moment of internal struggle, Mei's father accepted the reality, for his daughter truly loved this young rascal. When do you plan to marry? Returning home from work, Terumi, Mei heard her father's question. She had assumed this visit was merely to see her, never expecting that he had finally taken this step after all this time. A certain someone knew too well how difficult Kurenai's fate was in the original story. Thus, until he was certain he wouldn't fall to the Otsutsuki, he never spoke of marriage or grew too intimate with Terumi Mei. I'm sorry for making you wait so long. As the Mizukage Terumi, Mei understood the threats facing the shinobi world, and a certain someone had been preparing for that future all along. It's fine. I know. I've always known. Their wedding was prepared swiftly. As heroes who saved the shinobi world, every village sent their blessings and gifts. At the ceremony, a certain someone placed the ring on his beloved's finger. Glancing at the audience, he saw Kurenai and Shursue Kakashi and Shizen Enko and Kimimaro, and Yagura and Nawaki had already married. Everyone below was paired up. It truly had become a village of love. The third Raikage had to forcibly drag away the fourth Raikage, who wanted to perform the cloud dance, and Killer B, who was about to start singing. Tobarama Senju pulled away Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, who were about to engage in a dance-off. Fortunately, every village had a few reliable individuals to keep the wedding proceeding smoothly. Waking up the next morning, a certain someone looked at the lovely person beside him and smiled with contentment. The online Tsukuyami was spreading successfully. Kagaya's chakra replenished quickly, and she released the seven-tailed beasts, filling herself with the chakra from the online Tsukuyami instead. After gaining freedom, only the 8 tails returned to Kumobikure, the others stayed in Konoha. The 4 tails and 5 tails opened a volcano hot spring and sauna in the village, while the others returned to their own pursuits. It was then that Orochimaru found a certain someone who was still at home with Terumi Mei. According to Ishiki's memories, turning the 10 tails into the divine tree requires sacrificing an Otsutsuki. He had lured a man named Momoshiki Otsutsuki here to serve as the sacrifice. He planned to take over your body, eliminate Momoshiki, his greatest rival, and then return to his clan to become the new leader. In other words, Momoshiki is on his way. The barrier set up by the online Tsukuyami around the shinobi world sensed 2 intruders. A certain someone and Orochimaru quickly transported Ishiki's body far from Konoha. At the Valley of the End, 2 white figures flew over. Ishiki, did you really mean it when you said you'd give me half this planet's power if I helped you deal with these troublesome natives? Ishiki. As Momoshiki touched Ishiki's body, it crumpled to the ground. Not good. A blue-black barrier sealed off Kinshiki and Momoshiki as they tried to flee. A certain someone walked up to them with a hand in his pocket and a sly grin. Yo, you're here. Peach boy, welcome to the shinobi world. Dad, what happens next? Uzumaki Ichi pulled the blanket over Uzumaki Kazui, who was lying in bed. I'll tell you the rest of the story tomorrow. For now, get some sleep. In Orochimaru's lab lay the bodies of several Otsutsuki, each marked with their invasion date and designation. This book concludes here. Sorry, as my first story, the pacing wasn't great, and it ended after just over 2,000 words. There were many places where I could have padded the story, like spinning off an online Tsukuyami Shippuden or continuing in the real world. But I think it's best to end it here. It's not a rushed ending, but it's just that dragging the story out endlessly loses its charm. I shouldn't be too greedy, right? Over the next few days, I'll see if there are any stories you'd like to read. I'll write a few side stories and then officially conclude. There's not much left for the Hyuga clan. I'd already outlined most of the future plot. If you want, I can write a side story without padding it out to Boruto. Guys, if you have any side stories you want to see, just tag me. If you want to see me drag the story out, that's fine too. Depends on reader feedback, doghead.